learn more about upcoming performances and receive advance notices, please visit our website, bachcenter.org, or connect with us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. For your safety and comfort, please take a moment to identify the emergency exits nearest to you. In the event of an emergency, please proceed to the nearest exit, and once outside, move away from the building. At this time, I'd like to remind you to please silence all cell phones and other electronic devices out of courtesy for the performers and your fellow audience members. Thank you, and enjoy the performance.
The Boston Major is about to continue. We're back in the Wang Theatre, and over the course of 2 days, we've purged what was 16 teams down to just 8. The battle to get ever closer to not only the pride, but also $3 million is continuing today. In fact, we're going to be halving it again over the course of today. It's going to get even more exciting. Professional Dota 2 players are in this very arena, and we have to recap who on earth we lost and who is going to fight on to get closer to that trophy. Let's check out how Day 2 shaped up.
Previously on the Boston Major.
The top, tries to find resolution. Ravage. Then the Ravage comes through, but Saksa with the shield, looking for the counterplay. He finds them all! Beautiful turn by Saksa, and then the follow-up by Slow. The Tombstone doing its work. Misery forcing them back. Faceless, though, surviving through it. Black Lady with the damage. The Terrorblade gets to work. It's a triple for him. It's likely to be a quad. Misery with the TP out. He won't make it. Faceless slamming the door. There's the stop to start with the disruption. Counter initiate. Now the Omni Slash dragging Resolution back as they retreat out. XY already used the spell steal. He does have his own disruption available. The Eclipse from Black committed earlier. They get the Dragon Knight kill. Now they look for the turn. Trying to bring down Resolution very low. Will end up falling to the Imp. Moon Meander a bit late to the party, so it ends up being a 2-for-3 exchange. And they do have a stolen disruption. It's going to be a 2-for-4. Nuts just left alone in that fight. DC ended a final dagger into the heart of Faceless fans everywhere. It will be an early exit from them, and they'll have to go back to the drawing board for the next event.
The fight, MSS roars in, Global Silence, the Omniscience not enough, they focus down the Bane, but it's not in. There goes your GA, they don't have the damage output, even with the Purification of Brains, that Bane's up to half-life again. MP, for all their initiation, have done no damage, and now we'll start losing heroes. Garda protected by that repel. It's going to last a little bit longer, getting back in range of the creep wave. The stun, keeping out the Golem. Onchik with another leap up, but SVG is there for the Burrow Strike. Arrow flies up, and it'll be Lanham stunned and held. They go for a second Fatal Bond, and now it's MP rolling through them. They'll beat Lanham down, and it's a double kill. During the Burrow Strike fall, but they all get fatally bonded. They have to bail out. Henry! In for the jump, triple kill! He's done the work! Even the arrow to Old Chicken. It was all set up by the fatal bonds. And Ehome, together they are tethered with a glimpse back into him! They go again! SK will find the kill! He'll stun up, the Eclipse goes to work, but Luna's already down. Has a dive back for her. They'll get another one. This is the game. They've lost the DK. And P will do it. They bring down Ehome 2-1 and advance themselves forward in the Boston Major.
It was a tough round one opponent for them, but they bounced back so well from that game 1 defeat.
There by Thug. Unfortunately, Alerna doesn't have the same kind of mobility. They're going to need to get off the BKB, but it doesn't go down. First Strike comes out first, and they've already blown up the big carry of that Venom and taken down the Bane as well. BKB TB out for one, but the supports and the utility offlane won't be as lucky. Fountain once again.
They need a big combo. Sand King, Epicenter into Fatal Bonds, Warlock. That's pretty much all they can do. There is still no BKB on the Alchemist, nor...
Jump forward, there's their initiation, immediately stops. Skylar in place with the Spike Hair base. They try and drop the Chaotic Offering, catching multiple heroes here, but Thug is right in the middle of so these heroes and they're dropping low. Thug, he's hit by the Eclipse, brought down as SC gets the jump onto him. And Venom going crazy inside the booth, cheering, yelling in one unified voice.
The first casualty on LGD, the epicenter coming through, bringing Arme down low. He keeps himself alive with the effects, finally dropped, he's out for 100 seconds, maybe as well. He does have buyback in the SF, Victoria buying back as well. They've got to hold this defense, but he Blade Furies hits the Ancient, and it's all over. LFY, LGD Forever Young take game 1. He loses his life as well, and GG is called. It's all too much here for LGD's original squad, and it'll be LFY moving on as the last representative Chinese side here at the Boston Major Band.
Yeah, and it is no surprise that, like, Xiaohui's team always performing.
Quite the adventure so far, and to help me recap exactly what went down, as well as set our sights on the future and today, the quarterfinals of the Boston Major, I have a beautiful panel. Joining me, it is the desirable Fogged, it is the vivacious Toby1, and it is the radiant Shiva. Fogged, dude, you feeling good about this one? I mean, this is quarterfinals, this is crunch time, and it's still single elim.
This is a pretty hype game, honestly. Like, I think this is one of the bigger ones that people were kind of looking forward to, VP versus EG. Even in the group stages, like, everybody's like, man, I wish that these two would be playing together against each other here. And now we got it. At least it's in the quarterfinals. Yeah. Kind of was hoping for it maybe in the semifinals or something, that maybe further down, but still.
But I mean,
hype.
All of these quarterfinals, this whole day, Toby, is going to be intimidating. And first of all, first time on the desk at the Boston Major. Hey, bro.
Yes. They try to keep me out for as long as possible, but
he's broke through.
Yeah, eventually. I'm like Santa in like Chronicles of Narnia. Eventually, I'll get past the White Witch.
Hey, spoilers! Oh, it has been out for a while.
That was out for a very long time.
I guess it's allowed. Yeah.
I read those books when I was like 3.
Still.
You could read when you were 3?
Pictures.
I looked at the storyboard. Anyway, Toby's joining us. Books. And I mean, we witnessed some serious, like, romantic storylines. At one point, Shiva, your eyes were getting a little wet.
Seeing Atfin win on the big stage against a team that many have thought would do really well this Boston Major. We have Newbie. They were in Group B. They came second. Group B was the group of death. And then at Finham, a team that people thought, wow, they made it through the qualifiers, and that was a big thing already. And then making it through to the quarterfinals is amazing. It's really great to see.
Yeah, of course, alongside that, the first game, as Fogged has already hinted at, is going to be Virtus.pro versus Evil Geniuses. To happen in a quarterfinal, the fact that EG conceded 2 to Domestic Complexity and then proceeded to just walk all over reigning TI champions' wings, there's a lot of excitement surrounding this game. And what it does three is, they're backstage and they want to get themselves ready and warmed up. So, without further ado, let's get our first teams on stage for our third day here in the Wang Theatre as the Boston Major continues. VP and EG meet the Boston crowd.
With a world-class player in every single position and a double majors champion as its captain, this high-powered team commands respect. Under the watchful eyes of Coach Fear, new team captain Crit has already delivered silverware to this TI winning organization. Welcome on stage, Evil Geniuses. finals in Europe and winners of the Summit 6. This roster has all the ingredients to become a new superpower. With Captain Solo at the helm and the explosive Carrie Ramses under his command, they strike hard, fast, and their record this season speaks for itself. This new dynamic roster is rebuilding the organization's reputation as the best CIS team in the world. Welcome on stage, Virtus Pro.
It may be an early start, but there is a whole lot of electricity and adrenaline flowing through both the stage and the crowd here in the Wang Theatre, Boston. All right, all right. Keep those vocal cords warm. As they, I don't know if you guys can hear them, but they are definitely wide awake.
Yes.
I don't know if we are though. Toby, you feeling fresh for this one?
I'm feeling fantastic.
You are?
Absolutely fantastic. Didn't sleep at all last night, but I know adrenaline's going to get me through
You're
this
just
series.
watching EG and VP, just like getting
just
ready.
Like, I don't know what's going to happen. The draft. All I could think about was heroes floating around, and eventually something's going to be picked.
Well, I mean, I want you to tell the story just a little bit, Toby, because Virtus Pro, we were looking at, all eyes locked on them as the teams that came through the qualifier. And EG, they were probably one of the 2 or 3 in the invited teams we were expecting to see do big things.
Yeah, really expecting EG to do amazing things with their roster, not even just big things. Like, that roster is an absolutely star-studded roster. And the fact that they actually haven't had as much success as I thought they would is a real surprise to everybody. And like, it's hard to also go into this matchup saying, well, you know what, VP are definitely favorites, because you still look at the lineup and go, this EG roster, if it clicks, nothing will beat it.
But and they did 2-0 wings as well.
Yeah. Was that it clicking, Shiva? That was it?
I think that, in combination with them losing to Complexity, I think that unleashed something in those 2 days, and Fear just said, guys, let's get serious, let's get real, and let's give it our all for the main event. And then they came in. And right now, you can do all your homework you want for EG, but you never really know what to expect. So that's, I think, the trickiest part here. Sure, they've lost some games, so you see how they lose, but I feel like they're going into it completely fresh.
Let's bring up their names for you, Fog, because, I think you've described it in the past, is almost every single person is the best in their role.
Yeah, they're extremely consistent in their roles. I just think that, especially with like EG, when they're playing versus a team that's just they respect and they consider very good, they kick it up a notch as well. I think that's maybe a little bit of their downfall, especially versus Complexities, maybe a little bit of disrespect like we kind of mentioned, but playing versus VP, these guys are the best right now. They have to be, just because of their performance in the last 2 months. I think Wings was like a one step forward, but beating versus VP, that's like 2 steps going versus this team. It's just a little bit more, just because Wings has had their shaky moments in this recent.
So I'm sensing that you see this as a bit of a, for lack of a better expression, a litmus test. That was GCSE science. When you test the acidity, you see where EG are at, right? If they pick up this win versus VP, they can do the whole run. If not, it's going to be the Virtus Pro story. Is this going to be a big determinant, do you think, Toby, in your mind, as who's going to be lifting the trophy, or at least who's going to be getting close?
I kind of want to say yes. At the same time, I don't really want to as well, because I really feel like I love the plays coming out from the other part of the bracket. So even just winning this matchup, it's going to be great to get through into the grand finals, but you've still got to get through potentially OG or WG in the next round. And for me, I'd love to actually see like a VP versus OG. I feel like these guys actually have some of the best dynamic rotations out there. Of course, in order to get that, they both have to win their series today.
I think you know, all eyes on EG versus VP, and everybody has been hyping these teams up throughout the entire Boston Major so far. And then you got OG and DC is sneaking under the radar, and nobody's really looking at them. And we heard that Blitz, a coach of DC, said, you know, that's how we like it. We want people to underestimate us. And I kind of feel like they are also able to be on this level. They just don't have the hype behind them that these two teams playing right now have. But it's still, as Toby says, you can't count them out in any case.
Well, I mean, Virtus Pro on the other side of things had a very different experience in their group. I mean, we looked at EG, we talked about their shortcomings. In fact, just 1 win, 2 losses for them. VP, just 2 quick wins and then a whole lot of time off, really, Shiva.
Yeah, they've not lost a single game in the Boston Major, and the last game they lost was against OG, one of the playout games in at the Summit. But that was a long time ago already, and it makes me wonder that once they're figured out, how are they going to deal with that?
Oh, it's a beautiful thing. Like, if you remember back in the days of the old Fnatic, where they would just be undefeated, and then they'd lose one game and they'd pull out a new strat, they'd pull out a new approach to the game. And I know VP have a couple of these things just simmering on the surface, and like they can bring it in if they want to. And that's why I think actually Game 2 of this series probably going to be more exciting, because that's when things will start to change. This first series is going to be people both like just putting their toes in the water, see if it's freezing or not, and then Game 2 they'll warm up.
I can agree with that. I think the first game, though, is like, these guys were probably sitting in their rooms last night because, you know, they finished relatively early. They're probably sitting there just theory crafting the opener. The opener is going to be a big indicator in both of these teams, just because is the Alchemist going to get through? Is the Shadow Demon going to get through? Is the Luna, who's going to take the Luna? Is Bat Rider? Like, all these big significant heroes. They were definitely just sitting there like, all right, well, we're about 2.5 hours in, guys, to our session of discussing the first ban, and we're really not too sure if we're going to ban Wisp as well, because there's too many heroes. These guys, these two teams share an enormous amount of different.
It was actually late last night. They finally said I checked in with Lil last night, and he was like at 10 o'clock at night. He messaged me saying, "I think we've worked out what we're going to do with that draft now."
Yeah.
I think the first draft might, because of that, like, if both teams have theory crafted properly, and these are all very smart guys, so they can kind of expect what's coming from the other team. So perhaps this first draft is going to go fairly fast, where both teams are going to just pick exactly what they calculated, and then indeed Game 2 is where they adjust, and where they want to avoid, well, if you lose anyway, want to avoid what happened in the first game, or adjust to see what's coming in the next as well. So it's. Yeah, the drafts. It's all about the drafts.
I actually want to see how EG do it. Like, if EG, like with their first 2 bans, like if they actually want to play the SD chicken game,
who's going to get the Shadow Demon?
I mean, just because of the correlation we've seen between SD and success, I can't help but feel when you're in single elimination trying to get to the semifinals, you're not even going to want to take that gamble. We'll find out with the draft a little later on, but first I do want to go ahead and start summoning that featured matchup, because this is an excitement. It is 2 huge names of the mid-roll, and we're going to be seeing Sumail and no one. Now, what springs to mind, Fogg, when you see these 2 names going head-to-head? Just yesterday, you were telling me Sumail does not lose his lane.
Yep, neither does no one.
Oops.
So that's why it's going to be such a good matchup. Both these 2 are, I mean, probably one of the best last hitters in the game right now. Like, we see no one, he's playing like DK versus like OD, which isn't like, you know, isn't a horrible matchup for the DK, but he's leading. Same thing with Sumail. Matchups where you just think that isn't going to excel at, he does well. And both of them have their aggressiveness. It's just really going to depend on the supports, which one gets the rotations first. But I really want to just see these 2 duke it out, and hopefully they just do like dual lane on the side lanes, and then these 2 just battle. That's what I'm looking forward to.
You want the head-to-head?
Oh yeah.
I think those players want it too.
Yeah.
I mean, they are very proud players, and they want to show that they're the best. I know that Sumail, if he loses a mid matchup, he wants to do it again. He wants to just prove that he wins that matchup.
They're both very young too.
They're both very young. They both want to prove that they are the best in mid, and you know that's also the kind of personality you have when you're in the mid lane. You want to be the best. That's how you get there. You want to shine, and I would love to see that. I do think that the supports will have something to say about that though, because there's so much pressure on that mid matchup that the supports will come by and will help out if needed for the mid matchup.
Any other names that spring to mind then? We're talking about who is going to have the biggest influence on this game. Sumail, I know one of the first at the tip of your tongue, but there is just, I mean, who else is springing out this roster, Sheev?
Well, Universe cannot be underestimated. He is an incredible playmaker for the team, and if he gets the right hero, and I know he hates to play Darkseer, or at least doesn't really hate it, but it's one of his least favorite heroes.
He finds it boring.
He finds it boring, but it's one of his best heroes, and when he gets a decent start in it, he will crush with that.
Now, this is such an interesting discussion for me. Is something that, so he's good at this. He is
the best.
He is one of the best.
Yes.
And yet finds it boring. Just yesterday, Winter was saying, but winning is fun. I mean, surely, come on now. There is a balance to be struck, folks.
There was a time. It was a long time ago.
Okay.
Back when I played with him, too, we would just be like, all right, we don't know what to pick. All right, picking Universe Darks here. So I think he just got sick of playing it to an extent, but recently I've been, talking with him a bit more. He's like, I'm finding a newfound love for the hero again. So he does enjoy it. I mean, how could you not when you're so godly on it?
I wonder how common that is. I mean, surely if you're so good at something, there must be extra elements of fun in there. I just don't quite understand.
It's just when you run the same kind of thing, and Darkseer can become very passive in the lane, but Universe is always one of the best Darkseers because you'll be able to get these unbelievable first bloods, just this harassment level that he achieves. That's why it's like you kind of wish Clockwork is also going to appear in this series for Universe because it gives him a playmaker, someone that can actually initiate in. With the Darkseer right now, it's more of that supporting the fourth role when he gets played.
With all of that said, I know this is always going to be a very difficult part of the death segment, but I am going to start navigating towards the realm of predictions. Sheev.
Why do I have to go first?
Just because I want to throw you in the deep end. And you are wearing VP orange today.
It's red. What?
Oh, I've insulted her. I mean, let's look at the camera.
Looks a little orange.
It would be
a little orange.
Okay, it's a little orange, but it would be Dutch orange then in that case.
Okay, fair.
No bias here. No bias here. Although, I do have to give predictions, so in that case, I think these teams haven't played each other yet this entire season. Last time they played was in Epicenter, and that's two entirely different lineups. So nobody knows what to expect and how these two go against each other. I'm going to say Virtus Pro, though. But, I mean, it's going to be a tough one. Yes.
That's Pro Orange, told you. Toby, what have you got for me and your prediction?
For me, I am definitely looking towards Virtus Pro. I think they're going to actually take the Series 2-1. EG will be the first team to actually take a game off VP. Main reason I'm leaning towards this is because I think VP is still going to have that one small little hiccup at the draft, something that EG will have prepared for them, and then it's going to come down to teamfight initiation, and we may actually have a 2-0 to VP if that teamfight's just more superior, but I think EG is going to find a small little gap to slip through and at least get one game.
Folks, you're no stranger to an EG shirt. I wonder where your prediction's going.
You know that the audience is mostly rooting for Evil Geniuses, and if you have a little bit of pressure there, Fogged.
I know. That's why I'm... Look at this. How do you guys...
Are you going to play with the popular kids, Fogged?
I mean, I was first. I can say that.
Both these teams, after watching them, EG is, they always say, first game of the day. They've struggled in their first game. VP as well. Last 2 months, I definitely have seen them struggle in their first game.
He's delaying. He's filling time.
But
just run it through
you
guys, Fogged.
Evil Geniuses is one of the best teams to adjust per series, and even in mid-game, so...
I'm going to go VP 2-1.
Oh!
Sorry, crowd.
Wow, yeah.
Hey, we're going to tell it like it is, Fox.
Right then. Well, I mean, there's this artist called Designer, and he wrote a song called Panda. That's exactly what I'm going to do right now. I'm going EG all the way, Boston. That's right.
See,
Suck up.
Hey, you got something right on the tip of your nose there, Machine.
Sorry, excuse me.
Right at the tip of your nose.
Excuse me.
I do think that, I mean, I would love EG to win as well, purely to see these guys right there go absolutely ham, because I know they will.
Well, it's not out of the realms of possibility. I mean, we've highlighted already that, the EG we saw in the group stage and the EG we saw in the first day of round of 16 were two very different beasts, right? I mean, like, Fog, you were quite critical of some of the moves we saw from EG versus Complexity, then versus Wings. Defending TI champions don't make a roster change, same damn patch, a 2-0.
Yeah, they played completely differently than the previous years. I mean, even the early game, though, versus Complexity, they had a very solid early game. It was just like their mid-game was just like kind of falling apart. When we saw them playing versus Wings, it was completely different. They were just like in unison, playing together, not taking these individual risks, just playing as a team more as like a confined unit.
So are there any kind of clashes of playstyles when you look at VP and EG? I mean, we were kind of talking about the pace that Complexity had versus EG. That actually caught them out in that third game of the second time they played. Haven't we always said VP have got that scary CIS pace to them?
Yes. I do feel like that we saw that Evil Geniuses can adjust in the series against Wings. But at the same time, you are right, because Complexity just played a little bit faster in the series that they won against Evil Geniuses. And Virtus Pro is very scary. But what we've also seen from Evil Geniuses is that if the lanes don't go entirely the way they want them to, they can adjust in the laning stage and just switch it up to the way that they want it. I remember a game that Evil Geniuses played against NP at the Summit, and NP had this amazing start. Lanes were were amazing. First 3 minutes, everybody was saying, okay, you know, MP, they got these lanes. And then a couple of changes, the right call at the right time, and Evil Geniuses just started taking over. And I think that is something that is going to be the most important thing during the series, to be able to adjust mid-game.
I mean, this was like the hardest the one to predict. I thought the Ad Finum one was going to be hard for me to predict, but this one just like it tore my heart to really pick one of the two.
You wish you could see the draft beforehand, because for me, like I know we're talking about the mid game that comes out from EG. I feel a lot of that is also on the back of how that mid matchup goes. We did the matchup already, saying like Sumail versus no one, but it's like what you draft and your timing of it. Like that game against Wings, like you can say okay, EG, it was really great. Like they played an Alchemist, they just played the timing out, everything was good. But VP also showcased in their matchup against IGV just how dynamic they can be. You talk about a fast-paced kind of style from Virtus Pro. They also can slow it up. They play very, very patient. One team fight, one great positioning from solo, and they never lost the momentum. I feel like Wings actually gave a couple of opportunities for EG, not getting kills on an off lane, or moments like this, which gave EG like things they could pressure and then just punish with. VP will probably not give you the same kind of opportunities.
So I think the next kind of question and the next discussion we have to have as the draft is looming is, what are our big questions? You know, you already highlighted one. You said, will we see Shadow Demon? Not forgetting that both of these teams had Shadow Demon for their victories to get themselves to the quarterfinals. What other questions, Folk, have you got?
I have one. I've seen EG do a couple greedy styles, of course, with like the jungle Venomancer's Eye, and then just like they don't really help Sumail that much. This is my one concern, because I think solo, if he gets like his Ogre, if he gets like his Shadow Demon, one of these heroes that he likes like Undying, he's just going to come and he's going to mess with him, and it's going to throw the rhythm off, and it's going to force a lot of rotations. When you put pressure on another team, you force reaction. Forcing reaction always puts them kind of on a back foot. So I think that's like the one thing in question to me. Is EG going to be able to just predict Solo's movement, just understand that he does tend to do it a lot of the times, but just to make sure, emphasize that, I think is going to be really important.
Yeah, I think for this series as well, IO is sure, VP picks IO sometimes, but haven't really done it this Boston Major. Evil Geniuses, they've played, what did they play, 8 to 9 games or something like that? They've played IO 5 times out of their 8 games. That is crazy. That is a crazy amount. They played on both Psy and Crit. They both had it. And that is something that I hope it's going to get banned, but if you're banning out IO, that means you're going to make other decisions, let other heroes through, let the Bat Riders through, let Shadow Demon through, depending on who has first pick. I mean, again, we come back to this. The draft is going to be so important.
I actually almost wish that in the first 4, we take out IO, Alchemist, SD, and Bat Rider.
Yes.
And then we have ourselves such an interesting series coming up.
Hey, we might see those banned.
We may.
But then the Ramses Lifestealer gets through.
Hey, that's 2 out of 4.
That's 2 out of 4.
Let's get it going.
2 out of 4. Goodbye, Shadow Demon. VP were having none of that.
The crowd's having all of that too. They're like, yes, don't want to see Shadow Demon. No more illusions.
It's such a pain. Like, you can't run a Luna, you can't run an Alchemist. These things just turn against you every time.
Virtus Pro is one of the teams that actually picks Shadow Demon without the Luna. Oh, sorry, picks Luna without the Shadow Demon as well.
That's true.
There we go.
So the Drow ban. So we are going to see something coming through. Something's going to be coming through.
IO. Now, Evil Geniuses have a pretty bad track record against Alchemist. They love picking it, and they do really well with it. But I don't think Alchemist is that much of a Virtus Pro hero. It's not really aggressive enough for them. Am I wrong in saying that?
I could agree, but they would just... I think they would pick it in a situation where they have like something like a Slardar Darkseer and something else, like just to be able to fight 4 versus 5 away from the Alchemist. I think that it still fits their playstyle, but it's not like 100% them. It's probably like just a little bit different.
Yeah, maybe also the 9 pick. And there's the Ogre. That means we have got Alchemist and IO still in the pool.
They take the Wisp, yeah, for sure. This is probably the more contested hero. Shadow Demon, Slardar Lifestealer. Bam, instant opener.
I love how quick that was. This is what you were talking about, Toby.
Super theory crafted. Both these teams were just like, okay, if they pick, like, their VP was probably just like, if they pick Wisp, this is exactly what we're going to. They probably discussed this so much last night. They even, I mean, no one even in the interview said, don't give us this Slardar Lifestealer. So...
At the same time, EG should have been able to prepare for this as well. We know what VP are going to draft. Like the Lifestealer, the DK, the Darkseer, the Slardar, these are like 4 of their biggest picked heroes. And EG, you get the IO. Okay, this is the trade-off you have. And a Treant Protector as well. Okay, they're keeping themselves very secret.
Leaving both, I mean, they already picked up both their supports, though.
And fairly passive supports for the early stages of the game. Sure, IO can help out mid a lot, but at the same time, the lanes are not going to be Well, the only reason they would be strong is because the Treant protects their living armor, but that is kind of all. They are low on disables.
But Tree's really fantastic against lifesteal. That's the one big thing. If you can get levels up on Tree and Protector, he works in 2 ways against the way Ramses plays lifestealer, because Ramses likes to chip away at that tier 1 tower on the bot.
Yeah.
And then the Tree and Protector stops this. So he can't just like rage and take the tower, then TP out. That's what Ramses has always been doing with his lifestealer. And it's what IGV actually stalled them up with too when they went for this Witch Doctor and Tree and Protector against them.
Yeah, I like the Tree versus lifesteal too, because it puts him on a position where if you get rooted, you have to rage there. And if you're already raged, you're just stuck in it. You force him to get an item which isn't really the most optimal.
Like
Ramses does do the Manta style, which it ends up working out because he usually goes with the standard Armlet, Echo Saber, Deso into the Manta, or maybe switching out the Echo Saber for the Manta between there. So it does put him on a little bit of a different edge. But also, oh man, I had something, but whatever. Yeah, so I was going to say the EG is probably going to look to be banning the Darkseer, obviously because the Slardar Darkseer combo that VP loves to run, since, you know, the support Slardar, you just give him a lot more potential, and the DK. I think those are the 2 big ones that EG should be looking to ban out.
Of course, we did highlight beforehand when we were talking about Lifestealer in general, one of the least successful picks to actual wins throughout the group stage, but the one person who broke that rule was Ramses on his Lifestealer.
It was even Sir Action Slacks that asked on stage to Ramses afterwards, like, if you pick your Lifestealer, like how much do you feel like you've already won? It's like, yeah, we win with that. No worries, every single time.
I like both these bans, Sven and Alchemist. The Sven, obviously, the armor, the Warcry versus the Slardar is very good. It's a very good Wisp partner, and the Alchemist, I mean, yeah. Don't need to say much about that one.
Yeah, we know about that.
That's all that matters. And it's interesting that that the Darkseer is banned out there. Sure, Nine Pasha is great on that hero, but I mean, Sand King is still in the pool as well.
I think it just enables too much, like the Wombo combo. You know, the vacuum into Slaughter Stun. VP's been landing like 3 to 4 man vacuum combos with that, with the burst potential from the Lifestealer. It's just really difficult to handle. It's like, okay, we come out in the lane phases, and then these 2 melee cores are just running at us with Ion Shell. It's too much just increase.
And they move so quickly, like Slaughter Sprint, then you add Surge as well. Like the ability for VP to initiate before you even get high levels on the Ion Shell is just too good. But Virtus Pro, so the Lil Weaver.
Well, we say that. We could also have Nine Pasha Weaver.
That
I
is
mean,
true.
it is a little bit of both. We've seen it both before, and we've seen yesterday how many teams love Weaver now.
You know, it's actually kind of cool too. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off
go
there,
ahead.
but the Weaver, you can do some like things that you wouldn't really think about, like infested Weaver early on in the game. That's like a shuttle, and you don't really need a blink tag or anything, and you can get straight to the back line. What does Wisp want to do? He wants to stay in the back. He doesn't want to get focused down so heavy. Weaver enables that super hard. Wisp also has like 0 armor, so the bugs from the Weaver are extremely detrimental to that as well. So it's a very interesting pickup here for sure, and more minus armor. They already like to build the Desolator on the Lifestealer, amplify damage from Slardar, and then the Weaver, of course, building the Blightstone medallion, all that massive minus armor. You said you wanted to see some clockwork, and there you go.
I got my wish. It's Universe having the ability to make plays. He also has a lot of survivability thanks to the help of the Tree and Protect, but I'm worried that EG's laning phase is just a little too passive against VP. And also, if it comes online early enough, the Clockwork gets a lot of space if he's able to like move up and be aggressive. So if you get a good couple of like Cog Burns on the Lifestealer, you bring down his mana, you might have a better chance in the lane, because then you don't have like that Rage and Open Wound slowdown, which would potentially find you in death.
DK, kind of expected, especially versus Tree. Like, you can just be able to force down a tower before the Living Armor comes out. It's very good versus the Living Armor on heroes as well, and, I mean, this is just a VP staple, especially when they have the Slardar and the Lifestealer.
Evil Genius's draft is, I like it because it doesn't need anything specific. You need levels, and you're going to get levels no matter what. In terms of farm, sure, you have some core items that you'd want, but you're not useless without them should the lanes not go well. So far, indeed, I agree with Toby, though. It's slightly on the passive side, but perhaps these last 2
So what
picks.
counterbalances that? That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, what is going to be the...
You need big playmakers. You need some Mal that can actually set the tempo.
We still have OD in the pool?
And...
I'd
be worried about the OD primarily because once the BKBs are up, he's not going to control anything, and he's not quick enough damage to capitalize. I can almost prefer to see something more like... It's not even Templar Assassin. He matches poorly against the DK. but something that Sumail can find a kill and quickly move on to somebody else. That's always the issue when VP runs such a lineup. It's so many like heavy strength heroes, then the Weaver with time-lapse. You commit the damage, you commit for a kill, but sustain doesn't do it. You have to instantly find that murder.
Great Wisp combo, great pairing versus Lifestealer, and great pairing versus Lifestealer and versus Dragon Knight.
And early aggression.
And early aggression, exactly. And they're dire, so it gives them Roche potential. Maybe even some level 1 Roche. Doubt it, but...
Yeah. Not worth as much. they could do it with just the 2, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so what do we look forward to seeing here from Virtus Pro? We lack,
Disruptor is where my head's heading on
it
this.
is already banned.
That's a problem then.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses saw that possibility too.
You think maybe EG goes back for something like a Naga Siren, since this is similar to what they ran in the group stages with the Ursa Naga? Ursa just kind of like making space all over the place while the Naga just becomes this like huge detrimental force, because that would give them the late game.
Don't you lose the game in the end though, because you still can't push high ground? Like,
that is
until you start
problem.
murdering all of VP, the Naga is just going to be... like, it's what Purian hates. Well, we'll play this game out to like 50, 60 minutes, and then the result is still the same.
I mean, this was, let's not forget, if they do go Naga, that was where the only victory versus complexity in that last game for Seeds in the group stage did get the win for EG.
Would definitely give them a lack of building hitters, so maybe something more like an Invoker, but that takes so long to come online, and you're so susceptible to getting blown up.
Speaking of building hitters, imagine if VP also try and combo this with something like a Jakiro. Insanely tanky lineup. You've then got nice control. Lane pressure is pretty good, and your ability to force down buildings with both the DK tick and Jakiro tick.
Yeah, they need more control for that Ursa.
Yeah.
That is what Virtus Pro will look for with their last support pickup, which is probably going to be Solo. By the way, Solo has all his heroes banned out, apart from the Witch Doctor of the heroes that he actually played this major so far. And it is Sumail Storm Spirit, something with a high tempo initiation possibility there that gets removed by Virtus Pro.
Witch Doctor wouldn't be too bad. Getting his ulti off in a fight would be difficult, but he's a good counter against the Io and Ursa. But they banned the Storm Spirit out from VP, so there's that playmaker that EG could have used.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think the Witch Doctor, maybe even like a Rubik, just some hard 5, because they obviously, the approach that they have is they want this Weaver to be able to scale, and they want to be able to have their push timings.
Do you feel like Witch Doctor would give enough control over... Oh, hello, Morphling.
So Morphling. Okay, so they go... That's a different super late game hero. With the Wisp pair up, it makes him, enables him to be even stronger. Of course, with Living Armor makes him even more powerful, but it's not this like 60-minute thing where we can't push buildings. Morphling can actually just like force towers down and split push super heavily.
Perhaps EG were inspired by Adfinum yesterday. Good to see a big Morphling there.
I would not be surprised. And then again, the Morphling is one of the heroes that they actually didn't do that well with at the Summit.
It's kind of smart now. You kind of think that they were already deciding on the Morphling when you see that Disruptor ban beforehand on the 4th ban. Maybe they were just kind of prepping for it in the later stages. So that's a really cool approach that EG took to guarantee themselves a nice Morphling pickup.
I'm still concerned about EG's draft coming online a little bit too late. And like what they're going to match up. Like when EG's ready to fight, VP's going to have a lot of farm on their DK, on their Lifestealer. You may have like armlets both on these guys. Even we might find farm, and now you get an Ancient Apparition at the end.
So not a whole lot of... They have like the Slardar and everything for the lockdown and the DK, but this is very good versus the Morphling. But the mid lane, Wisp Ursa running at a DK, I feel like he's going to struggle quite a bit.
He will definitely struggle. I also still feel that Virtus Pro has got a lineup that they're very comfortable with. If EG can beat this lineup, they are going to force Virtus Pro to play differently for the first time that they've ever been forced to do that in this major.
Man, oh man, this has been one of the most hotly anticipated games of the Boston Major so far. One of the teams between Virtus Pro and EG is going home. Our panel was a little split. Looks like they're expecting to see big things from VP. I don't know if that's changed from the draft.
Not for now. So far, this is their comfort zone.
Everyone's going to be nibbling their nails, and we're going to be jumping into our first game of our day here in the Wang Theatre. Let's get into it, though. It's EG, VP, and your casters are none other than Gods and OD.
Thank you very much, Alex. We're here in the theatre getting ready for the first series of the day. Evil Geniuses, Virtus Pro, in one of the most hotly contested matchups we could have expected to see here at the Boston Major. The game is beginning. We'll be able to hit ourselves into the map, but Gods, what's going on here? VP sneaking in this final counter pick of the Ancient Apparition. It's an absolute nightmare for some of EG's heroes. Is it going to be enough?
It's one of those crazy things where you think you've kind of seen most of what VP like to do, and then they bust out a different hero for solo in the 5 position. It's weird that the 5 position is the hero to talk about, but it's such a good hero to counter the healing of the Io, the Treant, the Morphling when he's trying to morph strength if he gets ganked. Very good pick, but EG have a good plan. They've got very defensive lanes. They've got an Ursa who can kind of control the game in Sumail. It's a very good matchup mid for him with the Ursa versus Dragon Knight. And Arteezy, despite the fact there's an AA in the game, this is a great Morphling game. There's so many good ways he can split push, kind of just farm up. He shouldn't really be contested too much in the lane. This was a great pick for Evil Geniuses, even with the AA there.
I mean, with these heroes, who's going to start to up the tempo first? If you're EG, you have to be very worried about this slider, getting that Blink Dagger timing and starting to move Ramses around the map, jumping in on some VG's cores, which potentially 15-minute or so mark in aren't going to be quite at the position they need to be in terms of being ready to fight back against VP's aggression.
Yeah, the first few moves could come from EG after the lane stage when they hit level 6 on Universe on the Clockwork with like a Face Boots Ursa and a Clockwork 6. They can get kind of aggressive, but around that, the real plays are going to come from the Slider Blink. Slider gets Blink, and that's where EG are going to be playing more on the defensive. They've got the heroes to do it with. They can IO Tether save people. They've got the Treant Armor. They've got the Overgrowth to control the Lifestealer. They're going to be the more reactionary team come mid-game time.
So as you mentioned, this mid-lane matchup, Sumail certainly going to have the edge in terms of hero versus hero, and especially with the backup of Zai hanging around on the IO. How does no one deal with this? Is he kind of expected to hold his own, or are we going to see VP look to help him out in the early stages?
It's a tough hero to really help out. You want to give DK that solo XP as much as possible, so he'll probably just struggle a bit on CS, but he's gone for a Windlay Stout Shield, going very defensive with his items, getting the movement speed to be able to kind of get away from the Ursa when he needs to, but still a tough matchup. Even with the Windlace, he's still equal on movement speed with the Ursa, and that's before the Tether. Once that Tether comes in, Ursa can chase him down.
You can see at the top lane, Pasha heading forward and trading blows with Crit and trying to force Artur back. CS-wise, Arteezy having a final time in the first minute. Easy 4 for 3 at the moment. Then back over on VP's side of the map on the safe lane for Ramses. 2-0 at the moment, so he seems to have a little bit of a harder time, but he's got a good wave pushing in now. The Universe has just been trying his best to control the lane up, and he's already got that sentry down as well, and already moving across, seeing if he can find the supports, just keep eyes on them, and start to play around a little bit with VP.
Yeah, it's a nice little pull through from Lil, getting the creep wave away from Universe. He doesn't want to go too aggressive contesting it because it is a soon-to-be level 2 Weaver. Once he's got Swarm as well as Shikuchi, if you get in too close, they can easily chase you one down if you mess up with your cogs.
Mid lane, I mean, he's got the Fairy Fire, but one more swipe will do it, but he's juked him out! He's only going to juke him out with the Salve. It will be cancelled there, I believe, by the range creep or such, but no one able to keep his life intact. One touch away from being brought down by the Fuzzy Wuzzy.
Yeah, nice little juke there from no one, but he's still in kind of tough times. He's only got 350 gold as a mid-Dragon Knight, sitting on low HP. And as it is, he's gone for a second point in Dragon Blood just to try and help salvage this lane a bit. Lil.
I mean, it's Lil's support. I mean, you can't expect anything less from this man. Already coming in, sniping the courier 2.5 minutes or so in. Nothing on it.
That really saves the DK's early game. You don't have to worry about Ursa getting a bottle out early or a phase boot, and no one suddenly goes from having 360 gold to having almost enough money for a bottle. He's up to 600, so just 1 or 2 CS away from being able to pick up a bottle in that mid lane. That actually goes for the boots, but either way, it gives him that little bit of a gold boost that really salvages the fact he was getting beaten in this mid lane.
Top lane as well. Looking at Pasha's offlane plays, he's getting the CS and he is getting the levels. It seems that because you have Zai kind of mainly looking towards the bottom lane, Pasha, he's able to find quite a bit from this offlane.
Yeah, he's not really getting zoned out all too much. The Treant alone has very high right-click damage, but Pasha's able just to use his level 2 sprint to kind of cut around. They're getting a bit aggressive now, but realistically, they're just looking to zone Pasha, not actually get a kill.
Just trading blows at the moment. Back over to the safe lane of VP. Ramses 21 for 4. At the start, we saw Universe trying his best to slow down the farm, but Universe, similar to Gunner Pasha, isn't really slowing down the safe laners as much. But Universe is finding farm. He's 8 for 4. He's hitting level 4. So as well, this looks to be on par for a good timing for that level 6, which, as you mentioned, is going to be pretty crucial for EG to step up the play before Slider hits that blink timing.
Yeah, they can make some moves. Like the Dragon Knight at mid lane becomes in a very vulnerable position when Clockwork's level 6. We've seen a lot of these teams who will rotate their offlaner towards that mid lane. We saw Dragon Knights struggle a bit yesterday in some of the games. They can fall behind very quickly if they get ganked once or twice.
Ooh, and here we have a bit of trouble around the bottom room side. He tried to nab it, he's not going to get it. It's going to be VP that turned that around into the face of Zai. Get Lil that first blood, and if there's one thing we've come to learn from watching VP games, if Lil starts to get kills early on, we're going to see this quick medallion and such, and it's an absolute nightmare to deal with a support Weaver if he gets this early farm.
That's such a good rotation from Dragon Knight. He doesn't have a bottle. I imagine Zai's not expecting to be there because he has no bottle. Why would he go for that move?
And mid lane Pasha He's coming for the early rotation. Zai is there, so it's going to make it pretty hard for VP to find anything out the back of this. In fact, Lil in trouble. Positive verifier. It's not enough. Sumail and Zai outsmarting VP. We've seen them try for this time and time and again, VP. Whenever they play the Slider on the offlane, they always rotate Pasha in before he hits 6, try and catch the mid lane off guard. But it's so much harder to do with the ward down, with Zai in position. It's a tricky move and it gets punished.
Yeah, and EG have the defensive options. They have the Io who can get back. They were hoping that they could do that perhaps before the Io respawn, but he was ready to.
Pasha kind of baiting Arteezy here in, and he's going to be fine there. A little bit of a bait and switch, but Arteezy will be A-okay.
The double Wraith Band doing so much damage from Weaver. Lil may force Arteezy kind of back to Fountain here, or perhaps at least something like a Salve to be ferried out.
And lots of pressure being put up top, and at the moment Arteezy has been left on his own. Zai eyes towards the bottom. Now Crit's going to return to the lane, and Salve is there ready for Artur, getting him back into fighting position to continue this farm game. CS-wise, as we can see, still that mid lane. I mean, the CS difference is absolutely huge. Sumail 41 for 17 against no one's 14 for 0. No one, again, constantly being threatened to Sumail, just dominating this mid lane.
Yeah, this is what EG like to do. Set Sumail up for success. He's going in aggressive for a kill here.
And Lil is there to kind of offer a bit of backup. A quick turn towards Lil, punching him down. Zai. He's come across to back up Sumail. Lil's actually just going to focus down the IO, and Zai's in trouble. No one with the Breathe Fire picks up the IO kill.
A lot of heroes converging in the mid lane for VP, so the IO kill's a bit rough. Zai obviously being the target of a lot of aggression first at the bottom rune, now there, but realistically it's Ursa's continuing to put DK under pressure. Ursa's kind of kept alive there, so it's not the end of the world. And Ursa with an invis rune could threaten no one's life here. No mana for a stun this time.
Yeah, and with Zai coming across as well for the extra chase potential, no one will be taken down. So as soon as they lose Zai, as soon as he's back, he's ready for vengeance. And they'll get that kill, bringing it to 2-2 on the board.
Yeah, things coming together really nicely for EG on their two corals. And these are two players that have to have a good game. You've drafted defensive supports in Io and Tree, you're running a kind of enabling offlaner.
Artur should be fine here with the waveform.
Yeah, their draft does not really make space for either Arteezy or Sumail to have a bad game. Both of these players need to do well. For VP, a Dragon Knight who's struggling in the mid game, they can work around that. They're still going to hit their timing where Slider has a blink. They've got a Lifestealer who can come out. Lil's getting decent farm on the support Weaver. They're not reliant on the DK having a good early game. So VP, they're still in a position to make their draft work, but similarly, EG have gotten what they needed out of the early game.
Well, with this lead that the Sumail has had on the Ursa, can we expect them to try for an early Roshan, trying to kind of sneak that past VP's eyes before the big ults come online in terms of solo getting the Ice Blast? Is that going to be possible for EG, or is it too risky?
Yeah, they'd love to. It maybe going to be perhaps easier if they just get a kill rather than try and sneak it. Put yourself in a situation where VP cannot contest it.
He's got the hook shot here, has got the initial stun, and with the Patriosol, Lil can't seemingly cast anything. And EG, with that rotation, as you mentioned, as soon as Uni hits 6, he's across the map looking for any sort of opening.
Yep, he'll be hunting some of these easier kills, even getting kills onto the AA. You mentioned the Ice Blast, how big it can be as far as contesting a Roshan. Every single hook shot should be getting used at this point. Uni's not going to be looking to find a lane to sit and farm in. He wants to farm heroes with his team, and that's exactly what he's already done once. So good start for him with his first rotation, and EG still looking good. Sumail's got, Mask of Madness, so Roche is very easy for him to take down now, and also just the aggressive potential of this hero. DK cannot go in this mid lane. He's actually vacated to go jungle as a Dragon Knight. This is really rough for no one. It's kind of getting to that point where we talked about it doesn't matter too much if DK is a bad game, but this is turning into like a really bad game for DK.
We can see with the warning as well, VP at the moment do have this ops in the jungle and also by the Roche pit, so they've got pretty good intel if EG do start to make an attempt towards the Roche. Somehow come down into the nearby region or such with Zai as the backup. Maybe look at a bit of pressure on this bottom lane, push this out, get a bit more map control around this Roshan pit.
Yeah, and you push it out, you set the Trine up to heal up the tower. That's one of the beauties of this hero. Often VP's a team that wants to be able to take those early couple of towers to kind of get the ball rolling, that VP steamroll, but you get that Howard down to half and then suddenly it's healed back up, it gets that much more difficult to actually break, and they're going to actually have to invest more heroes and more resources to take down towers. Bring in the DK with an ultimate, make sure the Lifestealer has an armlet and they're fully committed for the tower with perhaps even Weaver with the Blightstone. They're going to have to just use more heroes to push towers that would normally fall without the DK rotation.
And ideally, of course, before the Roche, a kill would be nice. It looks like with this smoke, are they going to head straight in or try and find a pick-off first? Sumail just checks the area out, and he's going to go for it. He's got the backup of Universe and Zai just outside the pit. Hook shots at the ready.
Oh, he scouts the smoke, Lil.
Yeah, we'll spot Zai in the neighborhood. Not towards the side of Roshan, but now they'll know he's there now indeed. So Sumail has to be a little careful about how he goes about this. He does still have the backup, though. So feeling confident, he stands his ground.
Yeah, this is almost impossible to stop. They could try and snipe.
They don't have Ice Blast. Solo's still sitting at level 5. No one's going to lead him with the Dragon Tail, but immediately Universe coming in with a hook shot onto Solo on the backlines. Ramsey's coming across as well, take down the cogs, looks towards Universe, but Universe is already TP'd out. And at the end of the day, it's EG getting the Roshan, getting the Aegis, and getting out of there, and it only cost them Crit's life.
Yeah. Perfectly acceptable there. I mean, the tree, it's one of those games where playing a support this game is not going to be a lot of fun for the EG supports, but their job is to enable these cores. Sumail gets himself the Aegis with the help of the IO tether. It does open up VP to take a tier 1, so I feel like VP, it's a Roshan they didn't need to contest, but this is a tower they need to take.
EG want to fight this by the looks of it as well. Sumail, he's looking about coming forward. Dragon Tail for no one, and now moving in. Pasha tries for the crush, isn't going to connect, so Sumail is not going to even lose his Aegis here on this play down bottom.
He's almost showing they want to go back in now that Enrage has come off cooldown, but VP have already vacated this bottom lane. Gives some nice needed gold the way of that Dragon Knight. It was Morphling, though, who gets a tower trade. That was Arteezy taking the mid-tier 1 tower, not the safe lane tower I was expecting him to push. This is a much more important objective to take. A lot of access points on the map, being able to go into that Radiant jungle now through the mid lane, and also just taking away a nice little TP location very central for the VP side makes that an important play for Arteezy to make.
I mean, for VP now, do you feel the priority is going to be just getting that Blink Dagger for Pasha done? They need to have some sort of jump to enable Ramses to start these fights. They do have level 6 now upon Solo. I mean, with that combo, they can blow up a fair few of EG's members.
It's whether or not they can wait that long, because Pasha's not all too close for it. They may feel they need to make like a Infest play before then, using like an Infest into the Weaver, or even like just getting Dragon Knight involved, go for a smoke play. There's a very deep Dire Ward that spotted numerous heroes TPing around the mid lane. It looks like VP are going to look to just kind of 5-man and brute force some of these towers. They've got the DK ultimate. There's a lot of armor on the Dragon Knight now with the Dragon Blood and the Helm of Iron Will. They feel confident that they can force EG to make a response, and Ursa's not a good hero to really defend towers with. Same thing for the Morphling. He doesn't have the items. He's going to be looking for the split push play.
Arteezy just working down on the tier 1 up top. Crit on in mid at the moment with the living armor. Does have a Universe in the neighborhood as well. Hook shot at the ready, so if EG want to jump, they certainly can try for it. Arteezy yet to join. VP. Looks like they're on the verge of finishing off this tier 1. Universe, he's straight underneath this ward, but he's going to jump in Solo with the Ice Blast immediately onto Sumail. Sumail tried to chop down one, but Lifestealer jumps inside no one. Sumail just turns towards the DK, takes him down instead. They'll lose the Aegis and they will lose Zai, but they find the kill, not only just onto no one, but to Pasha as well. And Sumail, he's not done yet. He's looking for Ramses. Ramses over the phase boot, seems to be a little too speedy, slows down Sumail with the upper wounds, but Zai, he's come in, he's backing up Sumail, he's relocated across to enable Sumail to find the kill. And EG there, holding on to the mid-tier 1, taking 3 big kills, all 3 cores of VP being knocked to the ground.
They just waited and waited. Sumail farming an Ancient Camp just to finish that Blink Dagger so he could make sure he got a great jump off. Ramsey's made the perfect play. We'll see it again here. He instantly realizes he's in trouble, and then he gets the Infest to get himself out of there. He gets into the Dragon Knight. That saves his life, but problem is Dragon Knight's going down as well. Sumail at this point is just too strong and able to take out too many heroes in these kind of fights.
And just the chase down, and of course that little sweet play from Zai, buying back, relocating in to just block Ramsey. He did not expect it. Up to the high ground. Zai's there with the buyback, relocate, and just that little bit of a slowdown, allowing Sumail, once his blink comes back off cooldown, to jump in and finish off that big old kill of the Ramsey's Lifestealer.
That was a big sigh, almost of concern.
Very big sigh from Solo.
He sounds almost a bit worried there. Has hit level 6, the Ice Blast coming online, throws the first one at Arteezy, who waveforms away from a Weaver to not get himself caught out there. We'll see Zai and what he's done. 100% kill participation so far in this game. He has been kind of the linchpin. He's pulled together this EG strategy. He's enabled the Ursa to do as well as he had in the mid lane. He's been the one who's helped chase down those kills, as we just saw with the buyback like that. So definitely don't look at the fact Zai is 100% of their deaths as well. It's been his involvement and what he's done elsewhere for the CG squad.
And we'll see if VP do try and attempt for that mid-tier one again anytime soon.
It's full HP. That was down to, it was like 103 HP, now it's full. This is the problem. If you don't get that tower, suddenly you've got to, once again, invest all 5 heroes for a fight that you just lost that 5v5 fight. So I don't think you'll be too inclined to go for it again. And next time you take that fight, Morphling, yeah, he's got a Lincoln Sphere. 14 minutes 50, Arteezy is good to go. Bit slower than you sometimes see, but that's because he's got all these other small items. He's got the Treads, he's got a Blightstone, Quelling Blade, even the Magic Wand. He's gone for all these items to make sure he has the best possible early game.
And the EG coming across here, 4 in towards the Radiant jungle. At the moment, Ramses is on his own behind that tier 1 down bottom, and Uni's found him. Ramses was trying to TP out, but Universe got the vision.
He can't TP now.
He's on his own. He needs members to come over and help him, and they will head over. But as we can see, oh my goodness, just Universe with the sense of mind to check that out, cancel the TP, and cause VP again to just have to play around EG.
Top. He's found Pasha.
Pasha, he's very, very close to his Blink Dagger as well. That's a big kill, as we're talking about. VP need Pasha to hit that Blink Dagger timing, being knocked back about 300 gold there. And crit, eyes on Ramses. Does have backup in the neighborhood. Universe doesn't have a hook shot though. But they're bringing over Sumail and Zai. Ramses in a lot of trouble here. He's going to be jumped on immediately, trying to rage and run, but crits there with the ult, holding the Life Stealer in place. And at 8-4, 16 minutes in, Sumail and Arteezy top of the net worth, but it's starting to look very, very grim for VP in this opening section of the game.
He may not be the elusive, annoying hero that the Bounty Hunter is, but Crit is reminding me a lot of what we saw yesterday from MNT on the Bounty Hunter, just constantly scouting through this Radiant jungle, finding the kills and getting the map information for his team. The dire vision right now is insane. A deep lane ward at top, at mid, in the Radiant jungle. EG see everything thanks to this Treant Protector, giving them all the info. And then he calls his team in. He finds a life steal. He says, team, come and get him, force his rage. As soon as he rages, he pops the Overgrowth. This Treant pick completely disabling Ramses in this game.
And Pasha, 100 away from that Blink Dagger. And yeah, no one actually going to let him have the creep there to make sure he does get his way towards that Blink, the ever crucial item that Virtus.pro have been waiting upon.
They have to do a lot with it.
They really do. I mean, Arteezy, he's had all the space in the world.
Yeah, they are behind right now by a big margin. They can't take towers. Normally, this is a VP team who, if not for the Treant, would have taken at least a couple towers and not care they're behind on kills, but they haven't had that gold injection because of it. And this Treant Protector is keeping the towers alive, is keeping the vision game up. He is doing absolutely everything to make sure that these EG carries can farm and just find the kills.
VP, and we'll find the space to find a tower. Just require the 4 of them to push out. Meanwhile, pressure's being put onto their tier 2 on the mid lane from Arteezy. They are ready to fight though, smoked up.
EG should expect the Blink Dagger to be online at
Here's
this point.
the reveal. Pasha jumping in. Can they blow down Arteezy with the Ice Blast coming in as well? They should make a good job, but he gets the chance to replicate out. And I think he's all right in the health department, that the Ice Blast is not going to bring him down. So Artur will walk that one off, and that's the Blink reveal done. And it didn't find that crucial kill. They're still trying to play around this Universe. Holding onto the hook shot, comes across, disrupting the side of the fight here. Sumail trying to move in onto Ramses. Ramses raging, but Ramses, he has to run. Held in place by the root. Crit with the control of this team fight. Solo now being focused by Sumail. Artur comes across with the nuke to blow him down. Sumail finds the triple. They're taken down 4. Zai, he's chasing down Pasha. This IO with big old balls. 12-4 EG. I mean, it really feels like VP just haven't woken up this morning, because Evil Geniuses are just 2 steps ahead.
They almost felt like a VP team that looked almost broken by EG. The way they just chased after they used a lot to reveal the Blink and not kill Arteezy, and then they still chased up into the high ground. EG had the high ground advantage there, were ready for them. Arteezy wasn't that far off, he just had to walk his way back to the fight from bottom lane, and
I mean, the amount that they're grouped up. You know, Universe comes in, he does get Dragon Tail, but just with the cogs controlling Lil and no one. Crit with a huge overgrowth there, holding them in place. Yeah. And they've actually just called it. They've Ramsey just called it. Ramsey's is out. Oh, I can't believe it. If you told me game 1 of today was going to end within 16 minutes, I would not have believed you. But Evil Geniuses with what I think was the quickest win we've seen on the main stage here so far.
I'm speechless. This is the VP team that people talked about, hyped up as being this behemoth of a team.
Wow.
So hard to beat, so hard to figure out. EG, they figured them out here in game 1. You've got to hope if you're in VP's shoes, they've got a plan B.
You really, really have. I mean, we sometimes talk about these sort of GGs that come tentatively early in the sense that game 1 of the best of 3, if you're VP, maybe it's better to just kind of wipe the slate clean. Don't mess around in a game where you're already so far behind. Get your head clear for game 2, because they're certainly going to need to.
I think it's okay they GG out when they do, but that was such... I mean, you've got to talk about EG when it comes to that game. 9-0 on Sumail's Ursa. Arteezy didn't even have to get involved. That's how good this strategy is, how well they played around the Ursa and Clockwork, finding all those pickoffs. The fact that they never even had to use their backup plan, the plan B, which was the Morphling to kind of come online. EG just destroying VP. They read every movement.
Really, a less than 20-minute victory. Absolutely incredible stuff from Evil Geniuses. We'll be able to bring in the panel. I mean, they must have had to rush back to their seats off the back of that one. I don't think you were expecting it that quick, Alex, were you?
I'm unfit, OD. I am. I'm actually out of breath.
Yeah, me too.
two flights of stairs. Was 90 minutes probably close to the quickest game we've seen in the Boston Major? I mean, that was swift.
I think, well, definitely here in the main event.
Main event, there was one faster in the group stage, but that was brutal.
I don't think anyone would have expected that for VP-EG.
No, not that sure, at least.
If you expect it, you expect it the other way. Because VP is a team that can steamroll and put together these drafts that win games incredibly fast, but you wouldn't expect it from EG.
Not to win in this style, but absolutely fantastic style, and you've got to feel worried for VP coming into game 2 after that.
Yeah, we'll be back with you to see what VP do return with. Thank you very much. That is Gods and OD. Hello, panel.
Hello.
Hi. Hi.
What's just happened? 19 minutes, I barely had my breakfast in my mouth, and already we're back here on the panel. EG just destroying Fogged.
Said they kind of needed to have a play in case Solo makes those rotations to mid lane. Solo didn't even have a hero that could do that. So they emphasized so hard on shutting down no one that he couldn't even really get into the game at all. Having this Wisp Ursa mid lane, DK can't do anything, honestly. Like, he just gets run down. Lil dying here is also super unfortunate. I think the Weaver didn't really work out for them either. They didn't have a real support to really do anything. They had, like, they needed to, they had, like, the Slaughter who's their only disable on top of the DK, but the other two supports just, the two supports just aren't really able to do anything versus the lineup of EG. And EG's draft, it looks like they were literally like, take the Lifestealer. Look at those heroes. Everything but the Wisp is incredibly good versus Lifestealer. Yeah, this was a great buyback from Zai. They know they need to get the momentum going really hard in the early game, and that's exactly what they did. Crush VP Spirits.
Solo playing Ancient Apparition is great to counter that Morphling, but you know, they never really got to the point where that was actually needed because Sumail was such a beast on that Ursa. Yep. And then you got Universe with his Clockwork. He didn't need items. He was just right there with his team, keeping the momentum going, keeping the aggression going, and it seemed like Virtus.pro maybe slightly too greedy with their draft even.
It's VP going in for what they always knew was going to work in the past, but EG could easily prepare for it. And Universe, I love you mentioned him, 7 minutes in, already starts his rotation. As a Clockwork, as a hero that's able to go out there and do something. Also, his positioning in that fight around Roshan was perfect. Hook shot in, block him out, and then TV straight back out again. EG looks so much better today, like better than they've looked this entire major. Their coordination's on point, their drafting's on point, and they seem to have a great game plan.
Their decision making was impeccable. They're like Universe's plays, like you mentioned. He knew what his job was in this game. Just go in, split the fight up. If they isolate the Ursa, if they isolate the Lifestealer and the DK, Ursa can just rip them apart with the lead that he had.
I mean, we had so many questions coming into this game. One of which was, you know, is EG going to be on this positive trend, this correlation towards victory, or whether it was going to be that Wings was a bit of a blip on the radar? And already finishing that game, 19 minutes versus a Virtus.pro. In fact, I'm not going to be revealing too much when I say that we had a discussion. We said if it is going to be quick, it's going to be the other way around. God said it as well, right? That was our expectations. If anyone was going to be having a dominant 90-minute game, it was Virtus.pro, right, Sheev? That was the expectation.
Virtus.pro has been looking really good up until this point, but they also looked fairly predictable, and I think that is where yesterday both teams had the day off. Both teams just went through the drafts, like, what are we going to do? And Evil Geniuses just know better what to expect from Virtus.pro than the other way around. They have a more set plan that people are expecting to see from them, and they went exactly what EG thought they were going for, having that lifestealer in the first 2, and then Evil Geniuses having their draft completely around, just shutting that down. They were prepared. They were very much
and we are prepared to show you the scoreboards because this is going to help you understand exactly what went right and wrong. Admittedly, there are some very scary numbers on one side rather than the other. And I mean, a word on the street is some of the other players from other teams were shouting, screaming, and hollering when they saw that Ursa pick for EG.
This is the mango strut, by the way. Lil doesn't want anybody to know what he actually did. So only mangoes in his inventory. He had a great game.
Classic.
No, overall, I think Virtus.pro lost all their lanes. So it's really difficult for them to like really pinpoint one person, like this is where it went wrong, but no, everything lacked a little bit. And Sumail getting MVP is well deserved.
In the short time we're talking downstairs, like I know Fox, you were bringing it up, it's like this DK is getting nothing. Like how do you win an IO and Ursa lane like as a DK? And then you can see all the other resources of VP gravitate in towards this lane. That big failed gank that happened on mid, you got the Slardar as well as Lil rotating in on the Weaver, and then Lil ends up dying too, so your gank on that fails, and then there was another big missed Slardar crush in the bot lane. That would have really slowed down the momentum of the Ursa and potentially given you some breathing room. So we wouldn't have had such a quick game at that point, but still, everything was building up to that 30, 40-minute GG, and VP did the right thing. Like, they bailed. They bailed as quickly as they could. They don't want EG to feel any better about themselves than they already do. They knew this was eventually going to happen, that their predictable draft fails.
And this is what I want to ask, because it was a question that Odie brought up over on the caster desk. He was like, does this feel like a slightly premature GG? Gods didn't think so. Fog, you don't either. Like, just get it done, right, put a pin in it, and let's start focusing on game 2.
I think that the Ursa just went way too out of control. Like 9 kills on him. He got the Roshan. I think just EG's, the synergy that they showed in this game, the unison, was like perfect. They had Morphling split pushing top. They fight 4 heroes around the Rosh pit. Get the Rosh, Universe hooks in, just distracts them. They lose crit, doesn't matter, completely irrelevant. Arteezy then TP's mid, takes the mid tower at the same time as the DK's taking bottom tower. These trades are not in favor at all for VP.
Well, I mean, a sub 20-minute game to start off our day here. It's kind of crazy. And someone who is absolutely not crazy is Purge. He's ready to go ahead and explain what went right for EG.
Hey guys, it was a pretty action-packed game. There was a ton of impact from the Ursa, especially in the lanes. If you look at the matchup here, Ursa versus Dragon Knight, Ursa versus any melee hero is a super good lane matchup for EG. The only lane that didn't look amazing is maybe Clockwork versus 3 heroes, but that's a total staple for Universe. So a little bit of advantage here. Fury swipes from Ursa lets you do more and more damage to enemy heroes. That buff stays on for 15 seconds. So every single time that he slaps Dragon Knight there, the next time he hits him, he's going to do an extra bit of damage, and sometimes that can get to huge ranges. Sometimes he'll even grab something like an invis and get a solo kill. This is a huge move here by Sumail to grab this. Something really important that he did there is that as soon as he breaks invis, he attacks first and then follows up with his spells and combos. Pretty huge. And that eventually got into the mid game once he got Blink Dagger and Mask of Madness. A fast gank to the top lane after their opponents just saw him on the bot lane. Sets up a very important Slardar kill and a relocate from IO coming to help out if needed. But the crucial thing about that IO teleport was that it allowed him to instantly, after he was seen TPing to the top lane, to get all the way back to the bot lane because Crit was scouting this out. So if you take a look at Zai here, relocates back. This is where Zai came from to go to the top lane in the first place. And because of this, not 15 seconds later, instantly Sumail's on the bot lane. The big overgrowth, the guarantee, the lifestealer kill. And they're just all over the map. The big crucial fight here where VP was finally trying to gain some ground, they kind of forced this one with the Slardar going from the high ground, but Universe came from the bot side to initiate, jumping on the back line here, and basically Ursa got to do whatever he wanted in this fight, just blowing people up. So it was a really good engagement and a really great team fight from EG, and just across the board, it was the Sumail show.
The Sumail show. That's certainly a nice way to summarize it, as his Ursa did go off in just a very short space of time. 9 kills and dominating that mid lane. Thanks to Purge for helping shed some light on exactly what went right. And now we have the great luxury of having a little bit of time before that second draft to outline what does need to change. Because I want a third game. I'm just saying that right now. I want this game to go all the way, and I'd like to at least have 30 minutes of a game, please,
I
folks.
think even though the crowd is very much biased a little bit for Evil Geniuses.
What made you say that?
I don't know. You're talking about Shiva?
Just a little bit.
Yeah. I
just
feel
a
like
tiny little bit.
There's very few places in the world where you can say 2 letters and have a whole theater start screaming. Like if you just go like EG and then they just... Just 2 letters, guys. Just 2 letters.
I'm surprised you didn't go for the 3-letter chant.
Oh, no, they did slip that one out.
That one never stops.
Yeah.
There you go.
What have you done, Toby?
What have you
I
done?
didn't even need to say the
But
3
even
magical
though
letters.
they cheer for EG, mostly there's also a lot of Virtus.pro fans
There
in
is.
there. I think that all of these guys would love to see EG play more. So they're not there. If Virtus.pro takes his next game, I think they're not going to be too worried. However, it's going to be a very difficult thing to do for Virtus.pro because we talked about this before. This is the first game they lose, and we said before the series even started, it's all going to be about that second game. How are teams going to adjust? What did they learn from all the preparation? They spend a full day preparing for this matchup, and it's over in 19 minutes.
Yeah.
And now they have, what, 15 minutes?
Yeah. I mean, I think the big thing that's just like, they banned out the Sven, they banned out the Alchemist. Alchemist ban, I can go get behind. The Sven, you know, you could understand why because of like the amplified damage and everything that they wanted to go for, but in hindsight, they're probably like, we definitely needed to ban Ursa. Like Ursa versus Lifestealer is an incredible matchup. Like if he snowballs, the Lifestealer just gets absolutely destroyed. They already had the Treant Protector as well to enable that and just kind of follow him around in the jungle that we saw Crit have excellent positioning in.
I mean, the kind of the crazy concept, Shiva, is that VP had not conceded a single game.
Yeah.
And now it happens in what is one of the more convincing fashions. Before I do ask you any further questions, we have the beautiful opportunity to have the community ask us some questions. We're doing it throughout the major, and we've had some absolute great ones. This one is going to be coming in from Yuze. He says, have EG exceeded expectations for this major? Now, that's an interesting question, because it's a mixed bag, isn't it, Toby?
It kind of is. Like, I was expecting EG to at least make it to the semifinals, depending on how the grid played out, because that was a big thing for EG. But as far as exceeding expectations, I think they're finally living up to expectations.
Yep. Yeah, I'm seeing nods, Shiv.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think they performed below expectations in the group stages. A little bit above, you know, it started to look okay when they were playing up against Wings, but this is the EG that people were expecting to see, and this is the EG that people were already expecting to see in the group stages as well, but now they're finally shining. And, you know, Arteezy said it in an interview, they are better against better teams. So
that's actually a really good one. I love that sign.
Nice hat.
Yeah, solid artwork as well.
Yeah. But, I mean, I completely lost my train of thought. But Arteezy said in an interview, they play better versus better teams. And I think Virtus.pro, they bring out the best in EG. And that is really great to see.
Fogged player perspective, is playing to the level of your opponent a real thing? Is that something that teams genuinely can they can fall into?
Absolutely. Like, when you're playing versus a team that, like we said, like, you don't really respect, you can kind of just, you know, you just kind of joke around sometimes. It can be very bad for your team because you're just like, oh, you know, we're better than these guys. And you just, yeah, it's
a bad attitude to have.
It's a bad attitude.
I love this start from
Hello,
VP, and then the answer back from
cool.
EG. Like VP's like, okay, you know what? We're going to make space for our Lifestealer. He had a real issue with overgrowth, trying to break free of that one. We'll ban out the start. EG's like, we're not playing this game of chicken.
Yeah.
Like instantly, you take out that Lifestealer.
That's fun.
But this means now we get a lot more options in the draft because there's no Batrider in this. Like this opens up for Draw Ranger strats, potentially Alchemist still in the pool as well. Like
Shadow Demon Luna,
SD Luna. If we want to play that kind of game.
Yeah, we see Virtus.pro thinking about it. The first pick will go to Evil Geniuses, so it depends on which hero they want to give away. We still have IO in the pool as well. That was really well played, and they're going to leave it in again, banning out the Luna, still having the Shadow Demon. So the choice is Evil Geniuses. They have won all their games with Shadow Demon as well, so it's Shadow Demon or IO?
Do you want the IO or the Drow? The Drow is sitting like very far up in the list because if you want to give it like a first, because VP had the second pick, so they can get their proper combination with this as well.
Dro has been unbelievably targeted in all of our drafts in these playoffs. We have rarely seen it actually slip through the net.
Just makes your game plan too easy, you know, just makes your lanes too strong.
Right. But it's available, and that's all because of, well, Ramses and his Lifestealer, and because of, well, VP throwing that Treant out early.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses, it's so important to get this first pick right. They're taking into their bonus time for it as well.
It's the Whisper Shadow Demon, right?
Or Drow, because if you're gonna now Virtus.pro could potentially pick up IO and Drow. They're not really that much of an IO lineup or IO team rather.
Is it possible that they take it away from VP? I mean, excuse me, EG.
Hello.
Okay.
Oh, Vas?
They came in with a different idea.
Yep, definitely.
That's funny. Just hearing you go, it's a different idea.
Why would you snipe it this early?
Who's done this before? We were talking about this earlier. We've seen a team go
Ad
Finum went like second or first draft sniper.
Yeah, first phase sniper, and then they won that game too. So.
VP have to have some kind of good concept behind this. The Ogre is not that much of a surprise. EG going in from Mirana SD also feels very standard, but the sniper kind of pick up early on. Like, we've seen it picked in counter towards ODs and other stuff, but why over everything else that VP could go?
I mean, just a super solid mid laner, right? With Bloodlust as well. I don't think you can really lose to almost anything. You have to just get like roamed on and get caught out of position. But Sniper with Bloodlust is a pretty dominant mid laner for sure, and I think that's probably what they want to showcase for no one.
I like the Leshrac ban. We've seen Evil Geniuses use it after losing to it against Complexity. A lot more teams have been starting to use the Leshrac actually.
Yeah, very, very smart for VP to ban that one out, because it's one of those things you already feel pressured. The first game went over very, very quickly. You lose a fight. Leshrac is really great at punishing you by taking so many objectives so quickly that VP made us feel like their entire Boston Major career ends in the space of 40 minutes worth of game time.
Just like the best dual combo too, the Shadow Demon Leshrac, and they have the Mirana on top. So the Shadow Demon obviously can disrupt. You set up your stuns very easily, and it gives you a high burst damage potential.
That is some nice artwork right there. Good colors, good message, you know.
Save a
life, support life.
Yeah, I like it.
Hey, Fog just sitting there like getting horrible flashbacks. Like, yeah, I remember when I had to place those wards.
I remember when you could miss wards uphill. That was the worst. You're just like, I'm going to get it. Nope, 5 misses in a row, and then I get ganked and I'm dead. But yeah, looking at
Times have changed.
Times have changed. Thankfully, you can't miss on wards anymore. Clockwork Band makes sense because they have a sniper, obviously, and just the way Universe played it before, but I think it's more so just because of the sniper. I think Lesh with Shadow Demon is just such an interesting pair because like the Soul Catcher enables him to do so much damage in these small little skirmishes.
Talk to me. Sand King removed by EG.
We're looking for if you're looking for a 9 Pasha hero, Sand King is really one that can stop an initiation and stop people from getting to that sniper. Darkseer is obviously the other one that Virtus Pro would look towards, but Sand King was the one that is a little bit more scary.
It's also illusion clear as well.
I'm thinking the wrong way around as well, yeah.
Like Sand King versus Shadow Demon, like Epicenter, of course, clears illusions really easily once you're able to get that Aghanims, as we mentioned multiple times. The Caustic Finale pops on the illusions. And it's really strong to defend your tier 1s, defend your towers in the early stages, able to battle quite early on.
I'm interested to see how VP actually fill up their offlaner now. Like, we talk about the Escape being banned out. Batrider's already out of the pool as well. One big hero which we've seen kind of dominate this whole tournament too is like the Timbersaw is sitting in there, but they pick up the Slaughter. Okay. There's still a question mark exactly who's that going to be in like the hands of, because the Darkseer is also available in the pool at the moment. And he's that dual combination hero. Yeah,
they could still definitely do it. I think them picking this up too, it kind of like they're setting up like if EG wants to go for something like an Alchemist. Obviously Alchemist sits on very little armor early on, so Slaughter can benefit from putting Amplify on him, and Sniper has a great matchup in that essence versus the Alchemist in laning phase.
What do you think of a combination of having IO and Shadow Demon as supports for EG?
Not the biggest fan of those two. I mean, Shadow Demon does scale obviously from the illusions, but yeah, I mean, Wisp versus Sniper is also pretty tough matchup. I mean, with such long range and with headshot or with
they got the mystery boxes.
Ooh.
Maybe they got a strat.
Did you get anything good? Get anything good in the box?
They're not listening to
me.
Wow.
Wow,
Ignored.
I see.
Ignored.
I just got straight wrecked.
Your cyberbullying has been ignored.
There you go.
Oh, okay. Got the hats and pins. Looks good.
Go. Good stuff.
Thank you, Box.
Cheers, dudes.
That's actually Gabe's private message to everybody. Thank you for your res and your money.
He wrote it in the boxes personally.
Obviously.
Every single box.
Every single one.
You spend a week at the office signing boxes. Timbersaw, there you go.
So he does come in for EG.
Now that is a Sumail Timbersaw, I want to say.
Sumail?
Still open-ended.
Could be.
Still open-ended?
They put Artesia on it in the past too, and they can still set up for some type of like aggro if they want to, like aggro dual lanes, and put the Timbersaw in a 1v1 matchup if they expect this Slardar to be the off-lane hero.
So still lots of question marks surrounding where VP are putting these.
Yeah, same. Yeah. I mean, we know where the Sniper's going. We know where the Ogre's going. The Slardar can be changed. This is we'll probably see like where it's going to go just off this next pick if they do pick up like the Darkseer, which they do love to run with the support Slardar. And EG's is still, I mean, it's still kind of open-ended as well. The Shadow Demon, we know where it is, but the Mirana Timbersaw can be moved around. Mirana obviously as support or mid lane, Timbersaw as either mid, off, or even in the safe lane.
Still waiting for that.
Yeah, I mean, the Timbersaw is open until, well, where he's going. Sniper also a little bit, right? Is it going to be Ramses or no one?
I think it'll be no one, more than likely, yeah.
Still waiting to see where Ramses is taking this one. He's had his lifestealer taken away from him.
Yeah. I mean, so far he's played Luna, Lifesteal, a lot of Lifesteal actually, and Dro, so all 3 are already out, so he's going to play a new hero for this major, and he did play Bloodseeker before.
This is a cool pick.
The time that they played Bloodseeker, it was at the Summit, they won in 20 minutes.
Ooh, okay.
So that was a very fast game.
Fog, you're a fan?
It's cool with the sniper too, because you have your sniper in the back line. So if you do able to blood rage him in the back, you know, he's always able to just like peep away and do that extra bonus damage. But specifically Bloodseeker versus Timbersaw, you know, the matchup just kind of like sounds cool because, you know, if you rupture him, he can't really Timber Chain away.
Yep.
He has Blood Right as well, which is a built-in silence into a hero is incredibly good versus Timbersaw, and versus Mirana versus the Moonlight Shadow. If people are low, which usually they tend to be when they're running away with Moonlight Shadow, he obviously reveals them with that thirst.
Well, this works perfectly, and EG still picked the Alchemist into it. After you talked about like the counters which VP have against him, this could be a really rough laning phase for EG. Also depending on the last hero that still comes up from VP, because we still don't know, like going to the last pick, exactly what VP's lanes are going to be.
Now, now we know kind of how EG's going to do it. It's just, is this Timbersaw off lane, which is, I don't think it will be, especially paired up against the Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker just decimates that hero in the laning phase. So it's more than likely Arteezy, Timbersaw, Sumail, Alchemist, and then we'll see these two, the Shadow Demon Mirana as our supports, and probably looking at the Universe hero as the last pick for Evil Geniuses.
I wonder if this is really the position 2 EG thought they were going to be in. Like, you pick up Mirana in the early phase, it's that thing which allows you to say, oh, it could be support.
Where's it going?
It could be mid. Then you get Timber, another one of those multi-lane kind of roles. Pick up an Alchemist, lock yourself into it against the Bloodseeker. They didn't really delay with the pick, so I'm going to say for now, EG are okay with what's happened here.
I think it's not that bad for them, obviously, because like the Shadow Demon illusions with Alchemist, VP's lineup, they don't really have the best way to clear illusions still. Sniper can do decent, but he's not like this burst potential hero. Definitely not. He always takes like a little bit of time to hit stuff down. And okay, so they changed it up. So it could even, now this is where it completely changes everything. It could be an offlane Mirana or something like that with the Chen just like kind of assisting the lanes as much as possible. That's
either that or they just
really
back to say like we just leave the Timber on the top lane.
Wow, I mean, we have seen some incredibly good and incredibly bad Chens already through our groups and playoffs.
I'm more curious if that would change also Virtus Pro's opinion on where to put that Slardar.
Time is slim.
Does the Chen pick allow Virtus Pro to be a little bit more greedy for themselves?
They've got 9 seconds to make a decision.
I don't think so, actually, because I think then EG can ball up as a unit. If Bloodseeker suffers then... Oh, we have a new hero!
He was in my brain. The Doombringer comes out. Fantastic against the Chen, and it is the greed that you were talking about, Shiva.
Yep.
The greed is
very
there.
good versus Chen, incredibly good versus Timbersaw, and even Alchemist. If you get the Doom on him before he gets Chemical Rage, he's just screwed. So that's a really cool pickup, and it's something we haven't seen VP do in, I think, since the beginning that they formed, they used to run it a bit on solo.
It used to be real big around the Shanghai Major time, so that was the era where it was big. It still has been picked up a few times. It can still be very active early on in the game as well, depending on what creep you eat.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, it is time. It's VP on the ropes. They've looked so good. They have been, a lot of our casters and analysts, one to watch, and now EG can throw the knockout blow. Sink or swim, run or flop here in the theater of, well, dreams or nightmares. We'll find out with your casters. Who will it be? We will see. It's Gods and OD.
Thank you very much, Alex. Indeed, we're ready to get stuck into Game 2, Evil Geniuses versus VP. During the break, we were talking to Light of Heaven behind the scenes. He mentioned one of the reasons why VP struggled in Game 1 was because they weren't prepared to play against the Treant. And a bit of turn of events. The question is, Gods, are EG prepared to play against a Bloodseeker and a Doom?
They've maybe seen they would have seen the one game they ran. Shadow Demon caught one hero here. This is actually going to be first blood.
I'll be with the arrow timing as well. As soon as Doom enters the game, he's straight out. Oh, and it goes to Sumail. He even had that Grievel's Greed specced up and ready to go. So a nice bit of, just a tiny bit of bonus gold, but Sumail, oh man, that's a real nice kick up in the mid lane to begin.
Yeah. Likely, I mean, as I said, VP would have run the Bloodseeker once before, but EG have a different draft of their own. Banking on the farm of the Alchemist, they're hoping that he can't really be contested too much, farming his stacks, farming his jungle, and VP kind of limited in how aggressive they can be in the enemy jungle.
I mean, he's seen if he can get another disruption. Kind of toying around with this one.
Alk's already, oh no, it's Timbersaw at the bot lane. Uni is going to get there, and Alk is going to try and protect it for the Alchemist, but I think he realizes VP already headed that way, so he'll take it himself. Sumail, he got a first blood. That's even better than getting the bounty room.
Yeah, understandable why they didn't want to contest VP's level 1 team fight. VP with a lot of very, very strong heroes to throw into the fray. So the matchup this time around in the mid lane, obviously game 1 we saw Sumail absolutely dominate no one. I imagine this time around it's going to be a little bit harder for Sumail to have that sort of a lead in the laning stage.
Yeah, he's currently not getting all too much help until perhaps Chen comes in, and Doom is going to be looking to kind of keep tabs of this Chen. We've got Doom already finding Zai here in the jungle. He's going to keep that Satyr away from Lil. Lil does have a windlace though, and he will be able to catch up to it.
Come here, Daddy's hungry. Where's your creep now, mate?
He wishes he had that windlace when he planted the ward. He TP'd with just the Observer ward, so he didn't have the windlace movement speed, but now he buys some items. He gets the windlace, and he's got that extra bit of movement speed.
I mean, is that pretty much the job here for the Doom? Does he just focus on following down Zai, making sure that none of Zai's movements are successful with the early ganks?
Yeah, being very annoying and pesky on the map, kind of similar to what we see him do on Weaver. The Chen as well as the Alchemist are 2 heroes that he can really look to put pressure on. With the Ogre's presence on the mid lane, it's very easy to have him kind of swoop on in and have like a 3-man collapse onto Sumail's Alk if Alk is ever pushed up too far. So that's something that he's got to kind of be wary of on the EG side. As for Chen, we'll have to see whether or not he's going to look to kind of apply pressure, get kind of ganking, or if he tries to play more of the defensive, sit behind your cores style Chen, which is so far what he's doing. He's throwing the Wild Wing mid, doing a lot of damage to no one's sniper here, but you can salve through the Tornado.
Absolutely. Talk to me a little bit about these side lane decisions from both sides. So obviously Ramses with the Blood CKs head down towards the bottom lane, but also EG, they've moved Universe down here, and they're playing this Mirana lane at the top aggressively. Who's getting the lanes that they wanted really out of this pairing, do you feel?
More so EG. VP wanted to have they want the Bloodseeker versus Timbersaw, but they would have preferred it in the safe lane, with VP having a 2v1 kind of lane with Ramses can get help from the Doom. The Doom set up in his own jungle, which means if Ramses is against the Timbersaw up top, the Doom can swoop in and offer a gank threat. But down bottom, there's no real rotations that are that easy unless Lil opts to like make a move all the way from his jungle, which he may have to. Pick up like a Boots, a Smoke, roam down bottom. It's an okay matchup for Bloodseeker because Uni's often going to be low HP, tanking the creeps and getting down to like half HP, which gives Bloodseeker damage. But it's also a bad matchup because Uni's always going to have the HP regen with the reactive armor.
Absolutely, it's going to be very hard for Ramses to do anything aggressive until he hits that level 6, and the Universe will have to be just that little bit careful. We're seeing in this mid lane as well, Zai continue to farm out the jungle, get a few levels before he starts to make those movements, but the majority of pressure from VP putting on this mid lane as they have 3 heroes kind of circling around both Zai and Sumail.
Let's see what Lil's move is going to be. Zai is playing, very defensive behind his core, still just level 1, had the illusions as well, trying to scout out the Doom.
Solo just moving in continuously with the Ignite, but he could pay off his life here. Crit coming in with the disruption, setting up the stomp from Zai. Centaur Solo falling low and falling down. EG punishing this aggressive setup from VP in the mid lane.
That is a fantastic low rotation.
Lil might come and see if he can get something done about this. He does have the blast, and with the in fact, with that, it's going to be incredibly close, not close enough. He will cancel the salve. Sumail will survive.
He's got another salve. Salve in a bottle, all right, there's a second one, and he'll look to not leave this lane. Bottom lane Solo's showing up, but don't really see a... Oh, is there a kill here? With the Orb of Venom, it's close. Universe, only the 2 points in the reactive armor. Not quite level 5 just yet, but he's going to be more than okay.
And CSY 17 for 1 on Uni against Ramses 20 for 4, so fairly close down on that bottom lane.
Teasy, the big breadwinner as far as the CS goes, seeing up there at 29 CS, has the early phase boots. Mirana not normally like the best in these kind of 1v1 CSing battles, but phase boots more than makes up for her lack of damage. And
look how much he's been able to zone Pasha out the lane. Pasha's been sat up here since the start, but only 5 CS he's been able to find on that Slardar. So
moved down bottom.
Ramses could be in trouble. Crit. The setup side is going to be coming in with a Hellbear Clapper with the Soul Catch on Ramses. He's going to take huge amounts of damage. He's got a point in the passive, it's 3 points in fact, so he's trying to speed his way out of here. Can he actually escape though, Zai? Universe continues to chase. Universe a little low on the mana front. And looks like Ramses, with that speed, he's going to be able to Bloodseek his way out of there.
The Thunderclap from the Hellbear didn't land. The creep wave kind of blocked the Hellbear moving in, so he didn't get the clap to follow the disruption, which cost them the kill. Bit unfortunate, but slightly off there with the execution. Even so, it's still a Bloodseeker who's having a rough time and is getting bullied a bit by the Timbersaw.
Should be able to regen back up with his creep wave coming in. Solo's TP'd across as well.
Yeah, making sure they can get that wave of XP, but EG's already making their next move. They smoked up with the Chen Shadow Demon. They want to catch no one here. But Solo could be making the right move to scout this one out. They don't want to run into this Ogre. They see the Ogre with the ward, but that is not the kill they want to go for. It's also perhaps a difficult kill because of the 8 base armor. They'd either like to get the flank onto the Bloodseeker at bottom or the Sniper at mid.
They want to try and find Ramses here. Ramses.
Bit of indecision.
Yeah, Crit and Zai kind of going back and forth. They're now going to make the line to go round back because they obviously saw Ogre moving across, maybe trying to wrap around on the gank for the counter gank.
Yeah, they've TP'd in Mirana, so they're really investing a lot down bottom. They know Bloodseeker's 6. They're basically baiting out Ramses, hoping that he goes for some rupture aggression, and then they'll turn it around with the arrow.
They could get 2 kills out of this one if they play right, EG. Yeah. Already the smoke's run out. There is this ward here from VP, so VP well aware of what's going on, but maybe not well aware enough. The arrow flying through will connect onto Solo. So it looks like Ramses will escape, but Solo does pay the price with his life.
Yeah, that's good play from Solo. If that gank gets the Bloodseeker, it's definitely worth EG's time. Catching just the Ogre with the full-man rotation, not totally worth it in the end, because Slada suddenly has a free lane up top, which was previously getting contested a lot by the Mirana. So if anything, that kill there, not worth it for EG because of how much they had to bring in. So VP kind of salvaged that situation. They've got no one farming well the mid lane now. He's been left, I mean, he's had a pretty
This could catch him off guard though. With this Moonlight, no one does not expect this at all. Crit's just got to get that disruption. No one poised very aggressively here. RTZ jumping into position, making sure he gets the angle, but he's going to miss the arrow. And no one, can he actually get himself away with that cell? He's going to survive. HP. They'll turn towards Solo, see if they can get at least something out of this play, but Solo and will go down. So they do at least get the Ogre, but that little unfortunate arrow mistiming there from Artur means that no one's able to walk back to safety.
He had literally 1 HP, Owen. And that was after like getting 40 HP back from a healing salve. Oh my, it doesn't get any closer than that. No one's somehow getting away from a gank that he had no right to survive. But a missed arrow and a nicely timed healing salve somehow salvaged the situation. But again, it's EG kind of getting the better of the laning stage. Alchemist hasn't free farmed mid by any means, but he is still top of the net worth. He can fall back, farm his stacks, farm his jungle, and we'll have to see what VP can do as far as
they want to go for a bit of a play here with this rupture. We saw them maybe thinking about it earlier. They didn't go for it because EG was there with backup. Now this time, putting the pressure on. It looks like Universe. Yeah, he's aware. Again, the warding from EG. They have these 3 wards all around this bottom lane. Roshan, secret shop of VP, meaning they scout out any sort of TPs like that. And of course, Universe just straight out of the lane. Pressure's being put on top by EG. And they're avoiding all sorts of movements from VP. VP now with a smoke. Smoking up from EG's jungle as well. So they will know that this is going to be a good potential move for them, as it's very unlikely that EG knows that this is happening. But the thing is, EG they're on the entirely opposite side of the map. It's a very, very long movement for VP to go for. And if they don't find a kill, it's potentially a lot of time wasted. And Pasha already revealing himself as well as no one back in the mid lane. They just know that they're not going to find anything for that.
If they can get this mid-tier 1 tower, it's going to be an acceptable alternative option for them. Whether or not EG can really defend this one, it doesn't look like it. The acid spray already has been used near the Ancient. Sumail's just trying to farm, so it looks like EG going to give this one up. The Bloodlusted Sniper as well as Bloodseeker are just a bit too difficult to deal with.
I mean, of course, as this goes on at the same time, Arteezy was tickling away at the tier 2 up top, so putting a bit of pressure on there. And now we'll TP back towards the mid. Crit is coming across from the silent and the cover of Moonlight Shadow. They could try for something. They do lose the tower, but Crit is going to see if they can find something on the back of it. The arrow timing is going to be there this time. Connects onto Lil. Doom will be taken out of the fight. The VP find a tower. They are trying to chase down for kills. The shrapnel, again, just not the follow-up damage, not enough catch. Ramses couldn't quite get in range for a rupture of sorts. Yep. So again, it's EG getting a kill, but at the least, VP did manage to find an objective.
Yeah, VP finding the towers. The 5-0 kill score doesn't really tell the whole story. EG not getting the key target so much. Both Ramses on the Bloodseeker and no one on the Sniper. Neither of those 2 cores have died yet this game. Perhaps EG could have found that 1 kill, but as it stands, they're still in a good position as far as their itemization. EG only a little bit ahead on overall on the gold. And if VP can hit some of their timings and find that good first team fight, things will quickly swing to their way. Alchemist will not be ready to fight for some time. He's going to be playing the farming game, sitting in his jungle, looking to take what he can towards that Radiance.
Top lane Pasha, he's trying to farm towards his blink, but Crit and Artur are on the hunt. They'll look for the connection. Soul Catcher won't latch onto Pasha though, but with the Starstorm, do they have enough damage? It's going to be close. Pasha popping the one charge, and it looks like he'll be able to get away there. So just slightly unfortunate that they couldn't get the Soul Catcher to proc on the Slardar.
Didn't get the double Starstorm as well. I mean, this is, considering how well EG's done, they've also missed a couple kills.
See if they miss this one. I mean, Universe and Zai with this movement, they'll catch Ramses out. Very nicely done there from Zai. Kind of blocking Ramses against the tree line with his creep army.
That was really nicely played. Not an easy gank by any means to gank a Bloodseeker as a Chen, and Zai needed that because he was actually really behind on levels. He was like kind of high level 3, just about to hit just hitting level 4 at 11 minutes in the game. So he was starved for experience, but finding a kill like that does help him a lot, considering that was a level 9 Bloodseeker that he gets a kill, and he got a full level of experience out of that kill. So very important for EG to get Chen level 6, level 7 as early as possible this game. And this smoke move into the Radiant jungle from Solo and Pasha, not really sure it can do all too much. They don't have the best kill potential between these heroes. More like a warding expedition, it feels like, but...
They do have this... They know that the Zai is down there on that bottom camp, and Pasha will be quick to head over, but immediately with a Moonlight Shadow. Yep. EG know that VP are hunting for them. Just making sure that still, just coming out to 12 minutes in, it's proving very hard for VP to get a kill on the board. But as you said, the farm still looking good for their two big old cores. Pasha starting to catch up as well.
They saw Crit.
And this should be the chance for VP to get a kill online as Crit indeed caught out in their jungle. So they'll be able to bring themselves on into the game. 6-4-1 now.
He was just going a bit of a warding expedition himself. Had one more ward he wanted to plant near that middle lane, and he realizes he was spotted by a ward. He may not know exactly where. He was kind of pinging around that cliff.
So they're coming hunting for Arteezy, but with this ward, Artur will know what's going on.
He's low on mana. He can't TP out right now. He can TP soon, but he leaps now. He definitely doesn't have a TP. Arteezy's just going to have to sit in here and wait for the long haul. The Iron Talon could be used by Lil. He's going to chop his way through.
Yeah, he's hunting. Arteezy better hold his breath.
I mean, he's used to being trapped by trees.
He is. And this time it works in his favor. He'll get out, and Lil literally stumped.
I mean, Lil knew he had very low mana, but having enough regen between the Aquila as well as the infused raindrops. Whew.
Smoke time from EG. I think done a few sentries as well beforehand to make sure that VP didn't have the vision around that area. So EG could have the potential for a good jump if Crit can find the lead in, but at the same time, it's actually going to be Virtus Pro themselves that are moving across aggressively into EG's jungle, and they've got eyes onto Sumail, and Sumail is a little bit on his own. He does have Arteezy relatively close, but Pasha leading him with the crush. Do they actually have the damage to bring him down? Well, with the help of no one, it looks like they should. Straight up bringing him low, and Ramsey's there involved as well. Yes, a big pick off for VP. So at the end of the day, that smoke from EG ends up kind of working against them, as all it did was bring the team away from Sumail.
Yeah, and once Sumail's caught there, they can't even go for like a TP to save him. He's too far away from a tower. Shadow Demon could TP in and get a disruption off, but it's just going to buy some time. He's still going to die there, and possibly Shadow Demon dies as well. So right call from EG just to let him go down, but losing his life at a key time where he's very close to a relic. Definitely what VP were after. They've gone back for a Midas on the Bloodseeker. That'll get him up to that level 2 Rupture now, giving a nice boost in the damage output of that spell, but as it stands, they still got issues as far as dealing with both the farm, Mirana, and Alchemist.
EG, though, not to be slowed down, continues to try and go for the same sort of tempo that they were able to achieve in Game 1. Crit with the setup onto Lil. The arrow timing is perfect. They have the damage to bring down this Brood. He's a pretty big old one, Lil falling low, and he should pop, and he will. They'll get the kill. Crit duking out the crush here from Pasha with no one coming across with the ultimate. He's not going to find it because Universe is there with the backup. And again, I mean, 14 minutes in, it may not look to be as brutal as Game 1, but already the signs are starting to show where EG are just pulling off the better plays, making the better shot calls.
Yeah, they just seem to always be there more in numbers. Outside of the one kind of big smoke rotation to catch an Alchemist, anytime VP's made these smaller kind of skirmish plays where they go for like a 2-3 man gank, it's never worked. EG's always turned it around. The Shadow Demon Universe on the Timbersaw has even turned things around. Not like a hero you'd normally expect to see him on, but he's playing a much more kind of team-oriented Timbersaw. This is a hero you normally expect to see as one of the most farmed or second most farmed cores on your team, but he's playing in a very different way, going for what looks to be a Lotus Orb Brush as well. he wants to just help out his team and back up his cause as much as possible.
VP 5 moving towards the mid lane. Ramsey's leading the way. They have that observer ward up on the high ground. EG's starting to back off, and they're looking to try and focus Sumail first. Disruption will be there.
He's sent home.
And he's back out. Crit will be less lucky though, but a nice bit of support play there from EG, making sure that Sumail gets back to safety.
It's actually a big talking point that we haven't really hit on about the 5th pick, Chen. One of the big things it can do is save that ruptured target. The send back with a Shadow Demon Disruption, it's a guaranteed send back. There's nothing really VP can do. Typically you talk about maybe purging it off, but if you go in with like a, let's say Doom has a purge grip or something, that's where the Disruption can guarantee that send home.
No one. I haven't found Arteezy. Again, immediately with the leap and TP out. Arteezy can continue to do this and already bringing the tier 2 very, very close to the end of his life there on that top lane. So one more push like that and a bit more money into the bank of EG. As we've seen, Sumail incredibly close to having that Radiance done, and then the job for VP is only going to get harder and harder in terms of trying to shut down the Sumail Alchemist.
And EG are just getting way more out of the map. You see when they make their moves, they've got Arteezy who's like split pushing the top tier 2, they're farming their own jungle with Universe, they're farming the mid lane, their Ancients with the Alchemist. It just feels like EG are overall being a lot more efficient, taking more farm on the map, whereas VP are forced to make these movements with more heroes and spend less time getting farm on their core heroes. Sniper hasn't been hurt too much. He's still sitting up there at 7k net worth, working on the Maelstrom, but never a hero that's going to be able to keep up with an Alchemist's farm rate.
Oh. Well, they dropped the combo there on the Illusion. It's not the biggest of expenses anyway, so not a huge amount of a bummer for EG.
They may get this top tier 2 tower looks like it may just be undefended. VP going for Roche in exchange for it. Not a bad option, but they're still going to have the same issues we've been seeing them have, where they just can't find these great pickoffs, and EG are just going to play keep away if VP have an Aegis. So the useful pickup, but it's not a pickup that's going to change the state of this game too much. EG do not need to change their playstyle based on VP having this Aegis.
No one grabs the Aegis. Same time, Arteezy able to take a tower, and that tower gold is going to mean that the Aghanim Scepter is now complete for Mirana. Further fights going to look a little bit rockier for VP, especially as we're seeing the pick-up potential between Crit and Arteezy. This time not necessarily relying on the RNG to get that second Starstorm that's going to be there anyway. So VP's heroes will have to be very, very aware of this. Pasha, 100 gold away from Blink. So they are going to have that timing as well. With the Blink Dagger on the Slardar, Aegis on the Sniper, it could be VP's turn to again look to try and get the jump on EG.
Yeah, they really want to. It's more a matter of how they find it, how they can use their smokes. They need to be able to push out their lanes as well. Anytime there's lanes pushing deep close to the tier 3 tower up top, someone has to go back and defend it, and that's not really what VP want to be doing. They want to be playing on EG's side of the map. It's just EG have done a good job of not allowing that to happen, and again, the EG, they've got three heroes, 3 cores that all push lanes very well. The Timbersaw can instantly burst down a wave. Same thing for the Mirana now with an Ags. The Alk with his Radiance plus Acid Spray, very good at clearing waves. And VP themselves, they don't push waves fast. None of their heroes really can push a creep wave particularly quickly. That's where Sniper has to go for this Maelstrom build. Bloodseeker can do it a little better because of the Blood Right, but even that is not that like instant wave clear that EG have with like the Mirana per se.
And they will get the D-Ward there though, coming up to the high ground. VP. Trying to reclaim a bit of control of EG's jungle that they were able to maintain earlier. Overall net worth, as we can see, it is in EG's favor. That's kind of expected with this Alchemist pick. So considering that they do have an Alch, the fact, on the other side that VP are only 4k behind, it's not the worst of news for VP. There certainly is a chance if they're able to find the initiations in these fights. They've got the tools to do so. No one and Ramsey still in very, very good positions. Ramsey's, on top of the Midas, picking up the Yasha. I mean, is it going to be the S&Y build? Is that what you still go for here on this Midas Bloodseeker nowadays?
Yeah, it looks to be. I honestly can't really say. It's not a hero you see all too often. Outside of the one game he played at the Summit. So we will see him pick up the pieces for the Sand. So we'll be seeing the S&Y coming out. But I think the big thing for VP is they probably look at the Alk like, okay, we haven't shut him down, but something the panel touched on is they have good heroes to kill and burst down the Alk. If you doom him before he gets off the Chemical Rage, you've got the amp damage with the Sniper physical damage, as well as the Bloodseeker Rupture. They've got very good heroes, no matter how farmed Alk gets, to actually fight into him. So they can't be too let down by this. Even though they know that this Aegis is unlikely to lead to a good team fight or a high ground push or anything like that, they just have to play play for the late game where they're going to have a decently farmed sniper as well as Bloodseeker, and they can just try use their spells to deal with that.
Crit, he's going to get tempted to go for a bit of a go here, immediately TPing out as he realizes there is backup from VP, and he's going to be able to get out as well. Solo can't quite get in range for the Fire Blast. Both teams.
I mean, EG just make these super aggressive plays, which are very low risk. Even if that doesn't work, it's like at worst case scenario, you lose a Shadow Demon, and you're finding that you're going for that kill deep on the enemy side of the map. So it's not like you lose a Shadow Demon and then it's like, well, we got to give up the tower now because we've lost a hero. No, there's no risk of losing any kind of objective in that situation, and if you get the kill, it's a big reward. So very smart play from EG, playing where they are in the enemy jungle, not presenting any opportunities to VP in their own jungle or on their side of the map. Perhaps VP will look to find this Ancient stack and take it for themselves, but that's not really at that stage where it's too big of a deal if Alchemist doesn't get that farm for himself.
Absolutely. Sumail already in a fantastic place. 14,000 net worth, but no one's still 10k. Considering the heroes, it's not a bad life still for this sniper. It's still all dandy. 21 minutes in. Hurricane Pike complete as well. And with the wraparound from VP, they'll just look to turn it into a push onto this top lane. Take a tier 1. Meanwhile, though, EG looking for the trade. Down bottom, Zai and his army. They'll find a tier 1 in return.
It's kind of crazy how similar this draft is turning into as far as the general style for EG, where it's protect Sumail and Arteezy with your supports, as well as with Universe. You think Timbersaw, you don't think he's a defensive utility off lane. You think he's going to be a bit more explosive or damage upper, but he's gone straight into the Lotus Orb. He can purge off that amp damage on the Alchemist. He can purge off the Silence. And then the Chen Shadow Demon, the save potential of these two heroes. They're all about enabling Sumail as well as Arteezy in these fights.
Pasha actually getting a good jump in onto Arteezy. Arteezy in trouble, pops the Star Stone. Crit will buy him time. Is he actually... Oh my goodness, he got out! He got out! Crit may have lost his life, but Crit and Zai saving Artor.
That.
I mean, this combo is absolutely beautiful to observe. And, oh man. Disruption and the send back. It works every time here for EG.
That's the kind of support plays that get me excited when you see that, like, different combos that you don't normally see. Normally you think the Chen, it's like, okay, you're going to 5-man push, but they're using the Chen in a very different way. And that Shadow Demon disruption as well to set him up. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Problem is now, though, all the lanes that pushed out, VP actually find themselves taking a tower without a trade, and EG are going to either have to fight this one or give it up and defend their high ground. It looks like with the invis, they are thinking about a way to initiate in.
And not only did they get that tier 2 on the top, they also managed to deny the bottom one. So, tower gold is going to be a bit tastier at the moment for VP. Let's see what sort of play they're able to achieve here on the mid lane. Pasha smoked up. Looking for some sort of a wraparound. I can have the vision onto Zai. Zai playing incredibly low here. Jump in from Pasha. He's caught out too. But there's Crit with a defensive disruption. Keeping him alive. The Doom did drop the Doom, but it's onto Lotus Orb. He dooms himself. Lil in trouble as well. He has got the Scorched Death out, but it's not going to be enough regen to keep him alive. There'll be a buyback from Sumail. He looks towards Ramses. Throws over onto Orb, but Pasha comes back in with the 2 macros. Getting Arteezy and Crit, but Pasha has to get himself out of there. The Starstone Freedom is low. Ramses still alive though with Solo and Pasha looking towards Arteezy. Arteezy finally falls, but Solo's going to tick down to the Radiance. Ramses trying to get himself away to the high ground with Sumail. He's chasing. Can he find this final kill? The concoction's starting to build up. The acid spray is coming through as well, but Ramses, he's a little too speedy. Crit. He needs 1 poison. He's not going to find it. Ramses still holding his breath here in the tree line. It doesn't look like Crit's going to come looking for him. But overall, Sumail did have to buy back for that engagement. A huge casualties there from VP, but Ramses remains alive, and with a lot of money on him, he does not have a TP.
Yeah, I think VP will be just satisfied with that. The sniper got completely destroyed by... Arteezy just jumped in directly on the sniper with the double star, so got him down to about 300 HP at the very start of the fight.
Poor old Ramses.
He's still trapped.
What's he going to do? I mean,
he's probably asking for his team to be able to push out this bottom lane so he feels it's safe again.
I mean, at this point, Sumail might kind of passively kill him with a warp by on the Radiance, but yeah.
Look at that.
He's fine.
Buys a couple BKB pieces, so we'll see his next big item coming. He wants to be able to deal with the AoE damage of the Mirana, not have to worry about the Radiance mischance as well as the Timbersaw. That was immediately when the jump happens, there's the Lotus Orb on Alchemist. Universe was ready to protect Sumail at all costs.
I mean, as you said, this reaction time, there's the Lotus straight before the Doom. Beautifully done there. and allows them to get Lil. Sumail as well with the kind of piece of to buy back immediately, and it does enable them to get a couple of these kills at least. They don't get Ramses, but with Pashy jumping back in, he's already playing the risk of RTZ hitting him hard with that Ag Starstorm. No one being focused by Sumail's illusions.
Yeah, that was great illusion micro. His hero was being locked down and controlled, but he sent the illusions directly at... they were the Alchemist, yeah. I think the two there were the Manta illusions. That was Sumail just sending them, knowing that the sniper was low enough. And the reason the sniper was so low is, as mentioned, RTZ just jumped him at the start of the fight, didn't actually manage to kill him on his own, but got him low enough that it put him in this position where he just couldn't really continue to fight. We'll see if Sniper even considers something like a BKB of his own. He perhaps does need to at least tank up a little bit more. Still an alright fight for VP, considering the Alchemist buyback and the fact that Bloodseeker survives at the end. Sniper getting very farmed at this stage. 6k net worth behind an Alchemist is not a big difference when it's an Alchemist you're talking about. VP are in a position that this game is still within their grasp, even if EG have the slightest of edges.
I mean, what's the next play for EG? I mean, do EG themselves need to play aggressive, or can they kind of sit back and just continue to play this style where Sumail sits at the top of the net worth, continues to farm on and take this game potentially late against VP, rather than risking these kind of engagements where VP can outfight them?
They want to, I mean, keep doing the classic EG, which is kind of be the reactionary team, be the team looking to play the farming game, being the more efficient team. They've got 3 heroes, as mentioned, that can push out and farm lanes very quickly. They want to utilize that. For VP, you are the ones who are kind of under more pressure to make the plays, make the ganks happen when you've got this Slider initiation, the Bloodseeker, heroes that aren't going to naturally scale as well. And EG can just pressure the lane so much better because out can send illusions. Mirana can just go spam a lane down with the Ag Scepter and then blink out or leap out to safety. VP have to keep the pressure up onto EG.
They're doing exactly that here with this 5-man straight down the middle for the time being. It was all swatted out from this warning from EG. They have that ward on the high ground of VP's entrance to the jungle. They have the ward down in the mid lane.
I mean, as soon as VP 5-man, you'll see RTZ in one of the side lanes. Like, if there's a 5-man mate, he's either top or bottom pushing it out. But Roche has respawned, and that's something very difficult for EG to contest given their position on the map. They do have good vision around the pit, but doesn't look like they can get there all too fast. RTZ in the neighborhood, but doesn't look like he wants to go for a play. Sumail's going up top. They're kind of at
it looks like they realize that.
Sumail's just like an item or two short. He needs that armor item, be it the Shivers or the AC. Normally you'll see the Shivers guard. And until that point, they probably just don't feel like they can fight into VP on their side of the map. They'll fight VP if VP come to them under their towers, but they do not want to be taking 5v5 engagements that far out.
See now, Lil has got the Blink Dagger on the Doom. I mean, who do you feel it's crucial that he catches out in these fights? Who's he looking to mainly jump in and catch with that ultimate?
Tough to say. The Alchemist, of course, is the ideal target if you can guarantee the kill. Does it mean not going to do much? The Alchemist, of course, killing him, he's the big top net worth hero. But there is definitely legitimate reason to go on the supporting cast, because if your team can go on the Alchemist and kill him with the physical damage, like the Slider goes, you want to be then dooming the Chen or the Shadow Demon, the heroes that can save his life. But ideally, I mean, the Shadow Demon, as squishy as he is, you'd rather not doom him and have like the Sniper try and take him out in the back, or the Bloodseeker find him. If Ramses gets a lot of movement speed and damage from his passive, he can then go and hunt down the Shadow Demon.
Seeing if you can get a catch there, Lil.
Very hard to play this Doom. The hero used to have such a low cast time on the Doom, but now it takes forever with the wind-up, and that's where you often see items like Shadow Blade come out, maybe something that Lil considers as his next item, just so he can try and catch and hunt Arteezy. But then there's an easy response for Arteezy. You go Linken's. He's currently building towards the Ethereal Blade, but a Linken Sphere later on in this game, definitely an item I imagine he'll want to pick up.
VP just trying to get these lanes pushed back out, as you said, something that's a lot harder for them in comparison to the powers that EG and at the moment.
And they've got BKB on no one now, so they're kind of at that point where team fights heavily favor them. They've got 2 10-second BKBs, and that's where EG, if they see these items, they're thinking, we don't want a 5v5. We can find pickups with Moonlight Shadow if we think VP is split up, but they need to be playing the farm game. This game is kind of going to enter this maybe more kind of passive stage, even though VP have an Aegis. EG do not want to fight at any cost, unless VP really force the issue at a high ground, or find like a nice pick, which they are continuing to look to do using the Moonlight Shadow. EG will have to avoid VP here because of the BKBs and the Aegis.
Yeah, and no one's got a double damage rune already as well.
Could be, that's an easy tier 2 mid tower. Whether or not they go for more is perhaps the bigger question.
EG at the moment, as you mentioned, as soon as they see something going on as a group, RTZ just splitting up the lane down bottom, keeping the pressure on. So now trying to slow down the push with the illusions. It's not going to happen though. Tier 2's down, and VP, we'll see how much they want to move in for more. And they are already going to start to chip away. I mean, we can see just with the vision and the damage that no one does, forcing out the fortification already from EG. RTZ's going to head back to base, and they will look to hold some sort of a defense. And so VP realize it. They're happy with the damage that they did there with the DD, and they look to just hold back themselves and obviously clear out that bottom lane.
Chen has two little, I don't even know if you can call these creeps. Well, one is a creep. It's a range creep, and the Harpy Stormcrafter just like split pushing the side lanes. This is not your everyday Chen and what you expect to see coming out. Zai will now find a Centaur at least, but he's very much being used for his other tools, the heals as well as the send back with the save. Would like to perhaps see him, I mean, he is using the creeps to split push, but ideally want to find some other stronger creeps to do that with. The Harpy not bad because you can spam out the lane, but his creeps in a team fight not going to offer too much. That's where he's just got them in these side lanes and he's playing that annoying split push game.
I'm looking a little, I mean, it's pretty much the way you need to just be playing the Doom now. Just sit in the trees and look to hunt down Mirana.
Yep, and has the Purge now, so he's going to be eyeing off that send back, trying to get rid of it when it's applied to a hero. And often, I mean, we've seen the Disruption kind of being used with the send back to guarantee it, but sometimes you'll see Disruption used earlier in the fight to make Alchemist illusions or to save a teammate, so it may not always be available with the send back. So having this Purge creep is going to be very, very key for Lil in these upcoming fights.
Pushing a mid-jet again. At the same time, Sumail has got his army pushing down onto the tier 3 on the bottom lane, so pressure is being put on with the split.
Yeah, and that's where the Chen creeps are going to keep on going. It's too dangerous for heroes to split push with a Doom in the game. Well, creeps, they can sure as hell do it. And this Aegis is still got a 30-second duration left on a VP.
This Siege as well. They get the tier 3. They are potentially going to lose the tier 3 in return on that bottom lane. They jump in with the nuke damage, forcing out the BKB from no one. Immediately pops it, clears out the illusions. Turning back towards the racks. Moonlight Shadow now to try and enable EG to get a favorable jump on VP's push here. Solo's still standing on the front lines. Pasha and Ramsey's behind, ready to counteract any movement from EG. Bit of a mess at them. Pasha actually gets the good jump in, gets the crush onto the 3, but they've lost Solo. Ramsey's and no one turns towards Universe, doomed up by Lil. They'll take the Timber. They've taken the mid-melee rags. And they'll get themselves on the retreat as well. They did lose the tier 3 bottom.
As the Aegis expires, really good timing from VP.
Yeah, really, really well played.
And the important thing is they realized it was just a creep wave down bottom. Yeah, there were a couple Chen creeps, but they knew there was no threat to their racks. Unless Alchemist makes like an insane play and TP's down there to go for the racks. But if he does that, you take mid lane, you take bottom, you take all of EG's base. So you know your team is 5 can push faster than the Alchemist. So really good play from No One. He's just sitting there pointing away at the racks. He doesn't care if his Ogre goes down. Pasha stuns 2 there at the back. He completely keeps them off the sniper here. And it's just Universe to defend. Universe is on his own because of that great crush from Pasha.
Yeah, a wipe of the brow there from Uni. Did not expect the jumping Lil.
And EG, they've smoked up immediately following this, knowing there's no Aegis on the VP side. They want to catch them by surprise. And
it's a big one as well if no one heads this way.
Oh my god.
Okay, swags it off, and Pasha goes in. 3-man crush. Ramsey's dropping down the blood right, looking to change this down Universe, but the demonic purge is there, holding him back through the BKB. The illusions ripping through Ramsey's as well. Pasha jumps in again, holds Sumail back with the crush. They've still got the vision on him. No one from the high ground, beeping him down low. Sumail, he's going to be bursted here by the fire blast from Solo. They've also lost RTZ, but in return, they'll find crit as well. VP. They do get 3, but they did lose both Ramses and Pasha for that, but no one gets bigger and bigger.
I think Ramses is hoping the Obs didn't catch what he did in that fight. It was a bit embarrassing. He just died to some SD illusion. He tried to fight the SD illusions rather than ran and kind of just died. That was a bit embarrassing for him, but for VP, it's absolutely fantastic. Winning the fight with the sniper, that was...
Pasha, immediate here with these jump ins. There's a reason why Slardar, one of Pasha's best heroes. And again...
That's just a sniper auto-attacking.
Are we going to see the Ramses play?
Oh, no.
He's off camera. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening over there. But here's the push. Sumail's still down for 50 seconds. Does have buyback. I mean, VP, they could potentially pressure it out here, couldn't they?
Yeah, forcing the buyback would be nice for them just because it creates openings later on. There's the buyback. All they have to do is back off. They expect the Roche respawn, of course, in the next 1 to 4 minutes, so they'll be probably looking to play around having an Aegis once again. That's where they were strong enough to take the first melee racks, and for EG, it's hard to get out on the map to contest that. We saw the most recent one go down without a fight, and that may be the case once again with VP's map position.
15-12, VP holding on.
EG, they're using these smokes aggressively.
And they're going to have VP ahead on 9 Pasha. Tries for a crush. The concoction comes through, but the Ethereal Blade, the Starstorm, takes him down.
I mean, that's not the end of the world for VP. It is a core hero they lose, but again, it's these losing a hero, but what objectives can EG get? They are eyeing off perhaps the tier 2 mid tower, but there's no Roshan. It's really a smoke you hope to use when you can get a Roche after it. They're camping the pit knowing that it could be respawning as soon as now, but this would be incredibly lucky for EG if they get it. It's not going to go their way. It's a full 2 minutes before Roche is coming back up, so VP will not have to worry about losing Aegis. Crit's just like sitting there, he's crossing his fingers, he's camping that pit like, please Roshan, come on, give us something for this successful smoke gank, but they're not going to get it. And smoke-wise, I believe they are out. That is their last smoke for some time, which really limits what they can do. For the VP side, they're on the dire side. They don't need the smokes as much for Roshan. They're the ones who are kind of pressuring the map and keeping EG back in their base. It's EG who have to have smokes to try and make that Roche happen.
It's got the Skeleton doing the scouting work at the moment, and that's actually going to give the vision for Arteezy to be jumped upon by Lil. Arteezy is backed up though. Now going to be able to send him home. Zai with the save, and now with the Dukes trying to get himself out as well. The Fire Blast is there to hold back Chen.
Doom didn't have the Purge creep anymore. He went up, got the Ensnare instead, which is like an okay creep to have. But would much prefer to see him hold on to that Purge. If he had it there, he would have actually got a kill onto the Mirana. That would have been the game-changing kind of kill. But VP are getting very tanky. Both their cores now, not just with BKB, but double Skadi's out. 3k HP on the Bloodseeker, 2.6k HP on Sniper. A hero known for normally being fairly squishy. Well, that is not the case with this no-one Sniper. And I think with the wards up now around the bottom lane, around the Radiant jungle, VP should have very easy access to take this Roche without too much of a fight.
It's a male now.
Doesn't have a TP here.
Yeah, they've got the vision on him with the Assassinate. And Artur, he was stuck in the trees earlier to his favor, but this time round, memories of a past time. That was not what Arteezy wanted. Down for a full minute.
And Pasha will sign the Roche horn. It is time to get in there. They know there's no Mirana, so there was not really much of a chance to contest this to begin with, but even more so now. See what Alk looks to do. He's kind of at that point where he's 6-slotted. He's got the armor he can replace. Okay, he's got the first Ag Scepter. Shadow Demon, perhaps?
It's gone to Uni.
Okay, Uni. Looking around, Mirana already has her own Ag, so you don't need a Pooler one. And she can theoretically sell it or keep it just for the stats. But the really big Ags upgrade is going to be the Timber Sword. And even the Shadow Demon, the Break could be very useful as well. And also just having multiple slows. We saw Bloodseeker getting kited around when he had the BKB up. If you have 3 Purges to play around, this Shadow Demon can become that much more impactful in a team fight as well. So I'd expect Crit to get the next. The Chen Axe creeps can be nice, having a Granite going for the bonus HP, but we'll see where EG look to go.
Now, VP themselves, at least, pushing down on bottom. Pasha and no one ready to lead with the charge. We're seeing Pasha here. Did have a bit of a tough game in game 1. Here in game 2, the plays certainly being felt even more, just setting up for these team fights. Kind of backing up his team as well anytime they get caught on, throwing his life away to get those multi-man crushes off, to hold back EG. Now it's going to be EG needing to hold back VP as VP. Ready to push in again with just this slow siege from the low ground. Sniper chipping away at the towers. And Crit's going to try for the lead-in. The first destruction, but Pasha's there with the backup. Gets a good 2-man crush. And immediately no one just opening fire onto Crit. Crit giving himself alive with the Ghost Scepter, and TP's out. So he'll
cancelled.
Should be safe. The shrapnel ends up killing him there. He gets ho-ho-ha hard.
And no one pops the cheese, so he still has the Aegis. He was down to like 100 HP. He got full value from that cheese.
And you got to watch Pasha. Pasha
Oh,
he's ready to go back in. And well,
On
RTZ tries to jump forward with the Starstorm, immediately goes for the TP out in the tree line. He will not make it. They get the vision there for the Fire Blast stun. Pasha comes in again with a crush onto Zai. RTZ falling incredibly low, and he will be dropped. It's a triple kill for Sumail, though. The Alk is the issue here for VP. They've lost 3 heroes to it already. Sumail cooking up the concoction. Is he going to catch Ramses? Ramses left alone in the midst of it all, and Sumail picks up an ultra kill on this defense. It did involve buybacks from both RTZ and Zai, but EG hold, and Sumail gets a lot of money in his pocket after the back of that.
Looks like they were just caught a bit by surprise by the buyback from the Mirana especially, but ignoring the Alchemist the whole fight, even without the Mirana buyback, was going to be a problem. They just overcommit a bit too hard on the high ground. They never even took the tower there. I think VP maybe need to just slow siege it a bit more, focus on getting the tower first. Whew, that arrow almost catches no one. That could have been a kill. Uni's coming on in with the Ag. They used the Doom very early onto Universe, which prevented the Chakram spam, but Uni's not really the damage output threat in these fights. He's kind of playing that frontliner who, if anything, him getting doomed is what EG want, to make sure that Alchemist as well as Mirana can be the ones to kind of shine in the team fights. That's what Arteezy and Sumail want to be doing, and we'll see Universe now pick up a Blink Dagger, but VP, at least knowing that the Mirana buyback's on cooldown, may consider themselves able to make a play despite not having the Aegis and Cheese anymore. Oh, they still got the Aegis, actually. They just don't have the Cheese, so it may be go time.
Now, we'll see this replay again. I mean, as you said, it really is the fact that Sumail, after he comes back in, is pretty much left to his own devices. RTZ nearly actually gets himself away here as well on the side, but a couple more peeps so no one takes him down, and then, you know, the snipe, no one turns around, and suddenly Sumail's standing there behind him. And no one just bails. Ramses has to stay and fight. No TP in his inventory.
The hero they need to keep alive along the VP side is actually the Slatter. They need to make sure they always have the amp up on Sumail, who's got the Manta Style, who's got AC and Shivers. He's incredibly tanky against the physical damage, which is pretty much all the Bloodseeker and Sniper have. So without the constant 8-second cooldown crush and the amp damage being reapplied again and again to the Alchemist, they can't fight Sumail. So problem is, Slatter isn't very farmed. 7k net worth. It's Lil on 13k net worth, who is the much more farmed of the two. Pasha without a BKB just can't keep himself up in these fights, and I think that's going to become a problem. If he dies early in the fights, EG have a big way to enable Sumail to just go to town. 6k gold on Sniper. We'll see no one pick up another big item soon. He needs ideally some more damage output.
I'm going to guess, what, just waiting for the Aegis to expire really before he picks up something else in that final slot.
See what it's going to be. The Daedalus or MKB, probably the two big ones. Could even see something like a Bloodthorn, but you have to get kind of too close to use the Bloodthorn. The MKB against the Radiance would be nice for sure. Don't imagine he wants a Butterfly. There's so much magic damage between the Mirana and the Timbersaw, and the Alk isn't really right-clicking so much. It's just like Illusion, Shivers, there's just all this AoE damage, so Butterfly doesn't seem like the best item here.
And both teams now kitted up with the AC, as Ramses picks his up for the side of VP. And both teams as well holding back. EG now to move out. Smokes are back and available, and they'll look to use this one to get a jump onto the side of VP. Looking to sweep around their own jungle. Virtus Pro relatively split out at the moment. No one clearing out some Ancients. Solo forcing down the bottom. I mean, VP would be happy if EG jumped for Solo, but yeah, they're looking for bigger things with the Moonlight allowing them to close the gap in. No one's actually Hurricane Pike into this one. He's trying to join the fight, pops the BKB, but no one's out. Pasha jumps in. VP have lost one of their main damage dealers. The Doom will be dropped onto Universe, but he's keeping himself alive. Concoction onto Lil. RTZ just ripping them down with these Starstorms. Ramsey is surrounded. He's trying to finish offside. Is he going to find the kill? He will, but he pays with his life.
Oh my god, there's no buybacks on the carries.
A very awkward attempt for VP to get involved in that fight.
His Aegis had just expired.
Oh.
And he'll get out. What on earth just happened? I mean, this team used to have a nickname.
I want to see a player perspective of the Sniper there. I mean, I don't know what we're going to get, what we're going to have. It's just the overall replay.
His Aegis timing.
But he shoves himself in.
He didn't realize how many heroes were there because of the Moonlight Shadow. So he's going in thinking, oh, it might just... I mean, obviously, it's here, 43 minutes of the game. You should expect EG to move out as 5 from their base. But boy, did Sniper get wrecked. And he bought the MKB, so he didn't have buyback. There's 25 seconds. EG are at VP's base now, looking to take this bottom racks. We'll see them just send in the Mirana illusions for now. Well, in a sec as we hop back in. This is
EG
an easy racks for us.
finding themselves in a very, very comfortable position off the back of that fight. May not be able to finish off the melee racks there by the looks of it. Nice Lil coming in. We'll scare them off.
Yeah, they're just scared of the buybacks. You don't expect a team to have no buyback on Sniper and Bloodseeker at 45 minutes. Like, this is a team who's been controlling the tempo of the game. They're the ones playing aggressive. You'd expect them to always have those double buybacks. In fact, VP don't is a bit of a surprise, but hey, EG kind of respecting what VP can do should they buy back and gonna not get all too much out of those kills as far as base objective. Just one range rack's not really the biggest deal at this point, but man, that was exactly what EG needed.
BKB is starting to lose their charges on VP, and the fact that the Sumail's handed out the axe to crit.
Oh, he's got it now. Yeah, that's a really hard one to deal with for the Bloodseeker. He's getting kited around whenever he pops that BKB.
DD outside the pit, where you had to see the respawn time of Roshan, but certainly could be the next big area of contention. Both sides needing that Aegis and Cheese really before they go for a full-scale push.
Ramses pops his BKB. Excuse me, sir.
Maybe the nerves starting to get to him.
That's I mean, the SD Illusion's killing him now. He's feeling it here. You're down a game against EG. I mean, this is VP really showing some resilience, though, considering how badly they lost game 1 and that they didn't really shut down the Alchemists that much in this game. They have really played some impressive Dota as a team. This is the first time they've been tested, really, since this new team's been formed. Like, since they've risen to the height of the Dota scene over the last kind of 3 to 4 months, they've yet to really have a big team kind of put them on their back, and that's exactly what EG have done. So VP showing an ability to adapt and go into a game 2 down, play a kind of different style with a few different heroes coming out, and EG, though, the veteran team are hunting once again, using that Moonlight Shadow, trying to initiate with it. They are on VP's side, poised to strike.
Ooh, they have got a good angle for a jump in as well. Solo, he's heading towards this pretty scary point. Crit will be spotted out first. You get kept alive here by the Ghost Scepter. The jump in there's from Pasha. Solo, but they brought down low. They've lost Solo here, and they've found Pasha as well. EG looking good at the moment. Now the turnaround. Sumail, he's been surrounded. They've lost Alchemist. Zion, the high ground as well, to be dropped. And Uni just TPing out for the silence. Arteezy will get away as well. But VP there finding absolutely the huge kill, taking down Sumail on the front lines.
Yeah, again, the big thing is who gets caught. This time around, it was the Ogre. Ogre in the front lines dying first. Dream scenario for VP. That is the hero you do not care if he dies. As long as he's used Bloodlust, Ogre's done his job. Ogre just has to Bloodlust everyone. He's sitting there with Earn Charges, salves. He's just like a walking, bloodlusting, healing machine. That's all he's got to do. And if he gets Initiate on and tanks a couple spells, fantastic. He got Disrupted. Disruption being used there on the Ogre really hurts EG. That's a spell they need to either save to use to set up on like a Sniper or someone, or to save defensively to try and save the Alchemist of Sumail, because Sumail got focused in on. Shadow Demon was also very aggressive with his positioning and got taken out.
And we'll see if VP are able to, again, force out Sumail's buyback. It is available, and Sumail's still down for 50 seconds.
It's a risky play to make if you get caught. I think they are respecting what EG can do.
And no one, again, off the back of that fight, starting to rack the gold back up. 6.2k in the bank, and obviously still has that space for the Moon Shard to be consumed.
A fast Roche respawn means VP, once again, good to go. EG not going to get here in time, it looks like. Well, not even close. Aegis on the Sniper. He's got
dropping
no
his boots, yeah.
He's going to rely on his team and as well as his own Hurricane Pike just to push himself around, and he's going to have to just stand and fight. That's what this Sniper does without boots and with an Aegis.
And it's the time. Ramses sells up his Midas. He's already reached level 24, pretty much reaching max potential. Just to free up that gold so he can pretty much finish off that Butterfly when he wants to. May just look to save for buyback first. We'll see what the situation will be for the Bloodseeker.
He's the hero that's a bit vulnerable right now. Without buyback, without an Aegis or Cheese. But it seems he's buying. At this point, the crew is out there. He's buying it, yeah.
Yep, going full in on this Butterfly. As you mentioned, there's still a lot of magical damage. He needs to use that. Make sure the BKB usage is absolutely timed perfectly around those Starstorm bursts.
They want to perhaps run into EG. Solo on the front lines. The gem is on Pasha Slaughter.
No one already leading in, doing huge amounts of damage here. Artsy will jump forward with the Starstorm Burst. Pasha gets the crush onto Grit, and here we go, onto No One. Sumail moving forward. Sumail kind of questioning his decision to move in, but no, he's got the damage, but he's been doomed up. No One turns. Aegis is popped, but Sumail's life is popped as well. Ramsey's trying to chase down for more, held back by the Demonic Purge of Crit. There'll be a buyback from Sumail. Pasha coming in with the crush onto Arteezy. The damage from No One, taking down Artor. He's got a double. He'll turn towards Universe. Universe is going to get popped as well. They've found massive kills here. Buybacks are coming out from the side of EG to hold. No One surrounded and taken down, though. EG on the defense, and they will do it successfully so as they find Solo as well. Ramsey's the last remaining survivor. It did cost EG, though, 4 buybacks to hold that, though.
I mean, that's not really a win for EG, but they will be able to go the other way and force VP to use not 4 buybacks. They've only got 2. If there's one hero you want to survive, it's Ramsey. So the fact Ramsey's the one hero without buyback survives is so important. I say that he's now being chased down.
He's playing around with this. Can he actually avoid with the help? Oh, he can! He can!
Oh, no! BKB! Oh! It just came up off cooldown. Oh my gosh, the timing of that.
I mean, Ramsey's...
That saves the game, perhaps. I mean, they haven't won, but that could have been game over if he dies there.
If he went out... I mean, it's little plays like this.
I mean, he should not have been there. That was, again, the nerves game to Ramsey. The fact he's out there farming without buyback, that's criminal when you're at 51 minutes of the game. I think VP, sigh of relief that they don't lose the Bloodseeker there. And now EG, they've got to back off. They just use their 4 buybacks. They want to find a positioning advantage. They're going to wait on the high ground and hope VP come to them at this same spot. It didn't work out too well for EG last time, but perhaps learning their lesson, knowing they don't want to go on that Ogre.
They want to do it. They want to fight EG.
Bold.
They know that No One doesn't have buyback available. They know that Lil doesn't. If they can find the kills, they will be in a very, very good position to potentially take the game. But VP already backing off. They see that no one of EG's revealing themselves across the lanes. They know that something fishy's up. And they're just playing it safe. VP making sure not to get caught out at this crucial moment of the game. 52 minutes in, 29-26. And at a point as well, this next 5-minute window for both sides could be the be-all, end-all for both teams.
See Sniper, what's he going to do? Rapier time? Drop your boot to travel, rapier time? There we go.
Oh my goodness.
You guys, if you die, you've lost the game.
If you die, you've lost the game.
So I mean, without the rapier, it's the same case. So it's like you die without a rapier, you lose the game. You die with a rapier, you lose the game. It's the same thing. You may as well have a rapier. And a casual blade mail, okay. I mean, considering the BKB durations, this is an item that could be very effective. You use a Manta, you pick up... It's actually going to drop the Radiance. Late game Blade Mail with 2.6 HP.
I guess against the Rapier, yeah.
Against the Sniper, this is actually really brutal. He doesn't know there's a Rapier yet, but he will soon. I don't imagine Sniper's going to hold this one. He can't hide this one. He's got to push out the lanes. And yeah, he'll see the Sniper Rapier, and Alchemist is going to be like, sweet, this item's even better now.
It's already stepping up to be that game that we hoped it to be here, game 2.
What a game we were watching when a 2.2k gold item is your ideal 6-slotted Alchemist item.
Oh, we'll see that one nerf next patch.
Oh.
There we go. Already looking for the fight here, but Crit. Oh no, no one's going to be so careful. They've got the water. No one! Oh no, not the Rapier! They've got the disruption, but Pash is there with the backup. Joseph with the crush. No one turns around.
Don't hit the Alchemist! He hit the Alchemist!
He's down! No one hits the deck. They've lost Lil as well. Ramses is going to be dropped. EG! Oh, I think they might have just done it here, and they have. GG is called. That one on the high ground. VP were not prepared for that. EG finding the jump in. And EG, understandable smiles there. Taking down Virtus.pro 2-0 nonetheless. It's got to feel amazing for them, gods.
It's absolutely incredible. In front of the home crowd here in Boston.
Oh, they're going crazy. I think they're multiplying. I don't know what they're doing in the stands back there. Woo. But it's working.
VP have got to be shattered. They came in as one of the tournament favorites, but they're on the stage, they're clapping, they're applauding EG. Yeah. They know they just lost to one of the best teams in the tournament. It's heartbreaking to go out in the quarterfinals. They probably feel like they were one of the top 2, top 3 teams of the tournament, but they know the team they lost to is a team to be reckoned with. EG has what it takes to go far.
Absolutely. And EG, this run that they've had here at the main event, obviously knocking out Wings and out VP, potentially next meeting up against OG or WG. It's this incredible run. I mean, if they are able to pull it off,
That's some bracket for EG. I don't know. EG have just shown they're so good at preparing for each opponent. The game one with the Ursa. This game was not a draft win, but it was definitely a decision-making win. They were the team that, come late game, were willing to make the risky plays. They kept using that Moonlight Shadow aggressively. They kept going at VP. They were not afraid. And then that late game blade mail. All right, that works, says Sumail.
Absolutely. And just the warning, the control, the support, Zion crit working their butts off to help Sumail, Universe and Arta. What a game, what a performance. EG 2-0. We had to drop the panel in there to hear what you guys have to say about that one. But EG, I mean, this seems to be, you know, they turn up to the land, they turn up to the stage, and with the crowd behind them, they give us absolute performances.
I mean, what a game. After the 19 minutes before, we were getting a little apprehensive, but VP-EG just put on a show.
They really did. I mean, some maybe would have expected VP to at least take a game against them. I think, you know, this is EG, you know, showing us that potentially, you know, before, earlier, day one, they were performing at the level we expected. Now, taking down VP like this, I think they're reaching another level.
Are they exceeding expectations, Gods? Is that what we're seeing?
I don't think, I mean, again, I think a lot of people had EG's expectations winning the major. Like, this is a team that always has been set the highest of expectations by the community, the fans, and even themselves. Anything short of winning is not going to be meeting those expectations.
Thank you so much. I've got a speechless, Fogged, I've got a probe, so I'll leave you guys to it. That was awesome. Raising the roof here in the Wang Theatre as EG finished VP in 2. Fogged, you haven't said a word since that team fight. You literally have just sat there staring into nothingness. I'm going to force something out of you.
Ooh! Where'd the sniper go? He just disappeared on that blade mill instantly.
Oh my God, what a series.
What? Yeah.
You got nothing for me? I mean, where do we start? I feel like we have to start at the end, Toby. We have to start at the kind of the, what was it, playing around no one, trying to keep that sniper alive. We saw a rapier.
You can't keep a sniper alive when he commits suicide, and that's what that was, the blade mail pickup. You could hear everyone go, wait, hang on, you're really going to get this item at the late? You give up your radiance to get a blade mail? This is before he fully even knew that the rapier was there, and then boom. Just
deleted.
Yeah.
I do agree it was the right item to get, because it doesn't matter if you die with or without a rapier. If you die, you lose the game. He didn't have buyback anymore, so he just died a little bit faster.
Like if he had a BKB, but like we were talking about it downstairs, like there's no way Sniper could do that. The whole thing about VP's draft was in combination with the Bloodseeker, amplifying no one's damage to an incredible level. And in order to do that, he can't go into the BKB. He needs to go full deeps.
Yeah. Well, someone that really appreciated having his BKB was Ramsey's Shiva. That game could have ended sooner. One more hit is all it took.
Oh, it really was. And yeah, that game could have ended sooner. It could have ended sooner for in favor of Virtus Pro as well, I feel. Maybe, you know, that one team fight that happened in the jungle where no one force-staffed himself up to the hill and just force-staffed himself into all of EG heroes. That was crazy. That one fight, they were so far ahead. That was a fight that I feel like made the game in favor of EG again. They already repelled Virtus Pro from their base multiple times successfully as well.
Was that where the turnaround started for you? I mean, at one point you felt like the VP prediction was a safe one. Fogged.
I've regained my composure.
Oh, good to have you back.
But that was, it was just a super back and forth game. I think EG, those 4 buybacks was extremely huge, but I think that one play, no one in the jungle, not expecting 5 heroes to be there, just a little bit of the nerves maybe getting to him. But yeah, I mean, EG showing a lot of fortitude here. You could see they were put under a decent amount of pressure. Arteezy was not having that great of a game, even though he was like super free farmed. It ended up just being this Alchemist kind of running at them with Timbersaw. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it was just a incredibly well played game by EG, and them just looking like they were ready to take a bit more of the risks than VP. Even though they do pick up the rapier on no one, you could tell EG was just like, all right, we're gonna like run at them, make the plays happen, like put the pressure on them, and it worked. You could see this is the first time I felt like I've seen VP miss spells and have been very miscoordinated in quite a long time. I've seen their performances.
I think this game just altogether was kind of the game that people were expecting from them from the get-go. The first 19-minute game, maybe a little bit of a fluke, but this type of play, sure, there were some mistakes, but back and forth, that's what we were expecting from these two, and I'm glad that they deliver. Unfortunately, no game 3, but
sure. It was a spectacle.
It definitely was.
It was it was an interesting draft. I don't want to say interesting. I was like clever draft by VP because they did have like this like way that they just empowered the sniper. Like sniper, you kind of see like he doesn't really, he peeps. We call him like he peeps people. But with Blood Rage, with Vlad's aura, with amplified damage, with all these different things just enabling him, I thought he was going to struggle to take out illusions at one point. No, he was killing them in no time. So it was just really cool to see that they
this is what you're talking about, Shiva, right? Yeah. That was it.
Very unfortunate. I mean, they were in Moonlight Shadow. There was no vision coming out for Virtus.pro, so they did not know. But at the same time, at this stage in the game, people roaming around by themselves, that doesn't really happen anymore.
It's also the sniper using his only escape mechanism as initiation, and knowing you don't have that BKB to back you up, it's
Maybe he thought he still had the Aegis, but even then his positioning wasn't great.
Does it come down to composure here? I know it's not something we can necessarily measure, but you said already you're seeing VP make uncharacteristic mistakes, things we hadn't seen in the group stage, things we hadn't seen in the round of 16, and they come up against a very scary EG, and I mean, looks like we put a lot of pressure on no one's shoulders here, Fogged. All eyes were on him. That's a big burden to bear.
Yeah, I mean, it's really based on his positioning. Like, we saw when they would have their heavy, tanky frontliners, like, obviously in their front positioning with the Doom in the front, with the Slar in the front, and the Sniper's just able to do his job and sit in the back. That's every single time that VP won the engagements. But when it was... whenever EG would be able to get into the back lines, that's exactly when we saw the power of their lineup. With the Ethereal Blades combined with everything too, they had so much burst potential and just sustain with the Chen. I think the sustain was really important for them to be able to constantly fight throughout these battles.
And during the laning stage already, Virtus.pro struggled a little bit. We had EG basically have 3 heroes on their lanes that didn't really need Shadow Demon or Chen to help them out, and they could do whatever they wanted to try and get their advantages, and they definitely came out ahead in the laning stage, EG did. With Virtus.pro able to slow down, and that's very commendable, but they're not able to close it out later on because you are delaying against an Alchemist team. And if you already plan to do that, that is a risky plan, for sure. And this is the grand escape. It literally, it was this split second that I came back off cool, that I checked it in player perspective. It was like, yeah.
He's probably just spamming it, waiting for...
Here's the moment.
This is what we were
Disruption, Soul Catcher. And turns
useless.
and he hits himself 3 times on the Blade Mail, dies instantly.
Yeah.
Genius pickup by Sumail though.
Yes.
Like, that was incredibly smart. It works really well in unison with the Octarine and versus VP's lineup, since they're so physically dependent. So they obviously, the BKBs don't stop the reflection from the Blade Mail. So yeah, it's a really smart pickup by Sumail.
Yeah. You know, I mean, speak of the devil. We are going to be getting some words from him in just a moment. Look at that fire, ferocity.
Reminds me of the Manila one.
Still similar?
In Manila, there was like a scene where you see Crit like all calm, and he just screams at the monitor. It's really reminiscent of that.
It lets himself go for that split second, and then it's composure again.
So you just get little bursts.
You get little bursts of energy from him, and you know he has to contain himself during the game. He has to be a cool-headed captain.
Well, it does rhyme, and it is of course time to go ahead and look at Sumail with the Blade Mail. He's standing by with Slacks.
Hello, hello! I've got him right here, ladies and gentlemen. Sumail, EG's mid. My God, VP never drops a game, and then they come and face off against you, and you destroy them. How did you do it?
I mean, we streamed them like plenty of times, and we were doing not that bad in the scrims, so that helped us a lot, and we knew how they're gonna play and what to pick. This was.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, the confidence from you guys. You let them have all of their favorite heroes. You gave them Lifestealer. You gave them Lidl. And in the game, won. And then you killed them in 19 minutes. I mean, how were you so confident?
I mean, we decided to give them their comfort heroes, I guess, and counterpick them, kind of, like Ursa and stuff. And that was our plan going into game 1. And we pretty much...
Yeah, that was it. You lured them into a trap. I mean, what more can be said about it? Jeez. All right, so I want to know, you're probably one of the best, if not the best mid in the world. Who gave you the most trouble in this tournament as the enemy mid?
I will try to be humble, but I will say no one. Like, no one. Not the no one, but no one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No one the player, not no...
No one.
Okay. All right, fantastic. So, I wanted to ask you a little bit about what it's like to play Alchemist. Your guys' style, you put a lot of pressure on that Alchemist to kind of carry that end of the game. The whole team's counting on you. Do you feel that pressure, or is it easy peasy?
I mean, I like the pressure, and it's like, it's a great feeling to be like, being the one who's going to create the game, right? And yeah, I like it.
All right, good to hear. Well, I'm glad you like pressure, because you've got a lot more to get done with here in the major. We're all very happy to see you guys. One more time, give it up for your boys. Sumail here. The crowd's fired up, boys. We'll be seeing EG again soon, but for now, we'll shoot it back to you at the panel machine.
Thanks very much, Slacks. Yes, indeed. The crowd believed EG could do it, but on the panel, there was just one voice who said EG could do it. Just going to remind myself that...
Did you actually believe,
Hey,
though?
man. That remains to be discussed. Does it matter? I don't think it does. There was no pandering here.
It was a very like we were all kind of like torn. Like it was very close to decide which team was going to win. It was like 54-46, but
absolutely. And I mean,
props, Alex.
No, I don't want props. I do want to kind of recap though. Like, you know, the way you framed this was the form that we'd seen from VP was better than that of EG, right? And then what we've seen now is just the change of guard. Virtus Pro couldn't handle the pressure, EG could. We can look at the scoreboard to show you that. Some of the big numbers, we talked about Sumail and his Alchemist, and you'll be able to take a big look at what he was up to. Was he changing the game in the biggest of categories, Fogged? I mean, he seemed very happy, felt like he had the power to influence that game. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was the driving force for EG in this game. I want to point out more so the sniper. Look at his damage done. 53,000. It's actually pretty ridiculous. But yeah, overall, just looking at the 53,000. Yeah, I mean, that number is just really standing out to me. But Zai's heal as well, like the sustain in the fights just really brought it up for them too. Like everything kind of just felt in unison with EG today. It just seemed like they, like Sumail said, they scrimmed them a few times. They knew what they were kind of going for VP. It seemed like they had this like perfect plan going against them. Just looked really great.
And Sumail's MVP, well deserved. That blade mill pickup alone.
Yeah, that was sick.
Like that won them that fight, and that fight won them the game. So in a way, that is like he had the game in his hands, and he just took it.
One purchase of an item, and you just watch no one melt.
Yeah, 3 shots.
3 shots.
And he shot real fast, so he didn't really have that much time to react. Like,
he's like, hang on a second, where is my health? Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
it's gone.
That's too late by that time. So well-deserved MVP for Sumail there.
And just before we do head over and break that down further, I do want to just quickly get some closing thoughts on Virtus Pro. I mean, this is it. This is where we say goodbye to them. They came in through the qualifier, and we've got a lot, to discuss. We're just kind of touching on it, though, Toby. VP, a lot of people thought they could be, not underdogs, but they could be the ones to surprise, the ones to take down the big dogs.
I had them pinned as my #1 for the tournament, and I know I wasn't alone. Virtus Pro came into this tournament playing really terrific Dota. I think the only thing which had a lot of us scared is what happens to a lot of CIS teams at Valve events where they just have that big hurdle. We've seen Team Empire and Virtus Pro, the brands themselves, have issues in the past, and it was the same kind of concerns this time around, but for some reason I just felt like this VP lineup could do it. They've been playing amazing Dota on a whole different level, and they didn't even look like they were challenged in the draft, but this game, they looked challenged in the draft, they looked nervous, and they made a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes.
We'll discuss this further after we do check in with Purge. VP unable to buck the trend. Let's check in and see exactly what went so right.
I actually really love the draft that VP went for this game. I feel like they let EG a little bit fall into the trap of let them take Alchemist, and then we'll pick the heroes that provide some solutions for that. The big one that I felt like, again, Alchemist over here. Oops, wrong tool. My bad. Alchemist, big tool, or big important fixture for EG's draft, just because no matter what, he will be able to outfarm his opponents as long as he doesn't get pressured too much. But what VP grabbed to deal with him is Sniper, very good against him in the lane, Ogre Magi to give Bloodlust to everybody to make them better as a carry and farmer tools, and then really Slaughter and Bloodseeker as well, just very good at all dealing with Alchemist. Damage amplification, you can rupture him, things like that are going to be very useful. And not to mention what's it called, blood whatever on Sniper to increase his damage and give him lifesteal. EG also grabbed a Chen to help offset some of the early pressure the VP was going to put out, and obviously they grabbed a Doom in response so that they could do things like eat creeps, which he did very well in the early game. It kind of really gimped what Zai was doing, just because the first creep that Zai grabs, he follows it and he kills it, and that means Zai's early rotations are not very useful. At some point in the game, we see Sumail even back up into the jungle for defensive purposes, but Chen's also there to try to stop VP from pressuring in that area. So while their lane setup was good on VP's side, they didn't really get to shut down Sumail in a massive amount. And there was also a lot of ganks that came. Most of them were successful for EG. There was pressure attempts by Lil, but he also got himself a little bit behind in terms of levels, and ultimately EG was able to weather that storm into successful ganks. At this point in the game, it's 5-0 right now. EG's ganks have all been successful. Well, not all of them have been successful, but many of them, and VP's, none of them have been successful. So many kills on some of the cores really just guaranteed that no matter what, Alchemist is getting farm. So the important thing that VP did was this item build here, Maelstrom on the Sniper. This is a really important item because of the fact that it lets you kill multiple creeps. It jumps, it kills creeps faster. He didn't go too heavily into stat items, and with Bloodlust on top of that and eventually a Hurricane Pike, it was pretty much what Sniper needed to make sure that his farm was competitive. And if we look in the top left, look at that net worth. It's actually pretty comparable to Alchemist. It's super important that they were able to do that. They also went from Midas on Bloodseeker to keep him competitive. So At this stage in the game, 32 minutes in, the peak where Alchemist is usually just owning and running over his opponents, they were kind of limited to split pushing, and you could really see their ability to siege here. Just snipers sitting really far back and pinging away at the towers. So it was basically VP coming together at the 30-minute mark, taking out the Alchemist, even though they had a gold disadvantage from the laning stage that didn't go so well. And I just thought it was a really creative draft that altogether put VP in a good spot. Some late game mistakes ultimately cost them, but I really love this draft.
Mercy Purge, this is it. EG have managed to continue their reign of dominance and pick up the first win in the quarter-finals. VP fall by the wayside, and it is just time for us to not only reflect upon that, but also just to remind everyone that this was by no means a guarantee. We are going to be going into our next quarter-final, but Shiva, I do want some kind of closing thoughts on this series as a whole from yourself.
I think Virtus Pro, if this was a best of 5, we would have had maybe all 5 games.
Have you just gone like ESL envy right there?
Why? It's come on, look at game 1. Stomp. And game 2, they came back. Imagine what they could have done for game 3.
Yeah, it's true.
So I believe that they are a team that has a lot of potential. They just got to shape some things up. I hope they stay together after this as well. They've had an amazing run, undefeated until this series here today, and I don't think that a lot of teams can copy them in that.
Well, luckily VP went out earlier before the tournament began, and they said like we're not breaking up, like we're sticking together, like we don't need to have no roster change here.
Good.
CIS can shuffle, VP will stay the same.
Good.
Shadow Demon with a 82% win rate up here now on this main stage, and Alchemist with an 83% win rate through all of the Boston Major tournament here and Boston.
I wonder if that's going to continue into our next series, because that's what is coming up next. OG versus Warriors Gaming Unity, a team that have already impressed. They impressed us in the group stage. They impressed us in the round of 16. We'll see if they can do it in the round of 8, because OG are certainly not a team to be laughed at. We're going to be bringing all of that action very, very soon, so do stay tuned. And while we do take a quick break, a quick hiatus, let's have a quick look at what's going on behind the scenes, behind this fancy curtain in the Wang Theatre.
Next matchup, Warriors Gaming Unity versus OG.
team, Warriors, have already caused a complete rumble here in the Boston Major, getting themselves to the quarterfinals, and now they're on the road to the semis. However, standing in their path is none other than OG. Virtus Pro have been added to the pile of teams eliminated now as 9 are forced to watch from the Wang Theatre instead of playing on that beautiful stage. And talking of the stage, it's time to get them back on it. It is going to be Warriors Gaming and OG to meet the crowd.
Reigning champions and two-time major winners Fly and Notail have returned to the fray with a revitalized squad. Competing in their 4th consecutive Dota 2 major, quick, smart, and deadly finishers, they've recently rediscovered their mojo, giving us a taste of that killer instinct. Welcome on stage, OG. This all-Malaysian squad vanquished both Fnatic and Mineski to secure their ticket to Boston out of the SEA Regionals. Competing in their first event outside of Asia, they are redefining expectations, both at home and abroad. Lethal in the late game, mid laner Nana is a force to be reckoned with, and this fledgling team is well on its way to success. Welcome on stage, Warriors Gaming Unity.
Quite the contrast on the main stage here for the Boston Major. You have Warriors Gaming, who, when I was desperately trying to find as much information as I could that Winter couldn't provide, it was, of course, just 8 words on their Liquipedia article. And OG, they're sporting a short novella on their page. It is truly not a mismatch, considering how much damage WG have already done here.
Yep. Chance for Warriors Gaming to add a few more pages to the Liquipedia entry today, I guess.
Yeah, okay. I can see possibilities of that. Hey, they've taken Wings as scalp. They've already proven that they can beat Complexity, who in turn beat EG. I mean, was this the WG you were expecting, Winter? I always direct this first to you because the first thing you said to me was like, people will underestimate them. That's surely well and truly past now. They're in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think people don't have that much information on them, and because I watch them a lot, I know that when they play well, they can beat a lot of good teams, and they're not a team that you should underestimate.
I think it's safe to assume that that will no longer be done. Of course, OG will have done their homework coming into this one. You can bring them up. These guys are seasoned pros, Fogged, and they are going to be doing their very best to make short work of WG.
Yeah, I mean, they're, like you said, seasoned pros. They have a very constant and sustained lineup that just they execute in a very similar manner in multiple of their games. They usually just draft very even lineup that has multiple different damage instances, physical, magical. They have a concrete initiator as well. It's just a very straightforward and concrete lineup that they always tend to go for.
They have a good setup system to deal with a lot of different things that the opponent throws at them.
Who jumps out of the page when you look at those 5 names, Fogged? I mean, we talked about Jerex and his roaming, but outside of that, I mean, you've got the no-tail fly combination, or is it the newbies?
I always have to go for Brotail, I call him, because he really likes. A lot of the times he sacrifices himself for like the greater good. Even though like he's put in the position where he's more so the carry, he kind of just makes his like mid laner always shine. Like when he was playing with Miracle as well, like he would put himself in that position. Yeah, so that's why I call him Brotail. He just helps out his buddy out.
Okay, I like that idea. Just putting a nice, pretty frame around their carries. Yeah. We can have a quick look at who's going to be going down here. I do want to just quickly ask Ted, when you do bring them up, it is going to be not necessarily the roster that jumps off of the page. To you and to the desk, it does seem like the general consensus is that they pick up these victories as a team. They function well as a unit of 5. Outside.
I think that's super important. You get a lot of teams that are maybe less fancied and they've got like 1-star player. But I like the idea that a team that you can do better. You can do an awful lot if you work together as 5. And I think Warriors definitely demonstrate that.
What's interesting as well, I did hear whispers, Winter, that you were suggesting that Nana has been regarded as someone who's relatively quiet, a reserved voice in the team. Is this something that you believe can have an adverse effect, or is it okay? You sit support, you do your job, you don't necessarily need to communicate.
Like what Yanis told me, he said he doesn't like, as a support, he doesn't like to play with a mid player that doesn't say a lot of stuff, you know. Yeah. He needs him to at least bare minimum say, oh, I'm having trouble in the lane, can you guys help me? I need stacks, you know. You can't just sit in the game and not say anything at all, because Nana was one of my teammates' mid player back then, and he told me that he doesn't say a lot in the game, but maybe now he's changed.
I think it's also like a bit team dependent. If you have like 4 very heavy talkers, then maybe in that case, in those type of scenarios, you can have the mid laner be a little bit more quiet and reserved. If you have like, especially if you have like a captain, just being able to like look at him and be like, all right, well our mid laner needs help. We're making the rotation like that.
But shouldn't that be his job? That
in my opinion,
he should be telling his team that if he needs help, not the captain. Oh, clicking on him. Oh, he's having a hard time.
Can you imagine, like, if I ask you to name another mid laner that strikes you as someone who's quite quiet? I mean, I can't imagine no one zipping his lip when he needs help. I can't imagine Sumail doing it. You know, I mean, who else springs to mind who falls into that category?
I don't know. What about S4 when he was playing mid? Was he quiet? Because he's always struck me as kind of a quiet guy. Was he a talker?
No, he's not a quiet. I can guarantee you, he's not a quiet guy.
Good.
He says a lot of things. Like he calls a lot of things. Like the way he tells his team what to do, what he needs, and in the team fights, I think he's best at team fights. He calls every spell, what spell he needs right now. Oh, there's going to be a RP coming in.
So he comes alive in the game because he's like a super quiet guy.
I think it's important to have like a balance. Either you call like I need help, or you can say I don't need help. You guys can just don't come near my lane. Do whatever you want to do. I'm perfectly fine in that manner. There's like a definitely a range between the two.
Well, the primary voice in Warriors Gaming is Afu. He is their captain, and we had a quick glimpse of what was going on in his mind ahead of this game.
Okay, I'll take them. It's all good. Yeah, we got one. Yo, what's up, Win? How's it going? I want to get some spicy stuff, okay? We're going to do 3 of them, all right? I want you to look scared, you know? They're coming at you. You're in Roche. You're alone, baby. Give it to me. Looks frightened. Oh, like terrified, dude. Give it to me, Win. Give me your best scared. Just turn around, pop it. Just pop it, all right? Pop it out. Yeah, I'm a little bit more surprised, but I'll take it. Okay. Looks scary, like you're going to kill somebody. All right, give me a kill somebody. And turn around for this one. You know, give me the back and then give me the, you know, like, all right. That, you went too quick. That was quick, dude. Go on, give me the passion right here. Okay, Wen, go for it. Where's the passion, Wen? Wen, the passion, hit me with the passion, Wen, come on. Just turn around, give me your best look. Shoot her the look. Give me, oh my God. You're a killer, Wen. You're beautiful, that was it. I'm sold, buddy. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You're a god.
Slight miscommunication. Actually, their the sixth man in the roster for Warriors Gaming could be jumping in. Their stand-in, it was Wen, not Afu, we got to see doing some fancy spins with Slacks. Winter, I mean, he is there to stand in should they need it, right?
Well, I'll tell you something I think about this team. I actually feel like they function better with Wen in particular as the offlaner. Because Kang is a player that has a higher skill cap, but his chemistry with the team is not as good when Wen was on the team. That's what I felt when we were screaming against them and they sort of made the swap. Kang was a recent addition to their team.
I always think it's interesting to hear people's opinions because it is quite the polarizing discussion. Was when you ask about having that sixth man, having a sub, having that sixth body available fogged. Does that kind of keep everyone on their toes? Want to kind of stay in the starting roster? Does it make people feel? I mean, as a sixth man, you kind of feel a little undervalued, right? You don't get to play as much as the others.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that definitely lights a fire under you a bit. Just like, I really have to.
You think so?
I really have to do really well this game, or what if they just sub me out? But it's role specific though, for the most part. So you kind of know if you're in that position. They already have the sixth sub, and if he's the offlane player and you're the offlane player, you're like, now you really have to pick it up a notch. Sure. Just make sure you always do well.
He played 2 roles for them. He was initially playing offlane, and they brought in X Nova, and then they made him he was like offlane, then he was support. He was moving around.
Okay.
But I think his best role would be his offlane role.
I want to take a look at this featured matchup. I want to go ahead and put these two guys under the microscope because you know who's featured. It is the aforementioned Afu and Jerax, both playing the support role. However, there are some integral differences. First, we start with Jerax, who has been hailed by the analyst desk to be one of the best, if not the best, roaming support. Does that sound about right, Ted, from what you saw from him yesterday?
Oh, he's great. I love watching him. He's just one of those players that can make plays happen, and that is so important. We've talked a whole bunch during this tournament about support players being able to enable your carry and your mid to go on and do great things. And Jerax is a guy you would love to have him on your team. He's a natural. He's gifted.
And that spotlight video as well. We learned quite a whole lot about what was going on behind the scenes for Jerax, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, the fans love those. I love watching those because all we see from these guys is they come out on the stage, they go in the booth, they come out of the booth, and that's it. You don't really get to know them. But yeah, he seems like a really cool guy as well.
He's like I think he's probably one of the dream support players to play with. He makes so much space on the map. Like even if sometimes his moves don't work, he forces reaction, and that's really important in Dota just to do that.
I mean, you were getting so frustrated, Winter, at there's a Nyx assassin not making the engages. That's not something necessarily Jerax would be doing, right? That's not something you'd witness from him.
Yeah, he would do that with even less farm.
Yeah, he would go.
And that's what you need. That's what you need from someone in that role. But what about on the other side of things? I mean, you got Afu.
Yeah, we were like talking a bit about the difference between the two players, Afu and Jerax. They're both the same positions, but they're very different. Afu is the captain of the team, and he wants stuff done his way. And Jerax, people say that you got to let that guy have his freedom. You know, he has to be able to do what he wants. The captain doesn't need to take care of what he needs the player to do.
You don't shackle the wild stallion, all right? You let it run free, and that's Jerax.
So is OG a bit more of a diplomacy, and we've got a bit more of a dictatorship coming in from?
No, I think it's player, depending on the player.
Okay.
Like some players are better off on his own, and some players are better off. You need to control that specific guy. You stop him from diving. Some players are like that.
OG seems more diplomatic though, right? With Fly.
Oh, he's super. I mean, he's just the calmest
guy. He gives
guy,
his team a lot of freedom.
Yeah,
from what I understand.
I think the experience of players like Fly and Notel, and S4, of course, means that they're able to look at players like Jerax and they know exactly how to use him.
They're using him very well. Like Fly is using him very well, and I think I would like to highlight his teamwork. Jerax and S4, they have very good chemistry in the games that I watch them play.
Watching them work their magic, and we are going to work our magic on the desk in terms of predictions. Ted, looking fantastic in this suit today.
Thank you.
Going for that lilac as the finals grow closer.
Yeah.
What have you got for me?
OG.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think they're
pretty open and shut for you.
Yeah, they're a really good team. The funny thing is I've been at a bunch of events where I've seen OG. Notel is always a super relaxed guy. He's funny. He's when they're not playing, he's very relaxed and funny. But when it comes to the games, he completely changes. He becomes very serious. He doesn't want to clown around. Embarrassingly enough for me, just outside, just before the game, I was having a smoke, and Notel was out there. I've seen him do this a few times. He takes a moment to just sort of focus, and he just on his own. So he's outside there, he's leaning against the wall. I kind of wasn't aware he was there. This guy comes up, and he's waving like this, and I'm like, waving back to this guy. I'm like, hey, what's up? And he's like holding up his camera. I was like, yeah, sure. And then I peer around, and there's Notel, and he was going, obviously, to get his picture taken with Notel. And I was like, I'm just waving to someone across the street, no problem. Yeah, it was embarrassing.
My classic way to get out of that is when you put your hand up, and then if someone walks past you, just kind of go like, oh, yeah, just really, I've got an itchy scalp.
Yeah, I mean, I can't like run my hand through my hair and make out I just had something on my hair. So, yeah, I just sort of sucked it up and went inside.
Well, I mean, this could very well be a rather one-sided affair on the predictions. I'm intrigued to know whether or not you believe in the Malaysian side here, Winter. Could they really continue to cause upsets versus the titan that is OG?
I think there's a chance, though. I'm not so that OG has enough information about this team, and if they get caught by surprise by certain strats that they are very good at, And their mid lane, like Ana is a player where I think sometimes when he falls behind, he struggles a lot. He's not that kind of like Sumail. When he falls behind, he's able to come back into the game. So he might struggle against Nana in the laning phase.
So win condition 1, shut down Ana.
Yep. So I think WG will be able to pull this upset here.
Ooh. Okay. Throws it down.
Wow.
Yeah, no anime. I support that sign. I support the no anime sign.
NP are playing next. We will get to see some of that. That's coming in, of course, versus DC. But first, all attention on OG.
Wow, Winter. Sticking with your boys.
Do you think that was a prediction from his heart or his head, folks? Because you've been forced to...
That was a heart prediction from Winter.
That was a heart prediction.
Hang on, what's happening here?
What?
Winter has a heart?
Winter has a heart?
Why can't I have a heart-to-heart prediction?
That's fine.
You can.
Fine.
Just admit it.
We'll give him one.
Yeah.
It came from his heart.
I think those are he did make good points. I think I'm going to go with OG. I think that WG can definitely take a game just based off of strategy, and if they do punish Ana, I think they have a couple things that they really work well around, like particularly their Omni Knight, their Legion Commander, these type of things that we don't see all that often, but we have been seeing more here at the main stage. So I'll still go OG, though.
That's a 2 for OG, and I'm afraid, Winter, I'm going to leave you out in the cold with this one.
I'm fine, OG. You know, I'm used to you ditching me.
Wow. That is definitely not true. Yeah, we played chess last night, and I destroyed him.
The game wasn't over, and you ditched.
Oh, dude, come on. It was over the moment he started.
He checked me like 4 times. Anyway, OG have been winning the panel. Let's see if they can win the draft, because it's coming up right here, right now. Expectations for the draft, you guys have made it clear that there are some slight differences between the two. Warriors, you said that they may not have had... OG may not have had as much prep time to prepare for the Winter. There's surely no curveballs coming out. You keep mentioning Meepo, not in a quarterfinals game.
Maybe Naga Siren, like similar style heroes. I think both teams would have a good chance of picking the hero and playing the hero. Not sure if you're a fan of it, because it's like kind of like a...
It does extend that game.
Yeah. Not so much fun, but you know, it wins you games if you know how to play around the hero. Very annoying for the supports. Something like Alchemist.
What about OG, folks? Is there anything that just immediately springs to mind when you're thinking about OG in their drafting phase? Trying to get anyone on something specific?
They just draft really well-rounded, pretty much all their games. Yeah, that's the one thing. I think probably the big one that stands out to everybody is like the Darkseer Earth Spirit. That's probably the one that I would say. Just if they go toward like a, if they don't have a main initiator, it's either they pretty much pick S4 an initiator or someone to start the fights, or they pick him like a Darkseer and they make Jarax be the one who forces the initiation.
I think you want to put them on like something that relies on a lot of coordination to do well, like Bat Rider plus a follow-up, or Darkseer plus Earth. That's one of my favorites for them.
Yeah.
Well, we've got time to do some recap, because already that Naga Siren Dream has been dashed by Warriors Gaming as well as Luna.
Oh, first pick OD.
We have, Shadow Demon's taken out as well. They go OD first pick.
And Timber as well, a very good ban against Warriors, because they like to utilize heroes that are very good at destroying the laning phase. Timber, Sand King, Legion, heroes that have passive that allow them to make the laning phase very difficult for their opponents.
We did see Nana on a very good Timber, didn't we, at one point?
Yes, with the Omni Knight backing him up. He was just like, just kind of standing there in the front line.
I wonder if you'll see a first phase sniper here from OG. One of the better heroes to deal with the
It's a disaster!
I think like Rubik Sniper could be a pretty cool approach that they could go for.
You don't like the Ogre Sniper?
I guess the Ogre Sniper's too there. But okay, wow. They go straight for their mid laner.
First phase Invoker?
That's a little bit bold.
Is that first phase double mids?
Yes. Yeah, they picked the mids first. I don't think I've seen that in a while.
Invoker struggles against OD though.
So they do go for the Rubik. It's very good versus OD, and it gives you, it's just a safe
But the lane
overall.
is not as good for Invoker. Like the 1v1 lane is not good. So that's going to be the worrying part. Like I said, if OG is going to lose the game, it's going to be on the lane. If Ana gets dominated by Nana in the laning phase and he can't really recover. For WG right now, there's a lot of options open for them. Pairings that go well with OD. We saw like I think one of my favorite pairings is the IO plus OD. That's what EG did a lot, but not sure if WG would go for that. They don't really play IO a whole lot. That's
this is their comfort. Yeah.
LC, they're off lane. Something that they, apart from this team, we saw from yesterday, LGD.
Yeah.
Like to pick LC a lot. Got banned every time.
China, Malaysia, they like the LC. And I mean, we've explained it once, but likely there are more newer viewers who might be a little surprised by the LC Winter. Just quickly, briefly, could you summarize as to why Warriors are going to be doing damage with that?
I think there's two reasons why you pick the hero. The first main reason would be you want to use his press the attack to remove like stuns and disables like Beastmaster, Mirano, bigger options. The other reason I think a lot of the C teams like to pick him is because he has that passive to lane very well. You can pressure a lane and you can create very good dual lanes. Like Omni Knight would be a really good dual lane with LC.
They ban it though, right away.
The other good dual lane would still be the IO, you know. I like IO plus Legion Commander. Something Navi like to run a lot in the past. Pretty good in the first few minutes. You can put a lot of pressure, give the Legion a lot of mana.
I just thought about a kind of cool interaction too. If you duel somebody and it's like, oh man, my LC is gonna lose the duel, you put him under, and then you kill the other guy, and you still get the duel damage. But I mean, that's just a small little interaction. I think it's cool because it leaves them. It leaves it very open. It's like, okay, we know that this is the mid, we know that this is the offlane, but it doesn't show any of the supports at all. So they can still pick some interesting combos and still build toward their like 5-man unit.
So is this going to be a Jerax Rubik? Because I've seen him play Rubik before, like incredibly well.
On this team right now in the current patch, I think I favor more of like a 5 Rubik, but I wouldn't say it's entirely not possible for you to run a position 4 Rubik.
Yeah.
We've seen support Bad Riders yesterday, so I'm not going to say.
Yes. and
mind-blowing.
If the guys at home missed that, strongly recommend searching on the internet for Purge's explanation of that support Bad Rider.
Yeah, that was very funny.
That was brilliant.
I mean, remember what I told you about the 4-row? Like Alex, it's not about what heroes you play, it's the way you play the hero into a roaming position.
Oh, he's a troll.
Don't wake him up.
Just leave him. We'll have a solo cast.
That's great. So they ban out the Drow, they ban out the Omni Knight.
Yep, heroes that would allow WG's lineup to shine in the laning phase. Drow OD don't really want to deal with that. It's very difficult. Like OD alone is gonna be a lot of problems for the Invoker.
And both those are like 5-man enablers. The Drow and the Omni Knight just lets warriors group up.
Hello, balcony people. Woo.
Wow, you do just bring the hype sometimes, Ted.
Dude, what more can you say? They're on the balcony. Well done.
Congratulations, you chose a seat. I love that we are seeing the crowd actually give genuine draft advice. Pick Phoenix.
There's a lot of OG fans out there today.
I mean, Phoenix has been one of OG's favorite heroes.
Maybe. Got an analyst in the crowd. And another Droban. This poor hero has not been given too much chance to
okay, so that's going to be the Jerax Rubik. So
yeah.
Kotal will be handled by Fly. Usually when they pick Kotal, they pair it up with like a very split push heavy hero. What's still remaining is there's still Alchemist, right? No, but it's safe lane. Probably not. Maybe something like Morphling.
But LC's decent versus Morphling too.
Yeah, Morphling is very weak against that hero and very bad against OD too.
Yeah, because obviously you get silenced when you get dueled up, so you can't morph, and OD obviously being able to steal the and doing heavy burst damage potential versus morph.
Just that lockdown as well, right? It's just like literally that straight lockdown for morph.
And the lane's just you already know that WG is going to be going for lane pressure. So if you pick up a morphling, you know you're already like under the gun a bit.
Yeah.
Of just in the laning
it
phase.
Actually might mean they want to go aggressive as well. Like Rubik and Kotal, you go on the aggressive, and with Sunstrike, your lane is pretty scary. So that leaves OG a lot of options here. They might not want to go for like some sort of split push hero, but they might just go for like really strong lanes to destroy the opponent in the laning phase, which is something I highlight a lot when I talk about WG. You need to be able to deal with them in the laning phase. You can't just pick weak heroes in the lane and expect to get away with it.
Do they heavily like the Earth Spirit, or do you think this is a bit of like a deny type thing?
I don't know. It's like no,
I mean, they already had the Rubik Coddle. Yeah, good point.
They wanted the Earth Spirit, like to have a hero to roam around.
The pressure, yeah.
But the synergy with LC in a dual lane, it's not the greatest. I don't really like Earth Spirit plus LC dual lanes. I don't think it's that strong.
So he'll probably just be emphasizing more on the mid lane, just with the Astrals and putting a lot of pressure on Ana, like you mentioned.
Try to bully the Invoker, probably. Yeah. That will be his main job, I guess, this game.
And it doesn't give the Earth Spirit's great versus Rubik too, because Rubik spell stealing anything from Earth Spirit's pretty garbage, to be honest.
Oh, that's the lane pressure. This is gonna be very worrisome for WG. Their lanes right now, because you have the Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit is a good roamer, but not very good at sitting in one lane.
See who's going to be the response from Warriors. It seems like you feel like there needs to be a change here. Winter, you feel like when Warriors game
I'm looking at Warriors lineup and I'm like, God damn, they're terrifying so far. But I like the way, the
lanes are like weak. Basically, what could happen right now is they do like Rubik plus Kotal plus another like a Juggernaut top, or okay, there's no Juggernaut anymore. So Warriors go back for that better laning phase for the carry, because what might happen is like Rubik quarter +1, strong carry top, and Sanking could go 1v1 against the Legion commander bottom, and with Sunstrike, your top and bottom lane is just going to be absolutely difficult to lane.
Do you think maybe they OG want something like an Ursa, something just can? They don't really have that much physical damage in their lineup
I like
right
Ursa. Ursa is really good against Juggernaut in the laning phase, and basically they're just going to get crushed in the lane. And look at that ban as well. They're banning out one of the better supports to have to handle the lane pressure, because you can push the lane out with your heal, and then you get your creep pull going. So you enable your carry to get experience and farm under the tower.
So the Omni and the Dazzle ban are just to like literally keep applying that pressure in the lane. They can't really turn it around easily.
Not sure what else you can actually pick to replace that, because I would say Dazzle, Rubik, Kotal are both of the 3 best position 5 heroes. When you are dealing with lane pressure, you can push out the lane.
Witch Doctor maybe?
Witch Doctor, you can't really push out the lane that well, but
not for the pushing, but for maybe the heal and the bongos and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's still pretty decent in the laning phase, but if OG picks up a really strong carry to lane against, like what Yannis mentioned, Ursa, they would have a hard time in the laning phase.
We've already seen one great Ursa today.
Yeah, very effective.
Sumail. That was actually the way we got our sub 20-minute game. That is a reminder, everyone, that we do have EG in the semi-finals. The winner of this will meet them.
This is a very tough pick for WG. There's not many good supports that can lane against that. Like Disruptor, all really weak. Like Witch Doctor you mentioned is pretty decent, but he's not gonna have a good time against their heroes, in my opinion.
What about Lion maybe?
Lion is also quite weak in the early phase, but he does provide a lot of burst damage for the LC where you want to finish the duel.
Helps with the finger for the duel, pretty good.
Lockdown.
But regardless, there's no like a clear good pick here for WG.
I mean, there's the Wisp, but you said they don't really play it, and that doesn't really help their lane much.
That hero. Like that hero would be good for them.
Oracle.
It's like so like good with the duel. You can make sure the LC doesn't die, and you always get the duel damage. But he's very weak in the lane, like super weak in the lane.
Yeah, they at least have like the combo too with the healing ward from Juggernaut, so if anybody does get ulted, they have a lot of sustain, and
that's like mid game, you know.
Mid game stuff, yeah.
Early game is hard, very hard.
Could they have taken something like Skywrath maybe? Pain in the neck in the lane, and helps with the duels as well and stuff?
Yeah, it's possible, but then again, the laning phase, I don't think it would change that much. Skywrath against... He's very good at bullying one hero, but if 3 heroes come to the lane, then Skywrath doesn't do much.
Well, we did say that OG is kind of like magical, not entirely magical dependent now, but they do have like the Fate's Edict from the Oracle to kind of counterbalance that.
Still the morphing.
So they do go for the morph anyway, even though it's versus the Legion and the Ursa.
But they have very strong lanes, though. Their lanes are still really strong, and WG is really weak in the laning phase.
So your question then, Winter, you did have some faith in them, admittedly was with your heart. They have to survive the laning phase.
Yes.
That's your first.
Usually they have the better draft in the laning phase, but not this time.
Wow. With that said, will the Warriors Gaming continue to surprise us? They did it once. They've already beaten Wings. They did it again. They beat Complexity, but now they've got bigger fish to fry. It's OG on the stage standing against them, and already Winter says they have to weather the storm of the laning phase. Let's go ahead and introduce our electric pair for your cast. It's going to be Malini and Toby Wern.
Obviously, all the electricity comes from my Zeus caster.
I don't think he meant that.
He meant electrifying?
Yeah.
You're electrifying, Malini.
Okay.
We're going to go into this game. OG versus WG is what we're about to get underway. Game number 1 of this best of 3. WG, were you predicting them to be here after Complexity had their run and now WG into the quarterfinals?
No, I didn't expect them to be here, but I actually think they stand a better chance against OG than most people think. They're no pushover at all. And yeah, their draft is probably a little weaker compared to OG, but it's in their wheelhouse.
Well, if they can survive the laning phase, as Winter said, then maybe we are going to have one hell of a game. Both teams look like they've got a really stable lineup where there's no real weaknesses beyond the laning phase.
I think a lot is on the Earth Spirit. If he can run around and get a lot of kills. It's not a hero that we see too often as of late, but still favored by some in particular. Because if he can pressure the lanes and force the supports to break up and maybe have like Morphling left on his lonesome, or force their one of the other heroes to run around, like Jarex, maybe play way more defensively instead of offensively, I think they can do okay in the laning phase.
Speaking of Notel being on his own, we might actually look at this little small movement So OG are already changing their lanes up. So S4 is going to head down to the bot lane. This is going to push Notel to the off lane. Now, he's done this role before with a couple of other heroes. Obviously, he's been playing a hell of a lot of Luna of late and has been heavy on the rotations. This time around, when you're playing Notel's Morphling, do you want him coming into early fights? Or is it that farm up, you're going to be brilliant in the mid game, just survive until then?
Well, the great part about this is he doesn't actually have to make the decision. With a keeper on your team, you can just recall him if you'd like. However, Notel is one of the carriers that I would say is most involved with his team. Generally, it's like more Luna Juggernaut that we see him fight more often, but yeah, it's very easy to just bring him in while he's farming. No problem, and then he can just replicate back to the lane that he was farming in.
Jirax is starting his rotation. X-Nova's going to see him moving to the top lane. Jirax already had his own Observer Ward down, but he didn't get a glimpse of X-Nova moving over. But this kind of lane is rather difficult to kill, especially once the Oracle hits level 2, because then you've already got the escape of the Juggernaut through the Blade Fury, plus what Oracle's going to offer through the Nuke and Fortunes.
Yeah, Jug's actually a pretty good hero to get sacked. He can come back later, he can still fight without many items because he does a lot of magic damage with the Blade Fury, and he also is not really susceptible to being tower dove, or, I mean, their initiation is a little weak, like, what, telekinesis into Mana Leak? It won't be able to kill a Jug. He can easily spin TP at this point in the game.
Yeah, the initiation comes later when the Morphling gets bigger. Bot lane, there's a lot of farm actually coming into Kangaroo, as Afu just gives him a lot of space around S4 too.
Yeah, they need to at least win one of their lanes. And it seems like they're winning 2 of the lanes right now. Nana ahead up and CS just barely in the mid lane. And Afu, as you mentioned, kind of bullying out S4 in the bottom. And top lane, OG, Jirax and Fly are kind of just running around. They want to utilize the big pool. That's one of the benefits of aggro try on the OG side. I guess both sides now. But if they can utilize that pool, they can come out way ahead in this lane and severely impair the Juggernaut.
Well, it's already, but the Morphling's already far enough ahead as it is. If they can just keep the balance, then sure.
Oh, there's a haste rune for Jirax on the top.
Now, this is a dangerous thing to have with his boots up as well, that high movement speed, just making a run over on Nana. But no telekinesis, so there's no straight setup. Anna's not going to be able to get that Sunstrike onto position.
And Earthspear's ready for this.
He's actually sitting in behind the tree line to the east of the Tier 1. Interested to see exactly what he's waiting for, because you can start off with the Astral Imprisonment, and then you can Rolling Boulder in. It is a level 2 Earth Spirit, so here we go. Rolling Boulder over, hits into Anna, and with the kick, pushing him back down the ramp. Does Anna have enough life to survive? Got the cross up, makes a break for the tree line, and Anna, no points up in the Arcane Orb, but still only a level 3 OD. So Anna survives on roughly 30 HP.
Oof, that was so close. They did the best thing that they could with the block, but just not enough damage. That little bit of extra armor from the Ring of Aquila certainly helping out there. A very underrated build.
Well, you asked for it. You wanted the Earth Spirit to have his rotations, and Fu was happy to oblige. Even if he can't find the kill, Invoker having to burn more consumables.
Yeah, and OD is ahead in CS, and that was a good rune for OG. Jirax looking to go back to the mid lane. He knows OD's very low on regen, like Wild Sunstrike or a Telekinesis and a Sunstrike could spell a kill for them, but I don't think he'll be able to get a courier kill at this point. It is well past 3 minutes.
At least the movement speed's down, but you know, maybe he's just waiting for the real thing. Anna's got Cold Snap up and available, so they start with the Imprisonment. I was actually losing a little bit of armor thanks to the Forge Spirit. Now Jirax movement is a little off. This bot lane is a lane which is working really, really well for WG. The highest CSer on the Dire side belongs to the Legion Commander, and the SK not getting as much out of it. Even with the 2 points up in Caustic, it's not forcing the Legion out, and it's a 23-5 against now 13-1 SK.
It seems to be one of those lanes where if you're the core, you're just like, I just need a little bit of help. I need like a 1 level advantage, even half a level advantage with boots, and then you can just leave me alone, which is exactly what Afu did.
Afu, Jirax, looking for a body block. Afu just TP's out. He knows all the stuns have been committed.
Yeah, not really wanting to risk the folder block. And Kangaroo, pretty close to level 6. Maybe they can set up a kill. Earthspear's coming in, but he's not going to be level 6 by the time he gets there.
I wonder if the Legion even really cares. He's going to get his life back. Like, S4 does his harassment until S4's got potentially Arcanes. Don't know if he wants to go in for the Soul Ring style build.
Yeah, I'm not sure. sometimes you'll see Arcane, but here he has Keeper on his team. It's not that big a deal that he's going to run into mana issues. I think they do need the Blink as soon as possible because he's by far their best source of initiation, and of course they want to create space for the Morphling later.
Well, he can get away with it. Like, the Ring of Regen's enough to keep him in the lane up against a Legion who's not doing anything to harass him. This may change a little bit later on. Noticing the build with the 3 points up and overwhelming odds and almost duel, 8 points away of experience from this. Really great time for the Earth Spirit to arrive on bot lane. So now Legion is level 6.
They might see that there's no creep wave in the next wave and hunt Jerax down. They have the free scouting with the Earth Spirit. It's still half duration on his invis. Now it's about the time where you're like, okay, the creep wave's not here. Something little fishy's happening.
It's kind of funny because the shoes is a little bit on the other foot because normally with a Legion Commander you have someone like an Invoke who will lend a Sunstrike. But in this case, the Sunstrike's on the side of OG.
S4 walks in, they drop an Reservoir Ward behind. Can they catch him out with a stun?
Well, there's your overwhelming odds. Kick will begin. He's low. Now the taunt begins, but Jirax throwing away the Legion Commander. Is the damage going to be enough? No, the OD Imprisonment. It'll arrive. This will still find the kill in favor of WG's mid.
Nice little play by the Rubik there. I think Rubik, like, he tried his damn best to save the Sand King, throwing away the Legion as far as possible. But no dual damage, I guess, at the very least for OG, but very well played by the Earth Spirit. He, very good rune for him, and I like his Observer Ward placement to see exactly what was going on behind enemy lines. They have to be very careful with the LC duel later on into the game. The Blinding Light is very annoying to deal with as an LC, because by the time you've already dueled, so you can't purge that blind off.
S4's TP tops. This is the first rotation of the offlaner. Notel intentionally taking damage. He is baiting in Jit. He'll make a break for the tree line. Cut his way out. The Sunstrike's on its way too, but already S4's found the kill. So quick movement from OG. We expect this from them. They've done it the entire major around. Normally it's with their one position rotating, but it makes a lot of sense for S4 to come.
Yeah, they have to be really careful with their TPs, just like the Earth Spirit. He could have spun TP, but he was like, okay, this Morphling is manning out. That means more people are around. But by the time he realized that he didn't have 3 seconds left on his Blade Fury.
They're TPing him. The Juggernaut's there. Now, with the silence on the Morphling, Fortune's End locking him in, and Notal will fall. OG thought with the kill, maybe they can get a significant amount of damage and potentially even the whole Tier 1 tower on top, but they lose their Morphling instead.
That required very precise play from the Earth Spirit. There's a Reservoir Ward behind the tower, so they saw where the sports were, but he rolled in, he did the pull as he was rolling, and there was just not enough time for the Morphling to react to get the strength gain before the silence came out.
Another in, actually this one's just smoke. Jirax walks up the lane. Sunstrike, oh no! He threw him out of Anna's Sunstrike. You've still got Notal to waveform in. And Imprisonment will kick in, and S4, he is totally dead, Nana. No matter what happens here, the Burrow Strike from S4 hasn't actually what got the kill, it was Anna. So OG will have to pressure a different Tier 1 tower. Already X Nova TP's in. He'll be able to pull the wave back with Fortune's End, or just his basic attack.
OD also wasn't able to spend all his money there. He had 250 unreliable, but just kind of sat there during the Astral, perhaps waiting for his teammates to come in. But there's no really saving him unless they have False Promise up on the Oracle. But as of right now, OG, they're trying to pressure the mid in the top lane while letting the LC farm up. They don't really view the LC as that big of a threat, I think.
S4, Epicenter as well, commits. Legion Commander will press the attack. No reason to duel, he was dead.
Yeah, the Sunstrike pressure is just way too strong. It's really threatening the other two lanes without OG having to move around a lot.
And WG really didn't want to have this kind of timing. They needed that Legion Commander because now Earth Spirit rolls in. And again, it's this rotation. Silence on the SK. No way to Burrow Strike out. He'll die from the Astral Imprisonment.
Easy kill. This Veil is going to do a lot of work for them too. It synergizes especially well with the Earth Spirit and the Oracle, I would say. And normally you think of Nullfield particularly good versus WG's lineup. But with Veil first item, even before Treads, they're going to be hitting very hard. Like, even Astral Imprisonment itself is a fair amount of magic damage.
And this is something OG will not be surprised by. They do have one of the best Earth Spirit players in the entire world in the form of Jirax, and he loves that Veil-style build. So they know just how much work WG can do in the early game. For now, WG are just happy taking in Tier 1 tower. Fu sitting behind the tower as
Jirax smoked up in mid, waiting for someone to defend this.
Well, the Oracle's there, but he's just there to pull the wave back.
And they are reinforcing with the Earth Spirit, so no chance of a kill in mid. And There's where you turn your eyes to top lane. They know that there are no supports with an Observer Ward behind, and see 2 heroes move up there.
Spin TP. Take out the creep wave. Get the hell out of there as the Juggernaut. Move on to another objective. If you lose your tier 1 tower on top lane, you're okay. It's a straight tier 1 for tier 1 trade.
Yeah, and a lot of fighting items coming out. Morphling also going for a Tread Spurs as opposed to a greedier, BOTs or even straight Linken's Rush from him.
S4 and Jirax are hoping for some kind of opening. The vision does see a little bit further up. That's just the hero vision.
Look around in mid. Kangaroo, Nana, wrapping around that mid T1. They're flanking Ana.
Well, this initiation timing is not too bad. You still obviously don't have Legion Commander with an ability to close the distance, no early drums, no Blink Dagger.
And no Blinding Light on a Keeper. That Blinding Light is really good versus the OD and the LC here. Like, it's going to be very difficult to kill people during the duel without those.
Describe this effigy. It doesn't have one, so you can fill in the blanks.
It's Juggernaut's version of the fear pose.
I would say googly eyes. Look at those eyes. That is not natural. Either that or I do yoga.
There are no words for that, Toby.
Yeah. Well, hang on, we just gave him some.
But he didn't have any for himself. Wow. Rumble in the jungle. Where's that?
Oh, I like that one. Good caption. Good caption. I'll give it that one.
What are they all looking at?
I honestly don't know, but he's having a very close inspection of the Centaur's shoulder.
Yo, look at them. They're like best buddies. Satyr has his arm around him.
Hey, everybody needs a hug, man. Everybody needs a hug. That's how you get Macho Centaur. That's the competition for that one.
Well, you need to be able to do effigies of neutrals. That'd be cool.
That would be a...
I don't know if I'd waste a block on that.
It's not a waste. It's not...
That reminds me of Zeiss.
Slippery when wet?
Zeiss was kill me. That was his caption. Because Morphing's just, I don't know. It just kind of looks like he's giving up on life there. What is this?
It's inscribed as don't hit my face, but this is like workout. Like you got to look at a very close area of a hero to work out who it is. It looks like an Earthshaker judging by the totem.
Mm-hmm.
And the reveal. He actually looks like he's attempting his own facepalm. Ah, Wings Gaming. Clipped.
Mm-hmm.
All right, maybe we should actually talk about the game a little bit more. So we have a small break. So WG, not a bad start for them. Initiation items are still a little bit further out, but this appears to be like that, just that early kind of fight. Do you actually want to allow this to happen as long as you're like up against someone like a Warlock where there's a big golem coming down? Is there any negative side to both sides actually looking for early engagements?
I think WG, they're more pressured to do stuff around the map just because I think like they have the Midas up on the Invoker and they have a Morphling. Morphling is one of the best late gamers, definitely the best late gamer I would say in this game and the best split pusher. So I think that the later the game goes, they're going to win out in efficiency over WG because of BOTs, recall, replicate, and just the split push threat. So they need more kills with the LC. They need her initiation item ASAP. I don't think that Shadowblade is as good as Blink Dagger here, but OG Fly says the magic words, ready.
Nice.
There we go.
We can keep going.
Yeah, so let's see how this gank goes down in the middle lane. And they set up onto Ana. Keeper lights there. Everyone OG rotates.
Yeah, they're ready to fight this one. Ana dropping so low, those nukes, and then the following kick from Arfu hits the mark. That is a big goal scored by WG in the mid, and now, with everybody here, they can keep pushing to the tier 1 tower. The healing ward behind them, the sustain is nice. Fly's actually keeping himself secret for the moment.
One thing that we didn't talk about too much is like the OD plus Oracle. They can actually push a lot. They have a lot of sources of heal, and on top of that, it looks like OD's, he has a cloak in his inventory. This leads me to believe that he's going for, what, early hood? It could be a casual cloak too, but if they want to go for all these early game items and push high ground before Morphling gets big, I don't think that's too bad of an option for them. They have almost infinite sustain.
Even just a casual cloak would be nice, but no, it is actually going to be a Hood of Defiance.
Yeah, this is becoming more and more common on the OD's mid, depending on what lineup you're against. Right now, they don't have any physical damage. Maybe a little bit from Forge Spirits, Sunstrike's Pure, And then Morphling, it's still going to be like 10-15 minutes before he starts doing any sort of appreciable physical damage.
It's still interesting to do that, though, as opposed to like Dragonlance we've seen. Obviously, with a natural transition into something like the Hurricane Pike, it's just OD's bread and butter. Play from distance.
Yeah, he wants his supports to do a lot more damage. There are Spirit and Oracle that are not just there to play purely defensive. They want these heroes to do a lot of damage. Like even the Invoker in the mid lane getting nuked down by the Purifying Flames with the Veil. It's nothing to scoff at.
Arfu was so close to that Radiant Observer ward. I don't know if he actually knows it, but he's sitting just in a small gap. Okay, now he just flagged himself up, and the ping came out very quickly from Jirax. Understanding there are his rotations coming to the top lane.
Jirax is level 6, waiting behind No-Tail. Very little chance of a gank here without a Blink Dagger, and Legion Commander, no Quelling Blade, just not really interested in farming anything other than the lanes, but that would have been a very difficult kill. I think they'd have to like roll onto him while silencing him, then like push him into the LC or something that's just way too difficult to pull off.
So a 12.5 minute Hood of Defiance plus Veil of Discord. This is an insanely tanky Nana as Zalo. Initiation down to the Sand King, even committing the ultimate and the duel. This is the plus damage. The first of the game for the Legion Commander. They do commit Magnetize for it, but it's SK down and now pressure to the mid.
It's a tough game for the SK. He doesn't have that many places to farm. Morphling and Invoker just soak up so much of the map, and you need his Blink too, probably before those other two items, but there has been a lull in action, and OG are kind of unsure as to where to farm right now.
You look at Arfu, he already knows someone's going to be there with the Illuminate flying. Potentially could have initiated into the Keeper of the Light.
Yeah, they're scared though, because the Earth Spirit has long distance initiation without the Blink Dagger. So in the early game, WG has the lead when it comes to initiation and the way the team fights boil down, but still you have to fear this Morphling is going to get his farm.
Same with the Invoker, running the hand of Midas, building into the drums. Invoker's progressing nicely, just avoiding these engagements. Legion does pick up the Blink Dagger, so now the map becomes a lot more dangerous for OG. But their warding they've got down is really, really nice. Check out around the mid tower as well as up inside the Dire jungle. If anyone is going to just slip out and not be the whole, well, we sit in lane or we farm inside the jungle, OG will know about it.
They certainly will, and they have even more in their defense with the OD giving away Astral to Rubik. Very good versus Omni Slash, very good versus LC Duel. It's pretty nasty spell. Rubik, I think, has
Gank is coming.
Top tier pick.
They just found their best target. It's the Morphling on the top lane. This is where this smoke maneuver, the first reveal of the Blink Dagger of Legion Commander. Press the attack, start the duel. Earth Spirit will help out, and do we have? We have ourselves a winner. The Legion Commander now plus 24 on the damage, not to mention the time where the Morphling will remain dead.
Yeah, and they really need his Linken's ASAP. Not sure if he regrets going the treads or not. That would have probably put him pretty close to his ultimate orb. And this way your window of actually dying to the LC is just much, much smaller. Right now it's probably like 10 minutes instead of maybe 3 or 4. The treads probably haven't paid off for me yet just because they haven't been fighting at all. They haven't really been able to pick engagement because WG are just moving around together as a 5. I mean, they have better vision around the map. They got that pick on the Earth Spirit, or sorry, on the Sand King.
What item do you actually look to see the Legion Commander pick up on bottom lane? ODE. It's the imprisonment that came out, but it's the one that was stolen by Jirax. Now you run in, the duel is up. They actually grab Anna, the Invoker. The kick flies through, grabbing both of them, meaning Jirax cannot escape out of this one. It'll be one more hit to do the work, and there it is. A double kill, and now 4 in total for the Legion Commander.
Earth Spirit is definitely delivering this game. He has the majority of the pressure on his shoulders as he tries to wrest control from OG in this early game. Fly getting set up on.
They want to kill Kangaroo. The Illuminate, it does, nothing thanks to the beauty of raindrops, and then you even blink away as the Burrow Strike initiation comes just a little too late. That is now all Tier 1 towers lost for OG, plus more engagements going the way of a Momentum Legion Commander.
So you asked what items to go on LC. I think Blade Mail's okay. There's not really that much I think he's going to be...
Do you want something, though, that breaks the Lincolns, is what I'm thinking.
What items are there? I guess maybe Force Staff, I guess, is the only other one that I really see. There's not too much.
A little bit of trouble right now for the Oracle. Caught inside the tree line, so S4 and Jirax going to find themselves a freebie. Sunstrike Throw just as almost insurance in case Nova tried to TP out.
Yeah, they have to be a lot more careful. The Blink Dagger has been out on S4 for about a minute and a half now. And despite OG being slightly behind in kills, they're still doing pretty well in net worth, and I would say that they have better late game, especially with OD going like this very mid-game centric build. So they need to be able to survive in the next 10 minutes, not give up too much, not give up Roche, and not give up too many towers. And a lot of that is on like the Keeper to be able to stall while keeping himself safe, the Saiyan King to be able to split push out lanes without getting caught by the Legion Commander. So it's a very tense game at the moment.
Fu now has his own Blink Dagger. They have no observer wards for this smoke gank that we're watching from WG. Hoping for some kind of target of OG inside their jungle, but it's empty. The rest of OG are farming up Ancients or pressuring out the top lane. So here it is. WG makes the most out of it. No one inside the jungle. Put up a defensive ward inside the Radiant jungle and start up on Roshan.
Yep. And OG's suspicions are confirmed as the skin hits, and then
do you contest though?
There's no way. They're just not in position to do so. They're trying to get as much tower damage as possible, but it looks like Earth Spirit's already TP'd back to the T1.
Yeah, so is
T3
Oracle.
Rather.
They want to TP to the Tier 2 tower and properly fight this with both the ES and the Oracle here. They'll have the problem where OG have better vision. The Observer Ward's already on the hillside, but they're rolling Boulder forward. Afu with the control. Sunstride's coming in. The Barrow Strike from S4, plus the Deafening Blast. It was stolen, but it's still the Morphling to go down with the taunt. Will it be enough? The Invoker will fall. The winner is still assigned to Kangaroo. And with a kicker and Keeper of the Light, they silence the SK. No easy way to run away from this one. OG, they thought they had the advantage. They thought they had the vision.
That's not a play that you expect. The two supports the TP back very early on. That's what set it up all for WG. And they both TP'd back like to the T3, so the T2, you can get that 3-second TP in. And this Earth Spirit is just destroying No-Tail over and over again with those silences. And he's sitting out, you know, a fair amount of agility because he wants to be able to do a lot of damage to the towers, but he is at that threshold where he is going to die during the duration of the silence before his teams can heal him up. Like it's not like there's a Keeper's Axe to keep him up. There's no Oracle on his side to keep him from that, and that's a personal positioning thing that he needs to look at. Like how are they going to push towers without him dying every time in the fight?
Rather difficult when you don't have a save. It'd be nice if Oracle was over on OG, but as you said before, like with Keeper of the Light and Rubik.
If you don't have a save though, then you got to sit at
they're going duel. Again. It's time to duel and fly. Well, White Kaiba continues to lose. Now the Tier 2 tower will be claimed as well.
What was that a reference to?
You should know. Tier 2 tower, so that belongs to WG. You continue to add a lot of pressure. They've got a lot to work with, still with the Aegis Immortal. The OD's feeling very comfortable. You don't have Omni Slash up, but 30 seconds, we back off cooldown, the jump forward. They're just bringing down any kind of illusion to anything which comes near the front lines.
And they have so much sustain. Like, the Hood is also good if he just wants to cast Purifying Flames on that.
Look at the wraparound.
Without anything.
It's S4 on the back lines. Killing a courier won't be worth it. He wants the big initiation. Under the cover of Invis, there's no detection down for WG. I think by that ping, they worked out that something is a little bit awry. But the Invis room wears off in 2, 1. S4 makes it to the tree line. The ping came out. That one actually came out from S4. But Juggernaut's on the run back out with Purifying Flames, plus the press the attack. There's 2 very low. S4's got a nice target. It's a Legion Commander trying to TP out right under the SK's nose if he even has one of those. Legion Commander, okay, with face boots, slips back through the tree line. The S4 still hot on the tail. The duel will begin. Will it actually be enough? It will be. Kangaroo will find that kill while Anna got peeled off from the bottom lane. 2 heroes down for OG. Only the SK has buyback, and WG again come up into the OG home.
They just had no vision back there. S4 was trying to make a big play with the epicenter, but his invisibility wore off, so he couldn't see any of the heroes, and he was playing blind from the left side of the map.
Fly slipped that one in.
This LC is just immensely difficult to kill.
Pick up, throw it back down again on the OD. They got nothing. Nova's still hovering in behind him, and this is just, like, Oracle has never-ending heal to give out when he sits next to the OD.
It's quite nice. Don't really need Arcane Boots. He just picked it up, but, I mean, he's been doing a lot of work without it. First 20 minutes of the game.
I think he just needs a little bit more of a mana pull, that's all.
Yeah. And they were sieging that with just a Yasha on the Juggernaut at that point. Now he has Manta Style, but I mean, they don't really have the items on some of their cores. I guess the OD is mega farmed at this point. But his item build is really good for sieging.
So you got to remember, got about 1 minute and 10 seconds until the Aegis Immortal will be reclaimed from the OD.
And they're trying their damn hardest to split push with the Morphling. Him and Ana are
actually
on that bottom
both
of the map. Yeah.
Like, it's kind of right. Like, if you don't send both of them, then WG's not going to see it as a real threat. But already, like, the Juggernaut TP's back over. He'll hold this out. WG are in no rush. They're claiming all outer towers. They are sold inside the OG base. When you have an OD, like your most farmed up hero is your OD, and he's the one that's sieging. This isn't even their time to push yet, but they could.
They know they have a lot of time because they've killed the Morphling 3 times. And OG, they still want to use the Epicenter on Sankey. It hasn't been used in, what, 7-8 minutes perhaps?
Well, that's what we're expecting. At least I was expecting it with S4. Like that Invis rune, slipping in behind, get into the tree lines, channel it off and have a crack.
But they're really scared of the Oracle. Like, if they don't kill Oracle, they're just going to waste all their ultimates on someone. And especially if it's on the OD. Like, OD, I don't think he's even going to die without the Oracle there. Looking at his item build. He's in Trez right now. He's in Strength Trez, 1700 HP with a hood, with the extra armor from the Veil.
Well, the only way you kill Oracle is having fantastic wards or WG in a bad position. And right now, WG is not giving him such an opportunity, so has to go to Vision game.
I think Jarek can make big plays too, with like the spell steal and then like an Astral, defensive Astral or offensive Astral, and Keeper of the Light, of course, with Blinding Light. It's not like they have BKB on the Legion Commander, but he's able to dish out so much damage to these team fights because he's just not under control. The Earth Spirit is the one that single-handedly is winning these team fights for WG.
Is WG actually backing away from a fight? OG's pushing in the top lane. I think they realize that it is a bit of a trap. They also pinged on Notal, who had the effect of the healing ward. So they know Rubik is also hovering on the top lane. And of course, why do you care? The tier 2 tower gets pressured up a little bit. The Earth Spirit's there to defend, and you add more pressure towards the mid lane.
Yep, 4 heroes are there. No Aegis anymore on OD. Have to be a little bit careful. But with the added Glimmer Cape on the Earth Spirit, that's a lot of magic resistance. And 100% with Fate's Edict. So they're not really scared. The Keeper pick seemed pretty strong at the time, but due to the itemization of Warriors Gaming, it's very difficult to actually damage people with the Illuminate. And he has no points of mana leak at the moment. So that's the majority of his spells.
I think Flyers realize what this game has become for him. Defend from high ground, that's all. If you can build up to the Aghanim Scepter, he will make life a little bit more difficult for WG.
Yeah, he can't. He doesn't have farm priority. I guess he's probably number 3 after, of course, Invoker and the Morphling.
You give him the farm priority where he holds the base and the rest of OG move around together.
Yeah, and this way the LC can't jump. So LC just looking for a stray hero with his invisibility rune on the Radiant side, but there is no Radiant hero even close to him. He might get baited out by this illusion, however.
And, yeah. Actually, Notal jumped in. He jumped to that illusion at the same time Kangaroo started the duel, so he broke the Lincoln Sphere of the Morphling.
And I see the headdress, so that means pipe for OD. I think they can push with the next Aegis. They just need to be able to push out their lanes in time.
Well, thanks to our time, and we know Roshan's only got like roughly 2 minutes. That's a decent spawn time. Won't be the maximum duration of Roshan.
Yeah, maximum would definitely benefit OG. They just need this game to play out a little bit slower, buy some more time for the Invoker, and they can stall if the Invoker doesn't die, but sometimes he has a split push, so if Morphling's strong enough to split push and they can just recall him back, then Invoker can stall for days.
All that time is getting them closer on the net worth. Like, it's only 2,000 in favor of WG. Experience is a little bit more heavily swung the way of WG, around 7 grand. But the top 2 net worths, they're very, very close. That OD and Invoker brushing shoulders. There's WG on the hunt. They want to try and tilt this balance. Do they actually see? Yep, they got a glimpse of Ana. They know he's on the sidelines. The Sunstride's coming over. They look for the kill over on the OD, but support will arrive. Ana's going to get dueled up. And imprisonment from Jirax. He stole it. So cancels the duel win. Ana might be able to escape out of this one. So far, OG haven't lost anybody. In fact, they're thinking about turning this. The SK's down. No, Notal. Waveforms into the tree line. Starts his TP. Furo gets in. Can't find the kill, however.
Well, WG kind of had to brute force that fight with items. They saw the Juggernaut on the top lane with the Observer Ward right outside the T2 tower, so they knew that it would be a 4v5. And there is no T2 on the bottom side of WG, so Juggernaut took a good 25 seconds to come to that fight, and the Oracle was very far away from the OD, but luckily he built mega tanky and was able to survive. And as you mentioned, big plays from Jirax saving Ana. They need this Evoker to stay alive so they can keep pushing out those side lanes, and WG looks like they will claim this T2 tower.
Well, it's only a matter of time before this would happen, but that fight could have been a lot worse. A lot worse for OG.
Yeah, they're hitting all their timings though with their items. BKB's up. Pipe came out not too long ago.
Yeah,
Diffusal Blade on the Juggernaut.
You still, he knows he can't do this. Like, press the attack. What are you gonna do? You're gonna duel the target. The Lincoln still isn't triggered yet, so he knows he can't find the kill.
Wow, if that boulder had hit, that was really close. Maybe if he had his BKB too for that little bit of extra damage, that was extremely close. And they would have been able to take a lot out of that. Maybe even perhaps force a no-tail buyback. Unfortunately for WG, they don't have the mobility. They have no BOTs, they have no recall, they have no replicate. So they're like struggling to push out the lanes right now. They know that this problem is only going to be compounded as the game goes on. So I think like right now, the net worth is pretty close, but OG have diversified into more late game, whereas WG have committed very heavily into this mid game. There's not really any farming items on a Juggernaut. He went for Diffusal Blade Manta as opposed to Maelstrom or Battle Fury, so the farm war is going to go OG's way if this game stalls out, but I don't know if OG have invested enough into this high ground defense, however.
And when you say that, you mean like the Aghanim Scepter? You do still have like 4 points up in Fate Bolt.
Just fighting items, right? Like sometimes you won't see invokers go BOT until like super late. It depends too on the lineup. If you have a keeper, you have the luxury of not having to go BOTs very early on. And maybe like a BKB. Actually, I don't even know if you get BKB this game on the Morphling. I don't think so.
The big advantage of at least having these BOTs nice and early is the fact that OG may even dodge the WG high ground push. Always worried about what's coming in behind you. Double forward spirits with Alacrity up. Well, hello. S4 tries to make a little bit of a play. OD gets spun around by the Yule Scepter.
Just buying time for the top lane. Ana right outside the T3 tower with Fly at his back.
Well, one Illuminate will probably mop up that entire creep wave, but TP support's already coming in too. S4's arrived, but they're returning home. Jirax is solo holding that bottom lane. Astral, not a bad ability to have if you want to start nuking down creep waves.
Yeah, I think it's one of the best abilities. I think it's OD's strongest spell by a large margin. And being able to use it defensively and offensively, and it's such a low cooldown, very high uptime. So are they actually going to push here? OD is not there. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger, so it's going to take him a while to run up to his team. And in the meantime, OG will be like, okay, well, we need a hero to show on top lane for WG, so they can't push. And they're trying to force that already with No Tail waving past the creeps.
He's actually using the replicate to scan and look on the other side of the tree line, but no TP scroll for another 10 seconds. This initiation on bottom, they find Arfu, toss him away. Jirax doesn't want anything to do with this.
This is their time though. The Rubik had just pushed out the creep wave. Now they have a creep wave going into mid, so do they want to commit to mid right now?
They just TP'd Ana to the top lane as well. OG have got all three of their cores looking to attack the top lane, and WG have got a choice to make. Do you come back and defend? Here's your first one. Legion Commander is there. Earth Spirit as well. They look to the Invoker. S4, can you help him out? The Burrow Strike's out, but with the BKB from the Legion Commander, nothing interrupts that duel. And S4 now also on the run out. If they can catch up to him in time. Burrow Strikes, other side of the tree line. Kangaroo gonna hop in right behind him. Still with that Magnetize, causing a couple of problems for S4, but he's got Sandstorm. And WG realize they're not gonna be able to catch up to him, but No Tail, that's a bigger one. Juggernaut fighting him in the top river. He was begging to get to the regeneration room, but Archit denies him.
And they're trying their best to push aggressively, but now their big two split pushing cores are down, and healthy time left on the Aegis. WG only limited OG to 4 kills thus far. And can they end the game here?
Yeah, you're doing this while S4 is still pushing out your top lane. So again, S4 is trying to find some level of trade. The Dire Creep Wave, they don't really have one. The Illuminate's going to get connect. Fortification as well, slowing down WG's attack, and they want to try and fight. They've got it. The melee, backdoor regeneration's kicking in. They need a little bit more damage than what they've got. Hard to finish the job when you just don't have the big deeps, but they'll still get there in the end. The melee racks will fall, but look to top lane. SK pushed him before. Anna's still there with the Forge Spirits, and this brought the Earth Spirit back.
Easy racks. They're in and they're out.
Blink. No duel. S4. Jirax. They weren't exactly certain how they wanted to approach that one. S4 was looking for the Burrow Strike.
Oh, he was really quick with that Sandstorm. WG had the vision advantage. They have an Observer Ward immediately to the northwest. So really quick on the fingers there. They need to stop hemorrhaging kills. And
S4's dead. Astral Imprisonment. The Juggernaut's preparing around him. Does he actually have a way? Burrow Strikes down. Legion Commander's there, but again we'll wait for the Astral. Spin begins. OD. Well, drops the Eclipse very early on. It ensures the kill on the SK, who has buyback available.
Look at Earth Spirit's position. He's waiting for Ana to come up. And Ana will not bite, knowing what happened to him last time.
He TP's back. Remember, OG, they want to send this to late game, so no reason to send too many people out on a bit of a suicide trade.
And now they see the OD on top, so a couple of minutes of reprieve for them as they breathe the sigh of relief that they survived another push, survived another day.
Well, Notel tries to bait with the illusion on bot. Yule Scepter ends up killing it. Looks like Legion Commander was preparing himself for a duel, just in case it was the real thing.
Yeah, I don't actually think a Pike is too bad for the LC, just so he can instantly pop a Lincoln. And I think that Invoker is building on Lincolns too, so this gives more merit to the Pike build. There's not that many other ways you can pop a Lincoln Sphere as an LC. Maelstrom is very unreliable. What other items are there? Don't really think there's that much else.
What do you think about the Abyssal Blade?
Abyssal is decent, but it's very expensive. I don't think they want to wait that long. Diffusal is also a pretty good option, but I think if you're purely just building it to stop the Lincoln Sphere, I think Hurricane Pike is much more useful.
Or he just relies on his teammates. You got that Earth Spirit with the Blink Yule Scepter. That'll be enough to trigger it, but you're also building into 2 Lincoln Spheres. Invoker is rapidly approaching the conclusion of his. So initiation's a little bit harder for WG, but they say, well, if this turns into a push game, they're okay with that. Blinding Light, trying to make life a little bit more difficult. Apu jumps in. There's the duel over on the Morphling. They're holding you in position, and the Morphling goes down. Buyback is available. S4 sandstorming, no big epicenter. It was the Magnetize committed. There's no straight up follow-up, but a Blink, Burrow Strike, definitely blast. Juggernaut almost pushed back into that Sunstrike. The Blinding Light just keep pushing them around Ana to the front lines with the Morphling buyback. Now Notel has to be careful. The Omni Slash, so much of it hit him, but again, Jirax with the Stolen Imprisonment. S4, the epicenter, and Illumina is still minimal damage. WG are just so damn tanky, and Nana wants to keep fighting. So much stolen intelligence. Nova dropping low. The Burrow Strike's there. Finally, the OD. A self-imprisonment. Hurricane Pike is off cooldown. He'll have maneuverability, but not when Notel appears inside of him with the waveform. Sunstrikes. Oh, okay, that's not hitting anything, but they can at least kill up the Earth Spirit, or can they? The kick, the stun. He just moved up on top of the hill.
Costly hold from them. Morphling. As you mentioned, the Earth Spirit went in on him. I think he blinked, he Yules, and then they dueled on him. And the second time after he bought back, he wisened up and he was strength morphing as the
Ana
burst was coming out.
Was being chased. Luckily for him, he managed to get a tornado off, and this pushed them away.
They need to spend all their gold for this next push, though. I think like they can win the game. Saving for buybacks is not that important because they don't have a good way to get back into the fight. If they had recall or BOTs, I would say differently, but they need to invest, and I think the LC is kind of torn as to what to buy right now. So let's see what he buys as he approaches the secret shop.
They do have the recall up on fly with his Aghanim Scepter, drags the Morphling into a double damage rune. WG will be kind enough to oblige OG and fight.
Oh, he went for SB. Okay, that's a little bit of a different approach. Still no good way to pop the Lincolns, but it will give the Earth Spirit information on who to initiate on, because right now the OG wards have been superior to the WGs in giving the information as to when and where they can split push out. But hoping with this he can bypass all the observer wards that they have. I think it'd definitely be best paired with a gem of True Sight, and WG have not made any signs to buy one as of yet.
I'll give him time. There's still a lot more left in this game if we go with the current rate, but it's bottom lane. Shadow Blade's about to wear off. No vision for Ana looking at the tree lines. Now you'll see the Juggernaut arrive. Ana picks up a Blink Dagger of his own, but 13 seconds till he can BT off this bottom lane. And the Legion, Kangaroo can smell it. He smells magic in the trees. The scan from Daya is just a little bit off. Is he going to walk back into it? He pings it. He pinged the scan. They know Ana is in the top part of it. And well, okay, that's a smoke. Ana blinks up. The kick will be there. The stun will remain. And now it's time to duel, but they don't have detection. They don't see him. Ana, not just moonwalking, ghost walking out of the bottom lane. Is there any kind of help?
Xnova has 4 of Sentry Wars. Is he going to place when he gets hit by the
He got
ghost?
cold feeded.
Yeah,
but the blink away, Ana's already out.
You know it's gem time now. That was a kill that they blew so much for. The Earth Spirit even smoked. He blinked in there and smoked it just to see if he was there.
And problems for WG.
Kangaroo walking down the mid lane. There is a sentry. He's right in there. Wow.
Quick blink, and he gets a tornado, however. Press the attack's available, and he's going to BKB. That's the 8-second BKB now down for the Legion.
I'm still surprised they haven't bought a gem. That's a clear sign that they think they need one, but maybe they're unsure as to who's going to buy it. The 2 supports don't have 900 gold as of yet, and maybe the Legion Commander wants to save it for Silver Edge or whatever item he wants to save up for. But I think they're starting to feel the pressure a little bit. They're like very desperate to kill the Invoker and kill the Morphling. The net worth still only 5,000 in favor of WG, but as this game keeps going on, the stalling with the Replicates, the Constant Illusions, the Blinding Light, the Illuminate, they have what they need to hold high ground, despite just being 1 racks down.
We'll see if Vegas and Cheese is enough to get WG in to finish maybe a second lane of racks. For now, they're just starting Roshan. And OG will do nothing to contest this.
They had the Scepter up on Keeper that you were talking about. And a little bit late, 35 minutes in, but I think that's given in a vacuum. In this sort of game, I think it's very respectable that he got it at this time.
There's your Aegis the Immortal. Slips into the hands of the Juggernaut. So RJ will have to be the frontliner. He is a little bit tankier thanks to this Skadi style build he has.
And finally a gem. Oracle has bought it. Is he going to give it to the LC so that he can hunt the Invoker and the Morphling? He still does need a partner. Himself alone won't be enough. But I think all they need right now is like a pick onto one of those heroes and then a push and force a buyback on one of those 2.
Well, bottom lane, SK. S4 just got himself a solo kill onto the Oracle. Support is there, Juggernaut. Yeah, you're not finishing those BTs in. But G-Rice is looking to the top lane. With a blink and a 4-star, they can initiate on the OD, and this is what we were waiting for. The pickup, the throw down, Meteorite, a little bit of a blast. He can't even... Okay, he does get the arms up in time to get the Astral Prison. Blink is off cooldown. Definitely blast timing from Ana. It's good. Hits the mark. And OD is down for 70 seconds with buyback available.
Just so bold walking in there. He is very tanky, but there were 3 heroes just prepped for him, knowing that he would make that sort of bold play. That's
Legion.
so much time.
He just dueled up the illusion, the replicate of No-Tail, and No-Tail will turn around the Burrow Strike again. S4, right time, right SK channel. Legion makes a break for the tree lines under the cover of Shadowblade. The Tornado does not catch him. He'll make his way up the hill. Caustic Finale has got him, and now press the attack. Ana, he wasn't ready for this, and he can't have been ready for that, and so much damage. Who's going to rolling boulder straight over the top of the Morphling, triggers up the Lincoln Spear. Maybe now with a Fortune's End from Nova, he can remain alive and get back out of this nightmare with the silence, with the slows. Arfu still surviving. Morphling won't be so lucky. It is WG moving the momentum forward. Fly and Blinding Light. Where's your stun? Where's your disable? Where's anything? Fly the old man. Wise escapes.
Earth Spirit just got in there and put the Morphling in a very compromised position.
Stolen! G-Rice! Snaps down the Legion Commander. Ends the godlike streak. 1,000 gold for Rubik because he is the grandest Magus.
That stall is out there pushed for a long time. One incredible individual play coming out from him. I still think Earth Spirit is making the flashy plays this game, though.
Yeah.
He's just been destroying this morph constantly. 1 in 6 is what No-Tail is limited to this game. And, of course, Xnova, too. Just sitting right behind him with that perfect timed false promise.
Really smart positioning from WG, but it's expecting the unexpected from OG. That's what's giving them the space to maneuver around. Yeah, you kind of missed that one. It's fine, though.
They're looking for a pick on that bottom lane. They're already setting it up. They have the Ags up on the Sand King and just waiting for a lone hero to push out. I think they would need the epicenter to kill him, but this is not the target that they want. OD, I think, would be the ideal one, and he already senses it out, just spinning the wave immediately. Do they want to get rid
your
of
epicenter. Wait for it. He's too far away. Jin already backed off the creep wave, so epicenter will go down for now.
Yeah, that's the second time he's used epicenter for potential would have been a solo pick. That was only on the Aegis too, and WG, they might see that and think that that might be one ulti cooldown enough for them to actually be able to get a kill. And Rubik on a solo warding mission will get one deep inside the base, just looking for the information so that Morphling and...
Oh, Afu. Oh, he was starting it. He was ready for the kick, gonna rolling boulder down. Anna, Lincoln Sphere is going to trigger the Gem of True Sight's there, and because he triggers the Lincolns, they can start the duel, hold the Invoker in position, and a winner. It's been a while since Legion was one of those, but he has 130 plus damage. I think Jirax is also looking for something else himself. They get rid of the replicate.
They need to push on top lane as soon as possible. They have to be able to stall for Invoker. You do not want to use buyback right now, unless you absolutely have to. And it looks like WG will be ignoring the top lane. But top lane is already exposed for WG. There is no T3. The range Rex is at 280 HP. So at the bare minimum, it looks like that will already be going down.
Fly's positioning. He just nuked that wave when it was back at the mid-river. S4 is going to creep skip out the mid. The top lane continues to pressure as well.
But bottom lane is going to go in.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, the top tower is going to fall before. If they TP back, their push is done for.
It's enough to defend. Like with Illuminate as well as Fate Bolt, no creep wave is able to enter the base, and you've still got the Omni Slash on the Rubik for the moment.
Yeah, you might have to like pipe this wave if you want to push at this exact moment. If not, your window may be missed. But they're only too strong at the moment. And that wave is done.
Yep, this is that defense. Very difficult for WG to get all the way through without triggering pipe beforehand, and then life is still difficult.
And Earth Spirit has TP back, but he still hasn't caught out that Observer Ward, and Legion Commander's like, how did they know I was here? And let's see if he gets his Observer Ward. This is a pretty important thing in the grand scheme of things.
He is in range. He actually blinked over it for a second.
Yeah, so he got this now. Like, OG can't push top lane as freely as they wish. That is their only Observer Ward out on the map, and now it is dark. And it's nighttime too, so keep it alight. It's going to be extremely difficult for them to actually not die while split pushing out the lanes and defending. They've constantly been able to creep skip with the Sand King, with the Morphling, these very elusive heroes, but will they be able to keep it up at the most trying time?
And you can see Dire already looking for it. They scan up on the top lane. S4 is hovering around, but doesn't find any kind of moment. And Afu, he also knows that he keeps checking this hill smack bang in the middle of the Dire jungle.
Oh, they're walking under Observer Ward. Ana is revealed. I believe they know that S4 is in that top left corner too. This could be a disaster.
They definitely know, but also look who's moving up. Is Notel coming into the lane. The Burst Drive from S4 catches the Earth Spirit, so Magnetize can't get on. This will allow Ana to make a break for the tree line. 125 life. They push down, but he blinks away! The space is there. Earth Spirit doesn't want to give up. He's overblinked. And into the trees. He doesn't know. The TP out is again successful.
Wow.
This Invoker is one slippery little sucker.
Some individual play right there. Earth Spirit did not think he needed to commit to Magnetize, and he just blinked away kind of casually. And that was a difficult one to escape, especially because WG got the heads up with the ward.
And now again we find ourselves in this position.
Yeah, that's all OG are
Notel, get out of there. Triggers the Manta nice and early on. They get the Lincoln Sphere off. Now overcomes Nova with the nukes. Notel's down and no buyback is available. He is down for a very long time.
He thought they were just pushing down the left side of the map. I can't really blame him for that because he thinks that they're going for the game-ending push. But WG are like, well, why don't we just kill Morphling and then get a game-ending push?
That's one way to do it. A lot safer to do it that way. They have to keep in mind that, again, keeping a creep wave alive is difficult.
They can push two lanes at once. Like they can just send a Juggernaut top. I guess maybe the OD might be a little bit better. Yeah, Juggernaut top and then just go down the mid with everyone else, or just commit mid everyone else. They do have the creep wave finally. It's zapped down.
Yeah, no creep wave anymore. Juggernaut already used his spin. S4 with a Burrow Strike. Sunstrike will connect Juggernaut. Looking a little low, but there is a little bit of a heal behind him, and Ana blinks in. to try and find the initiation.
It's that important that he kills the healing ward, though.
Yep. Now, Blink, Fire Strike, it's S4 trying to find better angles. That tier 3 tower still alive.
Morphling's almost up. They've wasted almost a minute, and looks like another 10 seconds will be wasted as Ice Wall is dropped at the foot of the base, and Ajit tries to walk up there.
And with a spin, he can at least get in, but now Nana blinks forward too. S4 wants a way out with the Sandstorm Invis. He actually had a way to do it. Jirax will create a little bit more space with a Stolen Astral, and Burrow Strike, oh, will it be Anna? S4's waiting. Now the Burrow Strike catches two. Juggernaut broken free by the False Promise. Earth Spirit also lucky enough. No, he's not. No Tail able to reach him with a last attack. No breaking free of this. Nova trapped at the tree line, surrounded on all sides of the OG sandwich.
And the gem lost at the same time. And a little bit of their inexperience showing through, not picking up the gem early enough to kill that Invoker, and then just not... When you're up against like a Rubik and a Keeper who just can push out one lane at once, you have to be able to push multiple lanes. And like 4 of the heroes were just sitting behind the Juggernaut waiting for something to happen. But OG, they aren't going to initiate while the Morphling is down. You need to make the most out of that minute that they had. And they lost 2 heroes, they lost the gem,
Legion.
And just got a T3.
Kangaroo slips in behind, finds the old man, but doesn't attack fast enough. S4 gets the Burrow Strike off. OD Imprisonment from Nana creates a little bit more space. Support is there from the Juggernaut, and now, well, a quick movement out. Epicenter right on top of the OD, but S4 trapped in the tree line. Now Burrow strikes its way to freedom. Falls will actually be enough with Legion Commander running in, taking so much damage for very little reward. The Omni Slash onto Notel, shared out with all of OG. Anna 4 stops away. So many of OG low. Now the duel begins, but Morphling is the winner in this case. Now it's also Nana. Nowhere to go. Illumina will fly. A defensive imprisonment creates some space. Archer needs to do more damage. The kick is out. It's actually the one now coming in. Where's your Eclipse? Already triggered a double kill for Nova. A triple kill for Nova. WG, they're pushing him back out again. The Purifying Flames have brought down OG. They heavy buyback. They have to defend this WG push, but no ulti's now up.
Man, if you'd watch this game only, you'd be like, why is Earth Spirit not picked more often? The amount of damage that he did at the end there when everyone was clumped up around that secret shop just devastated OG, and both their cores just got destroyed after all their defensive cooldowns were up.
A lot of buybacks coming out from OG now. WG, they still know the Invoker is down, so it's a good opportunity. If they can find a kill, they'll keep the numbers advantage going their way. Blink forward, they're only finding the fake Juggernaut. Obviously they know it's fake because it's one of theirs.
And there is no buyback on the Invoker for 30 seconds.
Another fortification. You'll Scepter on Nana. Burrow Strike catching both the Juggernaut. That blind light pushes it back so far. The duel, it's only on illusions. The BKB was triggered for this as well. They want the melee racks down. Problem is they have to commit themselves into a rough position to get it with the spin from the Juggernaut. That's a lot more protective. Notel trying to keep the kite going with that Skadi. The spin doesn't stop the slow. False promise from Nova. More space trying to be created, but another imprisonment as Jirax again, time and time again, really messing with the Juggernaut. S4 misses the Burrow Strike. The kick from Arfu hits the mark, catching out the SK, but more blinding light. They just can't get the damage in. That's why they start with the spin. Notel, Lincoln Sphere has been triggered. The damage may be enough with the Omni Slash. He bounces back down into the heroes of OG, but the damage is negligible, and now Omni Slash stolen up by the Rubik. Look for that target. Lets it go. The Juggernaut cops the brunt of the attack. Defensive imprisonment buys the space. Nana's doing work for his team. The spin's still out. Oracle is down. Buyback is back in again for him. With the Ice Wall, WG just cannot pass with the Burrow Strike in Epicenter. Another defensive imprisonment. They'll be called by the Tornado, so at least they're in close. But Morphling, well, he's already killed off the Earth Spirit. They're looking for more. Legion still insanely low. Can't hide inside the Shadow Blade. And now it's OD. The Burrow Strike. This one from S4 does not miss. OD blind line pushes him up the hill into the waiting arms of the Invoker. He'll take him inside of his cloak and be happy to absorb the power of the OD with Burrow Strike. Sun Strikes. There she is. WG losing heroes. They still have buyback. They still have the momentum of the top lane that's pushed inside the OG base that's almost taken out the range racks. OG have trouble at home.
Yeah, and it looks like they're headed over to Roche at this point, and how many Astrals came out during that entire fight? OD ran out of mana. The mana leak percentage base incredibly good. I don't really think OD did that much damage at all. He prevented a lot, sure, with his pipe and defense for Astral during the Epicenter, but still, they need more damage. The LC can't really do that much once BKB is down. The Juggernaut is the main brunt of OG's attacks.
OG's not being fast enough. Roshan is not falling out. They also saw the Morphling leave to go to the bottom lane. Now in comes the Legion Commander. Oh, the Tornado! It caught both Oracle as well as Kangaroo. They can't blink in. That time may be enough. Now Kangaroo jumps in. Roshan, they got the Aegis Immortal. It's in the hands of Notel, who got recalled back into this fight. Now the battle begins. Kangaroo, no vision on him at the moment, but who do they want to kill? The Blinding Light pushing up through, back inside the pit. Starts his roll, but the Cold Snap interrupts it. Locked in the pit with the Yule Scepter. He'll actually get back out again. That was his own Yules. Buying the space, buying the time, but bottom lane, the Boris Ride from S4. Archit's in trouble. He's spinning, starts the TP. The life is not enough. Buyback is still available, and thanks to the push by Kangaroo on mid, OG still need to go home. They cannot use its Aegis to attack yet.
They lost a T4 in that process, and the Rain Drag's still, I guess, okay in that mid lane. That's 280.
It's holding on for dear life.
It is. But that was a big fight for them. The LC didn't even have a chance for an Aegis steal there because he didn't have an item slot. I think a little bit of nerves are perhaps getting to him. Duel the illusion earlier.
It was actually not even the real Invoker. It was a replicate that just caught out the WG Courier. Had a decent amount on it, just the energy booster of Afu as well as Ring of Aquila.
Can they hold? It's another nighttime. It's not going to be as easy for like Rubik to get all these amazing spell steals that he's been having.
If only Anna knew. You need defensive Tinker Wards for that kind of play. Just had a bit of a guess with the Tornado, but the Legion already TP'd out. It was time for him to go home. Kangaroo was practically out of mana.
And the Morphling's very, very big at this point. And Juggernaut, neither did Juggernaut nor Legion Commander can like run
swing. Just the events, even though a lot of the dots belong to WG, for the first time in a very long time, OG are leading the graph in experiences, not by much. It's by about 1,000.
And they're smoked up, close to roast. There is an Observer Ward, may give WG a false sense of security as they push out this lane. Juggernaut just respawned. He does have BOTs if he wants to join the fight. They're trying to deward.
That Observer Ward's wonderful, but with the Earth Spirit, all he's got to do is Rolling Boulder up, blink back down again, but Jirax initiates. It's the OD Imprisonment used by the Rubik onto the OD, broken free by the False Promise of the combo from OG, unable to connect. WG just want to bail out. They have Afu, who's in the wrong side of the tracks. His own Yule Scepter once again. Rolling Boulder not going to happen when S4 gets the Burrow Strike off OD. Now here's Defensive Imprisonment with a Sheep's Guard, trying to kite out this position a little bit more. The kick will fly down. The Legion Commander wants a target. He's looking to Ana. Ana with the duel on him. He'll go down. Buyback is available, not using it just yet. The Coddle's ticking out too. The Magnetize has done work. S4 trying to repair the damage with his Epicenter. Afu still able to roll himself away with the Legion Commander. They're so low on life. S4, he's thinking about coming back in again. The Blink and Burrow is available. Notel trying to man-fight it with the double Burrow Strike with the kick. Afu has done so much work this game, and it's right that he helps Kangaroo find the triple kill. With the Aegis Immortal triggered, Morphling back to life again. Does he have enough to get out of here? The answer is no. Almost 2 minutes without the Morphling. Rubik will buy back. They need to do some kind of repair work to this mid and top lane before WG arrive.
Oh, Afu, he is the big playmaker here. They don't have detection to start off this fight, and look at how Ana gets jumped. Afu sits a boulder on him. Kangaroo BKBs up and takes him down. They know that he's priority #1. There is no Aegis on the Invoker. And like just the way he started off that fight, they didn't have detection for him. They all in on him.
WG, they'll get Megas at least here. Well, we're stolen. Another Imprisonment out. Invoker buys back. There wasn't long left on the clock. He would have really preferred to wait that one out, not expend the actual buyback. Afu again jumps in, found the Invoker. The duel is on, and Ana is down. It's a dieback right now for OG's Invoker. This is now guaranteed Megas. It'll have to be a miracle to hold OG here. Jirax, another Imprisonment. Keep the OD out of the fight. The Tier 4 towers, WG, they're so close to going one game up against OG and maybe eliminating them from Boston Major, two-time major winners. And they're on the ropes. Afu dropped down low, Notel pumping in a fair chunk of damage. At least forcing Nana to think twice about pushing in, but without the Invoker, without the Rubik control, Notel, he's still just one man, and he is gone! GG! 56 minutes it took. OG put up one hell of a fight. And WG held the lead for a long time. Almost lost the lead in the last couple of minutes. But they fought back, they held their nerve, and they take game 1.
That was some beautiful Earth Spirit play from Warriors Gaming. He just made everything happen for him. And that game was purely on him. Early game, mid game, late game. He got the picks, he stopped them from split pushing, he set up the team fights, he baited them in. He did so much for his team.
I wonder if you knew what you were asking for when you said, man, this Earth Spirit's going to have to do a lot of work this game.
I like that from them.
I know all of our Dota players keep going off to the gym all the times, but this man benched more than they have ever done in Dota. That was a huge play by Afu. 24 assists with his 5 kills. Did so much work, and everyone did so much work. The damage output, everyone over 20,000 when it comes to the WG lineup.
I also like the OD's build in the early game. It was a very unusual build for him and allowed them to pressure the towers much more than they would normally.
Yeah, a lot of freedom for the Earth Spirit. Panel, WG, they're looking good. Winter, maybe not just your heart, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, you should have seen Winter throughout the entirety of that game. He started with a big smug look on his face, but then as 20 extra minutes were added to the clock, he got a little nervous. Oh, man. Warriors Gaming, when does this story stop, Malini? When does this story stop, Toby? I mean, like, literally, they came into this one as we barely knew anything about them, and now they're, one away from a semi.
I'd like to have the same kind of approach as we had with MVP at previous Valve events. It only stops when somehow the magic runs out. That's it.
Well, I'll be talking to this magical trio in just a little while. Thank you very much, you two. We'll be back in a mo. It's happened. Warriors Gaming have actually drawn first blood in the series and picked up the first of 3. I've got myself, Fogged, Winter, and Pyrian Flax joining me. I'm starting with you, Winter. You were the one that believed on the panel, just yourself. And Warriors Gaming continuing to surprise. I asked you at the start, it's like, is this seriously something that they can do? And you said it's not impossible.
I did not expect the early game to go like that well for them. Their lineup scales really well in the mid to late game. Morphling does not excel at dealing with the LC and the OD. He was like almost completely shut down in the whole game. He couldn't do much throughout the first game, and he had to rely on, like, Ana was basically carrying the team after that. Like, Morphling couldn't do anything. He was single-handedly delaying, like, the game for the whole team on his Invoker. And like we mentioned before, Afu was like, he was a beast this game on the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, he played so well.
Just when Malini said, like, you watch this game, you wonder why Earth Spirit's not picked more.
Yeah.
Correct, sorry, folks.
No, like, Ben covered it perfectly. Like, early game, Earth Spirit was everywhere. Mid game, Earth Spirit was everywhere. Split push catches, Earth Spirit. Late game, Earth Spirit. This guy put this team on his shoulders, really. I mean, not to take anything away from the rest of them, but he really just overperformed.
I mean, I think the best thing that he did in the whole game, it's not like a really big play or anything, but the early game. The way he chose to stay bot to help the LC, because LC loses his lane against Sand King if there's no help. And like, OG did an aggressive tri lane, Rubik, Kotal, and Morphling, to try and contest their somewhat weaker lanes on WG. And because they understood that they couldn't really do much to help that lane, Earth Spirit, he was like roaming and helping mid. He almost killed the Invoker early. He was like pressuring, and he caused them to not lose the early game that bad.
Almost killing Ana. There were some squeaky bum time moments with Ana escaping, wasn't there?
There were. I always think, like, it's great when someone escapes on barely any health. It's so exciting. But you've got to think, if that's the big plays we're picking out. I mean, he did play very well, but so much it was like, wow, he barely escaped. I mean, that shows they were on the back foot, I think, for a lot of the game, is that if the top plays you can pick are, he escaped with his life. Like, if that's the, you know what I mean?
That's why I said he's merely just delaying the game for his team. He's not winning the game by making his big plays, you know. Right. Whereas for WG, that every step they make, they're getting closer to ending the game.
I mean, if that was in a movie, it would be ridiculous. But, I mean, that was just insane.
Ooh. I liked what Ben pointed out, too, about the OD, his build. It may have looked a bit unorthodox, but versus OG's lineup, we did emphasize in the drafting phase how they were very magical damage heavy. So he goes for this pipe build, which enables them to be able to 5-man. And since they won, 2 lanes pretty handily in the early game, they were able to kind of group up and use that method to just force a couple towers that they probably wouldn't have been able to get without that build.
But you mentioned he probably needed to swap over for BKB a lot later, because as the game progressed, he didn't have a BKB. He was basically getting owned by the Kotal mana league, and he was getting cold snap. He was getting deafening blast. He was basically doing nothing in the fights apart from like defensive astral link.
Like that was enough. I mean, if you look at how long it took them to kill him, so many of these fights.
That's why the game drew out very long. Like if he could kill the enemy.
Like in that fight right there, though, imagine if he had a BKB there. It was the Earth Spirit pretty much like carrying the fight once he showed up. But if the OD had maybe, I think did he have the Moon Shard here?
Yeah,
I believe he did eat the Moon Shard.
He already had the Moon Shard.
But if he had the BKB, he wouldn't have to worry. Okay, he didn't have it yet, but it was soon. But yeah, if he had it, he wouldn't have to worry about Blinding Light, Mana Leak, all these different instances that he was kind of just standing still, not really able to attack. When you see your OD only has like 3 or 4 kills.
3 kills the whole game.
3 kills the whole game, yeah. You like at one point, even though the build was so great early, at one point he does need that Magic Community versus OG's lineup.
That baffled you, didn't it? When you were looking at the scoreboard, Winter. I just remember just before we came on air, you were like 3. Only 3? You couldn't quite comprehend that.
Yeah, it's an OD. OD is a hero killer. Like you have 3 kills in a almost 60-minute game. That's something that you don't see often. Like,
I mean, that LC was picking up 15. We'll bring the scoreboard up in a little while later. But I mean, you know how we framed it as Warriors Gaming, they work as a team. We said that there wasn't particularly those stars standing out, and it's like this game has broken that. We've seen some real stars established in this first of the series.
Yeah, the captain definitely stood up for his team, like his rotations and his decision making, like how he caught No-Tail and Ana multiple times in the early game, and his itemization was really good. He went for a Glimmer Blink, and he needed the use. The reason he needed the use because they needed someone to pop the Lincoln so that the LC could duel and just lock him down. LC, you don't really want to build an item to break the Lincolns as LC, so he needed to rely on his team, and Afu there just with the perfect itemization for his team.
And he needed to be there. That was the thing. He needed to be there. His mobility.
They were moving like hand in hand the whole game, the LC and the Earth Spirit.
Glued to each other. Yeah, it was brilliant.
Something we encountered was that game could have ended, 20, 15 minutes earlier. Warriors Gaming hit a bit of a wall, Winter. They couldn't seem to break into the higher ground. Now, what was it that eventually broke? What was the straw that broke the camel's back eventually there?
I think at the end of the game, there were a couple of really, really key pickoffs by the LC, and the reason why they were struggling was because they were up against the Kotal and the Rubik. So basically, those two heroes cleared out the whole wave, and Sand King was doing some creep skipping. He was trying to, remove the creep wave so WG couldn't push, and they were having a hard time. But once they got the pick off, they pick off 1 or 2 heroes here and there, and they were able to just proceed to close out the game.
When you have like OG going for a Morphling last pick, and it was definitely like one of the better picks that they could go for, but WG had the heroes to deal with a Morphling. Like the Earth Spirit, the OD, the Legion Commander, these heroes excel versus Morphling at all stages of the game. And we could see No-Tail really struggled. Like we were even like kind of talking about like what build does he really want to go this game? Like obviously you want to go for the Ethereal Blade. He doesn't really want to go for the Manta. You need a BKB. He needs so many different tools to be able to deal with what WG dishes out with theirs.
What do you think would have been a better carry for No-Tail in this game? Like we were trying to think.
It was difficult.
I think it was difficult.
Because the reason I did suggest the Morphling at some point because they picked Kotal. They were like building up into like a split push carry, but at the same time the enemy does have very good heroes to deal with the Morphling, so they were kind of like disregarding what the enemy has and going for what is good with their lineup.
And with all of that said, I mean, you can't help but wonder, OG, what's going on in the OG camp right now? Fogged outside, you know the players. You've already said that you think the Brotail and everything like that. They have just conceded that game. They're now on the ropes, and conceding one more game of Dota does get them eliminated, and they are here to try and pick their 3rd major for the OG organization. What's being said? What words are being exchanged in that huddle right now?
I think they just need to like crispen things up. Yeah, I think just reset, the crispen things. I think No-Tail struggled a bit in this game. I think it was the nature of the hero and just the nature of the matchup that he was versed, but maybe just like play a little bit more disciplined. Like he went for a couple plays in the early game that I think kind of set him back a bit, but I think they just need to pick him up, just be like, don't worry about it, like we still got another couple games coming ahead of us.
Don't you want to put Jerax on a more roam heavy hero? You don't want to put him like on a Rubik despite him being really good on the hero.
Okay. I guess so, yeah, and also Rubik, Kotal, like those two, they're not like two of those that come to your mind where like they're these two super strong boards that scale very hard in the late game. Sure, Kotal does and Rubik can, but Rubik doesn't really have the greatest spell steals in this game. Sure, he can get Omni Slash and OD ulti, but those aren't like these like, whoa, he only has like a couple things that he really can get.
Well, I mean, No-Tail, his shortcomings are evident when you do take a look at the scoreboard. It certainly did not have the most enjoyable experience on that Morphling, albeit the panel were quite happy with that decision.
I mean, some of it wasn't really his fault.
Yeah,
because of the nature of the matchup that his team put him in. So it was really difficult to play Morphling this game. But I must say his early game wasn't very stable. Like he made a couple of really bad errors. Like He died in a tower at top. Like, he ran into 3 heroes. Like, he tried to farm under the tower. He made a very risky play. I think with their draft, they needed to come out of the early game with a bigger lead. Without a good lead into the mid game, it's going to be very difficult for them to fight what WG has as a team.
Playing versus a tri-core lineup that also has heavy team fight on the side of WG, it was very hard for OG to, like, they need to split the game up and take it to an instance. But yeah, like Winter said, they needed to really come out ahead in the laning phase, and they didn't. They only won 1 lane, which we were a bit surprised upon. But Afu, you saw there, 24 assists. This guy was everywhere on the map.
I mean, we did say that one of the win conditions for Warriors was win their lanes, and they managed to do so. We were quite, I don't want to say critical, but that we definitely had some question marks about the Warriors gaming draft. Have they made a believer out of you now, Ted? You a fan of the Earth Spirit, the Oracle popping up? We were frowning upon some of that.
Yeah, I mean, they played so well.
Sure.
I think that's the thing. If you were to maybe even swap the teams and give each team different drafts, who knows what would happen? But I mean, you can't anticipate. Given the way we were saying, the lanes are going to go, and then they just turn around and win them. I mean, you can't anticipate that as OG. I guess what you've got to do is come back and say, all right, what do we go for? I think they have to change it up almost completely. You've seen the heroes that they could play well. Do you ban those out? Do you go for a whole new approach? It's tough because Warriors showed they are a good team. I mean, that was a good performance.
Earth Spirit may have become the most contested hero in this, other than, the Shadow Demon Lunas, but those will probably just be banned out. I think the Earth Spirit's going to be a really big factor for both teams.
Yeah, I still stand by my point where they're going to need Jerax on a roaming hero.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
So step 1, get Jerax on a roaming hero. And step 2, I mean, I find this interesting. So Afu's prowess on Earth Spirit, was that because of just the way he played it, because of his mechanical ability with it, or was it because of the unexpected element and OG not being prepared for it? Is this something that you could just repeat, get repeated success?
He plays the hero a lot.
Right.
He likes to play the hero, and he was a good pick in that situation.
OG know that hero.
I mean, what I'm saying is it can't be that. I mean, you were saying it's going to be contested, right? You're saying suddenly it's becoming the most contested. Is it really something Afu could just pick again and find the same success again?
Possibly.
Really? Damn. Yeah. Going to get spicy. Looks like we're almost ready for jumping into our second draft, but there is much more to be said when it comes to do we see a third. That's where you see the players are getting their bums back in seats.
These are experienced guys,
Yeah.
OG. I mean, that's the one thing you would say is they're not going to lose a game in panic. They'll have had a plan in place for this, I'm sure. Warriors need to keep doing what they're doing. They played with confidence. Just make sure you don't ease up or try to goof around or try something different. I think they just need to keep doing what they're doing, winning lanes apparently against the odds.
We did say, their strength was they need to win the lanes, and then they need to, in the mid-game, stay together and have this clumped up, very heavy team fight emphasized lineup, and that's what they drafted here. Even with the Oracle for the sustain in the mid-game, we were a little bit like, how do we feel about the Oracle in the laning phase?
It was really good with the OD, though.
It worked, you could see like he was able to just spam out his heal when they were pushing towers, and with the Essence Aura proxy has infinite mana. And so
Well, the wild ride of the Boston Major does continue as Warriors pick up the first in the series versus OG. The Boston Theatre will continue to make a whole lot of noise in just a moment, but first we're going to be checking in with Purge. He's going to explain what went so right for the Malaysians.
Hey guys, pretty fun draft that game, but OG kind of put themselves into a little bit of the corner with their first couple picks. I think basically this was their only hard carry that was on the team, so they were kind of reliant on picking something very strong at the end that could survive a lot of the damage that Warriors Gaming was doing. But the problem, like the panel pointed out, is that they had some very big tools for it, and that's Legion Commander Duel, as well as the Earth Spirit Science preventing him from morphing. So that kind of made a huge impact on the laning stage. And if you take a look at how the lanes were set up, it was basically favorable towards Warriors Gaming. The Oracle last pick really offsetting a lot of the magic damage that OG wanted to do in that game. So first crucial gank here, much later part of the game obviously, but a lot of min-maxing coming out of Kangaroo here. Most importantly, using press the attack and then following that up with overwhelming odds. And as soon as he did that, he blinks in duels. Because if he gets duel off in time, then Morphling's unable to use Morph and get more HP. So those kinds of small advantages, if he didn't do those spells perfectly in that order, he wouldn't have been able to get the kill. And really, this is maybe one of the more crucial moments is just how well Earth Spirit played in his early roaming, because it constantly set people down. Now, something that you may have missed there, if we jump forward just a little bit here, is that as he's rolling in with the rolling boulder, he's instantly prepping the stone to disable him as soon as he gets in. If he doesn't do that perfectly, he did start his ultimate here, by the way. If he doesn't do that perfectly, then Anna's able to get away. This was a stone that he put down that he was going to grab for silence later, and now they're about to walk into the stone that he pushed in the first place. So just the way that he's executing these ganks are amazing and creating so much space for his team. This team fight was also really relevant. Earth Spirit actually hiding up on this side. Remember, The only way to stop him from morphing is to silence him before he realizes there's danger. So he has to instantly get that done as he's rolling in, drops the stone, pulls the silence back, which allows them to initiate, follow up with a stun. And there he was maybe able to morph, but he didn't make it in time, and his team wasn't able to back him up. And then because of that, they can duel the backline and grab the Invoker instead. I mean, there were so many amazing clips that we could have focused on, but we don't have all day. We got more games to play.
I love that. Purge is spoilt for choice. That's how good that game was. As Warriors Gaming coming in as the underdog, and now one game of Dota away from a semi-final spot at the Boston Major. It is truly a fairy tale story, and it's not over yet, though. OG looking to bounce back the draft. Word on the street is it's already ready, so we will start that discussion. What's going to be coming up here? We already highlighted some of our expectations, but to recap, question of how much of a contested pick Earth Spirit's going to be, and wow, we need to play recap already. Tim, quickly catch us. Tim? Excuse me.
Tim?
Ted, catch us up.
Hi, Tim. Well, I mean, Timbersaw we've seen a lot of. He's a very good hero. OG, obviously, they banned him. What did you call me? Tit?
No, I said Tim, and then you said Timbersaw. I don't know.
Oh, he's
Tim.
Timbersaw, yeah. Naga Siren and Luna bans, that makes sense.
Dude, that's a huge change up for OG, taking the LC on their side in the first phase.
Wowzers.
It's like they're agreeing. This hero is actually a really good hero.
Who, LC?
Yeah, LC.
Well, they've all just like, you know what? That was good. We'll pick that.
It's very good. I mean, they're playing versus a Shadow Demon too, so they pick two heroes that we've mentioned multiple times being very good versus that. Obviously, Fatal Bonds, and then the Legion Commander with the overwhelming odds able to clear that out. And now, okay, this is a very WG pick.
Yeah,
Elder Titan. I know they really like it. They didn't have the best success, the greatest success with it in the group stages, but it's one of their more comfortable heroes.
Afu likes to play the hero a lot, and it's a team fight specialist. It's very similar to Earth Spirit in a lot of ways.
Good setup with the SD as well for the Echo stuff.
It's very good at dealing with the LC duel, because the way like you want to start a fight, you jump in, you duel, and you're going to rely on your team to follow up. And when there's a Elder Titan, he's going to be able to storm the backline. So like it's very easy for him to counter-initiate the team fights when the LC makes a first move.
Yeah, ET's one of those heroes that's always just very like cool, because he can have a massive damage potential. He can turtle the game out very hard, and he always can work into the backline without committing yourself. You're just like this. You throw your spirit and not have to worry.
His weakness is like he doesn't have very solid catch as a 4-0, not like the Earth Spirit. In the last game, Afu set up so many kills for his team. But as an Elder Titan, you're kind of like relying on your team a bit. You can't really see a hero go for a first move. You can't really do that. So that's the downside of the hero. But he does force the enemy carry to itemize very differently. Because you have to deal with the Elder Titan aura, you have to build AC, you have to consider Vlads, and then at some point you need a BKB against his ultimate. So very difficult to itemize against Elder Titan as a carry.
Do you think the fact that OG have LC means that they're hoping that they can get round the back and maybe stop the Elder Titan being such an issue? Like, if they're going to fight, they could jump in with the LC. You've got Warlock to follow up.
That's the most ideal case, and the Warlock ultimate would stop the Shadow Demon from disrupting the dual target.
We're not falling for that, sir. You're awake.
Every time. Genuine reaction.
Yeah, maybe he really was.
I'll give him that one.
But the cool thing also, the Shadow Demon Elder Titan, not to mention the obvious setup thing, but like obviously with the aura from Elder Titan, with Soul Catcher as well, these two heroes can actually amplify your picks from the rest of your draft very easily.
Battle Fury Medusa, that's some old school item build right there.
Dota 1.
Battle Fury Wind Ranger.
Oh god. Things of nightmares.
He's getting flashbacks.
So for OG right now, they can't really go for the Earth Spirit with the Warlock, one of the very potent combos we saw yesterday. The two supports having a lot of damage in between them. Mirana is the other one NP likes to go for with the Warlock.
Oh, those lads are getting on the beers early. Blimey. Is it like 1?
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, Ted.
It's 2. Oh, fair play.
Still a lot of Dota to be played today, so long day ahead of us.
Long day ahead.
Jirak said to me this morning, he said, not a good day for hair. And he wasn't making fun of me being bald. It's just because it was a little windy this morning. But
not a good day for hair.
Yeah.
I like it. He's got the champagne again. It's the champagne man.
Champagne man. Rode here on a flying courier.
It's a good job there's no bounty hunter in the crowd.
Yeah, so in the second phase, OG removed the Tinker. So that is a big tell that the way they want to approach the game, they might be doing a lot of fight. The last game they were split pushing. This game they might be doing a lot of 5-man. Because they removed Tinker. Tinker's very good at dealing with 5-man, very good with Elder Titan because of the stalling tactics you can have. You can boost of travel onto the Spirit. You can have a lot of like combinations with that. And the Omni Knight ban, like you don't want the enemy to have a stronger team fight than you when you're trying to 5-man. So those two bans are going into a direction where OG wants to win their lanes 5-man and end the game.
I mean, obviously, we know Jerax is a great Earth Spirit. So do you think Warriors Gaming have banned him because they're like, we're not going to pick him, and we don't want to have the old, I can do anything that you can do?
He plays a lot of heroes, though.
He does.
Pudge as well. I think Pudge is also a hero that could cause a lot of problems. But they go back for the Ogre, just very safe pick. You're on the ropes. You don't want to do anything too crazy. You just want to go back for a really stable pick for the lanes. Oh. Very good dueling with the LC. Ogre plus LC, very scary in the laning phase. And Sven.
Counteract the Elder Titan
and good
with the armor.
It's very good against the Lifestealer because of the armor as well. But he's not that great against the Shadow Demon, so he has to rely on his team to take out the Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon Purge is very, very potent against the Sven.
He benefits as well from Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, the Fatal Bonds cleave is going to be real.
Burst. Yeah.
And there comes another Sand King.
This is going to be a cracker.
You're starting to piece it together, are you?
They're mixing it up.
I can see the fights already. That's
what I like for WG. That's what we were kind of talking about too. They like to mix up their damage potential. So the Elder Titan, obviously, the aura doesn't only make it so that your armor is reduced, it also amplifies spell damage. So now the Sand King, it kind of puts OG into a position where they have to build BKBs at a relatively early time.
And he's a vehicle for... Sand King's a vehicle for Lifestealer, right?
Exactly.
Laning phase, Sand King plus Elder Titan is not as scary as the other combinations we saw, the Undying or the Ogre. So with the Warlock on their side, maybe the laning phase wouldn't be such a big problem. If they're really worried about that, they could always have the Ogre go to the safe lane to deal with the Sand King.
Are you questioning whether Warriors can win lanes with heroes that probably shouldn't win lanes?
Hasn't that just happened?
Dude, I'm just like explaining how the heroes work together. But they played differently in the last game.
So no flame intended, Winter.
And no flame intended. Well, they are doing something similar, that they're just building team fight. They were kind of lacking a bit. They had the Elder Titan, of course, but with the Sand King, that enables them to have a bit to be able to deal with the Warlock, since OG only has that one for their team fight so far.
Do we read into the bonus time at all in the contrast between the two teams? You got 8 seconds left on OG and a full 2 minutes.
Yeah, they are more stressed because they are like the favorites, and being the underdog means that you're playing without stress. You're just gonna go and enjoy some Dota, play your best, do whatever strat that you believe in. Whereas for OG, they have a lot of expectations on their back. It's not exactly a good thing.
Expectations from yourselves, expectations from fans, expectations from...
Yeah, losing the first game is a lot of stress for OG.
Expectations from your organization. You've won 2 of majors under that name, and now they could very well concede it to probably the largest underdog attending the Boston Major. The Warriors Gaming truly were a bit of an unknown entity, and now they stand...
Very balanced draft, like Yannis mentioned. They have spell, they're physical right now, they're push, they can take your towers.
Yeah, this is a really good draft from Warriors.
DK is very good also against the Sven because you have a lot of armor, so you can... Oh, okay. The greed. OG goes for the all-out greed here with the Sven and the Alchemist. Those 2 heroes are like, you have 2 position 1 heroes. Like you have 2 snipers on your team. All take a lot of farm. Greedy.
Oh man, it's happening.
It's a bit greedy.
Yeah, very greedy.
Greedy? Is that? Are you suggesting that the OG upset's on its way?
Well, it's not a good or bad thing sometimes when you go for too greedy. If you can get away, it's a good thing. But if you can't get away, then it's obviously a bad thing. So we'll see how they balance things out with the greedy pick.
OG, overly greedy.
Okay, on that bombshell, it's time to find out if it really is going to end here. Will Warriors Gaming continue this crazy ride to the semi-finals? They impressed us once in the groups. Will they do it in the playoffs? We'll find out. It's time to cast this. Will OG take us to a 3rd? Let's find out.
Oh, will OG take us to a 3rd, and will OG end up with all the coins in Scrooge McDuck's vault? We're going to find out, man. OG...
I like Christmas references.
What is with this? What is this?
Trying to bring the Christmas cheer with the Alchemist, just maybe give an axe to everyone.
You get an axe, and you get an axe. Everyone gets an axe.
Can they pull it off, though? It's a tough one. Sven already notorious for just stealing farm everywhere, and both of them can do Ancients. And will they be able to do it against WG? I really like the first ban Timbersaw because it's really good versus their lineup, and now without that, they're having to go for a completely different strat than perhaps they initially wanted.
A little bit of shenanigans, looking for the first runes, no tell. Went in pretty deep, and from the angle he came in from the smoke, the way the smoke broke onto Afu, He's probably thinking there is a Radiant Observer Ward on top of the hill. Fly, try and go for the D ward at the moment, but it'll be a disruption start from Nova. No-Tell, Storm Bolt's available. Everyone's in the neighborhood, but will he want to try and fight? They're still holding his ability. Does the D ward to start with, and now he's got a good opening inside the narrow stairwell. Can he hold him? Body block at Arfu, try and put everyone to sleep. The burrow strikes there from Kangaroo, combining up with the bolt, but it still won't be enough. S4, it is an overwhelming odds that will be finding the kill against the master of the phone book.
WG has 4 melee, and it actually came into play at that point. They got that the disruption off, but there was no follow-up. DK wasn't close enough to hit with a Dragon Tail. He didn't bother skilling it up, and Sand King, he tried to get in range for a Burrow Strike, but that's only 350 range. So, easy bounty rune for Alchemist. That's the way you want to start this off if you're trying to get that gold.
Seemed a little odd, but by the time WG knew they wanted to bail, it was too late.
So WG against an Alchemist, we've seen a lot of Alchemists, and we've seen even like a lot of Alchemist wins too, and it's very hard to stop them. So firstly, you need to have a good laning phase. You need to be able to take down those T1s, control the jungle, and control the Ancients. And like the matchup mid, like Dragon Knight, he has a lot of armor, so he won't take that much damage, but their base damage is very similar to each other. So I think that he should come out slightly ahead with Breathe Fire.
Keep your eyes on multiple lanes. There's Kangaroo who's being initiated on the bottom lane. The stuns are out, and he is very low. No Burrow Strikes available. The stun from Arfu will not create enough space. At the same time, WG were trying initiations of their own with the SD, making a break towards S4, but it just doesn't work that way. This SD as well as Lifestealer doesn't pack anywhere near as much of a punch.
Yeah, the Ogre is key in this lane. He slowed the Elder Titan to start to get a first blood. He was able to get rid of the Sand King in the lane, and these two melee heroes just cannot farm at all. You can maybe touch Jarex, but you have a thick layer of fat to get through.
Yeah, and then you've still got the heal that can arrive from the Warlock. You've got
he needs more regen.
You've got two of the most effective supports in the Boston Major protecting a Sven, who has to be the most effective one position in the Major, but with this much space, it may not have that issue that the panel was worried about, where you've got both Ana as well as No-Tell making a bid for the big stacks.
Yeah, at least they're not stacking. So, yeah, you're not getting that much farm, and Sven is getting free CS, but you're keeping the supports from really pumping up the 2 cores on OG. And in the seeing a little bit of a brawl in the bottom lane. Let's see what spawns. Afu going for the stomp right before.
The rune was already down. He was mid-stomp when the bounty hit the ground. So just getting the timing a little bit wrong.
And I like the LC pick. It's been cropping up more and more, and it has a pretty good matchup, surprisingly, versus the Lifestealer. Normally, strength heroes don't do terribly well, but being able to purge the open wounds is very strong when you're just trying to survive. And he has a lot of CS. He has even more CS than the Lifestealer.
Slightly problematic. Just waiting for this top lane. The SD has not had anywhere near as much of an influence as I thought he might. Even though I know the combo is pretty bad, zoning out a solo Legion Commander. Okay, yeah, this time around, Disruption, they lock him in. S4 is forced to run into the dire jungle just thanks to the body block of the SD Illusions. But he's got boots, he's got press the attack. He's happy to turn around if they really want to fight him.
Yeah, he's not really scared at all. There's no way they can kill him, I think, with these two. If he's at a decent HP, they just need to pressure him to actually use his press the attack before. Maybe getting an early oov on the Lifestealer might make a difference, but in the bottom lane is where all the action is happening.
Yeah, Burrow Strike, Fu able to get the stomp off. Now No-Tell with his own Storm Bolt. Jarex doesn't have much to offer apart from one punch, but one punch may be all that's required. He's so low, the Orb of Venom brings him down to 14 HP. No kill to come from it.
I can't tell if you're trying to intentionally make all these enemy references or no, Toby.
I'm just warming myself up for the MP game next, right?
Yeah. You're not even casting that, Toby. Come on.
Actually, yeah, I am. I'm sticking around for 2 series today.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so
you're
warming yourself up. This is good. Yeah, they're not able to do that much on bottom lane. Like, the Sand King is really getting nothing. And Elder Titan, I don't know. I don't really see him like particularly good versus any of these heroes. OG kind of drafted like not high base armor heroes and the Warcry to actually deal with him. So
wait for this rotation. Well, balance with Ogre denying himself up inside the pit. Easy way to get home. And then straight back out to the front lines. NoTown now with his full treads up. Makes Intel a little bit easier to come by when he wants to go for those Storm Bolts.
They have a clarity on the Ogre as well, that they can pass a no-tail easily, but they're starting to get some stacks now. They've already had pretty good lanes, I would say. Alchemist isn't too far behind the mid lane.
Nice Sandstorm.
Yeah, they just have to play very defensively, though. Originally, you would want the Sand King to be able to pressure this lane, and you know, they talked about it on the panel. It's like Sand King plus Elder Titan is just nowhere near as strong as perhaps the the Earth Spirit plus Sand King or Ogre plus Sand King, and they really can't do anything in this lane. They're just letting them stack up and farm. Warlock's getting tons of levels and XP, and it's not going to go well for them.
Well, how do you even change this around? You want to keep going for kills right now. The Stormbolt flies out, goes to ET. Sand King trying to dodge it with the Sandstorm, but it wasn't meant for him. And now Elder Titan on the run flies right behind him, but they don't have any more stuns. Keep in mind that Jirax did go for the 0-2-1 build. Not out of the ordinary, but...
They're smoking the DK down right at level 6, along with the Shadow Demon. Yeah, well, firstly, you don't die in the lane, but this might be even better.
Looks like such bait. NoTown, he doesn't have the mana for a Stormbolt. Warcride's up in 1 second time with the Burrow Strike from Kangaroo. Create space. This wraparound smoke is still coming. They're trying to kite them up. Done a lot of damage. Here comes your Shadow Demon. Who's he take out the mix? Afu's still low in life, but now the Dragon Knight into his form with the Breathe Fire. Hits the SD. Already managed to kill off 1, and it is going to be 2. Sven will take a fall. Jirax will survive by running out for the 6-minute rune. But big rotation for WG.
And they were just focusing way too much on killing these two melee heroes. Honor probably said, hey, one of them's missing, but you don't expect the Shadow Demon and the DK to rotate that early, especially not around a rune timing. They smoked around 5:15, 5:20. So normally you probably expected, okay, bottom rune, haste, DD, Invis, those are all pretty good to set up, but OG are constantly trying to zone out these two melee heroes and suffering as a result.
Stormbolt on bottom lane. Nova did see Jirax moving over with that double damage rune, but it's the DK who's on the run, so just a quick disruption. Taking Jirax out of the play for a bit. WG were in no position to fight. They were all too low. So straight bailout. Meanwhile, in Alchemist land, the coins rain from the sky. Now at 4.3k in the net worth, even with a good rotation, Alchemist is having the time of his life.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And that left side of the map is open. Like LC can constantly farm that camp just to his immediate south, and the ancient stacking, which hasn't come yet, can easily start, but probably not due to the help of the HOD from No-Tail. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it first this game with WG's game plan. You can tell that they pretty much haven't touched neutrals at all at WG. They're like, no pulling on the top lane. Shadow Demon is constantly left the lane. So because of this, you expect them to keep applying pressure over and over, and you might not want to go for as greedy of items.
Jirax goes home again, courtesy of the Fists of Roshan. Look for his TP rotation, potentially S4. Some help.
Fly is in observer range, or he was, and they can maybe kill him if he's out by himself.
Without the epicenter? It seems a little risky. The Stomp is coming in with the Spirit, no talents in the neighborhood. He's still got Sandstorm dodge available for Kangaroo as the fight happens on multiple lanes. Nana almost back to that tier 1 tower. Anna cannot get close enough with Jirax to finish the job, but his bottom lane where the Burrow Strike happens. Kangaroo space to get out, but he can't take more damage. Remember, the Fatal Bonds has tied them together. This will last a couple more seconds. Is Jirax really? Okay, this is another way to find a kill. Nana's going to get himself a bottle, but this may not be enough. With the Spirit down, they need to create some space. Give him time to bottle up, but it won't work. Warlock just moves in, takes the kill, and DK will fall.
Very greedy from them. They don't want to relent the pressure. They don't want to go back home to heal. They don't want to, farm neutral stack. They don't want to give the Alchemist any space, but it's coming back to bite them as they don't really come out ahead in the lanes at all. Bottom lanes have kind of been a disaster apart from that one rotation, and Alchemist is Mr. Moneybags.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a lot. It was OG who was meant to be the greedy ones, not WG. WG is just doing it through the way they're playing. But with this Alchemist rapidly approaching, like, you're only 9 minutes in with 6.2k net worth. It's
only.
only. It's, you know what, he could be better. 637 gold per minute. It's a bit slow.
I think Armlet Radiance around 12 is almost free farm. It's generally the timing that you're looking at, and he's going to get it very close to that. I don't really see them being able to, like, you know, take that mid T1 tower or wrap around and gank them. It's just too obvious because they've constantly been showing the lanes. They're trying to make a move on the bottom lane, but it has been scouted out, and everyone's already there. And S4, he's kind of just chilling up on his own, farming up too. He's quite high on the
mid lane. Nana, don't walk up that hill. The Stormbolt's going to fly out. Fly also lending off that Shadow Word. They've got a lot of damage into the DK. Dragon Knight form will be popped. He's got one charges up his sleeve with the Feather Bonds, connecting all the WG players together. No Tail is low, but Arfu going a little bit too far over the river. Now they get the stun onto the Dragon Knight. Feather Bonds, remember, is still connecting them all together. So WG cannot afford to go into the fight.
But stalling is good for OG, much similar to last game. The longer this game goes, the better for OG.
Alchemist just found the bounty room, which almost gave him his relic.
Yeah, he might even get it before 12 minutes at this pace. And this is without supports stacking for him at all. And not the best matchup for him in the mid lane. He was losing out on CS, maybe like 30 to 20-ish early on in the game.
And the only stacked camp I've seen him farm was the one that S4 actually stacked next to the Radiant Secret Shop. That's the only stack he farmed. He farmed that just before he came into the mid-fight then. But the net worth is still exploding.
Yep, Relic already in Ana's possession.
Jit's not happy on this top lane. He's triggered off his rage. So some cooldown for the moment. Doesn't want to battle when S4 and Jirax is hovering around.
Radiant has used scan. Elder Titan actually almost passes through it, but will wrap around to the south side as they try and make a move on this Alchemist. They ping out the Ancients, but if they go that way, they're going to find S4 before anything else.
And S4 still running away. The Observer Ward will pop down. Nova Smoke did break. There's no Radiant Vision in this area, so this is their advantage. Now they see the Elder Titan. He flags on OG's radar, but they don't see the SD. They don't see the SK.
There's no reason for them to farm up that side. They can just easily take their the south side Radiant neutrals and just be completely okay. WG already popped their smoke. They very likely have the Zero Ward so they can make that gank. And they have no good initiation aside from the Sand King. So if Sand King shows, as he is about to do on top perhaps, then they're free to farm.
Fly is finally going to see that Observer Ward, that Sentry Ward blocking the camp. The big Ancient stack they want to have. Quickly farmed up and prepares now for the triple stack.
Yep, Radiant's online in 300 gold. This is so early on in the game. If he gets his bounty rune, it's definitely going to happen. And there it is. 12 minutes on the dot.
That man prayed to Lord Gaben earlier this morning.
Yeah, it doesn't even take that much luck. Even without bounty runes, he still get around this time with the way that WG has played. Just they can't go into the jungle at all. Like, look at this, these Observer Wards from OG. One in the middle lane, one close to the Ancients, and this is with a Sven farming
They
too.
just smoked. They're coming in. They want the kill over on the Dragon Knight. No-Tail will get the stun off with the Warcry. They got the movement speed to close the distance. Into the first stun, concoction to follow up, plus the duel from the Legion Commander. OG, they've done this time and time again during the group stages. This big maneuver, show of strength, find one kill, take the mid-tier 1 tower just after 10-minute mark. Amplified, of course, by Anna's farm.
And no one can contest that. Shadow Demon comes in, boom, drop the rock, 2 heroes are dead. But do it this way, you lose 1 hero and you still have the rock. So they are in between. I was about to say rock and hard place, but that they're in a really tough line right now. Like, all their early game movements have failed. They don't have the correct late game heroes to assault this Alchemist or to contest this farm. He's doubling up people already, and this is like kind of just when he got his Radiance. And now the Blink Dagger's up on the LC, so they have plenty of heroes to create space for him, and they see them doing the Ancients, but they're already dead. No-Tail, he gets scouted out by the Elder Titan.
So this is what the Lifestealer is having to resort himself to. Walking around an Ancient Thunderhide, messing up with Anna's farm. Now, SD's going to get a couple of copies. This is actually quite nice. And then with the Lifestealer behind, Fly will get the rock off. Maybe Archik can find that kill. Yes, he will. Feather Bonds have still tied a couple of WG together. And the duel, it actually held the ET in position. The SD is low because of that, but the epicenter from Kangaroo goes through Jirax, taking out his life. They're looking for another target, but who do they really want? Okay, maybe they don't want anybody. S4 is on the hunt with that Blink Dagger of his. He can close the distance. No, he can't. It's a Haste Rune spawning on bottom river. So a 2-for-1 trade-off And that's with the committal of the first major rock of OG.
I do like that play from the Lifestealer. They need vision. They don't have any vision in the areas that they need. He like kind of walked in between the T1 and the T2. It's a very dark spot for them, and was able to find the Warlock. Ideally, you kill him before the rock, but he doesn't. So, yep, they get the initiation on him. Warlock drops the rock, but look at Jet from behind. And Ana, he's standing right next to the tower. He's not really scared of anything at the moment. Duel comes out. This also almost kills the Shadow Demon from Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, he was lucky to escape from that one with the extra help from the Lifestealer and the SK space got to be created.
That's just 2 supporters down.
Yeah, it's something. But
Yeah.
it's not stemming the bleeding, which isn't really coming from WG. It's just the fact that OG is injecting more blood into their system. They're about 7,000 net worth in front, 3,500 in the experience. When they take this top tower with the Blink duel, Legion Commander finds the right timing. The Burrow Strike from Kangaroo creating a lot of space. S4, the dual breath will bring him down. Now Ana is trapped. This is huge kills for WG. If they can kill up the Alchemist, the Stormbolt will arrive. No-tell, the Burrow Strike's still there, but toggle. Ana will get himself a double kill. They had a good opening. They stopped the duel. They won the fight, but they lost the war.
Quite poetic, Toby.
You know, they breed us culture down in Australia.
Okay, Sticky Beak. we were looking up words of the day.
Jirax, a little bit of trouble. Lifesteal's going to start over on him. You have Purge available if things get a little bit rough, as Jirax is basically extra committed anyway.
It doesn't even matter if these supports are dirt poor, because Alchemist, he farms a Scepter for them in, what, maybe like 2.5, 3 minutes? Yep. If he actually wanted to give the goal to them. So if they just sit on Brown Boots, Windlace, Magic Stick all game, like Jirax has right now, it doesn't even matter. They'll get the Ags maybe 35 minutes in, and they'll be 3 times as strong.
With the farm rate of Ana as well, it's not even something where he has to go, oh, should I rush into an Aghanim Scepter for my teammates? Right now, his version of rushing an Aghanim Scepter is just standard progression. Because you're going to get that Mana Style done in just a couple of seconds. He's already picked up Boots of Travel. There's only 2 more item slots to fill at that point.
Yep. And Octarine is going to be a trivial task for him. So looking from WG side, they don't have the best illusion clearing heroes. The only thing that they really have to deal with illusions is the Shadow Demon, and that's pretty much just making illusions of him. But Lifestealer, you'll see like sometimes going for a Maelstrom build. I see a hammer on him. Still unsure whether or not that's going to be Dezo. Dezo,
you'll find out now. He just hit 1600.
Yeah, Dezo.
There it is. It's Dezo.
They want to be able to kill people, but it's not good versus the illusions, and it's not terribly great versus the Sven. But it will help them take objectives and Roshan, and they feel like they need damage now. If they wait and farm, they are going to be even in a worse position than they are now.
Well, smoke time. No Dire Observer Ward in that area. Instead, the Dire Observer Wards are more into OG's jungle. Now, this line being drawn up where OG is looking to fight. There's nobody there. Even WG scanning, thinking maybe OG went straight down the hill, across the river, and up into their jungle.
If they all in on the Alchemist, though, the Warlock and the rest of OG's team are smoked right behind them. And
how do you even all in on an Alchemist? Like, he's going to Mana Dodge and Chemical Rage. It's
Epicenter into Blink Burrow Strike, and then just throw everything at him. That's what you have to do.
Instead, it looks like they're trying to force someone to TP back to mid lane. So with the DK pressuring, OG need to change the field of battle. This is a better one. No-Tell caught in the top river. The Burrow Strike out with the ET Spirit down. No-Tell's got very little to defend himself with. So that is the best case scenario for WG.
It's very strange that he didn't TP out. They had 3 heroes TP mid, Alchemist TP bottom, and then Sven was the only one who was left. And WG, all the heroes were in full vision. And now they can actually maybe take a fight 4-on-5. Ana is going to get caught by the stomp here.
Yeah, they just leave the Spirit in the back lines to create more space, and then they disrupt over on that Alchemist. Turns against him. S4 actually jumped in at that point, looking for a kill. The Rock is down with the Fatal Bonds. Lifestealer and DK combined together. The Epicenter will kill off the Alchemist. The expense is the Lifestealer of WG. And they're on the run. S4 Blink Dagger is off cooldown, and SD is such a juicy target. If only he can get close enough. Tries to break free. Blink Dagger still on cooldown. SD juking it out in the tree lines, but it's time to duel, and SD will add a little bit of plus damage into the Legion Commander, now adding up to 34.
Not bad. Not bad for them. The Lifestealer sacrifices his life just running straight in on the Alchemist, but Sand King did the majority of the damage with the Epicenter to follow up.
No, For every second the Alchemist is down, that's a lot of money lost.
And Shadow Demon Illusions, I mean, they do a lot of damage if left alone, and it's not like OG can actually kill those illusions quite quickly.
So I'm wondering, like, the build which you go on the Alchemist in this game, was it, like, obviously you're going to get the early Radiance anyway, but is there something better the Alch should build into which doesn't make the SD as powerful with this disruption?
The only other build is like the attack. I guess there's two other builds. One's like the attack speed damage build, like a Maelstrom, AC Basher, those sort of items. And then the other one is like the very team fighty build with the Medallion, Solar Crest, and mech. But they don't need him for armor or for a mech, so that build is kind of out of the question. The attack speed build is okay, but you don't really want a man fight versus a Lifestealer. It's much riskier. Why not just get Radiance? Yeah, Shadow Demon might get a little bit of farm and it might be a little bit annoying in team fights, but you're like almost guaranteed to have this sort of net worth by 20 minutes if you just go the standard, we call it the more build, Manta Octarine Radiance. Farm more.
I actually wondered too, like once the Axe comes up, is it worthwhile to get that extra? Do you give it to the Sven? Oh, Burrow Strike, speaking of Sven, initiated on. The ET Splitter is out. Does he have enough to find the armlet toggle? Needs a little bit more time, and the cleave! No-Tell with the extra Storm Bolt. The Purge is on him. He'll need to toggle his way through this one, and he will survive. The disruption's out. WG, they're going to lose out big.
That is a sad fight for them to take, especially with the Lifestealer just picking up the Dezo. That's kind of his peak in this game. And if you can't take a fight like that with focusing down the Sven, who is much less in net worth than the Alchemist, then you're going to have immense trouble taking down the Alchemist and the rest of his kin.
Doesn't that kind of give you flashbacks to the 4-staffing sniper from earlier today? A bad fight for WG this time around, though. It gives the advantage to OG. Getting them closer and closer towards forcing this into a game 3.
They can't be too comfortable though. If they're not
oh, the Fire Strike is in. Alchemist already has the Aegis model S4. He couldn't get the duel off in time. It was a fairly quick sandstorm by the SK, and Kangaroo was able to escape.
And King's trying his best to make some plays here. Trying his best. Just a little bit too late, I believe, on that.
The ET Spirit Storm actually got in the perfect timing to jump in, but just, yeah. That's that lateness you're talking about.
So how does Lifesteal actually do damage now? BKB is coming out on the Sven. I think all of this comes down to the initiation from Sinking. If he gets like a 2-man Epicenter Burrow Strike and Lifestealer is able to have that precious 2-3 seconds of uptime on a hero as soon as he pops out of an infest, they can burst down a hero. But if like Warlock is able to drop the rock, stop his rage, and Alchemist can buy a couple of seconds with the Manta, then they're going to win the fight. So Sinking, he has to have kind of the same impact that the Earth Spirit did last game, but this time they're fighting with a huge net worth deficit.
Huge is almost an understatement. 13,000 the advantage going the way of OG. The experience has cracked the 10k Mark II, and now OG get a little bit of extra. A double damage rune in the bot river.
Uh-oh.
So No-Tell's going to pick this one up.
Sinking's out in no man's land. They figure that they might have stopped the TP from Kang with that unstable concoction, which is undisjointable.
Nova, you do not want to be here. He'll get a copy of the Alchemist to try and slow down the push on bot lane. But OG are getting tankier. They even dominated the Ogre Frost Mage. So Sven's walking around with 27 armor before Warcry.
Ice Armor's a very good choice here. Very little magic damage. And, I mean, from Sanking, I suppose, but that's it. Like, if the Lifestealer can't do anything in these fights, I don't see them walking over OG. But Sanking in the back, he was pinged out.
Yeah, the ping came. I don't know if he was actually scouted or not. Like, if it was WG.
Ooh, Shadow Demon thought about that one. Gotta cancel that one quick.
Hana's going to concoct himself. This tier 2 tower is toast. The ET Spirit's pretty good at defense, but you don't have the same kind of combination as we saw in Game 1. With that Fade Bolt as well as Illuminate, OG have more than enough strength to survive any of the deep push of WG. Because you don't even have any points in Shadow Poison. It's all Disruption and Catcher. It's all that single target. Bring down the Alchemist if possible. But you want to bring him down, you got to fight through his Chemical Rage, through his armlet toggling, through that huge amount of armor he has when Warcry is triggered. That was plus 37 on the Alchemist. And he's still got an Aegis as well. So Kangaroo and Arjit, they're going to try and creep skip this out. remove the creep wave if possible. And this will stall the push. Backdoor regeneration is up.
Yeah, they don't want to lose right now.
S4. They're infested. Burrow Strike 1 second. Now they can go. Burrow Strike pop out. S4 quickly mopped up. 45 seconds on the sideline. So breathing room for WG.
And maybe looking for one more as Lifestealer tries to scout out all the heroes. But OG will return to their base and farm.
What a surprise.
Well, they could have tried to pressure it a little bit more, but the Shadow Demon illusions are actually buying them a lot of time. You can't really kill them. It's not worth killing them because they'll just expire in about 14 seconds. However, they're worried about the creep wave. Highest net worth by 25. That was a hard one to predict. Easy one.
Easy points, easy money. Lifestealer chasing down Jirax. He is under the cover of Invis, but Jirax has a lot of friends. Lifestealer attacking quick and attacking fast. Rage is still up, so Concoction won't be able to hit him. Okay, he actually stuns it by stunning himself. The SK Burrow strikes through with a 4-star. Lifestealer give him some space to move. And also with disruption from Nova. OG, this is becoming complicated.
Yeah, they're giving away a lot of picks here and there.
Even that stomp, that's nice. DK! No. He jumped all the way in. The ET splitter will create a little bit more space. This is bringing Kangaroo time and space to bring down the Warlock. Epicenter is up from him too, but the duel locks the Dragon Knight in position. No way to toggle this one. That lifesteal's coming in the form of the Centaur. He's dominating. He's going to look for the stun to begin on Notel, then pop out with the Burrow Strike. WG making most of the environmental resources.
Sand King's out of mana. Is he going to be able to force step away? I don't think that OG knows that he's out.
You want to wait, Nova? You're dying to illusions when you're that close.
He wants the farm, man. That's
what he wants to go back in and disrupt another. He can't. He doesn't have a TP himself, so
you're
Kangaroo's going to stick
excited
with him.
if you're a Shadow Demon. You're secretly excited. Hey, man, I could. It's kind of like dropping a rock. It's like, oh, I guess there were no heroes. I guess I will just farm these neutrals with my rock.
All of a sudden, I'm wasting abilities, wasting my life. I'm actually bleeding myself into death. But don't worry, I can get farm. That's the spirit of the anti-mage.
They do need more money, though. It's becoming disgusting. We talk about triple net worth. It's getting to almost, triple net worth.
Yes, it's almost exactly where we thought it was going to be. With that Alchemist. So
they need to keep getting picks. They've gotten picks on the supports quite sometimes, and Ags will kind of remedy their poorness situation. However, it does give WG much needed gold from getting these kills over and over because they are at such a net worth disadvantage that each and every kill, even on support, is going to yield them a lot of gold. And yeah, I don't know. Like going into the late game, you don't really want to stall out. As you mentioned, you can even give the Ags to Sven to buff up your entire team. So like waiting is no bueno.
Here they come. Top lane, Ana prepares his concoction, just stuns up over on the SD illusions. This is the downside when Ana can even Stormbolt to commit. That's how much SD is an issue.
Yeah, those illusions are quite strong. And there's the AC on top, makes tower sieging much easier. And aside from that, I guess, stomping constantly is going to help them out. The Ancient Black Dragon, raining fire upon the base of the tower.
I know, like we don't have a Naga in this game, but with the way the mana style is working at the moment, it's acting very much the same way. Manda, set it down, skip out the creep waves, push everything out without OG having to leave the top lane.
It's Naga on roids. That's what Alchemist is in this game.
So what happens when Naga and Popeye get together? Alchemist gets created. The OG still need that initiation. S4 kind of is that, but he doesn't want to initiate in on an Ancient Black Dragon, one because he can't.
They also don't have that many BKBs, so like pushing into that and then having to deal with the Sand King who could potentially get a huge Epicenter Burrow Strike. It's not an auto win for them. They can't just straight walk up the hill and be like, whatever, we'll just shrug whatever spells are thrown at us. They have to approach it with some finesse, especially with the Shadow Demon stalling it out so well with this disruption.
It's almost WG's time to go home. Kangaroo and Nana have been down here. Kangaroo's got enough money for his full Aghanim Scepter, while the DK is sitting at 3.5k. Interested to see if he just wants to hold onto his buyback or if he needs items to take this fight, because bit by bit, okay, N0tail jumps in, 3 hits to kill off the Shadow Demon. He's got buyback available, plus got the disruption off beforehand. So they've already got Alchemist fighting for the WG cause, plus the Ancient Black Dragon being ignored. Really makes this pushing a little bit harder. Okay, a little bit of miss micro. Ogre Frost Mage, casualty.
They know that Shadow Demon is one of the best stallers that they have. Elder Titan's not that big a deal. You can just spread your illusions out. But Shadow Demon is the one that actually kills the creep waves and causes the Alchemist to miss a lot of hits on his tower. And the ACR on top of that is also quite annoying to deal with.
This seems way too hard for OG. Like, life is meant to be easier for a team which has like 17,000 net worth advantage.
Yeah, but Shadow Demon can kind of neutralize that by making illusions of this 30,000 net worth hero.
Yeah,
so it's not as easy as it seems.
Here's the first one,
and that's how you throw. You push high ground and just overconfident in the way that you do it. And certainly nerves can get to OG if it is game number 2 and they're 1 game away from elimination. We definitely saw it from VP. There was a lot of rare spell.
He gave it. He did. He gave it to N0tail. It is the Sven Aghanim's upgrade.
That is something that you don't see very often. Normally it'd be, I'd probably rank him like Ogre would be most likely, then Warlock, and then the Sven, with Legion Commander like a distant 4th. But everyone else can right-click pretty darn hard. Alchemist doesn't have the most strength, so 200%. It's not even 200% right now because he's not level 16, 150%.
This injection of damage. DK coming out. N0tail looking for a target. Arfu sitting in the tree lines. Now starts his TP. BKB after BKB. The Stormbolt easily dodged out by the SK. So N0tail putting that axe to use. BKB gonna drop down to 7 seconds. Yeah, he actually held on to it.
It's really good for sieging towers, though. I think like if they want to do the slow siege, they could easily blow God Strength. It's not a super long cooldown, 80 seconds, and he probably wants to wait for level 16 too. He's really close to level 16 on the Sven.
Yeah, no, you can't fight that. You got no escape as well with no BKB available. The duel's going to begin from S4 with the Blade Mail on. No protection allowed. SD couldn't get close enough to get the disruption. That's the only way they really could have stopped their DK from dying, and now the jump in, the Burrow Strike, it's good from the SK, but the Rock was better, hitting most of WG. Maybe Nana with his buyback can do work, but with no Dragon Form, the Live Stealer down as well. More buybacks need to be committed if they want to hold their base WG. The TP out even working, a triple kill for Ana. The Epicenter finally comes in, but it only hits the Alchemist, and he's very unaffected by this. In 1 second time, Chemical Rage is back off cooldown, and now Ana just starts ripping apart the racks.
No way to stop him. They can try and slow him down with the Elder Titan, but that was an immediate
Burrow Strike's good. Spirit into Stomp. Lifestealer looking to bash into him more. He's still got the Infest available, but G-Rex gets the initial stun, and he infests into the range melee. So OG will lose most of their creep wave, but they don't care. Their sustain is unbelievably good. So they take the mid racks. Now they push for the top lane as well. WG looking for the opening with the Aghanim Scepter fresh on the SK. Wants to get that good Burrow Strike, able to do it. Slowed down the Alchemist, buy time for the DK to live, but OG got what they came for. Objective-based gaming. They take the melee racks. They'll turn and fight if WG wish to chase, though.
Uh-oh, no, but is he going to die to this illusion?
No. He's fine.
He needs the help of his teammates to clear him out. And yeah, that's half your base gone.
Problems. Definitely problems for WG, but luckily they're a game up in the series.
Sven actually died pretty early on in that fight. He got focused down heavily by Shadow Demon with the Purge and the Life Stealer. If he stays alive, I think the structural damage is going to be way heavier.
Ags number 2 on the way on the Courier. At the same time, Satanic has completed on the Sven.
So looks like
Warlock is standing next to him. It's Fly's turn for an upgrade.
Yep, there it goes. 2 rocks.
Well, Ramsey's asked for it. He's got it. The Fly Boss going to have the double rocks. Not level 3 on his ultimate yet. It's a little bit short of 16, but Roshan is available for OG. And this will probably be the best chance WG has to potentially turn the momentum of this game around. Catch OG in a compromising position at Roshan.
They're just poor.
Yep.
30,000 net worth behind.
Well, this is what happens when a greed lineup pays off. Investment capital, and all of a sudden, the company is self-sustaining.
And paying dividends. And stock for everyone that initially invested, and then some.
Basically, everyone's
Scan
rolling
hits.
in a bathtub of like bills.
Scan hits near the Dire Secret shop, so they know they're wrapping around behind. It's either going to be one of two places, one from the river or one from behind.
Smoke from OG. See the ping coming in from Ogre. He knows. They know. WG will walk into it. S4 will trigger off the smoke. Makes a break for the tree lines. The burst strike from Kangaroo will reach it, but No-Tell jumps into a target, instantly disrupted as well as Purge, so he couldn't kill off Nana. This fight will split into multiple parts. As it's over on the left, it's going to be already Warlock down for the count. The epicenter arriving in from Kangaroo. Can they bring down this Ven? The DK stunned up too much. Concoction's also here underneath the Sentry Ward. There was nowhere to hide, and we are forced into a third game as OG, they played the greed. And it pays off.
Very difficult lanes to break. And WG tried their best to solve that early game economy from OG, but just no chance. Alchemist, you got that perfect timing with the Armlet Radiance at 12 minutes, and they just played it very slow and steady from there.
You said it yourself, man. The Alchemist practically had free farm. S4's initiations were right. No one was really having to worry about, okay, who takes the Ancient stack here? Everyone had so much space on the OG side. WG.
And their offlane just got destroyed.
Yeah, the SKET. A lot of question marks. A lot of question marks around that lane.
Yeah, they picked very well around the ET, so I don't really think you can blame the ET pick. It was more so that they didn't have any good support. They had another support to pick, but it wasn't able to stand up in that lane at all.
Well, I want to ask the question of the offlane to the panel, who luckily are back at their seats.
Yes. Okay, what's your question, Toby? I've got them here.
Did they like the offlane? Did they enjoy the offlane?
Well, I'll give it to you. Did you like the offlane? Fogged?
I think Winter kind of nailed it on the head. Like when the draft happened, sanking Elder Titan's not like a, like sanking Undying or something. Sure. Elder Titan's not as strong in that type of dual lane. So,
it's not a big fan.
Yep, not a big fan.
Are we going to see Alk in Game 3?
Hope not. Sick of that.
Well, you could just have Naga instead. It's a trade-off.
I'd actually prefer
rather
that.
play against Naga than Alk. Like, honestly,
I agreed.
Well, the fact that both of our analysts came to me and just said, "Hey, Alex, just so you know, there's rarely 100% over games. This one is 100% over." I'm sure you must have had the similar vibes on the casting desk.
Yeah.
At some point.
Yeah, we did.
Alk got big. Well, we're going to be coming back for a third, and I'm not complaining, because it does mean that this series continues to go on. OG and Warriors will be playing out. We'll be seeing more from Malini and Toby in a bit. But we have to understand, first of all, how OG managed to do so, and where Warriors may have had some falls, some foot falters, because it looked so good after the first. But it seems only right that this goes all the way to 3, right?
I just want to highlight the adjustment that I said that they should put Jerax on the roamer, and this game he was indeed on the roamer, the ogre, so he was able to help the lanes get more done in the early stages, stabilize the game, and allow their greed to actually go through with the Sven and the Alchemist on the same team.
Was it all eyes on Alk, Fogged, or was there was plenty of backup plans alongside that?
Yeah, they had a very good lineup versus the Elder Titan. Since WG revealed their ET in the first 2 picks, OG just drafts 3 really beefy heroes that emphasize on building armor, and yeah, they're not really like agi heroes that get so affected by the aura from the Elder Titan. So it was a good approach by OG for sure, and yeah. I mean, maybe WG will question picking Elder Titan in the first 2, even though they do like the hero so much, just because of the easy ways you can kind of counter it.
I mean, Warriors draft actually was met by positivity on this test. Ted, and you in particular said, I liked where this is going. You felt like it correlated into something relatively successful.
It looked good.
Yeah.
But then Alchemist kind of throws a spanner in the works. And, I mean, we were saying, I think you asked, what the hell do you do against it? I mean, you shut him down, but he's going to get farm eventually. I guess what you have to do is hope that you shut him down enough early that by the time he starts to pick up in farm, it's too late and you've already won. But as it was, OG dragged the game out long enough. It didn't even take long for him to become a huge problem.
Yeah, this is like the Elder Titan problem. Like, that hero doesn't allow them to be that aggressive team to pressure and punish the Alchemist early. He's more like, I want to sit back and get more levels, because Elder Titan becomes really good with the levels that he's getting. He's not very good at the first few levels.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we saw No-Tell making sacrifices in the first game, and this one, he's second on that net worth, and he was doing big things with the big hammer.
When you see OG winning the team fights without even using the rock, you know the game is like pretty much over at some point. They just needed the Alchemist to run in and kill everybody. Like, he was just way too farmed after that. And the Ags on the Sven, very interesting.
Yeah, can we explain their thought process there? Because I mean, you were explaining to me there's probably 3, if not 2, priorities above them when it comes to giving the free eggs.
I think it's just. I think that they probably felt pretty secure in this game, and maybe they just wanted NoTail to have some more stats. It's Ana was doing a good amount of right clicking as well, so it does benefit him and S4 a good amount because the Sven eggs gives you like 100% or 125% bonus damage depending on which level it is in a 900 AoE radius around your team.
You probably want to give it to the Ogre or the Warlock if it's a closer game.
Yeah, more than an ideal, yeah.
I think there's a lot of these fights they were trying to take out the Alk. I mean, the thing with the Alk is you keep thinking you've almost got him, but then you just can't. He just regens so fast in the armlet as well, and then Sven comes in and gives it the old Echo Saber, bap, bap, and all of a sudden it's all over.
I mean, that's the problem, right? They drop their Sanking ultimate, they drop Elder Titan ultimate, they use their big spells, and they don't kill the Alk. The Alk backs off, regens his health, and he comes back to the fight, and there's no way you kill him a second time. That's like the problem with Alchemist if you don't have enough damage to kill him one time at a go. He's just able to come back later and the fight is just basically over.
Yeah. Last pick Alchemist proving
it's brutal. It's one of those last picks,
strong.
isn't it?
Yeah.
One of those last picks where something like...
If it works with the Sven, oh my god, this is like... I don't know how you deal with it. Like Sven and Alchemist are 2 heroes that take position 1 farm priority. If you can fit those 2 heroes on the draft, that hero is just impossible to deal with.
Yeah, and especially with like Ogre, like you mentioned, like Jarex was just able to make so much space in between the 2 lanes that it just enabled both of them to just be able to farm, and 12-minute radiance, it's really hard to be able to deal with that.
Yeah, 12-minute armlet radiance.
12-minute armlet radiance, yeah. Well, you always get armlets. So.
Those weren't the only items they did build. We can actually bring up the scoreboard to kind of understand all of that good stuff. But yeah, it was very swift. You can see, I think it was over 1,100 gold per minute for Ana. That's an Alchemist doing his job. But also, I mean, what's worth highlighting here is that the win rate of Alchemist, you did the numbers, Fogged. I wonder if you've got them up on your screen.
I think it's like 86%
it's closing,
now.
It's above 80.
Yeah, it was 83% before that game, so I don't know what that bumps it up to, probably another 3% or so.
That's a nice GPM as well, 1103.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Where's Magi in the win rate categories as well? It does feel like they had a lot. But then again, as you say, that WG were brought in the Shadow Demon, which we've already been talking about having a absurd success rate in the playoffs initially in the round of 16. And when it comes to MVP, it looks like Ana has been nominated. I think we've explained that plenty already.
Yeah, it's last pick Alchemist. He did, it's kind of like a cop-out, I guess you'd say, but he did his job. He just had to farm, and he just runs it, throws some illusions at people, and just,
I still think like the overall MVP would be their lineup being able to function as a whole, the way the supports play in the early game to allow those 2 greedy cores to get all the farm that they wanted to. Yeah, it was flashy for the Alchemist, but his supports did a lot of work for him.
Well, Purge is wearing a flashy suit as well, and he is standing by to hopefully explain why we're going into a third and why the suspense has just got a little higher here in the Wang Theatre.
Hey guys, completely agree with what Winter just said. The supports that OG had really helped facilitate farm on the Alchemist. If you take a look at the draft here, not only do they have great supports that did good things, but if you look at the heroes they got, Ogre Magi as well as Warlock, these are kind of similar heroes in playstyle right now in that they're extremely tanky level 1, about 600 HP with no other items, and in Ogre's example, he's got tons of armor. The other cool thing about those 2 heroes is that they both do a stupid amount of damage with 1 skill point. Warlock doing about 180 magic damage and Ogre sitting for about 130. Most heroes are doing about 75, so they got that in an advantage. And the other important thing that happened in the early game here was because Warriors Gaming got caught here, especially the Elder Titan, he ended up skilling his first skill, Echo Stomp. What that does is, it does this cool sleep thing, but the problem is that his laning is not going to be anywhere near as good as Ogres and Warlocks when he actually comes down here to do an aggressive dual lane. Normally he gets plus 30, plus 40 right-click damage by getting his second skill. So he didn't have that. As you can see, his opponents are a little scared. And as they start getting that advantage, Sven pushes the lane up using his cleave ability, and then that allows Fly to do a side pull, which should deny the whole creep wave. He even got some 2 range creeps in this one. So the lane advantage that OG got out of this was massive. And they also started a ton of fights down here. They did this often. They start fights. Maybe they weren't necessarily going to succeed with them on purpose, but the important thing is that it forced these Warriors Gaming players to always be in the lane. They also did a great rotation here to actually clean up OG in this fight with the Dragon Knight coming from the side. I believe they got at least 2 kills out of this one. It was a great rotation, but it's not really what they need to do, and you even keep seeing this. This is another rotation from NoTail. This is very uncharacteristic from a Sven. It looked like he was going to passively farm, but they didn't do that. They kept rotating for kills. This is one of the least likely ganks I've seen in a long time. OG knows that they're not necessarily going to be successful with this, but the purpose is this. 1, 2 heroes now in this lane. And the one here that you're not seeing this whole time is Alchemist. I mean, he does show up at the end, but the only reason he's here is to farm creeps. So that is exactly why he got a 11.5-minute Radiance, and he just steamrolled the whole game, just because of how well this tri-lane played.
It's so good.
As always, Purge making our panel giggle. Fantastic work. He's shedding some light and also getting Winter and Mr. Litbin doing it. You got a bit of a smile on your face.
Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah.
Like the
what made you laugh?
Alchemist just came over, you know, fight's over, but I'm just there, you know, just to clean up the creeps.
I got the CS, don't mind me.
Runs in, just throws the acid sprays. It's like, Alex, sorry guys, I'm not here to battle. Just, you know, doing my job right
He's
here.
here to help.
I have one quick request, Alex. Can Mr. Austin Capitalist Walsh please make himself known to the PGL staff? They're looking for you, baby.
Okay.
That's it. I promised I'd do that.
We're hunting him. Find him. If you see Capitalist in the crowd, he's probably asleep.
Get him.
Wake him up. With that said, we are going to be getting ourselves ready for the third, and I want to start an intriguing discussion because I've heard it, you know, in whispers and in passing, that people are saying that the skill level is just so damn close at this point in time in Dota. And do you not think this series is a perfect opportunity for us to start that discussion? The fact that Warriors and OG are going head-to-head, toe-to-toe into a third, the fact that Warriors have come here, the fact that we've experienced so many upsets across the course of this tournament, the course of the Boston Major. Is Dota at its most competitive, Fogged?
Yeah, I would think so, especially because like we've had this patch ongoing for one of the longest, about 190 days or so, and you just see people drifting toward maybe kind of like similar drafts, maybe a couple like substitutes here and there, but it's really like whoever takes the fights in like the proper manner, whoever wins the lanes, you can kind of see how that develops into the mid game and later stages.
But like in terms of individual skill, in terms of the players, there isn't that much of a gap at the top, right, Winter?
Yeah, very, very close. And I think the biggest difference is form. Whoever has the better form and whoever, I think, is more confident. Like, confidence plays a very huge factor in these kind of games where the players, you know, you might be feeling a bit down because of a scrim loss. That might affect you in a game, in a tournament. You want to be in top form for this.
It's going to affect your drafting as well. If you're coming in thinking you're behind, thinking, well, we keep messing this up, let's just keep it simple, and you come up against a team that's willing to take a gamble, and it pays off, then you're massively on the back foot. I think a lot of the teams, if you play it ultra safe, you're basically hoping your opponent makes mistakes.
Right.
And if they don't, then you just don't have anything to answer back
You're not
with.
playing to win, basically.
Yeah.
And so with that said, it is almost time for that draft. We have got one more social media question to come in from you guys. You get to ask questions to our panel via Reddit, via Twitter, via all of that good stuff ahead of the third game of the series of elimination between OG and Warriors Gaming. Don't know if that question's coming. Yes, it is. It's coming nice and short. Breakout star for Warriors Gaming.
Winter would say that he already knew who they all were.
Oh, yes. Nana and Afu, I think are the two that stand out to me.
For sure, I think really. I mean, Nana as well, but Afu, that performance alone, I think, in the first game of the series, made me my trousers feel smaller. Carry on.
It's a bit difficult, though. I'm more inclined to say X-Nova because he's like the newest member of the team, and he was actually also considered to, when Fnatic was like looking for a support, they went for 3-4-3 at the end, but he was also considered for that spot on that team, the team that actually got top 4 in TI. So
inside deeds.
Yes,
yeah,
he
so
was strongly considered.
I would say that he's the biggest breakout player for me.
And I mean, have you seen kind of play to reinforce that in this series? His Shadow Demon, his first game.
Maybe his play doesn't reflect a lot, but I played with him on the same team. I know he's very vocal for a new player. It's very difficult to find a new support player, and he comes in and he has all these ideas and he has all this confidence to make the calls in a game. That's, I think, for me, his biggest trait as a player, a new player.
Right, and it's not necessarily something that you can measure. You can't necessarily hear or see what's going on behind the scenes. I think it sounds like we've got one more question coming in. Let's have a quick look what you guys have got for us. It's Mr. Theodore. Oh, he sounds very posh. Panelist to the right is now a hero. To your right is now a hero. What is their ultimate ability? Oh, we'll start with you, Ted. What's Winter's ultimate?
Winter's ultimate ability. It would have to be something flame-based, some kind of flame-based spell. But that's like devastating, but kind of charming and cheeky as well. Oh, this is a tricky one. He barbecues you, but he serves you up in a really delicious sauce, so you don't mind getting flamed too bad. That's the best I can do.
I like that. That's good. That's good.
Winter barbecue. That's the name of the
winter barbecue, because it's like, you know, an oxymoron as well. Ooh, fun.
Oh, not like Dota ultimates, just like random ultimate.
No, this is his Dota ultimate ability.
So what he does is he flips the
hero. He grabs the hero,
puts it on a barbecue.
Yeah, gets him on the barbecue, covers him in sauce, and he's like
flaming lasso.
No, that's already a spell in the game. Come on.
This is a 3-second stun as he puts you on the barbecue.
Yeah. So we have to invent an ability right now.
So he gets a 3-second stun, but then you get some movement speed because it's a delicious dish.
Yes. And everyone gets a healing buff.
Yeah.
Go on then.
Wow, we're good.
Go on, Winter, you got to do
Can I do it for the guy on the left?
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah, his ultimate ability.
Yeah, I know you're saying already. We all know exactly what you're gonna say.
What's his ultimate, Winter?
Temporary hair for 5 seconds.
Temporary hair.
Grow hair.
I like that.
I like
grow hair.
Wait for what?
I'll be told to wait.
Oh.
Did not phase him.
Unfazed.
Did not phase him whatsoever.
He's just waiting for Navi to show up.
Oh, wow.
The cameramen
He's
are
checking.
What are you talking about?
That was the dad's falling asleep on the sofa pose as well.
The draft's coming soon, dude. Don't worry. It is coming very soon.
So now I have to choose
one
for
for
you.
an ultimate.
Ultimate for Alex.
What do I have?
Something with dad jokes. It's the only thing I can really go with.
This is like the Joker.
Well, make them cringe with awful jokes so that they are slowed. No?
Disabled, disarmed, nightmare, you know, rooted.
Cripple. Cripple in some way.
I cripple them with bad jokes. Yeah, I'll take
Mentality
that.
cripple. There you
Whoa.
go.
Oh, that's a draft?
Oh, Jings, we've been talking of bollocks and there's a draft going on.
It did only just pop up in our defense, but the draft is here. And we can play recap as it is going to be. This is such an influential draft. This draft could very well be the influence to determine who will make the semi-finals of the Boston Major.
Oh, you should say who has the better illusions here. Luna against Alchemist and Shadow Demon.
Good lord.
The right side is looking stacked.
Juicy.
Well, we need some illusion clear heroes right now.
Yep. WG's got the LC, obviously, to deal with that in a way, and Luna is a strong laning presence. Like you kind of mentioned, WG wants strong lanes. So LC kind of also puts you in that manner because you can dual lane really easily with that hero with another melee.
Do you think it was worth it to give up the Shadow Demon for the LC? They intentionally left both of the heroes in a pool, so everyone gets one piece of the pie.
But I mean, can we just return to the ban list for a second?
Earth Spirit.
Yeah. Warriors banning Earth Spirit. I mean, this was something, let's not forget that we saw huge success for the Malaysian squad with this particular hero. And now they're removing it.
But I mean, if they're not going to play it, which for whatever reason they've decided, hey guys, that worked great in the first round, let's not do that again. For whatever reason they've decided that, you don't want to give it to Jerax, right? That's super dangerous. So
almost seems like they have an idea in mind with that type of ban, but
I mean, in some cases you would rather to have the Ogre as well. Ogre provides more in the early game. OG did
or should do.
Yeah, OG.
We saw what Earth Spirit did. Come on.
Yeah, OG didn't even like first face the Earth Spirit in some of the games that they picked it, so not very sure about that ban. But regardless, we're already in the second phase, and OG removes the Tinker, Illusion Clearers, heroes that are very good at killing all that Disrupt, Manta style Alchemist.
And it's a WG hero, of course. They really like their Tinker.
Or you should say a Nana hero, Tinker and Storm.
Nana hero. Nana.
It's two of his most played heroes.
His Storm was pretty sweet in the qualifiers, actually. Oh god.
These poor
production says we're gonna try this again.
Okay.
So
he's like, what's even happening?
What is going on?
He's like, oh, they're on me. Uh-oh.
Nice one, Flash.
Poor guys. We'll make a lot of noise, and the casters will make a lot of noise when we get into game. But the draft is still underway. I'll allow a quick nap for them.
We can sleep when we're dead. Nice, thank you. Okay.
So Omni Knight ban, I mean, same thing. It's a very staple pick for WG. Also helps a lot to get that 5-man going and more team fight unison for them. So OG banning that one out. Also, yeah, he's it's just a safe pickup for them. And it works well with Luna because we tend to see Luna's not really go for that BKB until later stages. So Repel kind of lets you accelerate in a different manner.
Do you think like the pure damage, the purify that you can do to Alk, you know, to sort of cut through his regen a bit and everything is also something you wouldn't want? Like if you're dueling someone and you purify the Legion?
I wouldn't think that's why you'd pick the hero,
that's not so important, but more so the group up potential and the lanes. LC and Omni could form a formidable duel. And like, you want to have a good lane when you pick LC.
Yeah.
Are they just on the prowl for sleeping people? It looks like it.
Yeah, it's kind of creepy, actually.
Too much illusion-based heroes, you know.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, oh, not this again.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of
so they go for the Bat Rider.
Now, what kind of Bat Rider is this going to be? Is it going to be the winter favorite support Bat? Or
Gustav Bat Rider.
They did pick it into an LC, though.
Yeah.
LC does have press the attack to remove that last
LC is very, very good against that hero. And Rubik, too.
So they're going for that.
With the instant leaf.
Going for that dual lane already.
Undying LC. the strong lane. Unlike the last game where they had the Sand King and Elder Titan.
Right away, they're already drafting 2 very strong lanes. Rubik Luna, 2 ranged heroes that benefit from the Lunar Blessing, and then the LC Undying, another strong dual lane. So now they're just, it's pretty obvious that they're just setting up for a Nana hero. So you said Storm, it's one of his favorites. They don't really have a great amount of lockdown for it. How do you feel about that versus the Alchemist?
I would prefer like something like Ursa, someone that can
something more like Ursa.
Yeah, I can kill him in the lane. Storm doesn't kill him in the lane. That's what. That's where you want to punish the Alchemist most in the early game. So I'm not so sure about that. But
why is that? Why do you want to punish him early, given that he should be able to catch up super easily? Because
you want to slow his timing. You don't want his radiance to come like faster than it already is. Like the last game was 12 minutes. Like slowing it down. Like, say you kill him one time in the lane, it's going to set it back like 2 minutes.
Right.
It's a lot of time for a team to get ready for the Alchemist timing.
And he needs to be ahead.
Yeah,
that's the thing. He needs to be ahead.
And Ursa can repeatedly kill him. Like one rotation from a support, he's going to be dead.
But I mean, just the simple question is, we were asking, okay, Anna got so big that there was no counterplay. Instead of banning Earth Spirit, Alchemist could have been on the chopping block. Surely they have a serious plan to counter this now, right?
Yeah, I mean, if their plan is like Winter says, shut down the lanes and
just go
win earlier. Yeah.
Undying and Luna are very, very good at pushing and pressuring early. They are very good at 5-manning, sieging your base. That's when you want to hit Alchemist before he's ready to really fight and defend his towers.
Yeah, that's where Ursa would definitely fit more into it as well. So I agree with you with the Ursa pick.
Right now, OG has Juggernaut, so they have a sort of like a lot of early game heroes that don't require a lot of absurd amount of farm to come online. So those heroes are going to be that mid shield. They're going to be able to buy time for the Alchemist to farm.
Do you think there's any chance that they've picked the Alch and they're sort of baiting it and it's a support Alch? You don't see it very often.
I said that when EG picked it first place. I saw Creep playing a pub, and he was playing support Alchemist, and when they did that, it came to my mind. I mean,
I feel like you're not playing to your strength when you already have the Shadow Demon with that. Like,
very least likely, but yeah, there's a chance. Like a small chance.
Juggernaut is the second most picked hero at the Boston Major. 102 Juggernaut games have been seen.
Ban out the Sniper.
They removed the Ogre as well, so there won't be that that hero to fight the Undying.
The Courier doing its job.
That is impressive.
Delivering him champagne.
Well played, Courier, and well played, lovely Christmas jumper man.
'Tis the season.
So what is actually Jerax going to play here? Is he actually going to handle the Bat Rider support? Oh my god, I'm going to be so excited if you
look at your face.
That's the support, I guess. Shadow Demon Lina.
That's a combo we used to see, like a roaming potential combo and high burst.
Their lane is very, very strong right now. We were so worried about the Undying LC doing a lot of damage, but right now, SD, Lina, and Juggernaut, they are telling WG, get out of my lane. SD, Lina, Juggernaut. They're not going to be able to pressure.
And they all can get Aghanim Scepters from the Alchemist if it ever gets to that point. So pure damage Laguna with Soul Catcher, even if it's on a support role, is
Wasn't
pretty
Lina
ridiculous.
like one of the few that was not picked at TI?
Yeah, she's not a big pick.
Because
she wasn't.
Because of the new items that are introduced, mainly the raindrops, very heavily counter her, and obviously the nerfs that she's received in the patch.
So, okay.
She was very strong for quite a while, and then getting a couple nerfs.
Just disappeared.
Not fun being supports back then,
It wasn't even really direct nerfs to her. It was nerfs to other items too. Like Yule Scepter was super core on Lina, and then that one got a heavy nerf. The Aghanim damage as well got a big nerf.
And like you said, Raindrop is kind of a big one.
Yes.
But yeah.
Well, that's the
teardrop.
first. I think that is the first Lina we're seeing at the Boston Major as well.
Oh, for sure.
I believe so.
I mean, even though I mentioned about the Ursa, I'm not sure if he likes to play Ursa, but I do know he likes to play TA. Undying TA, pretty potent combo in the mid game.
Yep.
You have the slow and the tombstone. You're very good at taking team fights, and you have that trap at the Roshan, so you can easily scout if the Alchemist team is trying to get the Roshan. Could be a possible pickup for them. But
more timing push. This is a
timing push. They're gonna go all in for this push.
Woo! Yeah, this is an all-in push, and they already have some things to like get rid of the lasso. So if the Pugna is in the front lines, the LC has to be positioned in a very good spot to remove it.
I like this last pick.
I think it's a great approach to dealing with the Alchemist. Just being able to pressure him, kill him.
Kill the illusions with Aghanims.
Yep.
Pugna,
it's cool.
Lina.
Nice.
Oh, right. Strap yourselves in. You are not moving a muscle. It is happening. The Boston Major has got another curveball for you because we're going into a third with some very rarely picked heroes with Warriors Gaming versus OG, and you are not allowed to leave. Get some hydration, get some sustenance because you are not going to move, and hopefully this is going to be a long one. Your casters are not going to be moving a muscle, at least not the ones outside of their mouths. Let's check in with your casters. It's Malini and Toby to take you through.
Well, it's easy, Machine. I like to cast with my entire body. So, yes, it will be a fantastic game. We almost got close. You thought for a moment, we thought we were going to get the WG Meepo. It wasn't quite there, but we still got an interesting draft. The Pugna coming through was the last one, and Lena gets to show herself here at the main stage.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where the lane is going to fit in. SD Lesh, I think, is much more stable because you can push in case your lane doesn't go work out too well. But the Pugna is really the surprise one here. I thought they might go more late game, but with the Pugna, with the Luna, I think they can push down very, very early.
All right, so talk us through the Pugna. What is the mindset here of WG? The panel was saying this is a bit of a push, it's an all-in style push. What are they looking to achieve with their draft?
It's not 100% all-in. You used to see Lion be picked versus like the SD Luna because Mana Drain is on a 5-second cooldown and you can just instantly kill an illusion. But what's better is Pugna's ult with Ags on a 0-second cooldown, which you can just instantly kill all illusions. We've seen the SD illusions just over and over again just wreak havoc on the lane. If you kill them, it's not worth it because they only last for so long, but if you don't kill them, they just own your supports. So that's late game. Early game, you push early on, and Lena is one of the most intensive mana users in the game. And as a support, you just don't have the luxury of buying a BKB or whatever item it may be to counter the Pugna.
Looking for the fight. Undying is going to get Light Striker raid up by Jirax. He'll turn for a double decay. This is all for the Battle of the Rune. Anna picked up and thrown away, and then the denial of the bounty rune. X-Nova style pointing on the Alchemist. No instant bottle or any kind of huge amount of money for Anna this time around.
It's pretty big. And they have the Pugna in the mid lane too. Pugna is not the highest armor hero, only 2 armor on him, so he might struggle a little bit. But yeah, WG have committed 3 heroes to this top lane. They are doing the tri-lane with the Undying and the Rubik Luna, definitely a potent one. And SD Lena, it's going to be tough to match. Undying is trying to run up this hill, but
it's going to be easier once he gets up there and they realize that first camp has been blocked out. Judging by the Lena's position, they have to know there's a ward there for the first entry drops.
A nice Decrep. He's trying to limit his blast hits a lot. This is not something that you see too often. A Decrepify at level 1. This is a very long cooldown, 15 seconds, and just for 1 CS, but I think every little bit counts when you're up against Greevil's Greed.
The D-Ward of the D-Ward. What's more important to WG at the moment? Trying to unblock the big camp pull, which has been blocked up by the Observer Ward that OG have already placed down, or blocking up the pull once again?
I think just using their... killing that Observer Ward so they can pull, and they get the extra gold anyways. I think you can pull the lane to a much more favorable position.
Again, we get to have this little bit of an off-lane duel. Kangaroo going up against S4. Legion on Batrider. It's going to be fairly even on that front. The mid lane is probably going to be more of the interesting one. 11-6 versus 3 for 0. This Alchemist needs some friends, because right now he's just getting completely out-farmed.
We've really only seen, I think, Ursa as one of the main mids that crushes an Alchemist, but I like this approach that they're taking with the Pugna. Pugna's very high intelligence and also just very high base damage. We're talking about 65 at level 3, and even an Alchemist with a Quelling Blade it's difficult to contest. And let's see.
Top lane, that spin gonna go off, and looks like it's real trouble. The Luna gets picked up by Fly's SD. The illusions of the Luna are already working against him.
Undying will suicide to the Black Dragons. Ana, no bounty rune for him at minute 2. He headed down bottom, saw it was an invis, and was like, screw this. Nana, does he have his bottle yet? Yes, he does.
WG's going to persist with this try off lane.
They have to. They should. The Undying I think is a waste if you're just like farming with him in the meantime. And as we talked about last game, trading farm versus an Alchemist, generally not the best idea. So they want their Luna to be as beefy as possible. You can't sack the Luna. You need high levels of Lunar Blessing so that you can push down early.
But you need farm on the Legion Commander as well, and right now it's 6-2 against the 12-4. Kangaroo's not having the greatest time down there, so both your side lanes are not faring so well. The Pugner's the only one who's kind of crushing in the lane.
They don't have access to the secret shop on the bottom lane. He has the boots and magic stick on Chicken.
Nice stun. Catcher a little bit late, but you do get that quick disruption off. Nice control. Really nice control from the loser mean to start with the triple light strike array from Jirax. With that Undying, the decay is not enough to keep him alive. And OG will spill the blood again. Give props to WG. They kept that Juggernaut spin away from the fight as long as they could, but the support's doing so much work.
Yeah, 3-man stun in that lane, and just building up magic charges all around. Jug's also really strong in the tri lane. I would say, yeah, he's maybe slightly weaker than Luna, but that support duo from the SD Luna is just incredibly difficult to survive against. Maybe if they can afford some raindrops to get into the lane, but at this moment, neither the Undying nor the Rubik even have boots. So Bounty Rune finally will go the way of Ana.
The upside about having a one-on-one matchup on that bot lane, the bottom rune wasn't even picked up from the 2-minute mark. So he gets the 2-minute Invis rune, gets back up to full health and mana, and then gets the Bounty rune as well.
Some value.
Definitely value timing off the lane. Then he comes back and Pugner's just trying to rip him apart, but Pugner managed to grab the regeneration rune. That's why Nana is very happy just to keep spamming into the Alchemist at the moment.
Yeah, he can get one more off. Gets some good damage on the tower.
Top lane, they're actually going in for the SD. Pick him up, throw him back in again. Fly with the aggressive disruption. Still going to lose his life. But the aggressive disruption allows NOTAL to do a little bit of chip damage into the Luna with a spin. Still enough to find the kill, and with Afu able to get double decays time and time again. OG's forced back underneath their own tier 1.
Yeah, Juggernaut.
Pugner just drained out the Alchemist in the mid. Decrepify into Blast into Drain. I only caught the last glimpse of it. But thanks to that uphill ward, they have a lot to work with. Afu, another double decay. Soul rips off cooldown in 1 second time. He's going to need that life to survive and get back to his tier 1 tower. Arjit, a little bit too far up too. Jirax rotating over. They don't have disruption available, but they know over in the tree lines. Jirax, do you sense it? No, he doesn't. X-Nova TP is out. Light Strike Array dodge, but NOTAL starts up with a spin, and with the Slave thrown out by Jirax.
This level 2 Soul Catcher in the lane is
bottom
just...
lane, S4. Ooh. He finds the kill. He'll lose his life for this, but you're okay with that. That's a lot of money going into the Batrider, not to mention it's only Batrider who gets the experience. And they're going to go again on top lane with the disruption. I don't know if that's actually flies. No, we can't. The Soul rips back up. But there's no mana left now for RFU.
I'm seeing an unusual build from the Batrider too. I guess it's not that unusual if you're in a one-on-one situation with the Arcane Boots. Just trying to constantly keep up sticky onto him. But Batrider, he really likes those surprise kills with the level 1 Flame Break. I think S4 in particular, opting to not go for Lasso at level 6. And the Flame Break quote-unquote nerf was, I think, actually a buff in the lane, at least in straight one-on-one situations like this, where you get an extra tick of the Flame Break.
So with that damage, maybe he's got to be a little bit more support to move down a bottom lane, or they can just do this lane rotation. Kangaroo arrives up on top lane. NOTAL instantly tries to just show him who's boss by attacking and pushing him back. And OG doing what OG normally does. They will send the Alchemist into the jungle, and this will allow Jirax to get a lot of extra farm. Giving Lena burst levels. She can farm from range. 2 points up in the Dragon Slave means it's quite simple for her to hold off this mid lane and not put herself in compromising positions. Smoke up by S4 as well as Fly, moving from the bottom lane over. They have the lasso available. Fly with a 2-2 build. I don't know if Jirax is trying to bait them in, but the Radiant scan hit perfectly,
they know
so
exactly
they know OG's moving. But still, they stick around, so Fly is running up. Fu's going to make his way over. Ana, now he also arrives. No points up in Concoction, but they start with the SD disruption into the Light Strike Array. Very quick kill over on the Undying. S4's forced to move away from the Pugner.
I like that body block from the Alchemist. He can't contribute with the stun, but he just got the body block enough so that Shadow Demon could lead off with that disruption. I like that involvement from his team.
Movement's good, but now this opens up space on bottom lane. So the Luna able to chip into the tier 1 tower.
And looking at the early game damage that Pugna did to the Alchemist, in the net worth chart, Pugna is #1. That's very unusual to see. So that solo kill is definitely making a big impact. And on the 8-minute rune, Ana will get another bounty rune. Now he's #1.
And Fly is babysitting the bottom rune. I don't know if he kind of wants it into the hands of S4. No easy regeneration for S4, but what's coming on the courier? All right, so Armlet. Not much of a surprise for the Alchemist. Just shy of 9 minutes, and you've already completed the Armlet.
It looks like they're headed up for a smoke right now. No scan on the side of WG. They're going to have to sense this one with their wits.
You still got No Town with spin, couple of stick charges, and Omni Slash. So it's not the most simplest kill for WD to get, and that's why, yep, run in range, can't get in there for the telekinesis, so the top lane fight doesn't work. Instead it's down to the bottom lane, where the TPs are on their way. Juggernaut just arrived down here. Luna with the Eclipse from inside the trees. Instantly pops off the SD. Undying might have to sacrifice himself. He's got Decay off cooldown in 1 second time. Can turn for a 3-man Decay. So much life lost. Duels being won. Somehow, no, he will tick out. The flame break from S4 will kill off the Undying.
Great position from the Luna and the awareness. Running into the right side so that they could fog. And OG, they had just eyes onto the Luna right there. They didn't even want to kill the Undying. They could have easily just went for a disruption and stun combo on him. But
S4 really still want to fight. They're pinging out. They know there's still some of the trees. Jirax is there now. S4 into the Firefly. Throws out the sticky napalm. So Rubik feels like he can come in with a stolen... Actually, no, just the light strike array from Jirax being off target. Jirax starts to TP. They need to attack him. They need to see him. They can't. Jirax is out. S4's in a little bit more of a stickier situation.
Napalm, napalm, napalm.
He's waiting. He's not leaving. He refuses to leave. A very dangerous thing to do when you're that close to your Blink Dagger. Fu trying to battle Ana for the top bounty rune, so who gets the glory of the money? And it will in fact be the Alchemist who gets an Invis rune.
Aether already up on the Pugna. They can start pushing a little bit. They don't have too much sustain though. No arcane boost on their side. And mana will become an issue.
That's problematic. Flame Break going to push Fu back. He's just got Soul Rip and actually commits the Tombstone. Surprising, because this can be taken care of by OG, or maybe you can't. The TP in from X-Nova pulling Ana back. He has that Invis rune and they don't have detection. So they get away with murder, OG, under the tier 1 tower of the mid-radiant.
Thinking from WG's perspective, are they okay with how the Alchemist is progressing in his items? They kept him down for the first few minutes. Pugna got a solo kill on him, but aside from that, he's just been able to farm up the Ancients. He was briefly involved in that kill in the mid lane, and now he's still going to have his Radiance maybe, what, 14 minutes instead of 12 minutes? And how much difference is that 2 minutes going to make? What can they do? Can they push down any more T1s aside from the mid and the top? Are they going to be able to kill him again? Are they going to be able to limit the Batrider timing?
Doesn't feel like Luna's got enough levels that they can force the issue. At least with a Pugna, you know you've got direct damage into the tier 1s.
This is what their strategy revolved around, though. Pushing early with the Pugna. If you just farm with a Pugna at this point in the game, you're going to lose really, really badly. So they don't want any second to lose, but this tower is just a long trek from the Radiant base. It's just very difficult to actually gather up and group everyone up without losing too much on your sides.
They're going to fortify. With the Ether Lens, Nana never has to come in range of the tower. So Notal, he knows he can't even deny the tower with the burst damage that comes from the Nether Blast. There's nothing OG can do about it. So just under 12 minutes and all tier 1 towers were lost for OG. They still control the farming areas. So the Alchemist is still getting a lot of money.
And will they get a bounty rune again?
Yep.
Yes.
So money, money, money.
And a tri-stack. Ancient stack that he's looking to take out.
This should be the relic.
Yeah, this should be relatively easy for him to take out. So overall, the net worth is just, what, 2,000? 1,500 in favor of OG. Going to be a little bit worse after that stack, but still nothing too bad. There's Fly.
Looking for the opening. Running away under the SD. Starts his TP. Do they have vision? No, they don't. That's a Dire Observer ward. Not a WG1. So they're unable to find the kill. In fact, with the catcher and the disruption illusions, it's RG2 has to run all the way home.
Yeah, he blew Eclipse for that as well.
Batrider's coming back in again. They're dewarding. This won't work. Nova picked up, thrown over the hillside, and Laguna Blade from Chirax committed. That is a kill secure if ever we've seen one before.
Definitely worked. Rubik's just, like, I wasted so much time. I went up there, I dropped the sentry where I didn't even get the kill, and I'm dead. He has to go back up there to deward it, and then perhaps rejoin up with his team. And every second they lose, Ana is very close to his rating. It's just 100 gold away as he finishes his last Seder camp. So despite all the early game tribulations that he went through, it's almost the same result.
Just running in right behind the Pugna. He's going to start with the Omni Slash. Dodges the first stun to Decrepify. Only amplifies the Juggernaut. Now it's up to the Undying to escape. Not going to happen when Fly already has Purge. Undying just can't run away fast enough. Loses his Tombstone. Jirax with Dragon Slain. They'll mop up that Undying, and they want the whole thing. They want Arjit. The Luna cannot run away in time, and that's a double kill for the leader of all heroes. But it's momentum for OG more than anything else.
We are so happy for OG right now. Their 4 heroes just repelled the push of 3. The T2 tower didn't even take any sort of damage during that last push. And it was kind of a game of chicken between the Pugna and the Juggernaut. He's waiting for the Omni Slash, but he knows he can counter it with the Decrepify. But by the time he casts it, he's already at like 20% and just ticks down to the spin. And there's no way he's going to regen the life. So the Decrep comes out just slightly too late from him, and life's still useless versus the magic immune Juggernaut. And that's how the fight started off. Once you lose your Pugna like that, everyone else is going to fall like dominoes.
Yep. And this is where OG are able just to push this into, well, a push. Looking around that bottom lane, they managed to plant down an aggressive Observer Ward. So they can see him behind the towers. We'll see if anyone's able to cotton on to the fact of what happened.
See the disappointment in Nana's face as he realizes that push has gone poorly.
They know the Luna. Fly's got no way to close the distance. This is his only downside at the moment with the SD. But when Arfu sits on top of the tower, they know that distance can easily be closed. Blink Lasso out from S4, and with Undying down. Question is if OG want to go for more. There's a lot of WG rotating under the cover of smoke.
OG are happy with their in and out. They used their lasso already. They may be able to catch Fly out here.
Nova didn't really want to do that, but I suppose it works at the end of the day. Yeah, I've actually broke smoke on the Juggernaut illusions that Fly created. But they catch Fly. They get a support. It's something.
Now the net worth chart is starting to look very ugly. WG, they just don't have enough items on the Luna nor the Pugna. The Pugna is a great counter to the illusions if you can get your Scepter. But right now he hasn't even built one piece as of yet, and WG desperate for some tower gold. And there's no lasso, but I mean the Bat Rider's been causing a big problem in these fights, but like if they really want to fight, they just TP the Alchemist in. He has BOT, so he can easily join if they want. And the Siege is starting no tail, trying to fend them off.
He's fine with this. If they spend any time attacking No-Tail, it just gives more space for Jirax to actually attack the Tier 1 tower on the top. The Alchemist already pressured in the mid. So WG with a 5-man committal to bring down the Tier 2 tower, already losing on the map. So this has to be to the end objective. Take out a Tier 2, and then they look to slowly get closer towards the Tier 3/racks of OG.
Uh-oh, Firefly and Lasso is up again. S4 hunting down in the trees. Nana pinged out.
The issue is always going to be that Nether Ward No-Tail spin to try and kill it off to Decrepify. Slows down that process. Meanwhile, Alchemist attacking Tier 2 tower top. TP is finally coming back, so Arjit will TP in towards the mid.
Now this gives a green light for S4 and the rest of OG to scout in the trees, look for any stragglers. I think one thing that the Lina brings a lot that the Leshrac doesn't is anti-Luna mechanism. Like Luna almost always gets BKB if the game goes to a reasonable time, but with the Ags on the Lina, you can actually just kill the Luna, and they don't have any real good way to save her. Even if you Decrepify, doesn't really matter. Pure damage, not that big of a deal.
WG just smoked up. The Luna was only barely visible to the Observer Ward, and this is why Ana is now moving out of the jungle. He already got the stack he wanted, and they'll move into a defensive position. WG really unlucky with that. That Observer Ward doesn't see that far over, but it was just far enough to see the Luna.
Kangaroo might jump over there. S4 trying to pop the smoke. Undying's smoke pop. He knows exactly where they are. Are they going to make the leap up there? Nope.
You really want to jump your Legion Commander?
You're just unsure about how you're going to... You have to, like, blink there, you have to not get fog, and then you have to click on him with the duel before he blinks out. So it's a low probability play, and if you do that, the rest of your team is downhill, because he's the only one on this team with the blink dagger. But if you don't, you just waste the smoke. So it looks like they will go for the lesser of two evils.
And not a lot to help to have, so OG pretty much in control of this game for the moment. The Golden Experience continues to slope their way. And WG, they have to do something soon. Smoke Gang fails time and time again. OG continues just to back out, start their farm with the SD plus the Manta coming up soon for Ana.
Yeah, this is actually very scary for WG. They can't take it late. If Luna gets farmed, you just get the Ags, pull it to the Lina, and then there goes like 3/4 of her HP.
And the Luna's still going to be fighting against your own team. Maybe this is one way to do it. Blink, Duel, and the Eclipse with no creep wave. Ana had no other choice but to tank the entire thing.
Yeah, that's a pretty penny. 756 gold going the way.
Well, S4 found his opening. It's going to be an Undying, so you trade off your Alchemist for a level 7 Undying. Actually, not even going to get that trade. Drops the Tombstone. And OG are bailing.
Now they need actually to give the Alchemist a little bit of help. WG has switched their gameplay. They're not going to group up as, or they were not grouping up as 5, as OG probably expected. And I see the lines drawn now. OG maybe trying to defend the last bit of this tower.
But WG just drew a line saying, we go this way. This tower must die. A glorious death. OG? S4 doesn't have his lasso up for another 32 seconds. No Tau just runs in. Omni Slashes kills the Rubik. And now, well, the duel was available with the spin. The body blocking from Afu holds the Juggernaut there. The SD Disruption's out, but it won't keep the Juggernaut alive. Legion Commander will break free. Now Batrider back into the mix. And the damage output, it's so high from OG. WG have nowhere to run. They lose everything but the Pugna.
That's the Alchemist actually joining the fight. I think last fight they were like, oh, okay, Alchemist wasn't there, and he was dead, so they decided to push. But Rubik immediately died. They have superior ward vision with the Sentry and the Observer close to that high ground. So
you're gonna see it again. So this is the start of it. Afu with the body block tanks so much of this. They kill off the Juggernaut. That's nice, but then Alchemist does his stuff. S4 in from the side. You're seeing the burst damage of G-Rax come to fruition as well. And now you also lose the SD. A little bit more fine as they drag the Pugna away. Not far enough, close enough to the rest of OG to find the instant kill. And because the only one left there is Jirax, but he does have that Laguna Blade available.
And Luna, she also doesn't have an HOD, so she can't keep up in farm with Alchemist. They haven't been able to stack Ancients. They need her as that tower hitter. Pugna is also pretty decent, but they still need the Luna there for the right click and the damage.
Right now, Luna can't even beat an Alchemist illusion.
Yeah, they're kind of close to the Ags on the Pugna. 150 gold away. Nana was the sole survivor of that fight, and only 1 death to his name this game. That's how you make money, not dying.
This would be a horrible way for WG to go out without a push draft not working for them. The jump in with the Blade Mail over on Kangaroo. They do find another kill, so Lina is down. Kangaroo on the run out of here. Is there enough life? Afu, he doesn't actually have the Soul Rip available anymore. Tombstone gets mopped up, and Afu's on the run. Ana, copies made. It's by the Rubik who stole Disruption. This is actually a really nice thing for WG, causing chaos with Illusion of Illusion bouncing around the mid lane.
It reminds me of those PL days where like SD would make an illusion of PL and they could like infinitely spawn illusions, and you would just see them run all the way to the other side of the map.
This is the upside Winter was talking about with the Pugna. Now that the Aghanim Scepter is done just before the 22-minute mark, all these illusions which OG create can instantly be, well, not instantly, but pretty efficiently be destroyed.
Mm-hmm. That is a big benefit. However, their team fight is still a little bit worse.
Is he actually solo killed? He started his TP, but it was too late. Yep, that's a solo kill. Anna's even farming the creeps around him and lets him burn to the Radiance. Oof, all that was missing was a taunt.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of was a taunt. That was a taunt right there, Topi.
In-game taunt. You're not even worth my time. I'm not going to waste a bullet on you. You'll die from shrapnel.
That's a sad life. That's Luna. What a way to die. So demoralizing.
And now she's at 7.5k. You talked about like the lack of like a dominator, but you can't even complete a Pamanda style at the moment.
I think she just has to play greedy and maybe ignore her team for a little bit. You're not going to win this game with a Luna who is a third of the net worth of the Alchemist. She needs more items. Or you call the supports to stack for you. And you can use the Tombstone to do the Ancients quite easily.
And Anna being so efficient, already with the Octarine now 23 minutes in. Lacking one more item before he'll start considering Aghanim Scepter upgrades.
Yep, there's 4 Alchemist Illusions just walking down the mid lane, just looking anywhere for WG heroes. LC, in theory, the overwhelming odds pretty good versus it, but Alchemist almost always gets this amount of farm. So your overwhelming odds, it's like, what, half his HP, and then there's another 4 illusions just like 10, 15 seconds later.
Even when he hit those illusions in the mid, it took maybe a quarter. Maybe. I think it was actually just under a quarter of the life of the illusions. Yeah, that's not really a great counter at the moment. And OG looking to now take Roshan. This will be a trade-off for their tier 2 tower on the top lane, and it looks like WG is very much aware of this. There's no reason and there's no way they can contest Roshan, so get the best trade-off you can.
Yeah, so what's on his next item? Usually we see one armor item, either the Shivas or the AC, or he could pull his team in Ags. I still think he is in a little bit of danger of not having any armor because there are a lot of right-clickers on WG's side. But he could diversify and just let someone else do the damage. There is level 3 Pugna Ward up, so Lina may not be the best choice for that. Bat Rider, that's more of a super late game thing with the Ags on him. Juggernaut, I think, is a pretty good candidate, but the only problem is he doesn't have actually that many items to synergize with the Omni Slash. I'd probably just say an item, armor item on Alchemist, and then play it by ear from there.
I'm fine with that. SD Purge would be a really nice thing, more than anything else.
They don't have any BKBs, though, so it's generally best versus like heavy melee cores who are prone to getting kited. LC, she has duels, so she doesn't get kited that easily. And Luna has rage with the Dragon Lance, and I think just dies without with just 1 Purge. You don't need 3 for her.
And we may not even get to that point of the game. Right now, OG is assaulting the tier 2 tower. They got everything up. Blink Lasso, that's a nice catch. It's the LC, instantly murdered. Well away from WG. There was no way Nether Ward was going to stop that, which now does get planted down. Still got that Laguna Blade available for the Lina as S4 gives the vision, sees up, and that Nether Ward is not going to survive. So now Jirax has a ticket to kill. The drain on the Alchemist is nowhere near enough. His Chemical Rage will wear off in a bit, but it's just space created. The Leech Commander does not want to buy back. They keep the pressure up. Fortification has been expended for WG. The long-range drain, but Anna, 2 seconds, and Chemical Rage is back off cooldown again, so he can just attack into the melee racks. Yule Scepter, Jirax sets up as the Undying. The stun's available. No mana for the Laguna Blade, and Arfu, oh, okay, it's still not enough. He started his regeneration. He got the Tombstone down, but lost his life to the Alchemist. Now Anna actually helping the SD's cause disruptions of disruptions, fighting out around the mid, but OG got the objective. They took the melee racks, and they're leaving.
Look at Rubik's HP. He almost had illusions in the well. And Pugna actually ran out of mana that fight. He was draining all the illusions and draining the Alchemist, and then he was at like 200 mana, and then he went back home to heal, but OG just pressed the attack at that exact moment.
This really is the dream game for OG. Another Alchemist game where they're just so far in front. Their initiation was never really nerfed either, so S4, the first time reveals the Blink Dagger, finds a kill, and it's just been up and better for him ever since that point with a Blink, Ether Lens, and Force Staff.
I think the AC is almost completed, just needs a little bit more gold for that Hyperstone / Plate Mail. And then he is officially 6-slotted. Yeah, Armor I would consider part of the 6th slot.
He wants to get rid of that. But that can come later. For now, it's still worth the Aghanim's upgrades to everyone else. There's a lot of money, in fact, sitting in Jirax's bank. Wondering if he's tossing up if he gets an Aghanim Scepter of his own, obviously not really needed, or if he's just going to get this Blink Dagger.
Yeah, I think both have their merits. I think one thing that he does have to worry about is the Pugna Ward. 1.75 damage per mana versus her 3 spells cost, what, around 700 mana?
Is there another way around it? Like, is there like a tanky kind of item? I don't know if we really want to say, like, hey, like, Jirax, you should, like, get Octarine and then get the Aghanims upgrade
from Bloodstone before. Like, Bloodstone is a build of a core laner, but I think it's either HP or BKB is generally what you get. Scepter gives you a fair amount of HP, but you can easily give that, be given that by the Alchemist. And Alchemist is almost slot challenged right now.
Well, Jirax up to 3.5k, so we'll find out what he wants to build in just a bit. Oh, WG under the cover of smoke, again looking for some kind of opening. Kangaroo's the closest, just a whole bunch of illusions, does not want to initiate in on that. But rather more annoyed that his Blink Dagger gets put on cooldown, and with both of the aggressive Observer Wards from WG, it's not giving them any information on who they want to kill. OG is on the other side of the map. So that one ward sitting inside the Radiant jungle, this little guy is going to do most of the work for WG.
They're waiting for Jirax's Scepter. He's going to go for that item himself and just needs these 2 creeps for the point booster, and there he goes. So
actually bought his own.
Yeah, Luna is just pretty much like dead at this point, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
She's not level 16 yet, but that's half her HP, and then
unless she gets like the perfect Manta dodge, that's the only dream that exists for this Luna.
It's asking for a lot. I mean, even the Pugna doesn't have that much HP. 1,300 HP, dealing with 650 damage Luna.
Mm-hmm. And OG just keep waiting it out. Diffusal Blade is now the pickup for Notel, so Manta and Diffusal.
And there's the Roshan respawn, so just 1 minute out of the 1 of 3, or the 0 to 3 post H. That was confusing.
But a little.
Yeah.
He'll be up soon, in 4 minutes, roughly. And OG are fine with this. It's back to the farm. You've almost got 30,000 net worth over on the Alchemist, just in case everyone didn't feel like once was enough to get their Compendium predictions of over 1,000 gold per minute, and is sitting at around 1,015 at the moment on this Alchemist.
That's like the only freebie in the Compendium predictions. Highest GPM in the game.
Everything else is pretty damn hard to predict.
Yeah.
I know most people with a fall out of VP today probably lost their bracket prediction, because they would have had them going to at least the semifinals.
OG wrapping around. No Tail is by his lonesome in the back.
S4. Does he find? He would love it.
Yeah, he's looking for wards at the moment. And will catch that Observer.
Is this Notel's Ags? Yeah, it's Notel's Ags being given over by Anna. So double Aghanim Scepter for OG, and they're ready to fight. Line's been drawn by the Rubik, and this is OG coming in from this place. But without Firefly, they're not.
Now Pugna has shown in the mid, and they all have to back off. OG had an Observer Ward like a little bit north of where the Luna is right now, but it just expired. Should be a fairly straightforward push for them. WG, their high ground defense pretty much rests on, I guess LC. Yeah. LC getting a good duel on, I don't know. Even if he gets Juggernaut, I would think it would be pretty good, because Juggernaut has a lot of survivability, but if you get him before he can pop Omni or Spin or Manta, that could be a great way to start off the fight. And
it seems the best way. It's like the best way is to kill off the SD at this point. Like, stop this illusion spam that keeps coming, but you've still got Manta, you've still got a whole bunch of other things that are causing WG issues.
You can counter him with a Rubik Spellsteal of your own, though, and create your own Disruption army, but now they have to be aware of where the bat is. Where is he going to be? And OG has taken measures to make sure that there are no wards, no Radiant wards at least, around where they are. So now he can approach from the perfect angle from the fog. A lot of times you expect it from the left side, where Ana kind of where it's standing right now, next to those trees. So they have to be wary of that. They have to be wary of him just running in through the right side. And they've already dropped the sentry to make sure they don't have a Reservoir Ward. But this tower's already at 25% HP. They need to do something. Yep. They can't just wait for Alchemist to break their base.
The best advantage right now is the fact that Fly has to keep using Shadow Poison after he disrupts. So he's burning extra mana to do this, just so his disruption doesn't get stolen. That's the only advantage, though. So he's not going to have a lot of mana for the fight, even though 9-1 charges are available. Thing for OG to keep your eyes on if they are really going to try and take this fight is S4's positioning. Watch that Batrider closely.
Yep, battle of the... There wasn't a reserve ward up there, but Juggernaut quickly took that out. WG still just deathly afraid inside their base. Just one push away.
Rightly so.
Eliminated.
Like, how do you even initiate? You wait for someone from OG to get in too close. Now Anna starts to stun, finds the Pugna, almost kills him straight away. But then you've got the duel with the Blade Mail up. Kangaroo can't actually do any damage. Anna's just so damn tanky. WG, they're losing too many people. The mass buybacks are on their way. And WG throwing everything they've got to try and stay in the Boston Major. OG, they look strong, they look tough, they look big. And Alchemist looks like he doesn't give two hoots. Back into the Chemical Rage, back to objective-based gaming to bring down the racks. X-Nova, there's a concoction stun, but who do they want? They want Nana, if they can get it. No Tail almost takes him. 2 hits from him, plus the leader Dragon Slave. That's what finds the kill. Another buyback now expended. That is 4 in total. Only the Undying hasn't used one. And that's because he doesn't have the money.
And they weren't really close to killing anyone on the side of OG. And you have to go back to the draft and wonder whether or not that first ban Earth Spirit was really worth it for them. They seem to have kind of a lineup that's tailored towards dealing with the Alchemist with the Pugna last pick. However, look how flat this fell.
It definitely hasn't been the dream for WG.
Well, last perhaps smoke of the game as Warriors Gaming trying to smoke outside of their base. OG.
Who wants an Ags? Who wants an Ags? Anyone want an Ag? Fly. Have an Ags on the house.
3 and counting? 2, or I guess 2 from him. And counting.
2 from him, 1 on Lena, who bought it herself. WG. This has to work. There is no other chances. This is the last roll of the dice. They've slipped all the way around to find absolutely no one. And if they do come down now, their smoke's going to wear off, and the Dire Observer Ward on the hill for OG will see everything. And yep, they're actually bailing out. They leave an Observer Ward behind and a 5 TP home. So OG will dodge a bullet. Well, WG will dodge a bullet.
OG just need to stay together at this point. Their 5-man with Ana up in front is just incredibly difficult to pierce.
Yeah, and they're going to get Roshan anyway. WG bailed out. Obviously, OG have no idea about this, so they're still being very tentative around the pit. I say tentative when you've got the amount of damage on the Alchemist, the Juggernaut you've got. It's a very quick and simple Roshan, and that is a big advantage.
And you can try and hope for a base race if you're WG at this point, because fighting the Alchemist 1-on-1 or 5-on-5 rather is suicide. But the Luna isn't strong enough to push out these lanes quickly enough, nor is she strong enough to contest the base race against the AC on the Alchemist.
Here they come. WG. The stand is now. The Pugna is actually not even there yet. And well, Omni Slash does its work. Kangaroo will go down. No-Tail with the double kill. And they call GG. WG will admit defeat in the face of OG, who advance themselves forward. Look at that smile on No-Tail. It's happening again. 2-time major winners are looking to see if they can bag their 3rd Eagle song.
Yeah, they're definitely the best major team, I would say. They've won 1-2, and it's no surprise that they advanced to the semifinals, but they have a tough test in the next round as they square off versus Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, that is going to be a beautiful game. Of course, there's even more games coming up later today. Can't wait for those, but for now, WG, still big props to them. They came a long way. They managed to get into the quarterfinals, and that is just props in itself. A lot of people probably pin this team and say, you know what, bottom of the group. They managed to dodge that by 1 position, but still, they performed better than anyone would have expected.
And they had some outstanding individual play. I think Nana on his Timbersaw in the first round versus Complexity was a pleasure to watch. And then the Earth Spirit in game number 1 was also really, really good.
Yeah, that was a wonderful thing to watch. And especially up against like a player like Jirac to have something like that displayed. Okay, we've actually got some really high caliber Dota 2 players here at the event. And, well, panel, what were you most impressed by?
I mean, I think we're most impressed by just how big Alchemist got. At least that seems to be the general consensus. I say impressed. I was kind of banging my head against the desk. I'll be asking these guys about it. But it was the same story, right? I asked you guys. I was like, Alchemist in the first, is it going to happen again? And it did. Just rinse and repeat. Anything to add to that, Malini? You just look like you've kind of fallen asleep.
No, that was Alchemist. I heard it in your voice. You're like, I've seen it before, Alchemist. And it actually was the same story. It was, especially with the SC on their side, they just, kind of systematically farmed up, got the core items, and then just ran down their base.
And it was a game of
with no
deja vu.
counterplay.
It did feel a little deja vu-esque, but still, I mean, you can't deny this Warriors story is still a very positive one. We end this on a positive note for both teams.
Definitely.
Dude, I really like Warriors Gaming Unity. I think they had a really good shot versus OG, and as they proved, maybe just a little bit of drafting issue from them.
Okay, perfect. I'll ask these guys about it. I don't know why I have a slight dreary tone to my voice. I need to stop. It's just because I was asking these guys, just before we came back, I was like...
We bummed you out.
You bummed me out because I asked. I literally said, why didn't they ban Alchemist? And I mean, I don't know if this is a stupid question, but I was like, you had a chance and you banned Earth Spirit instead. Look what happened.
Yeah.
Anna just, I mean, to the point where Anna is killing creeps while he's about to kill you. It feels very BM, and it feels like a bit of a question mark as to why.
Winter had a good answer.
Yeah, Winter, what were you saying?
Well, we've seen this time and time again, in a lot of events, that teams, they are not afraid to fight a certain hero, like a strong hero in that tournament. And I think that's what you need, to be a championship team. You need to be able to deal with the strong heroes instead of banning it out all the time. I mean, sometimes it works. Obviously, this time it didn't work for WG. Like, to their credit, they did have a solid idea around dealing with the illusions.
Yes.
The Aghanims on Pogna. But it was just like, the illusions were part of the problem. The real Alchemist is hitting the buildings. That is like the other issue that they could not address.
Yeah, you could see they approached the game in like a cool manner. They put the LC in a favorable matchup versus the Bat Rider. He ends up dying to S4. Their aggressive tri-lane, I think, got kind of even, but Jarex with like a beautiful 3-man stun kind of just deterred them away from that. This point, I was actually a little bit concerned for WG just because they were so split up. You could see what they wanted to do with their draft and go for this like straight up like 5-man and push, but they completely split up all over the map, and they were just like, oh my god, what do we really do versus this Alchemist?
This was a desperate move. Like before, it was like pre-Radiance Alchemist, so they were like, this is what happens when you're playing against Alchemist. It's always at the back of our mind, we have to do something. We need to go now, we need to go now, we need to go now. And in the process of we need to go now, and you make the mistakes because you're forcing things a lot, but then again, you have no choice because Alchemist's time bomb is ticking.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, is there just a certain point, Fogged, where it becomes too much? It's like the amount is surpassed, and it's almost just a matter of time.
Yeah, I mean, like Winter said, they had an approach that they wanted to take versus it. Obviously, with like the heroes that they picked with the Legion Commander in the first two to deal with the illusions, the Pugna to deal with the illusions, the Pugna in the laning phase too. He destroyed this Alchemist. He had like 25 CS over him. Solo kills him, and then Alchemist goes, picks up 3 bounty runes, and he's ahead of him in net worth.
You missed one thing. He even took his tower.
Oh yeah, he even took his tower as well. That's right. So that Pugna completely destroyed the Alchemist in the laning phase at least, but then he just gets 3 bounty runes, and the rest of the OG heroes end up just grouping up, and yeah, the power of their lineup comes through on top of that Alchemist.
My favorite part was Alex, who's obviously, with all due respect, new to the idea that, yeah, sometimes heroes just win games and you're sick to death of seeing it, but you still got to appreciate it. Like, you got to accept the fact that they have to take the Alkier. It was a gift.
Oh, I'm not angry at seeing OG pick it up and find success on it twice.
You seemed angry.
It's less anger and more just this kind of, I'm desperately trying to find counterplay, like as was WG.
Yeah.
And they figured they found it, and again we just see it wailing on the buildings.
Yeah.
And destroying it in the end.
The problem is that, all right, if you shut him down in lane, he is one of those heroes that you can distract him with other heroes. Bat Rider's really good at that, and it's just like, okay, we're going to go and do things in other lanes. You're going to have to rotate to respond to that. We saw the Alp was missing for a bit, and that's when Wing started to turn things around and look good. And then when Alp started to turn up to the fights, it all went badly for them again.
I think they did something, like their heroes also enabled the Alchemist too, just like the last game when they had the Bloodlust and everything. This game they have the Shadow Demon for the illusions, but not only that, they emphasize stacking on him. I think I saw a 5 stack at like the hard camp, a triple stack at another place, so they were just like, okay, we're just going to fight away from the Alchemist. S4 played really well, put a big game into that too, because he was forcing initiations, forcing action to happen away from the Alchemist, and yeah, they just let him do his free farm thing.
Yeah, and we're talking of let him do his thing. That was something that Jerax demanded. He says, let me do my thing, and he did do it in this game as well. He's going to be doing his thing with Slacks on stage. The winner, and locked in for the semi-finals, Jerax from OG.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the man of the hour, the Jerax, the man who does his own thing, as they say there. Give it up to him. Come on, what are you? There we go. Everybody's scared of you, man. You're a killer. You just killed that team completely. You're up in the semifinals against EG. How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Playing Alchemist 2 games, I don't know. Nothing to say, we just farmed and we won the game.
Alchemist does seem to be the hero of the tournament, right? Everybody's picking him. You're the killer. I need you to tell me, what do you do? How do you stop Alchemist? If it was you on the other team, how would you have won that game?
I think that's going towards the next games. It's going to be about that.
Oh.
I think you're going to see it.
Oh, okay. So don't reveal. We'll see next game. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. So question for you on just kind of the crowd, you know? The crowd needs to know what to do. You guys are up against EG. They're very powerful opponents. You need their support. And I was talking with you about getting like some kind of thing for them to yell. Any ideas?
I don't know if I dare to say it, but there's this Twitter thing going that you say "Go OG," but then you can translate it into "Goog," which is like.
I don't think that's a bad word. Can we try that out? Goo, goo, goo.
I think that sounds like a boo.
That sounds like a boo? Ah, that's good enough. You know what they're saying. All right, I want to talk to you about Lina. I looked up your match history. I think the last time you played that hero was in a pub game in September. Was that your idea to have that, or was that drafted for you?
I played it in the past a lot, and I think the hero is just in me rather than. I think I don't need to play that hero to be able to play it. No? That's something.
So you're saying you don't even need to practice to beat this team? Come on, man.
Not on Lina.
All right, sounds good. Humble and ready to kill on your next game. Thanks a lot, Jerax, and we'll be seeing him very soon against EG. Goog. Goog.
Goog. Yeah, I mean, it does sound like awfully similar to a boo.
It does.
Goog.
You got moo, you got goog, you got moon. It's all very ooh based.
Yeah, but I mean, they're spamming EG. They could easily take it for an O.
Egg.
They could alternate EG, OG, EG,
Yeah.
and then you could, 50-50 in the crowd.
But
I like
didn't
that.
you say something about the teams with 2 syllables?
I did. So here's the key to progression in the tournament.
Serious analysis coming
All right,
in.
Wings, direct invite, knocked out.
Yeah.
Newbie, direct invite, knocked out. eHome, direct invite, knocked out. MVP Phoenix, direct invite, knocked out. LGD replaced, execration,
But invite
knocked
spot.
out. DC, EG, OG. If you have a 2-letter name, you're doing great.
Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah, from the direct invites.
Yeah,
Qualify, you got to qualify. That's
Wow.
the other way in. Qualify.
Yeah, but then in the qualifiers, we've got
MP.
VP from the qualifier, NP from the qualifier.
Yeah. Well, VP went out.
Yeah, but they were present in the quarters.
WG went out, but MP. I'm saying MP and with a shout because NP, DC. It could be one of those two. They fulfill the criteria.
It really could. Well, it's time for the scoreboard, which is where we get to just stare at some mad GPM. I'm assuming that's going to be coming out
Yeah.
as well as other things. Didn't quite work out for Warriors in the end, but they took it 2-3 and managed to keep things relatively close. And what does pop out to you, Fog? You're going to go ahead and take a deep breath and inhale that numbers chart.
It was about 50 less GPM, maybe 60 compared to the last game.
Oh,
Effective shutting down.
No, just look at the Pugna's damage. Pugna has the same damage as the Alchemist. That's a positive thing we took away from the pick.
Yep, positive thing we took from the pick. Other than that, just the assists and everything on the side of OG. You can tell that we're playing as a composed unit. Fly, rocking 19 assists, so he was involved in the majority of their kills. But I mean, he also just threw illusions out, so that kind of gives you like free assists here a bit, right?
I think S4 opened up a lot, and there were a lot of pickoffs that they got. Especially, if you can get like the Undying before the fight even starts, that's a big part of what
he got the
Warriors wanna
LC
do.
in a few.
the LC is a big one.
In a few occasions where LC was just waiting, trying to remove the lasso. That was also one of the prime targets as Batrider.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's his kind of his best hero. Yeah?
We gave Jerax MVP, did we? Okay.
Yep.
I thought it was S4. Fair enough.
He
did great.
I think they both.
3-man Lina's done.
And I think he helped secure the laning phase. Heavy manner, just like that one stun actually turns it around.
Completely.
Pretty much entirely. So
Yeah,
I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's S4 and Jerax, then we'll give those guys both credit where credit is due. You did get to see a little bit more of that Batrider. You were a fan of this one in the past, because it's just a bit commonplace now in the draft. We're going to be seeing some more about Batrider and some more about how this game did go down with Purge. So let's jump over to him, and when we come back, we'll be talking about the next series.
Hey guys, this game was a little bit more straightforward than some of the other ones, but a lot of it came down to the draft. About this point here in the draft, it was pretty obvious that Warriors Gaming needed a solution to the Alchemist. So what they opted to go for was an aggressive tri-lane and then a very fast pushing core. So the first kill ended up happening from a disruption, a light strike array, and then a spin. That's not good at all for an aggro tri-lane. The second skirmish later on led from an observer ward. They knew he was in the trees, stunned on him, a couple right clicks, and ultimately he goes down. When you pick an Undying, it's very important that you either pressure lanes heavily to give your allies more space, or that you win your lanes ideally getting a bunch of kills, but due to things like Jarek's landing every single one of his spells on 3 heroes every time he cast them, it was just pretty much straightforward lane victory after that. They did some nice things with things like sentry wards maybe to try to control the pull, but as a whole, Warriors Gaming didn't get a lot of traction there. Notail later on using a Quelling Blade to swing behind the Pugna. At this point, Pugna had split pushed the safe lane, but the issue with Pugna is that to stop Omni Slash, you have to be decrepified, but if the Jug instead decides to spin, then you take bonus damage from decrepifying yourself. So almost every single time that you have a Pugna versus Juggernaut matchup, it's very difficult to correctly predict what he's going to do and stop that damage. And ultimately, that was really found in this fight here. Jug starting the fight off with a great Omni Slash on a Rubik. At this point, Notail in a lot of trouble because it looked like Kangaroo was going to be able to get the duel off. A small mistake here from the Shadow Demon as well. He ideally wants to disrupt the Legion Commander to make sure that he can't get the duel off, but as soon as the duel goes off, they kind of double up the spells, and because of this, Jug takes a ton of damage. And this is one of the really cool things about Warriors Gaming's draft, that they can amp damage with Pugna, they can amp damage with the Undying ulti, and they almost all do magic damage. So right off the bat, they blow up the Juggernaut, but at that point Ana respawns. The big teamfight ultimate cooldowns weren't even up anyways for heroes like Luna as well as Tombstone on Undying, and this was kind of one of their last-ditch efforts to try to get some advantage out of that one big outkill. It just wasn't enough.
Just wasn't enough. Thank you very much. That was Purge, and that was Warriors Gaming eliminated from the Boston Major. OG versus EG is locked in for our semi-final tomorrow. Thanks to this series, there's certainly a lot to look forward to there, and more today. These are just halfway through. And we've got so much more to set our sights on. You were talking about DCNP, talking about those magical 2 letters. That is up next, Ted. And was that one of the games you had highlighted coming into today? One of the ones to watch?
Definitely. I mean, these are 2 teams that know each other. We saw with EG and Complexity, this is a problem, tends to be for the team that you might consider favored. I know DC, second place in TI, you would think going into this that they would be favored. MP have looked a little shaky at times, excellent at other times. So the current favor is 52-48, I think, in favor of DC according to the internet. But MP and DC know each other well, and MP know how to beat them.
And even talking to DC, a couple of them down there, they're like, this is probably going to be one of the hardest matchups for us in this tournament, just because, yeah, they know each other so well, and it's the battle of the region.
Well, I mean, it's 2 very contrasting stories. We have WG, who we're saying people don't know anything about, and now DCNP, where it's going to be, we know every intricacy of your game. Oh, man. Okay, well, I mean, we're talking about the OG story. We talked about it before, trying to find that third of the major circuit. In fact, we're going to be talking a little bit about the major circuit as we do take this break. So you stop, you're leaving the room, sit back down, because we've got something very special coming up into this break, looking ahead in the major circuit. Let's take a quick look, and when we come back, we're going to see DC versus NP.
Next matchup, Digital Chaos versus Team NP.
Hey guys, now we've shown you a lot of stuff like players, talent, all that garbage, but what's really important is for you guys to finally be able to see the guys behind the scenes. I want to show you PGL for the first time, exclusive, and kind of let you guys know who's running the show back here. Also, you get to know their names, so you get to flame them in Twitch chat. It'll be great. Let's go. Uh-oh, hello gentlemen. These are our, they told me what they were and I just forgot. It's fine. We certainly didn't practice. What? Not important? Wait a minute, you guys are the observers, aren't you?
Yeah. We are the observers.
And what was your name?
Ooks, I guess.
Ooks.
Nickname.
Okay, what was your name?
Hey, George.
So you guys do all the obsing for the entire time, right?
Yep.
Okay. So if there's ever any T-Tours problems, it's you. We complain about you?
It's him, just him.
It's him. Yeah. It's the Yokes boy.
Yeah. The setup here is that...
Oh yeah, setup. Let's go through that.
We have a main observer. That is not him. It will be either Wepus or Scriff.
Sure.
And we two are doing the compositions. This means, I don't know, a split run or so will be live on air on...
So the main observer guy isn't here, you guys do all the special effects observer?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know who you blame now. You don't blame anybody. There won't be any problems, don't worry about it. Let's keep going. Here is a special place. This is social media. Hello, what was your name?
Hi, my name is Diana.
Okay, and what was your name?
Andra.
And you guys are in charge of all the Twitter, all the everything, right? What do you do?
Okay, so, wait.
Oh, over here.
Let's get oriented.
That's good.
Okay, so, I'm the one that gets all your community questions for the analysts. So please look out on Twitter, tweet us at PGL Esports, your questions for the analysts, and also look out for the Reddit threads, where I'm going to make every day ask the panel day 1, day 2, day 3, and ask them all your dankiest and yet clever questions.
Dankiest questions. Now, do they have a better chance if they actually say your name by name?
Oh, I always like it when men say my name.
Okay, great. Well, we're going to move on. Thank you so much. Great to see you. What?
Don't you want to snap with me?
Yeah, no, we'll do that later. Don't worry about it. Social media, you know? You can never get it out of them. Anyway, let's move on over here. Now this is an interesting corner here. This is the replay corner. When we get any cool shots, these guys are looking. Hello there. What's your name?
Hello, I'm Razvan.
Oh, very good. And your name?
Streak, I guess.
Streak. That's a good one. I like that. Streak. That's hot. All right, boys. So, when you're looking for a replay, what are you looking for? Somebody to mess up or someone to do something good?
Both of them, actually.
Okay. So you catch it all, yeah?
Yeah.
Have you ever missed a replay that you really wanted to get?
No, I don't think so. No.
Of course, they're perfect, as everyone else in PGL. Yes, indeed they are. We'll move on. No worries. What do you do here?
I'm mostly doing the highlights. I cut the most important events.
Whoa, he's got a prop. That's pretty good. So you're doing the highlights. Yes. So you're not useless. You do stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good. Well, then that must mean that this guy's the ass man. Why do they call you the ass man?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, great. No, PGL has their own ass men too. I mean, ass men transcend video games. They're in all over the place. Hello. Now this man, tell us about your history. You have a pretty big history in this game, right?
Yeah, I'm a former caster.
Former caster. You can tell the electric personality here coming out on the... You used to cast Dota?
Yeah.
So you know what's good because you used to cast Dota. You know what's a good play and what's not.
I hope so.
Okay, well that's good enough for me. Can you relive your past glory just for a moment? Just give me a little casting like you used to do. There's a hype team fight. Put it out there 110%. Let's get that career jump started one more time. Here we go. Just pile it out there. Here we go.
Okay, but I used to do this in Romanian, so it's...
You do it in Romanian. That'll be hype. That'll be super hype.
Ok. Magnus se duce pe top lane și se duce, sare cu un RP și după aia vine Wind Ranger-ul, dă un shackle shot, power shot și gata.
That was good. That was really good. That was, woo! Retire, round of... Okay, over here. Hello, sir.
Hello.
What is your name? We got this way. Over here. Oh, what was your name?
I'm Radu.
All right, what do you do here?
I run the graphics.
The graphics? Can we see some graphics? Can you show us some graphics?
Sure. Check out this.
Oh, wait, we actually shouldn't see that. I don't know when this is going to be aired, but don't leak anything, for God's sake. Oh, that's pretty hype. That's my name, hey.
Yay.
All right, over here, we have the two bossmen. These guys are terrifying. This is Vlad and Vlad. We have Happy Vlad, right? Hello.
Hello.
Why do they call you Happy Vlad?
I have no idea.
Well, because you're so happy and nice, right?
Not really.
No. I'm sure he is. He's never terrifying, trust me. And then we have not non-happy Vlad, trust me. This is simply known as Tall Vlad. Now, there's been a rumor that you actually cannot be the boss of anything unless your name is Vlad. Can you confirm or deny that?
Well, there's a saying, in PGL everyone is Vlad, so...
Oh, okay.
We can go with that.
Sounds great. All right. You're in charge of all the talent, right?
I'm the you can call me the communications hub.
Help me out here. If I do something completely irresponsible and you're yelling in my ear to shut me up, what is that going to be like?
Well, you won't hear anything because you would be muted first.
Oh, so there you go. So you just mute me.
Okay, yeah, I would just mute you.
So just immediately fired and escorted out.
I would just probably kill you in your sleep.
And that's why he's not called Happy Vlad. That's why he is not called... Okay, great. Last but not least, we have the Wizard over here. Now, I call him the Wizard because I look at this magic that this man creates. There's buttons, there's everything. What do you do over here? What is this?
Everything.
You do everything? What does that mean? What are you doing over here?
Signal flow, inputs, outputs, effects, processing, everything regarding the sound.
Can you give us a sample of any kind of sound stuff? Do you have something? Anything?
We don't have speakers right now, but...
All right, well, we're trying to entertain the audience. Can you at least just touch the soundboard in some exciting way, and we'll put some dubstep over it or something, just, you know. Yeah! Hype stuff back here in production. All right. Well, you got a nice tour of production. These are the boys that are putting on this show. So if you got any love, give it to them in the chat. Let them know how good of a job. And that is PGL from the backstage. As for me, I am going to the other stage. That is not back here because I don't want to break anything. Thank you.
The Boston Major surge is on. We need another team to get into that semi-final. 2 games down and 2 more to go in the quarters. This time it will be DC versus NP. 2 teams who know every intricacy of each other's gameplay. The days are getting long, but the players have got so much on the line. There is no time for mistakes like that. They're getting themselves up onto stage now, and so please, Boston, make a nice, loud, warm welcome for your quarterfinalists. It's DC and NP.
A driving force in the American scene after 3 short months, Eternal Envy's new squad is growing in stature. Featuring TI5 winner AUI 2000 and the strategic mind of 1437, chaotically entertaining to watch, these veritable community favorites now face their biggest challenge yet. Welcome on stage, Team NP. They fell just short of the ultimate underdog story in the summer, but their phenomenal performance at TI6 heralded Resolution as one of the best carry players in the world. The landscape has changed since their incredible run in Seattle, and with new face Moon Meander in their lineup, they're here to once more establish themselves as a ferocious competitor. Welcome on stage, Digital Chaos.
It's going to be big. NP and DC. It's not the first time we've heard that said on the desk. In fact, this desk is joined by someone quite new. In fact, the first time, Owen, we're on the same desk.
We are.
OD Pixel, everybody, joining us alongside Shiva.
It's amazing. I'm finally here
with you,
Alex.
This is so cool.
It is incredibly cool. It couldn't be any cooler.
Yeah. From sitting there cross-legged, being taught how to do 4+4, to talking about Dota 2.
How did you remember that he said cross-legged?
We all that's how you do it.
That's how you sit in school.
You sit cross-legged on the floor and they go like, so, register.
All right.
Davies?
You don't have chairs?
No.
Not in the UK, mate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
We all just have to split one sausage roll at lunch as well. That's how it works.
All right.
Yeah, we have got some Dota to talk about as well. And first things first, what's going on with that pillow, Owen?
The pillow. Well,
was he throwing gang signs? Did you see it? It was like
he kind of came
Jackie
out and
Mao.
he did this thing, and I looked it up. I did actually Google anime hand symbol, and I have a result. And apparently, exposing the back of your hand with your pinky showing is a symbol for having sex with a woman. So. I mean, I don't know if Envy's trying to tell us something. This is actually according to a 2005 forum post.
2005?
Page 2 of it, Fred.
How did you do this digging? The walk-in just happened.
It's incredible, really, what you find on Anime News something or other. It's,
so back
a
of
real
your hand.
learning experience.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, stop. Okay, right. Well, on that bombshell, it's rather appropriate to introduce Team Anime. NP is the first roster we are going to be discussing. Shiva, this is a group, a squad that have already exceeded expectations to some. A full 3-map series yesterday versus eHome.
Yeah, on this team are some of the best Dota 2 minds, even if you put them in a coaching role. Rose done it before, AUI done it before, SVG coached EG, of course, last TI as well. They're all so clever in their own right, and it is amazing to see all these players on the same team. And they have the fan. I kind of feel I was a little bit in doubt who the fan favorite is in this case, because for both squads, people shout a lot. Envy has a lot of followers out there. Digital Chaos, also a North American team or North American organization. I'm kind of taking them a little bit to Europe because I want to also root for Europe there. But I mean, I think both teams have a lot of support from the crowd, and yeah, I'm really curious to see what they're going to bring to each other.
It is going to be fun, and we do have to summon their opponents as well. It is DC, Owen, that they're going to be going up against. Let's bring up those names and see who jumps off the page for you.
For me, personally, I mean, it's always interesting to see how DC are doing with Moon. Of course, DC were kind of a team that, the post-TI, there was a bit of a break where a lot of other teams were playing in tournaments, playing games. DC, not so much. But recently we did get the treat of seeing them a little bit at the summit, obviously with this run up here, and already looking like a team that really is a team to be bested. And I feel this is certainly NP coming into this matchup with kind of the lower hand. DC, for me, they're the stronger team. They've got kind of players as well that personally I feel are more reliable. And that's kind of look at the fact that you're comparing it against a team with
So you're saying Jackie Mao's not reliable?
I mean, Jackie, he's reliable in terms of providing us entertaining games.
Sure.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. Whatever happens in this series, it's going to be an absolutely amazing few games of Dota to watch.
Does that resonate with you, Winter? Does that sound about right? Unreliable, but very kind of fun to watch NP, and favorites DC. Does that sound right to you?
I would call him a high-risk, high-reward player.
Which basically means the same thing.
No, it doesn't. Fine.
Well,
he has great games. He has less great games, but as Owen said, always entertaining to watch for sure. That's why he has such a big fan base.
Talk about being his teammate then when he plays like this. Wouldn't it be so stressful at times? You kind of hope like he shows up with his decision making.
It's true, but I'd imagine because of obviously we've managed to have a few videos coming out from the kind of the MP camp. You kind of get a little bit of an insight into the way that they're living and working together, and you really do feel the bond. This is the friendship group. This is a group that's still kind of in the honeymoon phase of being a team, and it's a successful honeymoon phase as well.
I mean, DC, they also feel like a kind of close-knit group. Misery in particular, the voice behind DC. He's certainly got a good group. Some would describe a company around him, and Misery does love company. So let's take a quick look at exactly what was going on with the Dane. We take a little look under the microscope of the Danish leader.
I grew up in Copenhagen, a little bit outside the city. It's really nice to come back here, especially after being to this big city like Shanghai and Seattle and New York, and 1.5 days later you're here and there's just silence and chickens running around, and it's really chill here. I always grew up with football. I played a lot of football 5 times a week, and it was pretty much all I cared about in my young years. School was not really interesting for me. I thought it was pretty boring and easy in a way. Not so interesting, not fun.
There was no purpose in the future for him with doing school and things like that. I remember when I went to school, everybody says, you have to go to school, you have to learn this, otherwise you won't be anything. I think I heard that 1,000 times.
I had a lot of days I didn't show up and stuff, and I just wanted to play Dota, so I just eventually quit.
I remember him going to France and to Germany and to Sweden and things like that, and then also remember him saying, Father, one day there will be a lot of money in this. And I was thinking, yeah, I'm 45, you're 15, let's see. But he was right.
I think it was a struggle to start playing competitively in the beginning, and I think I've been fighting for a long time with all the new teams. Every TI has been a lot of work and a lot of stress and up and downs, and going to TI and lose is not really fun, and I've tried that a lot of times.
And when this thing happened with Secret here, with he and Weha getting kicked, or how you can say it, then he really took a step. So if he should make a team for this next TI, then he should get together with Weha and they should really step up, and he has to be a captain.
There was a lot of work and a lot of responsibility. It became kind of fun to do, and it also forced out something in me, like the fire to captain my team and to win even more.
I think when you come to this rare decision, difficult decision on how you should act when you're a father or a mother, then remember how was it when I was young comparing to my parents, and how much freedom should you give your child to do what they really want to do.
Now I'm finally getting some recognition for all the work I've put into it, and you can't say that I've been wasting my time playing games or something like that. Now it's actually becoming something that I can live on, and maybe that defines my life in the future as well.
Nobody has come too late to an education. Everybody can get an education if they want to. So if he's standing here and it has been a miss for him, this Dota thing, then he just could go to school again. Nothing has happened. He's tried his dream, and the most important thing is to be happy.
Probably in the best place I've been in with my career, maybe ever. Especially following the last few years, it's just kind of been going uphill for me, and I've kind of established myself more as a player than I've done in the past. What has kept me going and becoming better and better has been the fact that I always wanted to be the best. In that sense, I always wanted to win. But I still feel like I have some responsibilities in my team. We had one really good result, but I think that's just the beginning for us. And yeah, I just have some deeds that I have to still fulfill.
Learning more about Misery, the voice, the captain behind DC. He says he has deeds, he has responsibilities within that roster, and there's definitely no doubt about that. Striving to be the best, Winter. I think that's very common in every single one of these spotlights. You do just you really get a feel and a taste for just how much they want it. Just that competitive drive that is unrivaled.
Yeah, everyone wants to win. That's why I talk a lot about the hunger. You know, the reason why there are always newer teams coming up. It's because they are more hungry than the more established teams. They've already won big events, they've accomplished a lot, whereas the younger teams have more hunger to do that. And sometimes in a crutch game, a single elim format, the more hungry you are, the stronger you are in those games.
It's still quite unique to have. Sure, Digital K is a fairly young team. Misery has been playing Dota for, what, 12 years? Something stupid, over a decade anyway. If you're talking about young
his
teams...
Dota 1 team was what? Mum equals toilet. That was his first team.
Mum equals toilet?
Yeah, MET, yeah.
What? That is shedding some light. There you go. That's some serious research.
Crazy. But no, in all seriousness, kind of going on from what Shiva said, I think it really is amazing just the amount of different environments that the Misery's played in terms of the players that he's been around. You know, as you said, he's surrounded himself with kind of a very young team. You're seeing players like Saxa, Resolution, these really, really star players that are very, very new to the scene relatively in terms of obviously the 12-year start or such that he's had himself. So it's remarkable to see what he's been able to do, and already here at this major, as I said, DC, they're looking strong. They had a bit of a break, but now coming back with this lineup, it's a potentially very terrifying team to play against.
And you do mention some of those newer names. They do feature, I believe, in our head-to-head. We have chosen to take a quick look towards the support role, if I'm not mistaken, and it is going to be actually Misery who pops up and SVG. I thought we were going to be seeing Saxa's name. If not, perhaps SVG is worth talking about for NP.
Definitely. SVG... not a lot of people knew this guy, and still not a lot of people know this guy. He's a support role, so he doesn't have the flashy plays in the game, but he does exactly what it takes, does exactly what his team needs him to do. And a lot of people that if you would know him because he was coach of Evil Geniuses during this TI6, and I'm really happy to see him getting a chance to play at a high caliber team like NP is, and he really fits in well with the minds that the rest of his team have. AUI, as already mentioned before, all those. The coach types already have. And that's actually bringing me to a point that I want to bring up because, sure, no, NP has got a coach en route, but Digital Chaos has 2 coaches.
It's a battle of the coaches.
Yeah.
The more the merrier, that's what you're trying to say.
The more the merrier, and they're very confident in this matchup, or at least Bill Bias. I asked him, like, if you're feeling good. There was not a second of hesitation. Yeah, we're feeling confident.
I mean, there has to be confidence. There's no doubt about that. The question is, do you have enough confidence? Do you replicate that with your prediction, Shiva? Do you?
Yes,
you are
I
riding
do.
the DC train.
I am riding the DC train. I think that NP, they will come in with a great plan. They normally have a good plan also to win their lanes. I like that. Adjusting inside a game is not their strongest point, and I think Digital Chaos is a little bit stronger in that. I'm going to go with them.
Giving it D to DC. Perhaps we'll see it in 3. What about you, Owen?
I mean, I'd have to agree with the DC kind of bandwagon here, but I'm not feeling too unhappy about it because I know that if I'm wrong with my prediction and MP are able to take home the series, it's going to be absolutely incredible. We're going to see kind of clips, VODs being made from it because we're just going to see plays that are going to blow your mind.
Is this so you're talking about that skill ceiling of NP? Is it higher than that of DC?
I mean, it depends, what they've had for breakfast, today. Have they actually turned up? Have they got that little magic touch that's going to be able to bring out that star performance that we know that they can have? But at the same time, as we talked about earlier, just in comparison to the reliability that DC have as a lineup, our MP going to really hit it off. And I've got to play it safe with the prediction and go with DC.
What did you have for breakfast, though, Owen?
I didn't have anything, Alex.
See, now that is just not good enough. Not good. You were casting the first series as well. You needed some energy.
I woke up. I mean, that was all the breakfast you needed, really. VP versus EG.
That's a good answer. All right, I'll give him that one.
That's my breakfast.
Winter, are you going to continue this DC train?
Yeah, I look at Owen and I'm thinking about reliability, so I'm going with DC.
Okay, I mean, reliable Owen. Good old OD. So that's 3 for DC, and previously when this happened, when there were 3 for one team, I got the EG pick, and I felt very smug for a short period of time. So why not? Let's do it again.
I think
roll the dice on NP. Because I mean, you've already said when if they do win, it will be flashy, it will be explosive, and it's probably going to have a whole lot of highlights. So I'm gambling for that. I'm just complaining. I just want to see more of that at the Boston Major, more of those big plays coming in from the likes of Jackie Mao and more. I'm blue, Abadi Abada.
That is Chen.
But Chen is not blue.
Is
I
that
thought
a
maybe
Chen?
it was.
I mean, maybe a Chen that got hit by an ice blast.
I thought it was either an Omni Knight or maybe an Ogre. Ogre is
it could be Ogre
blue.
Magi, but I mean,
but
I don't
he's
know.
only one, so that kind of throws me off. Only one.
Maybe
head.
that's just how the guy looks.
Well, Shiva, there's this weird thing, right, where humans only have one head. It's hard to
I remember. I think you have actually. Have you been shown the video of the Ogre Magi at TA3?
Oh no, was it like a papier-mâché?
There was no. There were 2 guys who.
Oh, 2 dudes to the suit. That's actually an easier way of doing it. Didn't think about that.
An Ogre Magi was only picked once at tournament. It wasn't like this Boston Major where Ogre Magi is a very reliable pick. And Ogre Magi was picked and they ran up and down the hall.
Okay.
It was brilliant. They were so happy. He was so happy it was 1. But
People are not going to be so happy this time if Ogre is picked.
no,
It's
I think they're
kinda
going to
like
be
a
less happy when
common
Alchemist
thing.
is picked.
But yeah, that is actually worse.
This is a good discussion to have. What do you expect to see pop up here? I mean, are there trends that we've established? Is it going to be another Alchemist game? Are we going to be seeing more of this, the same here?
I mean, I think one of the good news is really for people watching and supporting DC, they're not really a team that recently has been picking a lot of Shadow Demon. They played one game of it, but in terms of SD, you know, it's less likely to see them. Unfortunately, over MP, they're pretty much the main offenders. You know, 1437, he loves to play the Shadow Demon. They will take it if they can get their hands on it.
But they lost 3 times with it out of the 4 games they played.
I think we might not see a SD, but we might see Alchemist too. Like I remember Envy when he's drafting. I think it was he picked Terrorblade against Alchemist. He let Alchemist through, and he picked Terrorblade to lane against Alchemist. So they might be the ones letting the Alchemist through.
Well, I mean, this is it. It does seem like this is a recurring trend, isn't it, Winter, of teams believing that they have the answer to the Alchemist.
And I'm a firm believer that if you want to be a true championship team, you have to be, you know, making that bold moves to give heroes away and believe that you're able to beat it. Because once you're actually able to break that trend and everyone has to follow you, then you've already accomplished something really big and you're ahead in the meta.
Yeah, and Shadow Demon is actually the one that NP decides to ban, so still Digital Chaos and indeed not really the team to pick it up that much this major so far, but still can't really deny his success. And there's the Alchemist, gone as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's always good to see. A little interesting though, obviously, the Naga Siren still in the pool, something that a lot of teams do normally ban out against MP in that opening ban.
Both the teams do run the hero. And MP going back for one of their staples as well. They are one of the few teams here favoring the hero a lot.
They have not yet lost with it this major. 3 wins.
And usually they pair up with they pair up with the Mirana. And DC they're going for that classic Naga Siren duo with Kotl, giving you infinite mana, and you have the recall to move the Naga around the map, D-push.
Right. So I mean, to clarify, Alchemist puts a timer on the game, but so does Naga.
Oh yeah. Oh wow.
Slower timer.
Yeah. Slower timer. And I mean, MP is a team to play Naga Siren. So if you're really good at playing Naga Siren, you normally also know what is really good against it because you know. Sure. But then you also know how to play against it. So I'm thinking that NP will have a plan for this as well. And it is finally. We've been expecting to see Venomancer, not from MP particularly, more from Evil Geniuses, but NP showing their Venomancer in the first phase.
I would say Veno is like a very NA pick. Like even when I was playing the pubs around here last week, there were so many Veno games. Like there are many people using the hero, jungling, support, off lane. This hero is just everywhere.
I was just having a quick look to see how often we have seen Veno. I mean, we saw how effective it was when it was picked. Admittedly, it was a high success rate, in fact, but it was just 6 times so far in the Boston Major.
Yeah, MP did play it back in the group stage against MVP,
right?
and they played it with MSS
it was
on the offlane role.
Oh, I remember it was against a Timber. When they picked the Veno, he did not skill the wards early because he was against a Timber. He basically maxed out his Gale and Sting, and he actually owned the Timber because it was all spell damage.
And of course, Fatal Bonds just makes people.
Oh yeah, with Veno plus Warlock. Yeah, that's true. Bond and the Veno ultimate, that is a lot of damage.
I feel like Winter's proud of me.
Yeah, you're getting better, you know. Alex is getting better.
Well, they couldn't get their hands on the Mirana, which you already said was the combination that NP really liked. So this is a good second. And Lion, okay.
Lion. Hey, Lion is actually really good against Naga because of the main reason that he has 2 spells that removes the illusions, the Hex and the Mana Drain. That is actually a good option against the Naga.
I mean, it's good against the Naga, but in terms of being a good hero, it's very undervalued at the moment, really, isn't it? It's not seen as
decent.
A top tier hero at all.
Not a top tier support, I agree. But he's very situational right now because he's very weak in the start of the game.
So I just want to recap the ban because it looks like we're going to be seeing, is that Morphling taken away?
Yeah,
Morphling taken out.
You don't want the Morphling making illusions of your Naga. You don't want to deal with your own illusions, basically. That's what they are saying.
And Timbersaw removed from the pool. Why would NP ban Timbersaw if you say that they already have a Veno that could potentially deal with it really well?
I think primarily the main reason why they removed the Timbersaw is because when you're up against this Naga kind of playstyle, he's going to split push you, and they're going to want to build their lineup around heroes that have a lot of deep push. They clear the creep waves, and you can't push, you can't do anything. You're going to be forced to always deal with your lanes. And Timber is one of those heroes as well. Like you can always use your Chakram to push out the lanes, and you're very annoying in the laning phase. So that hero would be a major distraction from you stopping the Naga from farming.
Alright. Well, Sand King removed, one more ban needed for NP.
Sand King removed, so that's another aggressive hero, and might suggest the Naga could be a safe laner here, because when you're doing Naga safe lane, you really do not want to go up against a Sand King lane.
Yeah, I mean, as you're mentioning, that really is the strength of DC picking it up at this stage. Could be Misery, could be Resolution.
Keep people guessing.
Keep them on their toes. Another offlaning removed. We're going to see what Moon's going to play. What is left in the pool that he often plays?
There's a lot of heroes right now.
He's pretty versatile.
Clockwork, Tide. I would say maybe Clockwork would suit the Naga playstyle a bit more, because you don't want an offlaner. If you're running core Naga, you don't want an offlaner that consumes a lot of resource. You want an offlaner that just needs levels, or maybe something like a Nyx.
Yeah,
you get your levels, you don't need. Yeah, you don't need too much farm. You're running around. You're gonna try to set up kills so the Naga can farm. So those kind of offlaners are what you prefer when you have a Naga core.
Yeah, it's been Nyx and Legion Commander are the other heroes that Moon has played so far.
But then again, going back to what Owen mentioned, the Naga could still be a Misery hero. Like he does play the hero, so it's not 100% for certain that, oh, this is going to be a core Naga.
Well, there's the Legion in the end, or at least that's what we're assuming.
Yep.
Are we assuming that that is then a Moon Legion Commander?
That'll almost certainly be
Moon Legion Commander. It's very similar towards how they want to have a Timbersaw in their draft, where Legion allows them to have a lot of deep push with his nuke, and he allows the team to have very strong laning phase, an offlaner that can distract the opponents. You're gonna force them to have maybe 2 to 3 heroes at least in the lane to keep you from farming. So that's gonna open a lot of space for the Naga Siren to farm.
Yeah. And Naga Siren, I mean, 21 matches played so far in the Boston Major with Naga and a 66.6 success rate.
Yeah, this is still telling me that there is a very, very high chance it is indeed going to be a core Naga with the LC pickup here. Yeah. They need a catcher, and they need someone that has deep push, so that allows your core Naga to function very well. And for MP, so with the LC pickup here, it's going to give them a lot of information that a very likely core Naga is going to come in. So you have 2 options right now if you're MP. Do you go for the push with the Venom, or you're going to pick late game to deal with the Naga? Like late game, like anti-mage, those kind of heroes that are going to be able to go toe-to-toe against the Naga late game.
Do you really want to go late game against the Naga? Because surely that's not ideal.
Yeah, but at the same time, do you think that you can actually end the game? You're up against the keeper of the there's a lot of deep push, so it's a very tough decision to make. You have to go for what's best for your team.
Yeah. Could you potentially, if you're MP, think about bringing out something like a Drow strat, getting the Drow Ranger for Aoi in this sort of a lineup?
Still possible right now, because they have already gone for the Omni, so that gives me enough information that
that's to be MSS's here, isn't it?
They have already decided that they're going to go for the 5-man push. They're not going to go for late game. It's very likely that MP is going to go for some timing push. They I think there was like 1 or 2 games that they put SVG on the Omni Knight. They do play support Omni Knight
as well. They can do it in both. Yeah.
And once again, so this is a D push, so 100% certain Naga is the core right now with the Rubik pickup. Rubik Kotal, very good at defending towers, pushing out waves, and yeah, there we go, the draw. So MP.
The draw. Yep.
I like
this. I like this as well from MP. I mean, in terms of the heroes that Aui's been playing, Drow, Luna would have been your options, but Drow is going to make Venno and Warlock just that little bit scary as well in the laning stage. And they've got that method of shutting the game down before DC gets to a certain point with the Rezo Naga, but it really is a timer. If you're kind of getting 40 minutes plus, it's going to get harder and harder for MP in terms of finishing off the game. I mean, I don't think it necessarily writes them out of it, because they can still deal with the illusions. Drow can get an axe. You've got a lot of AoE team fight, but it's certainly going to get harder. But the fact that they've got this strong early push is a really good sign for MP.
I mean, to be frank, I would have actually preferred the Drow over the Luna, because Drow is faster than the Luna. Luna sort of, you want that stage that you farm your ancients, you tend to be more passive and you want to get more items, whereas for Drow you're able to be much more aggressive early.
So it does seem like you guys are getting the general consensus of this has to end quickly for NP.
If NP is to win, yes. At least so far, maybe the last pick.
What could change your mind? I don't think there's really much.
I wouldn't say when it goes to ultra late they have no chance at all. It will be very difficult, but like Owen said, the Drow has a plan B. You can go for Aghanims and try to deal with the illusions in that manner. So it's not like, oh, there's no hope at all. After the push doesn't work, there's still a plan B for them. But of course it's difficult.
Yeah, and Digital Chaos just decided to reduce the plan B potential as well with the Medusa ban, another hero that would have done really well in the later stages of the game as well, should it get to that.
It's reducing the 5-man potential. So I think when you run Drow plus Medusa on the same team, you have that front line and you have that hero that's very, very hard to take down before your Naga has a lot of items. So that hero would be very scary for DC to deal with. And MP removes the Invoker. They do not want to give DC a lot more laning presence, because when you're going for the split push, you want to go for late game, you don't want to give the enemy too much laning presence with the Sunstrike. Any kill means the push gets slowed down, so you do not want that to happen.
Yeah, now with this final pick, we're obviously looking at what should be both Weeha and MV's final heroes, the two mids to be revealed.
Pushing hero, Dragon Knight.
What, for MP?
Yeah,
we're running out of time.
I want to see kind of Juggernaut come into play here, because I feel that it could be strong. It could be really strong for DC, you know, having kind of that heal over time against MP's lineup, but the OD's a finish off. Drow OD.
Lane dominance.
It's incredibly strong in the lanes.
I mean, it's still really good for 5-man. OD works really well with a hero like Omni, Oracle, because you have that unlimited mana when you're 5-manning with the Essence Aura. So it's really good for you to 5-man. And you need to have a lot of sustain against the Quarter Blast. That's really, really important. A mech and the Omni Knight with a lot of mana. And for DC right now, they are going to have to struggle to find a good matchup for the OD, and not many good matchups left.
They could try the Weeha on the Ursa. It's something that they have done in this matchup before. They have played that in the 1v1.
I mean, as far as OD matchup goes, a Razor and Sniper are still in the pool.
Razor, Sniper would
People
be...
love to pick that hero against OD if it's in the pool, which normally
But is that something you can see Resolution playing?
It's not something that he's done recently.
Resolution will take the Naga.
Sorry, you're talking about Weeha in the mid lane. Yeah.
And Weeha is very versatile. I could see him play potentially, although I like him more on more flashy.
Maybe even a Wind Ranger. I mean,
you probably don't want to put him on the Razor or the Sniper, maybe. Like, you need to have him on someone like Ursa. I know
it's more flashy.
He likes that hero a lot. But then again, does that hero fit the bill of what DC needs?
It's a Templar Assassin.
TA into a Venom switch lineup. I mean, it seems like a bit of a tricky game once the team fights start going on, but do you like it in the lane?
This hero is very important against the Drow Shred, because against the Drow Shred, you want to pin them down when they're going for Rosh. You do not want to give the Drow Roshan, and with the traps of the TA, you can easily scout the Roshan happening, and you make a smoke and try to take the fight.
All right. I mean, this draft seems to have got both pretty much a 50-50 vibe on the desk. You're not sure who you favor here.
I like what MP is doing.
Okay.
I hope that for them it will work. I do think that the Digital Chaos has a good plan against it as well, though.
We'll find out how it plays out. There's only one way to do that, and that's, of course, by introducing the voices in this game. Your casters are ready and locked in. We're about to venture into DC versus NP. They know each other inside and out, and so do our casters. That's Gods and Toby.
Yes, for some reason, there's just something that attracts Gods and I to these wonderfully long, potentially drawn-out games. NP going up against Digital Chaos. Looking forward to this battle.
It should be a good one. This is the makings of a great series. Two North American squads, quote-unquote North American squads. I'm looking forward to this. NP is always a fun team to watch. DC kind of agreed upon by the panel to be the favorites in this series, but NP is one of those teams that have a lot of upset potential.
That they do. You never count out NP. NP is this team. While Winter might pussyfoot around exactly how he talks about it, NP are one of these teams where I agree with his final wording, which is high risk, high reward. You never know what they're going to do. And this is a really nice, stable draft for them. Starting off with a Drow strat. There's very few of these we've seen so far, primarily because of just the initial bans.
There's a good reaction to seeing the Naga, where it's like, all right, they're going to do one of their classic Naga strats. Our response is going to be fast-paced, early-game Dota. We've got the Drow to win the lanes. We can then push in the mid-game. They want to try and beat DC before that Radiance comes up. It does put their lineup on a bit of a timer. But also, if they do well enough in the early mid-game and it does go late-game, Drow with the kind of Ags Maelstrom build can also still fight the Naga in the late game.
We also have to remember, too, like NP, how they managed to push their way through. Obviously, it wasn't just down to this, but you have to remember the Warlock combination. And DC have to give this a high level of respect as well. Templar Assassin wants to be jumping around, finding a bunch of kills. Naga Siren's got good AoE control, but if you get caught by that rock, you could be dead, or you just get, well, fight bottom rune. That's one way to do it. Overwhelming odds, over on 3, quick imprisonment. It will be both runes for Digital Chaos, but can they get out? Envy's making a break for Roshan at the moment. Into the pit. He's going to time this right. Moon doesn't have overwhelming odds. Roshan collapsed down. TA will take the first blood. It goes the way of the Wee of the Ha.
Well, that's about as bad of a start as you could hope for if you're NP. Both Rune and First Blood going to DC. You may have banished Weeha, but Moon was there ready to take the money for himself with the bounty rune, and DC looking to contest the lanes. One of the things that they do that other teams really don't with the Naga Siren is go for these aggressive off-lane dual lanes or sometimes tri-lanes. For now, Rezo's just kind of up there by himself, but that's because he finds himself in a 1v1 against the MSS Omni.
Yeah, this will be a fun little battle to see if MSS can at least keep the farm down of Resolution. Upside about running the aggro tri-lane. All the space, all the levels in the world. So it might be a little bit more difficult for Purification to clean out these illusions. They'll continue to riptide you down.
And for the DC safe lane, they've got access to their pool, so we'll likely see them use that to try and pull the wave back. It doesn't stack though, so Saksa immediately recognizes something fishy's going on, dewards it, and should be in decent shape as far as this defensive lane goes. The big thing to do in a tri-lane versus tri-lane, where your opponents have the greater damage output, you look at Drow, Warlock, with the Venomancer, this tri-lane, you can't fight them. They do too much right-click damage, they sit back, they cut you out. You've got to use your pull camps. You need to deny farm, deny experience by using those pulls. In DC, they've got access to both of them.
NP, what do you do against it then? You want to walk over with the Sentry Ward? That's still going to bring you under the control of potentially a Rubik and a Keeper of the Line. They've both gone for their damage to start with the Fade Bolt as well as Illuminate. So at least you won't get stranded there.
I think you mix up your lanes now. You see that Naga's not in the bottom lane, and you like Venu's already venturing off. He's going to make his way towards mid, likely even going all the way to the top lane to try and force DC supports to move. You don't want this supports to be able to just play greedy, use these pull camps, deny you XP and farm. You want to make sure that they have to then go and protect the Naga Siren, because Naga won't be able to farm up top if Venomancer rocks up.
A bit of a missed pull timing there from AUI on bottom. Means he couldn't actually drag his own creep wave with him. But they did get the Sentry Ward down inside the camp, so this pull won't be happening for much longer. MSS and AUI, in fact AUI already TP's out. They are switching up their lanes. So you asked for it, you got it.
Yep, they don't want to fight the constant denies of this DC trial, and even though they win the 3v3, if there's fighting, there's not going to be fighting. DC's not going to give them that kind of opportunity, and once the Rubik Coddle get levels, then you start getting lifted into Illuminates. Lane gets ugly, so they will rotate all their team to the top lane. Does prompt Saksa to TP up there himself, so now Rubik's up there to help back up Resolution. Rezo, of course, one of the tankier characters, which is one of the reasons Naga's hard to deal with in the early game. She's got 7 armor, a poleman shield, plenty of HP regen, and a mango. Not exactly like this is a squishy carry to shut down.
Yeah, her issue later on is going to be just being kited out by all the slows that can come. If she does get gusted up, then combine it with Gale, Poison Sting, and the Cold Arrows. Retreating, you might tank for a while, but you'll also be stuck on the dire side of the river for a while.
This does mean that for DC, they're doing very well in the lanes because they've got all 3 of their cores with a CS advantage because of NP's movements. Moon's getting mostly free farm at the bottom lane. Up until now, Rezo's been free farming the top, but that's going to perhaps change with the supports up there. But hey, third hero's going to TP up there. DC, they want to take the fight to NP. They've now got Rubik and Coddle teaming up with Naga, leaving the 1v1 at bottom.
They're fine with this. It just changes up the course. Now it's MSS on Moon on the bot lane. You still have the battle between Envy and Weehar in mid. The CS is very even between them all, but it's the rotation. Misery is in a great position for this with the Illuminate. Flies out the back, attacks into SVG, and SVG dies very, very quickly. 1 point up in Fade Bolt, and you cop the entire Illuminate, and Resolution brings in the level 2 Riptide. That is way too much damage for a poor little Venomancer to survive through.
Yep, nice catch. They have boots on the Rubik there, just having that little bit of extra movement speed boost, and finding that second kill of the game and helping them win this trial lane. Immediately MP's like, this top lane's not going to... They're basically dodging DC's trial lane wherever it goes. Veno then goes down bottom. They want to try and have at least one lane they're winning, because right now they've been losing all 3 lanes, at least somewhat on CS. Mid lane perhaps a little bit closer than others, but they're trying to turn one of the lanes into a 2v1 lane where they're going to have the edge. But anytime they make a move, DC is making a move to react to it.
Well, eventually someone has to find a better opening. DC, CS, and Killswines is looking good for them, but then how do you transition? Maybe a fight on bottom lane. MSS going in after Moon. Moon will have to TP himself away. Copped a big purification with 2 points up in that degen aura. Makes it difficult for the Legion Commander just to stand her ground, and this is also a Legion that went for no points up and pressed the attack.
A bit of a surprise, unconventional build, but recognizing that he was in a 1v1 somewhat, so opting just to not skill it yet. Do imagine he'll be getting it at least level 5 or maybe like level 7 or 8. But won't be skipping it altogether.
Still a fantastic ability, you're right. But NP are very happy just to let this game tick on the way it is. Maybe if AUI can get a little bit more farm into him, and mainly the levels, needs to hit that level 6, then all of this MP lineup becomes a lot more, well, potent.
Yeah, they're really a lineup that shines with levels. So you mentioned the Drow level 6. Omni's a hero that often just wants to get his levels early on, doesn't really do a whole lot in the laning stage. Perhaps a 1v1 he can try and put some pressure on with the degen build that he's going, but not a hero that's going to make great rotations. His rotations come with levels and farm, and even then it's like a let's group up with your team. You're not smoking to try find a pick-off as the Omni. You need someone on your team to be the one initiating to help you out.
MSS is on the run. Looks like he's denying himself onto Roshan, and will give the lane to SVG, who cops instantly an overwhelming odds. Gets hit once by Moon and is forced back to his tier 1 town. There's not enough life for him to survive, so he'll have to walk all the way back to base and then TP back out to lane. So more space for DC in the laning phase. And more time where AUI has to defend underneath his own tier 1 tower. Normally you feel comfortable with this, but when you got a bunch of Naga illusions, it gives DC the ability to dive underneath the tower without any real consequences.
Yeah, DC are getting just so much out of this Naga Siren right now as far as farm and pressure goes. The illusion splitting up. One chasing AUI,
AUI is actually in trouble. The illusions are body blocking. This is currently coming out. It's Resolution doing the work. Allowed Saxa the time to get in close, and then Misery with the Illuminate. He started that whole engagement by hitting the Drow in the tree line.
That's so good from Resolution with the micro. I don't know if that's him or if he's sharing control or something
Mid lane,
there.
Weeha, a little bit of trouble. Envy has imprisonment off cooldown. Weeha's going to go invis, and he's just out of range of the sentry ward. It's on the dire side of the river. Another sentry ward's coming on the courier. Will they plant it down in time? There's your imprisonment. So it's just the Plague Wars down for the moment. They're trying to block his path out by blocking in the tree line. Weeha dodges with the meld. Back behind the tree. Snow once again. SVG right in the money. Hits the Gale, and Weeha will tick out. He goes invis. Do they see him? Can he actually survive through this? The Gale is still ticking him down, but it's not enough damage.
Okay.
Now the sentry ward is finally planted. It took a very long time, but they achieved it. They killed off the Templar Assassin, but they lost the tier 1 tower while all that was going on.
Yeah, it's one of those kills where they had to spend so much as far as buying the sentries, chasing him down, wasting time, that it's hard to really quantify just how worth it is. I mean, they get the 400 gold onto the OD, but realistically, the exchange with Naga getting a tower up top, that's the kind of space that Rezo's just loves to see his team creating for him. And TA had more than enough time just getting back, buying some items, doesn't really lose all too much there. So I think DC will be very happy with the early game, even with that one death onto Wee's Templar Assassin.
Well, you're right, Resolution is the biggest winner out of all of this. If this Radiance timing kicks on, MP have no great way to, well, counter push. DC will control the map, so they have to keep forcing the issue. MSS, or you just creep pulling down the bottom lane.
He's trying to take this tower, but immediately Rubik will just take the creeps off the tower to make sure that he can get this experience. He'll miss level 6, Saxa. We'll be getting ganked from behind there. Yeah.
Moves down, gets the Astral Imprisonment off. MSS, Purification. Envy's going to stand on top of the target, so they got to hit him. The pickup, where's that mana? MSS, okay, it's going to have enough with just Envy doing the hits. So the Rubik will fall. NP with a good movement down.
Yeah, nice job bringing the numbers needed to try and guarantee this tier 1 gets taken, and also punishing a support who's just looking for his level 6. Moon's still down here. This is a risky place for him to be, but perhaps banking on the fact that there will be a Rubik TP coming soon. Rubik has respawned now, and Moon feeling very tanky. 1200 HP with Presti attack and 3 points in overwhelming odds. It's very easy to get away from ganks as a Legion commander. That's probably one of the hero's biggest strengths and why we're seeing it picked up so much here at the Boston Major.
Do you enjoy this Iron Talon build on a Venomancer?
It's okay. It's, you know, it's one of those just small little farming efficiencies. He's not going to go full jungle, but he wants to go like partial jungle. Like if he's ever at a jungle camp, he wants to be a little bit more efficient. It gives armor, you know. This item's like not all about farming jungle. It's actually one of the cheaper armor items you can get in the game. And armor, I mean, is pretty good in terms of in Dota 2. So you're against a TA, Legion, and Naga. There's a decent amount of physical damage.
Well, for now, he goes up to the top lane to find the farm.
Yep.
And P, trooped up on the bottom. You're still shy of the Warlock's ultimate, and this is approaching 10 minutes in. You've only got like just over level 3. Warlock in the hands of Rose. Omni-Knight's taking most of the other farms, so Warlock needs to hold this bottom lane.
Really low level, but I guess, yeah, Rose has just been the one reacting to a lot of the plays and never getting any XP himself.
I think Moon might want to give a little bit more respect when he gets fatally bonded to an entire creep wave and then he stays in range of the Omni-Knight, who then throws down the Purification. He lost about 2/3 of his life in one hit of Purification.
I mean, the good news is when those creeps are dead, there's nothing, you're no longer bonded to anything, you know? Those creeps are dead, you don't take any more damage from them.
Yeah, that's the upside.
But you've also lost half your health, but he's got a buddy in Misery to heal him up with a salve, and speaking of Misery, already has a point boost, so going straight into that Aghanim Scepter. Well, it's going to be a Naga Siren Radiance push timing, perhaps with a Keeper of the Light Ags timing. That could be very troublesome for NP. And talk about a great item to have against the Fatal Bonds Venomanta, this AoE combo. Well, you've got an AoE heal in the Keeper of the Light Ags.
That you do. Moon, the smoke just broke. He doesn't have vision down that ramp. So that's the upside. Envy will get around the back of him, start with the imprisonment.
He's very dead.
And the big group up. And there's your Purification damage, fatally bonded to the jungle creep. But while Moon's dying on the bottom, DC properly pushing into that tier 1 tower. SVG's causing a couple of problems. They're only level 3 Plague Wards, so it's not that bad. And also, Suxa was able to steal them, so we've got wards on both sides of the field. Templar Assassin, however, not really enjoying this stance. His TP, realized imprisonment was already used. Very, very close to death. He's still ticking. He went back to the tier 1 tower. He didn't actually go all the way home. So the Gale was ticking him down. It's probably the closest tower he could have TP'd to, apart from double clicking.
I imagine that was a misclick. Sometimes, yeah, if you've got like quick cast or something on, don't have that double click TP. But as it is, I mean, DC getting a lot more out of the lanes. You can see the net worth favoring them heavily, and MP just doesn't feel like they've hit that timing with the Drow. Likely see them try and sneak their way into the Roshan pit, something Envy teams are kind of known for doing. Try to get that early Aegis. They're on the Dire side, they've got the Drow. And they've also kind of hit a pretty good timing with MSS getting his levels. There's no mech or anything in sight, but level 6 on Warlock, level 8 on Omni-Knight. This is kind of where they're ready to take some of those 5v5 engagements before Rezo has the Radiance. But man, Rezo is ahead of the pack as far as overall farm goes.
Top lane, they're looking for the kill on MSS. If Misery is able to hit, which he does, thanks to the control, and then a Purification from the Rubik. But Rock is down from Rose with the Fatal Bonds. He'll connect them again. And Suxa purifies up. This actually helps out MP because they can do more damage to him. The Song of the Siren will stop the fun for the moment. Rubik still has the Purification and he wants to kill off MSS. The imprisonment in time from EE was not in time. So Suxa will come back up again.
That timing. It was like Rubik and Omni are both trying to heal themselves, but Rubik has a head start because of the insta-cast, whereas Omni-Knight has that little wind-up. Great synergy between Rezo and Suxa there, giving them the kill. Rubik dying, not really the biggest deal for him. He almost got another heal off, and the whole time this is going on, Tia's actually taken over the Naga and overall farm because of the Ancient stacks. We is at 2k gold and close to presumably a Blink Dagger here, although he could also go for that Desolator first. May still be deciding himself.
Well, it depends when MP really want to attack, and Blink Daggers are rather difficult things to do up against Venomancers. With Plague Wards everywhere, you can always get caught out, but if you also just get the initiation, you don't care.
Yeah, with the Legion, because it means if Legion duels someone, you've got that instant follow-up from a Blink Melt Strike. But it's also, yeah, like you say, bad against the Veno or the poison damage. It's not really a easy, guaranteed initiation into a fight. So he saved up, there you go, buys the Blink after having 2.7. He saved up a lot of money, which suggests he wasn't even entirely sure which one he wanted to get. Very good against Warlock. You want to just jump the Warlock and force a bad ultimate out of him, and if he doesn't ultimate, he just dies and doesn't get a chance to use it in a team fight.
Radiant scanning up. They're wondering if MP have any flankers, but MP's running pretty much directly at Digital Chaos. And this is where TA can reveal her Blink Dagger. She's got a couple of side traps, and in fact even gets an Invis rune. The Illuminate slowing up the push from NP. With no creep wave, MP can't really just claim the tower.
DC are just so good at putting themselves in these positions where Rezo is free farming on Naga, and there's nothing the opposing team can do about it. All they can do is go try to take objectives elsewhere. Like, it almost feels like it's a waste of time trying to kill Rezo because it's going to take too much and waste too much time.
He's found Rose just walking on the side. The first side trap will trigger with the Meld Strike down to -8 armor. It doesn't take much longer to kill him off, and even Suxa able to manage to pick up that level 2 Shadow Word. So sustain gets even better for Digital Chaos.
That's the target you want to find if you're Weeha on the TA. Find that Warlock, take him out. He doesn't want to solo ultimate a TA. It's not going to do too much, and instead just goes down, and that ends the push. You can't maintain that push without the threat of the Warlock Chaotic Offering. Was still on cooldown, but NP were trying to just group up around that mid lane in anticipation of it coming back up.
T1 tower in the bottom lane to be lost by MP. No one is nearby to help out. In fact, they're already starting to TP the Warlock over into the Dire jungle.
Every time Rezo plays his Naga. There we go, 15-minute Relic. He's going to have like a 16, 17-minute Radiance.
T1 tower dropping, there's some extra cash as well.
NP are not breaking, they're not breaking T1 towers before the Radiance. They're going to have to start thinking more long-term, think about the late game, because with the Radiance up, they will really struggle to take team fights or to deal with the split push.
NP's looking for a fight. I don't know if they're actually close enough to the Radiant Observer Ward to be scouted out, but they smoked inside their own jungle, and that one deep ward in NP's jungle might have caught a glimpse for DC. Another reason why Weeha is doing his little runaround thing. He knows he can blink away with Refraction up. It doesn't put his Blink Dagger on cooldown when they initially attack him. Unless he gets stunned, then he'll be in trouble.
Top lane still being chipped away, but
SVG loses so much life, but with the Plague Ward stolen by Rubik, he gets just the last bit of damage in to find the kill.
That burst damage potential.
There you go, mid lane. Weeha starts stacking on the OD. Fatally Bonds is on TA, but you can see Weeha. He didn't know if he could 100% get the kill. That's why he tried to go for the side blade hit. But the blink now off cooldown. If he jumps in with the Mel Strike, EE defensive imprisonment will allow him to back up. The Shadow Word's giving him a little bit more help. So Weeha back out of the imprisonment, but won't find the kill on the OD.
Double damage TA, not something to joke about. As MB finds out, having that Veil giving him that nice little bit of extra armor, but realistically, this is not like a super scary OD. Has the Omni to back him up, and that classic OD Omni Knight combo is there, but DC just have a very difficult amount of damage to deal with coming out on single targets from the LC and TA, but then also that kind of spread damage across the map from the Naga Siren they've got to address. And OD's not a hero that's able to easily deal with and push out those lanes. Can kill the Naga illusions pretty fast with the orb, but just isn't all that mobile right now.
I'm interested to see what Misery Scribble was just then. Scribbled on the minimap and basically drew a line that went from the Dire Seeker shop almost like directly down over the river. He had about another 5 lines in his one. But wonder what the purpose of that is, if it's just like, you know what, guys, like, we need to control all of this area. Make sure that NP is incapable of farming up these stacks, and this gives them access to Roshan with an early Templar Assassin Desolator.
See where all the TA traps are all in that area. There's 3 traps to the north of Roche. There's actually no traps in Roche, but they're all kind of just outside of the pit, anticipating NP to move on through that area if they ever want to go for Roche itself, but that's where NP are likely to smoke up. So yeah, okay, now he puts a trap in Roshan, which was, I'm about to say, much needed in case NP do go for that little sneak Roche that they like to do sometimes.
Wait, hang on, that didn't work. He started to press the attack and was about to blink forward. Rose showed himself for just a split second to Fatal Bond the creep wave. Now Envy jumps in with his imprisonment. Moon, he loves this with no astral imprisonment. He wants to go for the kill on Envy. Repel is allowing Envy to do what he's doing.
Yeah, they're also safely just chipping this tower down, so there's no like necessity to force a fight here if you're Moon. And Misery's probably like telling you like only go if you get like a really good target. If you can get Envy and we kill him, sure. Ideally you want to even get the Omni Knight. Get him with the jewel. But the problem is, you dive past that tower onto NP, you're playing into their hands. You're playing into the Warlock Chaotic offering, Fatal Bond, Venomancer ulti, all those big AoE combos come together if you're diving into them. So DC, they do the safe approach. They slow siege, take the tower from afar, and then fall back, and they're going to get themselves in Aegis.
Yeah, and this is perfect. The fear of just the jump from the Legion Commander is enough to keep MP away. So Digital Chaos now with an Aegis behind them. They've cracked over the 10k net worth advantage. We're not even 20 minutes into this game. NP are being backed into a corner, and they're going to fight their way out. This whole team fight combo, we've seen them do it before. It was with the Marauder instead of the OD, and they had the setup of the Naga Siren.
They also had the Disruptor. They had like the team fight of all team fights there. This time around, it's kind of like
Well,
bits and pieces?
They don't have the setup. That's the biggest thing. I'm okay with them not having like a full-on teamfight lineup, but the key piece for me is the one hero that goes in to start the fight. It almost feels like that's going to be Envy with like an Astral, but leading the fight with an OD is a very risky maneuver, even more so if DC get a Diffusal Blade, which could be an item that, well, Naga's going to get eventually, but even perhaps Weehaw and the TA is going to consider it. We'll see if it's going to be like a BKB into Diffusal, potentially even a straight Diffusal. Once there is a Diffusal online, this game gets very tricky for NP.
Notice this again.
Take those fights.
Notice this again from DEC, where they just show one hero on the lane that's very capable of pushing by himself. And then they just take out another outer tower. NP not fighting. They're still splitting up. They're still pushing. Down on bottom lane, AUI is trying to find that space.
And there's a Naga illusion in all 3 lanes. There's a Naga at top and illusion at bottom. They want to get the Naga herself, but
Envy was too close. He actually broke the smoke when the creep wave had vision up the hill.
Yep. And that Radiant Observer Ward helps protect Resolution as well. So his team's just going to meet up with him towards that top lane, take that last outer tower, which will be a freebie, as MP have no real ways to defend this one. The Drow strat is not feeling at all like a Drow strat right now.
It's a Drow strat where you've taken 1 tower in 21 minutes. Yep. This isn't a Drow strat. This is something else that we can classify once it's back to the panel.
It really is this. I mean, the Coddle is there as one of the big tower defending tools, but I think more than anything, it's the power of the Legion Commander. We're seeing more and more of this hero. It's kind of been a hero that was often sometimes joked about, like, oh, why would you ever pick Legion? It always felt like it would just lose games, but it seems teams are really figuring out the hero's strengths and how and when to pick it. Sometimes you just pick it in the first 2 because of how much utility it has, from the press the attack to the overwhelming odds to its just sheer tankiness in lane. It's so good in these like dual lanes in the off lane. It can 1v1. And Moon, he hasn't had he's only 0-1-1. He's not won a single duel, but he's been just very annoying and impactful, preventing these towers from going down, keeping NP busy.
And that's the name of the game for DC. They know they got this game as long as they can keep controlling the map. And thanks to their lineup, it's not a real difficult thing to do. How are we actually away? Does he have the money for it?
For the Ags?
Yeah, the Ags is what I'm thinking. Because at that point, then this game turns into a brutal split push kind of approach. Because then the Naga controls all. She BTs out, instantly brought back in again. So DC had never down a man for the fight.
The great thing about having the TA is you've got a good hero to actually hit buildings with. Looks like DC are perhaps setting up at bottom, though. They've got Naga leading the way, could initiate with a sleep.
Well, here's the recall. Misery, bring him one in, start the song with the Siren. Fairly certain that's going to be your TA coming in. He actually brings in Moon, so wait for it. The Elude doesn't hit properly, only hits an SVG. The duel will begin on the Drow Ranger. Resolution will help out, and do we have ourselves a winner? Yes, we do.
They got both. The Astral cancelled the TP Evento. What a great maneuver from DC. They showed 2 or 3 top. It was just the Naga setting it up with the sleep, and then the recalls in from the Keeper of the Light. That was a perfectly executed game. DC haven't had to make too many aggressive plays, but one of the first ones they actually do nets them a Drow Ranger. That really cripples NP.
Very patient play from Digital Chaos. Resolution, oh, is he doing? He's just holding him here. There is a movement. It's Weehaw. Thanks to the Observer Ward. Sees MSS, Rose, and Eternal Envy down. That Sentry was looking for the ward in the lane. It's not close enough to the hill. So Digital Chaos will keep their vision, which is very, very tight from that mid lane to the top lane.
DC have everything they need at this point. The BKB comes up for Templar Assassin. Moon could theoretically buy one himself fairly soon.
They've still got the Aegis for another 50 seconds or so.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they'll get like an actual high ground push off of it, like outside of what damage they've already done. I mean, they're starving out NP though. They've got deep Observer Wards at top lane, at mid lane. They're keeping NP in their base. The TA traps also functioning as like little mini Observer Wards.
Here's that little play on bottom lane once again. So the Song of the Siren, just a straight setup. They probably want the Illuminate to hit the Drow Ranger as well, but they brought more than enough damage to this fight.
Yeah. Big thing was they positioned the Naga to the right side, so the Gust was not going to catch the LC as he blinked in. He blinked in from the north, while Naga was kind of to the south of the Drow, so he avoids the Gust there, and very, very well executed for the most. I mean, obviously they missed the Illuminate. It could have been more well executed, but the idea and the concept was there, and there was no way Drow was going to live. The Rubik TP ensured the second kill, but the Drow was the one they really wanted, and they made sure they got that one.
There's your Aegis reclaim. DC. Is it yet that time with the fresh Octarine over on Resolution, the BKB you mentioned before on Weeha? You got Blink Daggers on Rubik for initiation, Legion with Blink and Armlet, and still got another 3.4k-ish gold. It's like Digital Chaos have everything they want to fight, and MP just need a good initiation. But where's their vision? They don't see anything in the secret shop. The Illuminate flies down. So they're very well aware of where DC is, but because the positioning of DC and with that true side of the daytime, they just can't do it. SVG jumps in, able to actually code up quite nicely with the ultimate now. Dueled up, completely isolated from the rest of his team. MSS trying to keep up. Maybe with the Guardian Angel he can be protected. Envy actually going to imprison him and hold him there. Guardian Angel, perfect steal as well from the Rubik. Warlock gets ripped apart. MSS will join it. This Rubik is running circles around MSS. 3 heroes down for NP and little to no cost.
That was a gem pickup from MSS. They're kind of in that position where it's like, well, we're stuck in our base. We have to buy a gem just to try and deny DC's vision. And because we're kind of in such a desperate position, it's the only way back in. So they lose that 1,800 gold swing just from the gem alone. And
Envy just walks in.
He's going to lose his whole mana pool.
Gets mana lead, gets blinding lighted back, so then he gets stunned up. Eternal Envy, say goodbye. Buyback is available and he'll expand it, but he's already calling the GG. That kind of maneuver, NP knew it. This game was unsalvageable.
That was a great game from the laning stage. NP were in all kinds of trouble. DC winning all 3 lanes. The mid lane perhaps one of the closer of the two, but when you've got a Weeha TA just getting the farm he needs and creating the ancient stack. So when you win all those all three lanes, it gets very hard to turn the game around. And that's winning all 3 lanes with a Naga Siren.
Yep. It's a Naga who has no counter to a split push, a Templar Assassin who has momentum. That is the dream start for Digital Chaos. And I don't even know what MP is meant to do about that. Like, the laning didn't look right. The Drow Ranger was very, well, I'd say smothered would be a big word for her. There was just no space to get levels. There was no time for her to really come online and be that pushing Drow that we know and love.
I think Naga is a hero you may just have to ban against DC. In my mind, they play the Naga differently to most teams, and I think they play it better than almost any other team because they don't play, let's protect the Naga Siren. They say, let's go and fight the opposing team. A team winning all 3 lanes with a Naga Siren is almost like somewhat unheard of. That's not how the hero is meant to work. It's meant to be this, oh, we're kind of useless hero until you get Radiance and then you split push the lanes. No, Naga has some of the best base stats and base armor in the game, so they're just using the strength of the Naga's laning stage to win everything.
Yep, and we've seen some other teams like Newbie. I remember KP was one of the big ones that like to manipulate that by having these one-on-one matchups. The rotations of the lanes worked really well for Digital Chaos as well. So with all of this starting to pile up, Digital Chaos is just sitting there going, okay, we're not really stressed. There's no real problems with our draft. Everything is very, very solid. NP trying to go for this combination. We're wondering as well about like what would happen with that Venomancer. Is it going to be a core off lane? Are we going to see that kind of thing? But I think you hit the nail on the head, man. Where was the setup?
Yeah,
where was the setup from NP?
They had this idea where they played so many times with the Warlock, having these big teamfight spells does so well, but without the setup, it doesn't work. They didn't have the Mirana go with it, which they normally do. It didn't feel like NP in their comfort zone.
All right, so how do they change it? How do they change it? Game 2's coming up.
How long was that game?
How do you rework this so NP actually has some control?
49 seconds.
25 minutes. That's how long that took. Yeah, I mean, sorry, so you're going to have to rephrase the question I was asking to Odie, just how long that took. It felt like, we barely got going and the game was already over.
Naga strats aren't meant to win in 25 minutes, typically.
Yeah, we were saying that. I think we closed on strap yourselves in, it's a long one. And, I mean, what happened? NP completely deflated. I guess I'll have to ask these guys, and you can go ahead and shoot the person that just walked in front of that camera. All right, sweet. You go do that. We'll go ahead and get into the nitty-gritty. Still, Shiva, Odie, and Winter are hanging out with me. And, I mean, that is the perfect way to start this discussion, right? Is you sit there and say, Naga Siren. We said it was a poor man's alchemist. We're going to get the long game. We're going to go all the way. However, we find ourselves 25 minutes later saying that DC had picked up game 1. Winter, I mean, you weren't particularly convinced, actually, by this draft as you saw it in action.
I think they overvalued like the Omni and Veno a lot. They had a wonderful 5-man draft. They wanted to push, but they couldn't clear out the lanes. They have no D-push, they have no catch. They couldn't pick them off. They couldn't really get the lanes pushed out far enough. So you can utilize this 5-man combo that they have. Like, it worked really well when they had the Mirana because Mirana provides a lot of push. You clear the lane, so it allows your team to group up and push down towers. That was what I felt was severely lacking in terms of MP's lineup.
Yeah, overall, I felt like DC was just very well prepared to what NP had to bring.
I mean, NP had no deep push and no catch, so what they basically had to do is just, you know, push the lanes out, make sure that NP can't 5-man.
Yeah, and it really was the timing as well that DC were able to pull it off. As you mentioned, you know, it's a Naga team winning as quickly as they did, but it was just the way that they played it and the really nice final pick coming into action. You know, Weeha grabbing that TA. We saw getting the Ancient stacks online, getting a really good timing on the Blink, Deso. Suddenly they were pushing towers a lot quicker than MP were able to. You know, Saxa, he was stealing the Veno wards, that was adding to the push potential as well, and it all kind of just spiraled out of control ever since the laning stage, which was just a bit of a mess for MP. You know, the decision for DC to run aggressive, we saw at the start MP's safe lane starting to crumble, and then it kind of spiraled off that start, really.
I mean, where are the real positives? Who are your kind of, you know, the ones that you felt like had the biggest influence on that victory? Or are we genuinely going to come away from the first win saying it was a team effort? Do we go look at Weeha's TA? That seemed to be the one at the tip of your tongue, Odie, and I see Winter nodding.
I talked to Sebastian Ahmad during that game, and he said it was just a draft win.
Just a draft win.
And in that case, you can credit Misery for that one.
Okay.
So, it was a solid draft. NP didn't really challenge it that hard. We talked about them having to have specific timers, them having to be very aggressive, but then they got their 2 supports, which I think maybe they changed their minds about having the Veno as a support later on. Having a Warlock and a Veno as supports are not your typical super aggressive supports to go for if you want to go for a Drow strat. You really have to win your lanes, and then if you don't, there's not much of a plan left for them. They tried to maybe take it late, but they were too far behind. They didn't even play it even during the lanes. They lost. They went for the Drow Ranger on the offlane at the start, and it just didn't pan out. Then they swapped it about, and they just couldn't get their plan off the floor.
Does that sound about right, Winter? I mean, the draft, you felt already, from what I understood, it was acquired 50-50 actually at the end of that draft before you saw it put into action.
Well, I didn't really like at the end when they sort of pit the Veno into a support and they wanted to fit the Omni Knight into the draft. I like the opening, but what followed up after that wasn't really that great, I felt, because they didn't have catch, they didn't have deep push. I mean, they had super good team fight, yes, but you can't use it. That's the problem.
Right. There was no actual team fight for you to implement that into.
Because you never get into a team fight, because the creeps always push out.
Right. Well, that was a problem. We can bring up the scoreboard. You'll be able to just refresh your memory of exactly what heroes were failing to find those team fights, and as well as other things. Owen, as you do take a deep breath and look through that one, is there anything that stands out to you? Any scores or numbers?
I mean, obviously, for instance, looking at Rezo, the way that he played this game, the amount of farm, the amount of creeps he was able to hit, very, very impressive. You see him nearly hit 300 CS in the time that this game went on. Didn't die at all. His positioning was absolutely perfect. I don't know if it's him necessarily or the Captain Misery making the calls and saying, go to this lane, we're going to move you over here. But whoever was making those decisions did it absolutely bang on. There are points in the game as well where, obviously, as you see with the 9 assists, they were getting Resolution involved in the fights as well. It wasn't like they were just saying, stay over here, we're going to fight here. It's like, we can now use this early Radiance timing, get you stuck into the fights and make sure that you are miles ahead of any of the cores on MP and make it pretty much impossible for MP to come back.
Incredibly even damage distribution across the whole board. I mean, literally lowest 4.7 and the highest 6.9. That's completely opposite we're seeing from NP. I don't know how much you want to read into that, but either way. With that said, we are going to be having a little bit of an opportunity to take a look under the hood of this game. It was a quick one for DC as they do throw it down and say, what have you got, NP? And now we're going to see what Purge has got after this one.
It was a pretty good draft for DC. That's really what I saw there. The lanes were really impactful. They did a bit of a weird thing on DC's side. They ended up going for a safe tri lane that included Legion Commander rather than a typical carry. And by doing that, it allowed them to easily pressure the enemy's tri lane, which was a Drow Ranger. Legion very good against Drow because Drow hits very weak in the early game. So the other thing that was cool about that is as DC or NP realized that they're in a bad laning setup, they're going to want to take their supports, or ideally their core, and put them somewhere else where he will get farmed. So what they ended up doing was grabbed these guys, and they started TPing some to the top lane. But the easy part then is that it only takes a little bit, only 2 heroes instead of 3 from the Radiant side to actually swing as well. So they basically just got to rotate both supports to the safe or to the off lane to actually contest the Drow's farm. And that's basically what we saw in the early game. I mean, it was about 3 minutes that the supports rotated over. Drow Ranger had already been here, but she only had 8 last hits versus the 15 of the Naga Siren. None of the 3 cores of DC really lost much at any point in time from a lot of farm. And even they end up killing the Venomancer with a nice blast from the left, which ultimately gives them a lane advantage. So you can just see it. They have 3 heroes in the safe lane, or in the off lane. Drow's farm is being contested. She can't actually zone out the Naga Siren from getting last hits. So basically DC is getting everything they want out of 3 lanes. Envy had a great start, but I mean, when this is how you're dealing with the Drow Ranger, the Naga's not even here. Those are just illusions, and she's busy actually pushing the tower. They easily kill the Drow Ranger multiple times, guaranteeing that she doesn't get farm. And ultimately, what MP has to do is try to just push the game down, but it was pretty straightforward for DCA to stop that. That's why they had Keeper the Light. Rubik can help with that as well. And in the meantime, they've got one guy farming Ancients, and they've got another guy in the bot lane still getting last hits. So really easy game for DC because of the laning setup.
Thanks very much, Purge. Yeah, okay, I mean, the tip of his tongue is they want it on the draft. Shiva, you said you heard it from Sebastian as well.
Yeah, it was a bit mixed signals coming from the draft and NP. You knew already that they were going to have to go for an early push because of them going up against that Naga Siren, and then they just didn't follow through with that plan altogether. I felt like they kind of were hesitant to do that. It felt a little bit of a little bit
disjointed.
off.
Disjointed is probably a good way to frame it.
Yeah.
Just some kind of closing points then before we do talk about the next draft, even maybe see what the guys are saying over in the social media stratosphere. But Winter, you keep coming back to this point of saying there is no catch, no way of closing that gap. Is it a necessity to you? Do you consider in this instance it should have been?
Yeah, you have to be able to catch, especially against like so much defense. They have the Kotal and the Rubik. If you don't have a hero that goes to the back line and kill them, you're never getting the towers. That was, I think, their biggest problem that game.
No towers, not good enough.
No towers, not good enough. But NP, I mean, they have some of the strongest minds in Dota on their team. I do think that they can come back and have a new plan ready to go heads on for DC. These are 2 teams that can go head to head, and there's definitely. You don't agree, Winter?
Yeah, putting MSS on a different hero, I think.
Yeah.
A different plan would be like putting him on like a Beastmaster.
Winter has suddenly become like the biggest anti-Omni Knight fan. You really are not. You're in the hallway here on the desk at the start. You are just anti-OK.
Well,
but you are
I mean,
okay.
If the other heroes have some sort of like, you need balance, you know, like if too much of something, that too much team fight that game. Too much of team fight is not good when you don't have catch. You need to have good team fight, like some catch, some D push, then the draft will work. That's what DC had. They had some catch, they have D push, they have team fight with the Naga Song. So they had everything. And
they had everything, and they are, well, just a step away from having a whole lot more. The semi-finals do beckon for DC, but let's have a couple of questions from you guys before we see if they can do it in 2. This one comes in from Velociraptor. What a badass name. He says, how is the CSGO community different from Dota 2? Well, I feel like that's directed at one person in particular.
I mean, you're the one that's going to know, aren't you, Alex?
How is the CSGO community different from Dota 2? God, I don't know. I mean, we're still gamers, aren't we? I'm trying to tread on eggshells here. The Dota 2 community seems like they are very, I don't know.
I mean, what do you say, Alex? I mean, it could go bad either way. Really.
Yeah, there's no right. I think basically they're both very passionate about their games.
True.
They will both defend their game until the bitter end. Yep. They all have incredibly strong opinions. They all are stuck in a horrible Reddit circle jerk. There's a lot of things that both communities do. Like one person has an opinion and suddenly that's theirs. Both communities do that. Both have such passionate love for individual players. I've seen so many eternal envy signs in the crowd. You know, it's the same thing in CSGO. And they both just love watching competitive video games at the highest level with awesome crowds and lots of fancy lights.
And the thing is with those games as well, there is a crossover. You know, these aren't 2 communities that are totally different. There's a fair few of us that like to play the old CSGO, and I'm sure there's a few CSGO players that like to dabble with the Dota.
Oh, I know that. I know that for a fact. In fact, I'm pretty sure Freiburg's on the vegetable esports club, whatever it's called.
There you go.
That's a thing, right?
Yeah, Veggie Esports.
Veggie Esports. I know about you, and I know that you've snatched a Ninjas in the Pajamas player to play some Dota.
I think he's like high 5k MMR.
Yeah, he's
decent.
decent.
Like that.
Yeah, he's decent.
So he's actually quite good. I guess if you are having that knack for being able to play competitive any video game, then you're going to be good at any other video game as well.
When are you going to be decent at Dota, Alex?
Well, Winter, when you start tutoring me, need my 1v1s. Actually, I watched a stream where you were doing loads of 1v1s on a stream at one point.
Did I?
Yeah, it was enjoyable.
What was that? I can't remember.
A long time ago.
A long time ago. I probably lost
I was stalking him on the internet.
Oh, wow.
I was like, hang on, Owen's doing things in Dota. Let me have a little look.
Yeah, and then you came over, took our jobs.
Yep. They take our jobs. Let's have a quick look at another question. See what else is coming in. It looks like it's... Oh, here we go again. Wakonga. He says, CSGO memes versus Dota memes. The Dota memes, you know what's really funny, actually? Talking of Dota memes, I met Shiva for the first time in Sweden.
Yes.
Yes, we bumped into each other. You'd had a couple of carbonated beverages.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were a little jolly.
I was very friendly
and
normal.
The first thing she said to me, she kind of came up to me, she was like, you need to learn the memes, Alex. She was like, do you know what 322 is? And I was like, oh, I do now, thank you.
I couldn't believe you didn't know what 322 is.
I
mean, some of these memes, I thought they were kind of universal.
I thought they were universal as well, to be honest.
I've had the memes explained to me. I mean, let's be honest, we are no stranger to games being thrown in CS as well.
That's true.
That's we have our own
I
memes
think
for that.
that same
Hashtag
conversation,
FreeBrax.
it was Eternal Envy was the first player that I actually explained, like, Eternal Envy is his own meme.
He's a what? Did you just call a human being a meme?
I mean, Envy himself isn't a meme. He just has this amazing kind of power over memes. Really.
Yeah.
It's like, you know how you get Invoker, you know, that's Envy,
Sure.
but the balls are kind of 3 different memes that he's juggling around, and he'll whip them out anytime he wants.
I feel like Slacks juggles memes as well.
Yes.
He does.
Oh, he just consumes them, and then they come out the back end of him. That's.
Oh, he poops memes. Wow, we're really getting some serious analysis, and now we can because it's DCNP, baby. Could this really be it for NP, or will they take us into 3? Oh, I can't stop rhyming. Help me.
Yes, it's not amazing.
I'm not doing them deliberately at this point. I swear, I've got Cat in the Hat syndrome.
I don't know what you have for breakfast, but
Well, at least I had breakfast.
that's
Owen.
true. That's true. Okay, so for this game, NP, they need to change things up. They need to have a more solid plan. We saw previous game that they mostly were doing like reacting to the draft of Digital Chaos rather than creating their own plan. Winter, what do you think that would be their own plan if they had a choice? Would they first pick Naga? Is that a thing?
Yeah, they do run it on
yeah.
RE 2000, so
If it's left there, they'll
possible,
take it. Yeah, they will take it. I mean, I'm kind of wondering if it's going to be banned out by either side. You know, we've seen how well DC can play with it. Maybe MP are going to be a little more scared of that rather than the Alk or one of these other kind of late game farmers.
It does look like DC has first pick here, so if they want to ban out the Naga,
Oh gosh, there goes the Bismarck.
There's some big heroes left in though. Bat's still available. Warlock's still there. Luna. These kind of massive major first picks. But even as you mentioned, obviously Naga, Siren.
I don't think they're too worried about like the Warlock though. It seems like DC are okay with dealing with the Warlock, and they ban out heroes that MP like to pick with the Warlock. The Mirana, Beastmaster also something that I think would be very good with the Warlock. That's some catch, you know. I mentioned about how much MP were lacking in terms of catch, D-push, and Beastmaster could be a really good answer for them. So everything is in a pool, it seems. Alchemist, Naga. Gosh, Alchemist versus Naga game?
Is it really
I mean, it could happen.
Shut up.
both still in the pool.
Right.
Why not, right? I mean, that is something that we're expecting from these teams, so they could deliver here.
Well, one thing about that matchup is if they both go to the mid lane, Alchemist would do really well because of the acid, and you're able to clear out his illusions really well and take the runes. So that's a particularly good matchup for Alchemist. It's very difficult for Naga to do well in that matchup in the lane.
I just saw a wing sign.
So these are actually, I'm taking a Warlock. Now you have the choice of the Alchemist or the Naga.
And the other team is probably going to pick up the other one, so it's
Right.
really like if you're calling Naga Siren a poor man's Alchemist, then you surely want Alchemist, but at the same time it is AY, and he loves his Naga Siren.
Yes. I mean, to the point of we've seen when you give him his favorite hero.
Yeah, it's not a pretty sight for the
dangerous.
enemy team. Yes.
This is a difficult move for MP right now. I don't think they expected the first pick Warlock from DC.
They would have taken that themselves if it didn't come out from DC.
Yeah.
They were kind of expecting the Alchemist maybe or the Naga, especially because they did go for the Naga in the first phase, the last game. And DC here in the second game changing a lot of their strategies. And MP, you can tell they're taking time in their draft. They totally did not expect this opening from DC. And they're going to have to,
Did you see
change their
Misery's
plan.
face? It genuinely looked like he wasn't expecting that. Just kind of, he was like rubbing his hand on his face, trying to kind of compose himself.
I mean, MP, literally the majority of the games recently, they always open with either an SD or the Warlock. So I'm going to have to try something a little bit different here in this game too. And as you've mentioned, they need something big as well.
Ogre would be a good start to keep their
there's
draft.
something else that they have used in the first couple of picks, Ogre and such. But they're coming out with the Sand King as first.
Okay. Game of chess has begun.
Naga or Alchemist is the question, and if they don't go for that, then we're going to see surely Digital Chaos pick up one or the other and ban the other one.
Difficult to say though, because they open with Warlock. It might suggest they want to go for a more aggressive plan, but it could still work with
Rubik.
Well, Rubik Sand King, that is a very, very, very Chinese opening, I would say. Like a lot of the Chinese teams like Rubik plus Sand King. Very, very flexible. You can go to, like Sand King can go to the off lane, can go for the 4-row. Still doesn't, reveal anything to your opponents, what you're up to, For DC, they're going to have to pick a partner with the Warlock right now.
Takes it away from Saxa as well. You know, we've seen Saxa having some fantastic performances on Rubik.
Yeah, Rubik is still really good versus Warlock because of the spells that you could steal. Either you get the Fatal Bonds, the Rock.
We're going to get the SD Luna coming through from DC. It's a pretty strong opening. I mean, I feel straight up already, Winter, you preferring one of these openings more than the other?
You mean Warlock Luna?
Yeah.
Warlock Luna.
Yeah, no SD Luna. That's
but
definitely not
Warlock Luna is not as flexible as what MP have right now. Rubik and Sanking, you have more variations with where you can go with Rubik Sanking, whereas Warlock and Luna, it's pretty straightforward that they want to team fight you. They're going to take your towers, they're going to pressure you. Warlock and Luna, they're going to just run down one lane, push your towers when they want to team fight you. That's basically what DC wants to do. And you look at MP. What is MP going to do? You really do not know this.
This is literally like, this has revealed nothing.
Yeah, this is like the first day when I saw you. I have no idea.
This is
what MP.
We bonded, haven't we, Winter? We have.
No.
Yeah, I was like, God, this guy is an absolute delight.
Oh, thank you.
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Owen. So good to meet you.
But you guys already knew each other, so.
Yeah, but apparently one of us bullied the other, Owen.
Yeah, according to Reddit. Yeah.
And you were older, so it's definitely you.
I am 4 months older. Yeah.
You are.
4 months.
4 long months.
So MP removes the Legion Commander, something that the teams have been starting to pick up a lot more today.
But people pick it up against illusions? And so far, NP hasn't really shown anything regarding illusions. Do you feel like it says something regarding what NP might try and do here?
I mean, this is just based on my observation, but I think that the teams really value him as an offlaner, initiator, because he has like multiple ways of helping your team. He has the stun removal. He's really good in the laning phase. He provides you with a short cooldown catch. He has D-push. He has a lot of useful tools for a team. And being good at dealing with illusions is also a bonus for the meta.
Right, the Keeper of the Light is the other one that gets removed. Digital Chaos got their hands on it previous game.
That's basically what you don't want to face up, because now DC are trying to do what MP are tried to do in the first game. They're trying to 5-man, so they do not want to be bothered by the Kotal Blast, and they do not want to be slowed down and annoyed by that. So I think that's a pretty good ban, and it gives us a really good idea of what DC are going to do this game. They're going to 5-man, they want to take towers, they do not want you to defend your towers.
There is always such a contrast, isn't there, from the first draft to the second. The first, it's like everyone's done their initial homework and they do their big initial, like, this is play one. And then draft 2, it's suddenly like, okay, suddenly scramble, everything changes down to the remaining, 35 seconds in their time now for NP.
I mean, that's like the beauty of NP's opening. You really do not know what they're trying to do.
Do they?
I mean, they can adjust if they want to. I think that's one of the beauties of a second game in a series, always seeing who adjusts best and fastest. Because surely Digital Chaos, they won previous game very convincingly, but at the same time, they know that NP is going to adjust, and they're trying to think one step ahead about how NP is going to adjust and already adjust. Like, it's a mind game. It's a never-ending mind game. Yeah. It is chess indeed. 7 steps ahead, right, Winter?
Yep, just like my chess game with Alex yesterday.
Did you actually play?
Yeah, I tried. I basically played a game with him in the bar.
He lost in 15 moves, so faster than Owen.
I lost quicker than Owen.
There you go.
Well, you know you've messed up, right, when you move one pawn and Winter looks up from his phone and just goes, God. I got tutted at for my first move. Oh well.
I like that.
Only room for improvement. The only way is up. And there goes Sven. Okay.
Yep, one of AOI's like
classic,
really. And it's really good against the Warlock because you're able to kill the Rock in a few shots with your God Strength and give your team armor. So I think it's a pretty good counter towards the Warlock ultimate.
Okay.
Yeah, we've seen.
Wait a second. What's going on here?
Oh. What is he doing?
That's just a little tease. Little tease. I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was.
There wasn't anything.
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all. Nothing happened, guys. Nothing happened.
Well, I guess you're happy now, right? There's no Alchemist, there's no Naga.
Honestly, I'm feeling good. Feeling very positive about this.
Can I add yet? Do you feel like there's still room?
I mean, you can't really fit it. It's unlikely that MP are going to pick a Naga, but DC could.
Dude, we saw Alchemist Luna game.
Alchemist, I think, definitely could be on the cards for WeHa.
Nice.
Yeah. I got to give you some of those glasses. They're fantastic.
I feel like he's directly talking to me.
Earthshaker.
I gotta get me someone that actually puts the glasses on for me. That's what I need.
Guys, that's an Earthshaker.
That's pretty high. I mean, I'm looking forward to some massive Echo Slam Fatal Bomb combinations.
Wait, is that a Moon hero?
I was going to ask that, I hope
Could it be the
so.
Moonshaker coming back? Something that we've seen at previous big
he's
kind of Valve events.
He's very known for playing that hero.
The
Alex.
Moonshaker.
Yeah, the Moonshaker. But that's going to give Rubik more spells to steal, so Rubik's going to be pretty happy with that pick from DC, but it does give them very good combination with the Fatal Bonds.
Do not give Alchemist.
Do not give.
If that was
Alchemist. Oh, I think a reason for a lot of people to get excited about this pick, SVG Elder Titan, this was one of the things that he was known for the most when he first kind of started to play with MP.
So everyone's kind of going to their signature heroes, it seems.
It's nice. I think this is exactly what you want to be seeing, especially from MP. Down a game, Alchemist is there. It's scary.
Okay. And you're attached to your headset.
I just realized that, I'm coming back.
Yeah. For people that missed it, Alex actually stood up and
he
walked
tried
away.
To,
he tried
to leave the job, basically.
But I really feel the good point is that I kind of like MP's draft so far against Hiao. They can force fights early on, but they need to. I mean, if it gets to the point where Weeha's kind of laughing away with the armlet radius and such, it's going to be pretty much potentially game over. It's going to be very hard for them to come back against a farmed Alchemist. But if Aoi gets ahead, you can get a huge amount of damage on this Sven with the God Strength. You can chunk down that Alchemist.
Natural
but you have
order.
to keep yourself on par.
Natural order plus the Sven ultimate. That's a lot of damage there for MP Sven. So going late game, but then again, you have to understand that Sven is a lot slower than the Alchemist. If you're not going faster in the early game, you're not ahead. The Alchemist just pulls away in terms of network very quickly. And he's not the only problem you're going to have. He does a Luna. That's
there's a lot of team fight on DC and late game insurance policy with the Alchemist there, and it feels like NP, they're good with fighting, but I'm not sure how they will do in a full 5-on-5 team fight. I feel like maybe even Digital Chaos is slightly ahead, depending on if it is a Moonshaker or not.
Jackie Ma's going to pick something weird like a Death Prophet, I think. I don't know what he's going to do.
Death Prophet?
Yeah, the push.
Okay, Winter's got a feel.
Okay.
I don't know.
Alright.
Got a little feel, but he's going to play some weird hero, I think.
I'm feeling Jackie Mao bringing out the old Queen of Pain again, personally.
Please,
come on.
I think we'd get a swear. We would get a swear word out of Winter if we saw a Quap.
There's the axe. That's the first one.
So
nice
in terms of what we're going to be seeing, it is looking to be what the support of Shaker and Moon on the axe, would you imagine?
Yeah, support Shaker.
Yeah, support Shaker then.
Okay, no Moon Shaker.
Well, unless they're trying to do something greedy with a jungle axe and offlane of Shaker. But I
Can they be greedy against NP's
dude,
lineup?
they already have Alchemist and Luna. What more do you want to do? You want to be more greedy?
More greedy, more money.
What do they go for here, though? Final pick. I mean, Envy, he could play something like the Dragon Knight, something that's going to be able to lane up against the Alchemist, stand in the acid spray. You've got that extra armor. I'd still love to see a Queen of Pain.
He's going to show us the Terrorblade mid against Alchemist.
Oh, he's not going to do that.
10.
Don't be silly.
It's just Jackie Mao.
6.
What's he going to do?
4.
It's a Timbersaw.
Okay, I mean, there's 3 melee strength heroes on the side of DC, so straight up kind of looking to deal with that one.
But do they have a timing window?
Definitely. I mean, against this Alchemist strat, I mean, you've already got a team that's going to absolutely love the Aghanims being
They
given
have
out.
pretty good heroes at dealing with the Alk, though. I don't know about timing. Their late game seems pretty good against the Alk.
Okay, it's locked in. NP versus DC. Digital Chaos are 1 win away from a semi-final spot here at the Boston Major. We heard from them themselves. They felt like they'd been underestimated by their opponents, and now NP are just 1 loss away from being eliminated here in the quarters. It's time for them to prove and show what they're worth. 1 game of Dota to determine their fate. Your casters are ready, so let's jump in without further ado to another fantastic game of Dota.
Game number 2, DC versus NP. Who is going to take it? Digital Chaos looked very convincing in Game 1, but Game 2 is a whole different kettle of fish, gods.
Game 2, it's DC with a similar big game, greedy carry, the Naga to the Alchemist, but DC up against a very different NP lineup. This time it feels like NP have adjusted, are looking to tackle the problem directly. They picked up the Timber, they picked up the Elder Titan. They want to be able to try and limit what the Alchemist can do. We'll see how it works.
Is this going to be enough, though? Like, as the panel was saying, like Sheev was going to say, this DC lineup is going to really earn real money. How does NP try and stem that?
Well, they want to try and hit some early game timings. The Sven, well, obviously you want to kind of farm up your Ancients and get those items up first, but normally Sven hits this 3-item timing where he's got Helm of the Dominator, Blink Dagger, and Echo Saber. Once you get that 3rd item, the Blink Dagger, that's where you go, go, go. You take smokes, you play aggressive, but even before then, the lane stage, they want to use the Rubik, Sand King, Elder Titan to really set a fast tempo, try find some early pickoffs. Don't let DC just sit back and farm and chill in their jungle using the Alchemist. So we'll see how well they can play the early game aggression, because that's not really a style that they're necessarily known for. They're more normally they're the ones being the greedier team, which is not the case here.
Well, the laning phase is going to reflect that. For now, Weehaw is just dancing a nice little jig over on the Dire side, knowing he's going to get this first rune. This time it's no competition for the bottom rune. There's DC ensuring the top rune for Weehaw. Unless MSS and Rose have some kind of shenanigans planned. We did see a Rubik get a telekinesis grab and then rune denial, but Rose is too late to the rune. So that is not going to happen today. Or again today.
Yeah, so I really like the out pick. It really pulls NP's draft together nicely. It's just like, how much is this an Envy hero? I haven't seen him play it all too much. It's not like a hero that's like kind of his expected hero pool. You think Envy, you're thinking your ODs, your Razors, your Invokers, but playing what's needed for his team here, and it is a very good matchup when he comes head-to-head against the Alchemist. Problem is, Alchemist can lose his lane and get outplayed, but then he's got bounty runes. Then he's got jungle stacks to fall back to. So it doesn't really matter if the lane doesn't go as well as you'd like as an Alchemist, as long as you're getting some runes.
For now, he doesn't have jungle stacks, and for now, we should also probably keep our eyes a little close on top lane.
Yep.
Misery hovering around. Can't really get close enough for a fissure block. Also understands the ET stomp's going to cause some problems. But the stacks which you're talking about for the Alchemist, they don't exist because Moon is starting inside the jungle. Iron Talon first, disgusting. He'll be playing that jungle, thank you Moon. And then the bottom lane, AUI has a completely free lane, alone as the Sven.
Yep, he's going to look to just push the lane as much as possible, which frees up the pull camps for Rose. So Rose on Rubik is going to get some CS, some farm, as well as levels in the jungle, trying to maximize their efficiency early on.
Fissure out from Misery and the Burrow Strike.
Okay.
Catching MSS doesn't make as much sense just because the Burrow Strike lets him go underneath that stone wall.
Yeah, like you mentioned, the jungle is the big thing that Alchemist doesn't have just yet. But if things start going poorly for him, got to imagine Axel look to free it up for him later on. Perhaps not till like 5-6 minutes in, but once Alk doesn't jungle until he hits level 6, level 7 anyway. So. For the time being, this setup works just fine for them, and it really is DC playing the greed game as far as not even contesting the offlane. They're not looking to keep NP supports busy. This is basically them saying, we're going to just out-farm you. Your supports can do whatever. Your carry can free farm away. We're going to beat him.
Well, as long as your top lane can survive it, MSS has to Burrow Strike away. Resolution has another Lucent Beam available, combining it with a Shadow Word. Okay, that Lucent Beam, the damage, they have enough! From range, DC will find the first blood. Misery's in the neighborhood with a fissure, and very wisely, SVG will back out.
They didn't even need Misery for that one. That's not the first blood that MP were hoping to give up in that off lane. Considering the Earthshaker wasn't even there, it is a bit of a misstep coming from MP. We'll see if they look to continue their pressure in that lane.
ET Illusion is currently chasing him. He was just farming. That Illusion does practically nothing to that axe.
2 damage.
That's huge, massive, drastic change in his.
He heals faster than he takes damage to that Illusion, but it will be able to block the camps, so that's at least one nice small way to slow down the farm.
But this is around that time that Axe is happy to go to the bot lane. Like, you got your boots, you got your Talon, you got almost 5 levels onto the Axe. So he's very, very happy. Weehaw copping a lot of damage. Misery ready there to throw out the fissure. He's more of a babysit. Weehaw still salving up, and Envy, he's pretty deep. He's got 10 reactive armor charges up, and now the TP is coming, but it's Axe coming over. Envy, too deep, can't pull out, and now maybe with the spin, Envy down low. Whirling Death gave him a little bit of space. Bottle charge up quickly. They actually had the movement speed thanks to the early point up in Battle Hunger, but Moon, he needs something. Envy up the hill, 1 second till call. Fissure is out, and Envy is still down. Finally down! That armor is effective. SVG also forced out of the top lane. Thanks to the Fatal Bonds, he's actually tied into the catapult. They can attack the catapult and bring him down. They realized it. But the damage was still enough with Lucent Beam. The Observe Ward on the hill gave them very clear vision.
That is the dream start for DC. Dominating their safe lane in the 3v2 setup, and now getting the kill onto Envy's Timbersaw mid lane. Normally a hero in the mid lane who just doesn't go down unless you really commit 3 or 4 heroes. They do bring the 3 heroes there, but it doesn't really feel like they do, considering Alchemist just sat there farming. He didn't even chase. He threw an acid spray and then just backed off.
Bottom lane.
His contribution was very minimal.
Moon has managed to cut the lane, so he gets in, looking for the call, doesn't have it, but the fissure blocked from Misery. He waited for the perfect time. Axe, where's the spin for the ding? Misery! All right. Totem him down. Give that bonus 100%. That's one way to ensure you get through the Warcry armor.
Well, is this going to be the same thing as last game, winning all 3 lanes? DC can't really claim they're winning the mid lane, considering that Alchemist only has 12 CS currently. And ET makes a nice move to swoop on in, prevents one of the stacks from happening, as I think he's well aware that Wii is at that point where he doesn't want anything to do with this mid lane. He just expects himself to be able to farm faster in the jungle, and we'll try and contest this.
Oh, this is a pain lane. Saksa actually commits the Sentry Ward under the Tier 1 tower, looking for MSS. Managed to get the Shadow Word off directly after, but MSS burrow strikes into the trees. Not much mana left, but mid lane's probably going to be where we look for the kill. Envy again on the wrong side of the river. Misery starts with his stun, follows up. The Stormbolt's coming in, but with the rotation from Resolution, they have more than enough magical damage. The problem is they look very tired while they're asleep in the Tier 1, in the mid Tier 1 tower.
They had the Eclipse there, but too many creeps in the neighborhood, and the Fissure not quite on the side for Axe to get in range for the call, and really nice positioning from ET to be there to help him out. Zanking top getting very low again, and that high ground cliff ward's causing him a lot of problems.
Resolution wants this rune. He doesn't have a bottle, Envy does, and it's going to steal the bounty. And on bottom lane, it's just the regen for Sven. Okay. Ships in the night. Looks like Envy is up here contesting Weehar as well inside the jungle. Doesn't want to let this Alchemist have any level of free farm. Doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, and Envy's obviously going to be a lot more scared about the rotations of the DC players. Misery's still missing on the map.
Coming in, not expecting to be able to kill off Weehar, but hoping to obviously limit the Alchemist farm, even taking these small ones.
Misery's coming. Envy is really overstaying his welcome, but Timberchain will have a lot of confidence, knowing there's no concoction.
They've got Luna coming in. The Eclipse is the tool that they need most if they want to get this kill, and Radiant's Overwatch spots the Luna.
It doesn't see Misery, however, and Envy, well, right now he's kind of gone bush.
He's getting
trying to hide.
He wants to block the camp before he TP's out.
Courier is going to fly right over the top of Eternal Envy. No Courier kills in this game just yet. And then a quick smoke. This was out of range of vision of MP.
I mean, that's the Envy efficiency. He doesn't want to TP 2 seconds before the neutral respawn. He wants to TP as the neutral respawn gets blocked. So just making that extra little bit of an efficient play to limit
Resolution. The timing might be perfect. A quick Lucent Beam. He doesn't have to commit much more. The Lucent Beam will connect. SK in the trees. He's got no way to cut through. MSS. Fog of War is his friend. And maybe now Rubik, Rose steals Lucent Beam, picks up the Luna, throws it back, gets a stun over on the Earthshaker, but then Eclipse is just committed. You can see Rose making a break for the Trolls, hoping for a denial, but with that one hero down, now DC with a catapult can push into the Tier 1 tower. Unless SVG can do something to slow this down. Spirit Stomp is not a bad way.
Got to land it though, and nice little sidesteps will tempt.
Misery has Fissure still. Even if SVG thinks he's got this, he doesn't got anything.
Yeah, AUI's TP was cancelled at bottom by Moon. Moon is actually going in aggressive. He's got a dunk.
Well, with the spin, if he can get in range, Rose TP's just in time. Telekinesis grab will pull him away. Now there's a call available for Rose. He might be able to actually hold the axe here.
Oh, Moon is just playing like a boss in this bottom lane. He knows there's nothing that can stop him. He sees AUI again.
Make a run for him, but AUI feels like bait. EE is on the way. Careful not to cut away the trees. The rest of MP actually need to have that Fog of War to work. So Timberchain forward, Rose with a pickup. Now the call, pulling back in range of the Tier 1 tower, but Dark Creep Wave stops taking the damage. Maybe he'll start hitting Moon, but Saksa arrives. He's got Fatal Bonds plus Rock. They do not want to fight into this one. What's stolen? It's just going to be Shadow Word. Will give good regeneration to Envy if he wants to keep running forward, but Moon and Saksa are leaving.
Moon just like 1v3ing at the bottom lane. Timber rocks up, can't even turn that kill around. That was some ballsy play from the DC offlaner.
Eternal Envy should be dead. Fatal Bonds connects, the Fissure, not the greatest target in the world. Moon will have to run it down in order to get this call off. Able to do so, doesn't want to stand inside the Shark Room, but when they drop the rock instantly into the Culling Blade, It might look like overkill, but it's still going to let them pressure this tier 1 tower very quickly.
Yeah, it was necessary to burst the Timber. Without the rock damage, he wasn't in the dunk range, and the kill may have been lost. So they guaranteed a kill and set themselves up to push the tower.
Trouble. No, wait, hang on. That's only level 5. SK, where is his levels? Where is his net worth? He's at 1,500.
Oh my God, he's number 10.
Well, that's not good. The bottom 3 net worths right now are between like 1680 and 1560, and they all belong to NP.
Well, the smoke here from NP at top.
That's a good Lucent Beam steal, but he can't get in range for resolution.
They couldn't get the telekinesis off with the windlace, the movement speed, able to outstrip what NP were doing. That wasn't a very, like, they just smoked and ran straight at him down the lane. They didn't try and flank him, come in from behind. It was a pretty lackluster attempt at the kill onto the Luna there. Resolution easily avoids it, so it feels like NP just getting a bit desperate here as DC up 7-0, up a huge amount of farm. Alk has 6.6k net worth. Sven is not farming well at all. Sven hasn't even got his Helmet of the Dominator yet.
And Axe just picked up a Blink Dagger. The danger zones on this map are everywhere, and Eternal Envy bond him up. Blink, call, Fisher will hold him there for a little bit longer. He's not in dunk range. Reactive Armor's going to help him. If only he could Timber Chain. Wasn't possible. And Moon is able to get the swish.
Well, with a Blink this early on, DC have all the tools to control the temp of this game, and this is where it doesn't matter how the Alchemist lane went. He's one on
they
top
see
of the net worth, and 2
AUI's just farming underneath the Dire Observer Ward. Axe can't get close enough to get the blink off. He ran down the wrong way. This allows SVG to come over, gets the stomp on the Earthshaker. Remember, Axe might be willing to fight this. Okay, maybe not so. That's a God Strength Sven that just did not need to be fought.
You give that one up. You're getting free farm on your Alchemist in the jungle, on the Luna at top. No need to spill more blood on your side just to save your kind of 5 position Earthshaker. He's not really getting a hollow farm now. Misery, of course, the 4 position player, but finally we'll see NP with a bit of an ancient stack. They are going to farm it with Envy, helping tank this one for Aoi.
And with AUI getting this, at least he can get closer to that armlet. To the BKB. Already has the Helm of the Dominator.
Fairly low here, and without the God Strength, it is a bit slower than they'd hoped. But
question mark: where is NP's items?
He's 0. I mean, he's just dying a lot. He's not got any items, Toby.
Yeah,
that's really all there is to it.
That's a very accurate answer.
He's had a rough time. There's been a lot of pressure. He's overextended in the mid lane. Definitely showing that he's not as comfortable on Timbersaw as these other more NVS mid heroes. It's a great pick for this game, a very good counter pick for the Alchemist, but overstepping his limits in the mid lane. He was creep skipping the mid lane, sitting behind the tier 1 tower, and he got punished for it. The Earthshaker and Axe rotations have been on point, and DC
Speaking of which,
have limited what he can do.
Here they go again. Moon looks towards Eternal Envy, blinks forward, gets the call. Timber Chain won't work with the Fissure control. Timbersaw low, but not low enough for the dunk. So Envy's able to chain himself up and into the hillsides.
Couldn't get the Lucent Beam off. Rezo was a little bit further behind, but it does still look like DC maybe poised to take this tier 1 mid, but NP already pressuring up top in a decent spot themselves.
Wow, okay, there's a nice little kill back. So there's the second kill for MP. Both have been on the Earthshaker, but times are about to get tough. A 13-minute Radiance is coming on the Courier to Weeha. At the time DC push, they still have their big ultimate up. Suxa has that Rock available. Moon able to get the Blink Call onto SVG. Now the Rock will drop. Not much of a Fatal Bond connection, but it's still enough to ensure the ET will fall.
Might not be able to get this tower now. There's a lot of ultimates just for one.
Oh, Moon almost got the call off. It won't happen. Concoction flies out from Weeha, and now Envy turns to fight. So low, the Radiance is burning him out. Alchemist will find the kill with that Burrow Strike 4 from MSS, but he's locked in thanks to the Fissure that Rose stole. The call will bring him in with the dunk. Everyone from DC gets a buff, and they look for more. The Observer Ward scouted out AUI, moving down to the bottom lane, and DC know they can freely push to even the tier 2 tower now.
This does not look like an Alchemist who got pressured in lane and jungle. He had jungle camps constantly being blocked. He had his jungles being stolen by Envy coming in to take like all kinds of different neutral creeps, but still the 13-minute Radiance and not just looking to keep farming with it. Weeha joins his team, fights around this strong early game Radiance time. And whenever he's got the Chemical Rage up between Armlet and Chemical Rage, he's pretty unkillable in that front lines. Envy doesn't have the damage up yet. Only 2 points in Whirling Death, 2 points in Timber Chain, the single point in Chakram. He doesn't have levels as a Timbersaw to pose a big enough threat.
It seems odd. Now he's going to try and battle against Moon, who gets the call off, and Envy follows him unwillingly.
Yeah, not by his own choice, by me. Moon was just looking to farm there. He kind of blinked in and didn't realize Envy was on top of him until half a second later.
I don't think he's going to care that much now. He's completed a Vanguard. This is an insanely tanky Axe, which NP can't kill, even because Envy is the one who is meant to be able to deal with him.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for... That's the thing. Even if Sven catches up in farm, there's going to be potential Crimson Guard on the Axe. There's Alchemist who can build into the Shiver's Guard, into the Assault Crest, all kinds of armor items there. He can get blocked off in fights by fissures.
They want to use Misery as bait. Now Axe Blink, call again! Caught him with the Echo, the Fissure, the Dunk! Everything is just sweet and fluid for DC.
Yeah, they're making all these good moves where they don't have to bring in 3 or 4 heroes. It feels like when NP go for a kill, it's like 3, 4 heroes just to kill an Earthshaker. For a DC, it's like 2-man gank. They have a Blink Axe. All he needs is a +1. When you can gank with a Blink Initiator and just have 1 hero partner up with him, that's when things are going very sweet. Alchemist has not had to come to a fight the entire game.
There goes your SK. MSS tries to hide. Sandstorm won't keep him hidden long enough. So Warlock finds the kill with the Fissure, the ET splitter. Third death, 100% Misery.
Yeah, it's not so fun, but he's playing this very aggressive with his positioning, which is not default or anything. It's how DC are in such a good spot because of some of his movements. Killing the Timbersaw on numerous occasions. It's been really good aggressive play from Misery, but every now and then you get punished. An Earthshaker, very slow hero with no escape, so... Now the tower, Weeha's involved in this one once again. He's now got the boots of travel. And they can even go for a Roshan if they want fairly soon.
As long as they can hold on to the rest of their lanes, Misery will take care of the top. Luna finishes up an entire Hurricane Pike. Not even a Dragon Lance, a Hurricane Pike 16 minutes in.
They've got more bounty runes coming the way of Alchemist. And yeah, this is really do or die time for NP. They need to think aggressive plays they can make. And I mentioned the 3 item timing on Sven. The Blink Daggers, I imagine, coming next.
Oh, Envy just wanted to farm. Resolution's going to be here. Lucid Beam won't hit. Concoction flies out. Misery's able to get the stun. Kind of on the wrong side of the Fissure, however. So Eternal Envy just makes a break for the top lane. And he'll TP back away to safety in just a sec. Or will he?
It's Envy. You never quite know what he's going to do. Always plays that, goes for that extra creep wave or that extra bit of efficiency.
He's cutting all the way back past the tier 2 tower. Right now, Greenpeace is not his friend.
Is he going to take this creep wave? Has the Arcane Rune. Look like it.
Well, the creep wave just passed.
He knows his team is coming towards his top lane. Yeah,
he thinks someone from DC is going to fight this, but everyone from DC has already left. They don't want a bar of him.
Yeah, they seem to be well aware that this Sven is in fact bait. And they see the Sven top, expect heroes behind him. They say they're all top, we take Rosh. Tier 2 top tower for Roshan. A fine trade in DC's mind.
Yeah, because this is also going to set DC up. Once they have the Aegis to the Immortal, you're looking to go high ground. You've got your combination up. The Alchemist is in a position now where he's going to be very comfortable fighting and not just having to split push this game out. And we'll see if MP's up to the task to defend.
That's kind of what separates the good Alchemist players from the Alchemist players that just go through the motions, picking up the classic items, the Radiance, the Armlet into Radiance, Boots of Travel, Manta Style Octarine. It's the ones that know when they can fight. The fact that he fights when he had just Radiance and Armlet because he knew he was ahead. And now he can actually push high ground before he hits some of those item timings. A lot of Alchemist players are just like, oh, I do nothing until I'm 6-slot. No, this hero is very powerful if you are in fact ahead. So fighting around the Alchemist is definitely a way that DC can look to play this one out, and they do not want to give NP too much breathing room just to make plays happen.
But you can see NP are also very timid, so even if the play is good to go out, that tier 2 tower still didn't even fall. Digital Chaos took care of it. Yep. The Axe was sitting behind the tower, but NP potentially could have forced the push with that many heroes they had and got some kind of trade, but they don't even get that.
It really shows the team with no vision. They're playing scared. They don't
Top
know
lane,
for sure.
Weeha actually BT's in with the concoction already prepared, stunning into Eternal Envy. Almost a whoa, boy! Okay. That is a Mack truck, and he is planted on the grill.
Yikes. That's a worrying sign. Alk solo killing your mid. Envy now 1 and 6 on the mid Timbersaw. Really signs of the current state of affairs here for Team NP. It's a very desperate position to be in. They need to make use of this Blink Dagger they've now picked up on the Sven. Had to wait for his God Strength and use that to farm the Ancients, and once he's got it back up, it really feels like you've got to go for a smoke and go for a big initiation. It's so risky because of the counter initiation from a Warlock, from an Earthshaker, from an Axe. There's 3 huge counter initiation, but you've still got to do something. You can't sit back and give DC the game, letting them farm and take everything on the map.
I would say the Blink Dagger on the SK might help him too, so MSS has that, but he's being shut down so heavily. There's still a level 1 epicenter.
He just got the Tomb of Knowledge, so he gets that XP up. He's now level 2 at least.
All right.
He's going to look to probably hide in the trees, but if you're DC, you may just push very safely, only have Rezo on the front lines.
Wow, okay. Earthshaker has his own Blink Dagger. Yep. So you can have that Echo Slam. Weeha's already left. Goes to bottom lane, triggers off the Mana Style. Eternal Envy was trying to push this lane out, but Weeha
could just
reads the maneuver, and Weeha, we'll see how much damage he's got. Chemical Rage is on cooldown for the moment, but Concoction will hit, and Timbersaw, there's no way! He can't survive it! EE caught outside the base.
Yeah, tough. He knows there's a lot of heroes top. He wants to get that bit of extra farm before defending, and Weeha just happens to be in the right place. Perhaps could have backed when he saw the illusion, since that's a telltale sign that, hey, Alka's nearby, he just used Manta, but you've got to really push your hero to the limit when you're behind as much as NPR right now, and Weeha able to punish that.
And all he wanted to do was just farm up more. Picks up more bounty runes on the way around. He's got 3.7k gold on the Alchemist, and it looks like it's Nocturne build. BT's to the top lane, so he's got so many more stats ready to push this top. SVG going to miss on the stomp. In fact, it's going to get fissured. It's a little bit further back, but DC are okay with this. They're here for the tower. Once they have the tower, Resolution's glaives are going to tear NP in two.
Oh, and that tower's dropping fast.
At least Rose has the Chemical Rage, so he's got a little bit more sustain. But yep, there goes your towers. Fishes are out. Moon waiting for the blink. He actually has it on cooldown for the moment. Eternal Envy is actually being forced back out again. The Resolution's just open on the rain tracks.
And Battle Hunger on Aoi means he can't blink into an initiate. That's a big problem for them right now. They get a lot of good permanent damage on the rain tracks. The melee racks will be healing up, but I imagine DC are not going anywhere. They want to come back in here.
Yep. Range racks is gone. Glaives continue to bounce around too. Where's your jump? There's the epicenter. MSS goes in. Misery's low, but he still gets a stun off. The Stomp, it might be enough, but no, it's not. Suxa gets his ulti to drop down with the rock. It is all the momentum going the way of DC. The Earthshaker might have fallen, but Resolution stands his ground. The BT's back. AUI looking for some kind of kill, but even then when he TP'd forward, he instantly blinks into defense. And it's Envy caught on the wrong side of the tracks. It's already a double kill for Weeha. Moon will dunk it down, but it's Resolution with a triple kill, and GG! DC will not only 2-0 NP out of the Boston Major, they will obliterate them.
That was a stomp, Toby. From Game 1, 25-minute Naga victory. Game 2, 25-minute Alchemist victory. You're talking these, Alchemist not the biggest of late game heroes, but heroes that normally win games around the 35 to 40-minute mark. No, DC win all their lanes, outplay NP badly. This was just pristine play coming out from Digital Chaos.
And the only reason why this wasn't a one-punch knockout is the fact that NP were forced to play 2 games. This is brutal, and I would feel very, very sorry for any team that has to go up against Digital Chaos. They are looking solid in draft and solid in execution at the moment.
DC is one of those teams we just haven't talked about too much. They haven't been in that side of the bracket where you've got your VPs, your EGs, your OGs, and they've kind of silently just swooped their way into the semifinals. And realistically, they're playing on a level easily as good as those teams. Potentially, you could argue even better, because the way they win, the way they move around the map, it's just flawless. That's a team, NP, who've had really close games against other top teams like Wings. They took down eHome. They beat an EG if you go back to the beat LAN. Yep. And here they are. They look completely outclassed by DC. You've got to look at DC right now as one of the tournament favorites.
I'd be more, Adfin and LGD forever young are the team they face up next. DC look really set.
They're loving their bracket, but
yeah, they look really, really set to get into that grand final. Of course, who are they going to face up against? We're going to find out tomorrow. But who's actually going to face up against them? That's from this afternoon's matchup panel. Who gets there?
I mean, that is a huge question. We have to just take a couple of moments, surely, Toby, to just appreciate the speed at which that game is over. I know you already commented on it, Gods, but I mean, what is it, 47 minutes for a series? If you actually just add up the in-game time, that's absurd. And I'm sure no one expected to see NP crumble in such a quick fashion.
Their early game really got exploited by DC. Despite the fact DC's picking these late game carries, the Alchemist, the Naga, I think DC just found a way to really punish NP's weak laning stage.
So picking up wins with stereotypically long game heroes in sub-25 minutes.
Yeah,
that's it. That's the summary.
That's scary if you're going to be versing DC.
All right, so all eyes are on DC. Thank you very much. That was Toby and Gods. It will be a brief casting stint. It's already over. One of the quickest series we've seen in the Boston Major, at least at this stage in the game. Quarterfinals, and it's done in 47.
Toby opened the series saying, you know, we're here again, me and Gods. We have a history of casting long games, and we're in for a long one. And there it is.
Well, they've bucked the trend. But I mean, let's reflect upon this series. Shiva, we can start with you. I mean, it's NPR eliminated, and there's no magical anime-style comeback here.
You know, I thought NP was going to be given some time to have their plan, you know, form around the heroes that they wanted to get the core items, because it was actually Moon that started in the jungle with his axe. I'm thinking, okay, they're going to let Sven free farm, you know. There's a chance here that NP can pull it out, and then they just got everything they wanted so fast, and they killed Envy. Poor Envy. He died like 5 times, I believe, throughout the game. It was very, very unfortunate that Timbersaw needs a bit of a good start. He needs, like, one of his strengths is that he normally doesn't die. He's very tanky.
Yeah, I mean, one of his strengths as well is doing well in the lane against kind of a melee core in the middle against Yak. And at the very early stages, it was looking relatively all right, but it was an Alchemist. There's always going to be space for him to recover from any sort of pressure in the mid lane, and just the rotations from DC's supports were absolutely bang on in terms of not just shutting down Envy, but pretty much the whole team of MP. I mean, the laning stage was a huge mess, and it really did just go sharply downhill for the side of MP as the game went on.
Yeah, nearly 50% of the kills DC did manage to acquire were versus Envy on that Timbersaw. Winter, you were not necessarily convinced or particularly in love with seeing the Timber in EE's hands.
I mean, usually I would suggest, pick Timber against Alchemist, good laning matchup for that, but I know that he does not play this hero. So I was really surprised that they actually picked up the hero, and we even have a stat, right? As Shiva said.
Yeah, in his pubs, in his history, he has a 15% win rate over 20 games of playing Timbersaw.
15%.
15. 1-5. And this is not his esports profile. This is his
just generally.
Just generally.
So you'd expect it to almost be higher than competitive, just because, you know, he's playing against perhaps arguably lesser opponents.
Yeah, it's not one of his most well-practiced heroes. Let's put it at that.
I mean, it really feels, kind of looking at that stat and looking at how the draft panned out, it looked like it was just a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction to the heroes that DC had. They felt, well, we can fit a Timbersaw in here. This is very good against some of the heroes that DC had. But at the end of the day, just the performance was it was punished. You know, you can't necessarily write EE off for struggling himself as a player. It's just the fact that DC. They probably knew that Envy, he doesn't play a lot of Timbersaw in pro games at all, so they knew that would be the weak link. They heavily punished it early on, and Envy, on this hero, a hero that he doesn't play a lot, just seemed it was unable to catch back up. He didn't know what to do once he'd been punished that early on.
Is that something that, you know, you think could have very well been in DC's game plan, Winter, to kind of not force him into that, but kind of guide him, just, you know, like putting the blinkers on and be like, Timber, big Timber?
Probably not, but maybe they know that he doesn't play Timbersaw, and they're really not afraid of. They didn't even try to ban the hero out, so they kind of weren't expecting. I think they banned out the Razor instead, which is something Envy played a lot. So they were just targeting bans at what he usually plays, and maybe they felt like, oh, we don't really have much good options here for Envy. We have to go for something that he doesn't play, but it's really good against Alchemist.
We had a great opportunity earlier on before this series started to actually watch the Misery player profile video. We learned a lot about him. We saw basically the epitome of Danish Viking in his father, saying that it is important to be happy, and I'm sure Misery is happy right now. He's hanging out on the stage. He's got himself a spot in the semi-finals, and Slacks is alongside him.
Thank you very much, Machine. And indeed, he is very happy, as is the crowd, as they are yelling and going ham for him. Woo! DC does it again, boy. Takes out MP, probably one of your biggest competitors, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I suppose so. It's NA DOTA, you know. Yep. It's the pinnacle of NA DOTA. So.
You're a very famous NA DOTA player now, right?
I am.
Okay, fantastic. So I want to talk to you about that first game. It looked like you guys were in complete control, and you took that Naga. Were you doing that as a deny pick, or did you just think it would work well for you?
obviously we know they play Naga, but we also play Naga, so we just felt like it was a good opening against their Warlock, which we assumed they would go for. So yeah, we went with it and it worked out like as planned, basically. So.
Now you are the drafter for the team, correct?
Yes.
All right, so you picked yourself Coddle and then Earthshaker. Both those heroes are kind of seemed as pretty weak by other teams. Why do you guys seem to keep picking those? Why do you like them?
We kind of knew what we wanted to do in game 2. The Shaker pick was a bit like a middle ground. You know, we could go different routes with it, and then yeah, it was just like a casual Shaker in a sense. And then they showed one more hero, and then we knew what to go for. So, and the Coddle is just great with Naga, and like yeah.
All right. Oh, that guy likes Coddle, my boy. All right, attaboy. Okay, so standard question, as all people must ask as you go in the semifinals. This is going to be LGD versus Adfinum. I got to know, who is DC most looking out for in that game? Who do you think is going to be the most dangerous team to face?
I don't know. We'll have to see how this series go. I mean, LGD looked really strong yesterday, I think. Better than expected. Obviously, Shao 8, the only Chinese team. Yeah, it's going to be hard either way. Adfinum also looks strong. So we're just going to prepare for the winner, and then we'll see.
All right. Well, solemn words, but very thought-provoking indeed. That was Misery, the man of the hour. Beautiful movie, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful man. All right, back to you guys on the panel.
Thank you very much. That was Slacks and Misery. Yes, indeed, we did start to open the Misery storybook, and he has added an extra chapter as he gets to the semi-finals of the Boston Major. Will it be the grand finals, and will he be lifting the trophy? Remains to be seen. First of all, he has to overcome who just joined him in the semis. We'll be talking about that in just a moment, but we have got to bring up that scoreboard, and it is a rather dank scoreboard at that. Such a swift dispatch of NP into the second for NP, 20 for DC.
Yeah, I like that there's no total score visible here, so that, you know, you kind of can avoid that meme a little bit.
It's there.
Is it there? I can't see it. No.
Absolutely.
It's hidden just under the team names.
Well, okay, it's hidden just under the team names.
It's a small 420.
It's a small
It's a casual
one.
420.
You don't really see it that well. Anyway, what you do see well is that overall, Digital Chaos is just... They looked unstoppable in that game.
I mean, this game was much more of a run over than game 1, and that's saying something. You know, game 1 in itself was looking pretty dire for MP, but game 2, just DC performing on another level. I mean, it's kind of what we expected coming into this one, you know, unless MP were going to have this special bit of flair.
I mean, let's not forget that we didn't frame it as such, but we were waiting to see DC get tested, right? I mean, truly tested. They played Wings, they played LFY, and they played Faceless. NP, most people would agree, is in a different category to those, and another quick 2-0. Surely this is where, you know, you start shoveling coal into the DC hype train. I know I would.
Yeah, like everyone was saying, oh, MP is going to be a tough test because they know them well, but at the same time, DC know them well. So a lot of the bans and picks were really directed towards certain playstyle that MP has.
And perhaps to investigate that playstyle better than anyone here on the panel is Purge. Let's see what he's got for us here. I'm rubbing my hands together and ready to learn some more.
Hey guys, once again, we saw an Alchemist do very well, but it's not like NP didn't do their best to try to shut it down. They've won a lot of outgames have turned into victories, and NP followed up with the Timbersaw, much talked about, but a very good 1v1 hero against Alchemist. Very high regen, very high armor, and your first skill is also going to do a huge nuke against Alchemist and make sure that his HP is lowered temporarily. So pretty much any trading against him is not going to work out. You could see Envy's pressure in the lane. Despite being a little sloppy with the hero here or there, his laning was fantastic, and he constantly kept Weehaw at really low CS. The supports even rotated to make sure that no matter what, Alchemist did not get a rune, which was a really nice benefit as well. No free bounties to catch up as well. But things kind of started turning sour when they started losing heroes in their dual lane. Because he grabbed the top rune, MSS on the Sand King ends up dying on the top lane. And then as the game rotated around, Moon Meander got into the lane and did amazing against the Sven. Melee hero versus an axe, and they had Fissure to keep the axe closer to those melee heroes. And that was really a big thing that turned fights around repeatedly. A couple fissures here and there guaranteed that they got follow-up and were able to get those kills. So while Envy did have a pretty straightforward laning matchup, he tried his best to pressure against Alchemist. It just didn't really work out too well. And this was really the first fight where they finally got Radiance. It came about here. And even without Radiance, I don't really see NP winning this fight. They're already really far behind in net worth as well. So the laning stage, they did their best, but Envy couldn't quite carry the game on his shoulders. Maybe a little sloppy on the hero, but ultimately a pretty straightforward DC win.
Yeah, straightforward. It's not usually attributed to DC Comics. They make absolutely no sense, but it's good to see that we are seeing DC pick that one up convincingly. Oh, getting with the rhyme. I hate myself. Okay, guys, but let's wrap up this series. It is going to be the quickest one we've seen. 47 minutes of play across 2 games for that victory. I just want to say your closing thoughts, though, in that rather fantastic and spectacular Dota tie.
Hey, Ralph, thank you.
Is that available to the public, or is
it is
that
right
like a
now
Caster
at the
exclusive?
secret shop over opposite the Wang. There we
opposite the Wang.
Opposite the Wang, not mine. The theatre that we're in.
Hang on, wait. I don't know. Are you pointing your Wang? No.
No.
You could, if you point your
I'm
Wang
not at
and
the moment, Alex. I mean, that, you know, there's nothing really too exciting about that series in terms of flashy plays from MP. It may have been there if there was, maybe if the MV Queen of Pain came out. It didn't. We got the MV Timbersaw instead, which was.
Oh, Queen of Pain floats your boat, does she?
Only when MV plays it,
okay.
and only when he misses the Sonic Waves. So you know, it's very, very particular.
Okay.
But overall, I think the series, as I said at the start, we needed MP to bring a special bit of flair. You know, the bit of the magic. It wasn't quite there today. Maybe if we saw this matchup on another day, it would have gone a different way. But DC overall, reliability, they take the series.
It's a British
Flair
thing.
wasn't there. He's doing it. He can't stop.
It's a British
It's a
thing.
bug. We've caught the bug.
Oh.
Rhyming bug.
Yeah, you did it accidentally there.
You were rhyming. Okay, well.
Right, Shiva, I do just want your closing thoughts, and also actually let's screw closing thoughts. Let's set our sights on what is ahead, because we have another series. One more team needs a semi-final spot. We have 3 of 4, and I know you're excited.
I am very excited. I think it is no secret I was a little biased on the panel yesterday.
Sure.
And I'm happy that I'm not going to be biased on the panel next series, because I am going to kick my feet up, and I'm going to just watch the game and enjoy some good Dota, because, I mean, I was really surprised to see LGDFY do so well yesterday. Personally, I was expecting LGD, like the original LGD, to make it through, but I mean, you can't underestimate the power of Zhao 8. So I'm kind of worried for Adfinem, but I think it's going to be a great series.
Yeah.
Maybe you can get hooked up with like an Adfinem shirt, just go sit yourself in the crowd and enjoy it from there. I'm sure they're having fun. They've been making plenty of noise. And just finally, Winter, both teams have impressed. One beat LGD. Invited. The other beat Newbie, invited. I mean, these guys have both surprised. They've taken 2 invited teams out of the equation. This should be a fantastic final game.
Yeah, both teams have a really good matchup in their previous series, and they have a point to prove. Xiao with his stand-ins, not a pushover, and Adfinem, the new team, the hungry team.
Yeah, there you go. A perfect summary. We have got a lot of stories to look forward to. And actually, you know what? We've got a little treat for you while you wait. While you do prepare yourself for the final series of the day here, before we prepare for the semi-finals, we're going to be taking a quick look at some Dota Family Feud. I don't know. That's what I've been told. Let's take a look.
Next matchup, Adfinem versus LGD Forever Young.
Question number 1. What tilts you the most in a game of Dota 2, as polled by 100 fans sitting at the Boston Major? Begin. Go. Deliberate. You can yell out whatever.
Forehead.
Forehead.
Jungle Legion.
What was that?
Jungle Legion.
Jungle Legion survey. Do I have a Jungle Legion? That's incorrect. Sorry. It does not work on Malstrick's list. You're good to go whenever you guys are ready.
Kappa Prime.
Okay, Kappa. You're too slow. You're too slow.
Flaming other teammates.
Do I see flaming other teammate? Ding, ding. That is correct. That is correct. How many points do we have there?
10 points.
10 points for Team A. Oh, what is your team name? I'm so sorry.
Oh, what's our team name?
Eternal Envy.
Team Eternal Envy. All right, I heard a Bible thumb here. Bible thumb.
Astral? Wait, we're doing team names or answers?
No. You're doing your answer. You don't get a name if you get 0 points.
Same question?
It's always the same question. What tilts you the most in a game of Dota 2?
Astral Prism.
Astral Prism. Do I have Astral Prism? Ding, ding, ding. That is correct. How many points was that?
4 points.
4 points. Not the best. What is your team name, though? Team Tickles. Team Tickles is doing great here. All right. The question still remains. You got 1 more chance each. 1 more guess each, please. Whenever you want. Same question. Oh, Ellie, you go.
Feeders.
Do I hear feeders? That is correct. How many points? 16 points! Oh, that is the highest that you can get. Team Tickles coming out ahead. One more, guess. What do you have?
What do we got?
Team Eternal Envy.
All right.
Will you throw this game?
First of all, we're changing the name to Team SV Jesus.
You're about to lose, so I mean, your team name doesn't really matter, but.
Techies.
Do I hear a Techies? Ding ding! But how many points?
9 points.
9 points for Team Techies, SVG, Jesus, Eternal Envy. Please add up our points here, Moustrix.
Thank you, Lois. Team Tickles wins by 1 point.
Team Tickles! Round 1 is won by 1 point. All right, it's time for round 2, ladies and gentlemen. Round 2. If you were trapped on a desert island, what pro player would you like to have with you? We pulled 100 members of the audience here today, and this is for the win on our best of 3. What do we have here? Go. You're right. What was it?
Crit.
What? You did not? Oh, I'm sorry. You did not. Oh, I'm sorry. Crit. Ding, ding, ding. That is correct.
4 points.
4. That is the worst. One of the worst answers. Crit. Not very popular on that one. You guys, all you have to do is say a Twitch emote, and it is in your ball, in your court. Anybody?
We have to wait for that.
Do we get another?
No. It's you. Oh, Kappa. Here we go.
E, of course, because he's perfect.
EE, Eternal Envy. Ding, ding, ding.
6 points.
6 points. Right above Crit. Right above Crit. Everyone, take your time.
Pride.
Cap of Pride.
Arteezy.
Do I have Arteezy? I do. How many points?
15 points.
15 points. That's second highest one. 15 points. It's not looking good for Team Tickles. Pro player that you would want to be stuck on an island with. Take your time, Team Tickles. You have another guess. And I'll give this one to you. You don't even have to yell out. Just randomly say any pro. Who's a nice pro player? Are there anyone even out there that's almost like a flower because of how kind they are? Excuse me. What was that?
Ellie Giggle.
Ellie Giggle.
I'll say no tail.
No tail. Yes, that's ding, ding, ding.
19 points.
19 points for Team Tickles. All right, finally, I'll let you guys have this one for free. Tickles with a no steal. You need a real good pro player one more time. According to the audience, the pro player you'd most like to be stuck on a desert island with, you must do this, Team Eternal Envy, SVG, Genius, Techies.
All right, I'm going to say Zai.
Do I hear a Zai? Ding, ding, but for how many points?
9 points.
9 points. That's a pretty high. We're going to add up those scores. Judges, please. Who wins?
Team Eternal Envy.
No! Team Eternal Envy in our best of 3 challenge. No, wait. You guys, did you win round 1? Team Tickles won. It is a tie. It's time for the tiebreaker question. Ladies and gentlemen, the tiebreaker question. This is according to me. What I care about most, and I will tell you who is the best hero in the game. Go ahead.
Omni Knight.
That is incorrect. I'm sorry, but that is going to be, yes.
Techies.
That is correct, sir. It was Techies. It was Techies is the greatest hero to ever grace Dota 2. I'm so sorry.
Who are you?
But he is amazing. Please, Ice Frog, bring him back. Congratulations to Team Tickles. You've done it. Well done. Woo!
One more spot remains in the semi-finals of the Boston Major. This is a big one. If you're unfamiliar, $3 million being battled for and a whole lot of pride. And talking of pride, the Lions of Ad Finum have already impressed. We're going to be seeing what the Greeks can do. It's been always a case of always the bridesmaid, never the bride, and however, now they find themselves perhaps leading the pride. They are going to be going ahead to try and get that semi-final spot, but standing in their way, it's the director and his ragtag group of Chinese players, the only team representing China currently here at the Boston Major in the quarterfinals. Let's get them up on the stage, though, so we can start talking about the nitty-gritty of this final quarterfinal of the day. It's LGD Forever Young coming in first, followed followed by the Greeks.
It is no secret that strategist Xiao 8 is one of the best leaders in the world, and the TI4 winning captain has ventured once more onto the breach with blood brother Yao. Joined by mid-veteran Super and 2 hungry stars of tomorrow, they conquered the Chinese regionals. Now, with DDC and END coming to their aid for the final showdown, they have added 2 deadly new weapons to their arsenal. Welcome on stage, LGD Forever Young. This band of Greek gladiators stuck together through thick and thin. And now, their major breakthrough has finally arrived. Benefiting from the vast improvements of mid-laner Thug, they dominated the European regional qualifiers in style. This is the biggest tournament of their careers so far, and after the trials and tribulations to get this point, they will relish every second of it. Welcome on stage, Ad Finim.
What a sparkly shirt. That is LFY, and we have, of course, got them going up against Ad Finim. Our first discussion has to be, well, first of all, the fact that it is just this for China. I mean, 28 players from China, and it comes down to LFY. Does this seem like a bit of a surprise to you guys? Are you expecting much more in the quarters to semis?
I think most people expected Newbie to do quite well.
Wings, maybe?
Well, Wings, of course. Even the LGD Classic squad, despite coming in as a replacement, were looked at as one of the stronger Chinese teams and showed that winning their group. But it's a pretty strong group of 5 players to have representing China, some really experienced names who've done very well at Valve events. So,
well, I mean, we can bring those names up now, and I mean, you yourself and Winter can guide us through them. I mean, well, I'd like to go from left to right with every single one if it's possible. I mean, End has been doing damage to start us off, Winter.
Yep. He used to be called ZYF, and I think he's like considered one of the best carries in China since last year. After his showing in a couple of tier 2 teams, a lot of players regard him as a rising carry. You know.
Okay, eyes on him. Super as well. We focused almost specifically on Super in the last time we were talking about LFY. He seems to be regarded as one of these not so flashy.
Reliable.
Reliable. We were trying to find a word to phrase it. Does that sound right to you guys? Just this kind of a reliable?
Steadfast.
Steadfast. I like that, Ted. Yeah, okay, let's go with that.
You know what you're going to get. He's not going to outdo your expectations, but he'll meet your expectations, which is sometimes what you need from at least certain roles. Yeah, some teams will have a flashy, explosive mid laner, but that's what LFY get from their safe lane carry player. So he's always consistent. He's good. He plays the kind of heroes that aren't going to be flashy as well.
And, I mean, Mr. Consistent on the desk can perhaps walk us through the Greeks, because I know... Hey, where's your card gone, Ted? You had a...
It's in my other soup pocket.
You fool.
I know. It's in my other soup pocket.
You did have an ad...
Do you have a pen? I could just go for no memes today.
don't have a pen on me.
I know.
Oh, I do. Here we go.
It's all right. There we go. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. All right, well, I'll
Right, you
cover
do
this
that.
in a second. But anyway, who hasn't
Ad Finum, let's
fallen
bring
in
him
love with Ad Finum? These guys are exciting to watch. You can tell that they are having the time of their lives, and that is very endearing. I did hear it's Madara, not Madara, because apparently Madara means something
nasty,
less pleasant in Greek. So Madara is what I'd heard. But honestly, I mean, maybe next time with his plays, very exciting hat trick of courier kills in one game. It's just stuff like that I love watching. Is people maybe doing something that not everybody else is. They're fantastic to watch, and they absolutely keep you on the edge of your seat.
They're fun in-game, fun out-of-game.
Yeah.
After they won yesterday, they were over in the talent room hanging out. They were watching their player reactions, just laughing at themselves as they won. So they went through each of the player reactions one by one. And Spartan ends up on the ground rolling around laughing, laughing at himself and his
I did see that
teammates.
video, yeah. I think Malastrix uploaded the video.
And the whole team was just having hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, being friends is very important. Like among a team, I know certain teams that are just there as teammates. They are not actual friends. They don't hang out. The team feels different, you know. You know, this team, when we always talk about this Ad Finum team. They look like a unit. They look a lot stronger with each other. They don't have one shining star. They always work very well as a team.
Yeah, and surely they're making quite a strong case as well for, oh God, I'm not going to say this, not the power of friendship. Let me think of
Oh
another
my
one.
goodness.
No, wait, stop. Not the power of friendship, just the power of staying together and developing as a team, all right? Because they've been together over a year. They haven't necessarily just, clicked their fingers, built a roster and appeared here, which some teams here at the Boston Major have done. It's been a long, persistent process. And they managed to get themselves to the Boston Major and to a quarterfinals. Already doing better than some of the big names here, better than the TI winners, the defending TI winners.
And outside of Wings, every team has changed their roster, I believe.
Yeah.
Outside of Wings, it was literally, just Ad Finum stuck together.
So it definitely makes a case that playing together, sticking together, knowing each other well. Of course, for them, it helps that they're all on the same page as far as they can communicate in Greek much better than they can in English. But the team is showing a great. I mean, when you look at them talk about their strength, it really is like their team play and their coordination in a lot of those fights.
Representing their nation and also doing a fantastic job of playing some, perhaps a little shift away from the meta Dota. I'll be talking to them in just a moment about what that was. In fact, why don't we bring up that head-to-head, because I'm pretty sure Mr. MNT does feature upon it. It is Maybe Next Time and Zhao 8. What a head-to-head this is as we venture to the support role.
Career sniper against jungling specialist.
Yeah. It's like greed versus Genku almost, I'd say. Like Zhao 8 gets a lot more farm from what we were seeing, has been playing.
He's super greedy right now as a support player. Like he totally changed his play style. Like
the GPM there, I mean, says
when he gets
all.
his stacks off. We saw the Purge video yesterday.
I'm actually going to be really excited to see if Ad Finum are going to just let them do exactly that, and they were going to go with some bounty hunter, someone to go and harass him, steal XP.
Yeah, you've got to assume LFY have seen the Ad Finum game, and I mean, bounty must be. It's almost like banning. Maybe it's not quite as big, but banning Naga Siren when you're playing against AUI is maybe you ban bounty, because it's obviously a big part of their game plan to disrupt you early and to make things harder for you so that it's easier for them in lane.
And we know how we talked about persistence, Ted. One of the things we also kind of want to remind the viewers of was the persistence in their draft, because it didn't necessarily work out the first time, did it?
No, but I think if you can go a game down, like we haven't seen that many teams go a game down and come back. It's been a lot of 2-0s, remember? That's been like the story of the tournament, a lot of 2-0s. So the fact that one of the least experienced teams at a big event have come in and just gone a game down and just gone, you know what, guys, we're not going to change the way we play. We're going to stick with it and we're going to win the game. It was a huge credit to them.
In fact, I'm just quickly adding up. Out of 12 games we've seen today, or over the course of the playoffs, we've seen 3-game series. And Ad Finum went 1-0 down and managed to overcome that. Huge from them, and I wonder if you guys are going to be swayed by the romantic Greek story. I'm even seeing flags in the crowd. It seems like you guys have been equally as besotted by their gameplay and just their general aura on the stage.
Harvard
That seems to be a popular opinion. I want to know your opinions, though. It is Mr. Lilac on the end, though, first of all. The British bookend. What's your...
the British bookend. I don't know if that's a positive thing.
Yeah, one over here, one over there. With a nice...
I've tried to remain as neutral as I can, and people... I know I was talking to OD and Shiva beforehand, and I was going to try and get an Ad Finum chant going, because I am biased.
I've heard about this.
Right, and I'm not going to do it, because it wouldn't be professional, god damn it. So I'm going to avoid doing that. I'm just going to say I personally think that they've got a very good chance, but it would be unfair for me to root for one team over the other. But I would like to see them win.
Okay, it's hard not to find some kind of endearing elements within Adfin, but also LFY, what a storyline that is, gods. I mean, just seeing Zhao 8 herding this team to victory over their sister team, and there is a grudge there, that was big in itself. What have you got from with the predictions?
I mean, doing that with stand-ins, Zhao 8 has had so much experience. In my mind, he's the most successful Dota 2 captain at Valve events, period. And that's in over a course of 5-6 years of TI's majors. So to me, his experience, even though they've got the stand-ins, he has this ability to just put teams together, make them work. He's brought in some world-class players. I got to give LFY a slight edge.
Oof, okay, split. Now, Winter, you said something absolutely mind-boggling to me. Like, I couldn't quite comprehend it on the way home yesterday. You told me that you could, without the names visible, identify if Zhao 8 was leading a team or not. That
was what I told him too. Like,
crazy.
Like, if I didn't know who was playing,
yeah,
I would just look at the replay and just watch the team moving. I would know that it's his team.
And I'm assuming, with that much respect, with that much of a read on him, you're going to be giving LFY the edge?
I mean, just like at Venom yesterday, they believe in their bounty hunter. I'm going to believe in the director.
Okay.
Persistent.
2 for LFY. Yeah. Going to be seeing the British bookends probably follow suit, I'm afraid. Just the simple fact that Spartan literally bled after his victory. That was pretty. That's pretty damn Greek. That's pretty damn Spartan.
Yeah,
you know?
that is. He bled for his team.
Yeah.
How can you not like those guys?
And it's on his mouse hand, just so you're aware.
Yeah.
In celebration, he punched. He's got a cut on his mouse finger.
So he's playing injured.
So every time he clicks, every time he tries to get closer to victory, he feels pain.
I think that'll only drive him onwards. Yeah.
Yeah. Grr.
Volvo, please give Monkey King. Well, give it a few days, dude. Come on. Like
has he seriously got...
That's not even a sign. That's a piece of cardboard. You want Monkey King?
He made a good of Look at that costume. He made a blooming good go of it.
I like to think that he actually went to Burger King in the suit to get that crown.
What does that say?
That's probably saying something, I love Pyrian Flax. I think that's what it says.
I very much doubt that. Oh, yeah.
God,
I love that. That's Zhao 8 and Yao.
Zhao 8 and Yao. Well, it does seem like Twitter has been caught the Adfin bug. And that you said already, that was Yao and Zhao 8.
Oh, wow. All right, now that is people voting with their heart. Remember, this is a Zhao 8 team, you all. I mean, LFY are good. Come on.
Setting themselves up for
an
emotional end.
We do think it's going to be close. I mean, Winter, I was saying, like, it's not like we think LFY have a big advantage. It's very likely to go 3 games. I feel like this will be a closer series than what we just saw between DC and NP. And Adfinem just play this very early game, fast tempo Dota that can throw a team like LGD-FY off, because that was where LGD-FY struggled yesterday, was some of those early games where LGD came off and had these strong starts.
Before we do jump into the draft, because there's so many unanswered questions with that, and I know Winter and Gods are chomping at the bit to dive in, let's have one quick social media question, see what these guys have been doing, because it's always great fun to see. And this one comes in from Mr. ASOS. He says, will maybe next time finish the Courier Kills quest?
I think if there is a quest for it, and I'm sure there is, surely a kill at a major has to count for more than just a kill in a pub game. Just thinking quest complete. Come on.
How many was it in the end? You got 3?
4 total. 4. So 1 in one game and 3 in the next.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it the first time, and it was a little deflating. You're like, oh, he's going for it, and the bounty hunter has been a flaccid failure.
I mean, everyone talks about the couriers he's been killing, but no one talks about the wards he's been placing. He's been placing absolutely good wards for his team, giving them the vision.
He is the ward sometimes. You know, he's just roaming around invis half the game.
This is something I feel that might be more valuable than him killing the couriers in the game.
Is it sometimes easily overlooked, the power of, the battle for vision control?
Knowledge, with knowledge comes power. When you see the enemy.
First, friendship was power, and now knowledge is. And wow, we are walking through cliches here, but we are actually starting the draft, and we have to play catch up. Ted, jump in.
Bounty banned, Slaughter and Ursa banned, and
what was the other band?
Who was the other band? Was this? No.
It was Shadow.
Shadow, of course. So straight Wisp pickup from Adfinem. That's an opener that could mean a whole bunch of things, right?
Yeah, Spartan plays this very well, but.
No. Oh gosh.
They let Zhao 8's legendary Enigma through. He's got an 88.88% win rate over 25 games. Adfinem, no! I mean, yes, go on, LGD. Come on, lads. Forever young.
Dude, you said you wanted to be professional.
I'm trying!
That guy had an Enigma shirt on. He was ready for that.
Maybe they gave away the Enigma because they wanted real big,
Yeah, maybe.
Don't give up.
Well, they probably feel like they can really contest the early game, take advantage of the fact that they're going to be greedy with that Enigma in the jungle and really put pressure on LFY. If anything, they see that win rate and they're like, well, that's against the play style of the teams in their region. That's not against us. They have an 88% win rate.
That's ballsy. I like that though, guys.
When they lost the first game with Bounty Hunter, and they kept picking Bounty Hunter. That's ballsy, and it worked out for them. So this time they have a pretty good opening against the jungling hero. You have IO Bat Rider, so you can put a lot of pressure on the safe lane with that dual lane. Maybe they were like, oh, you can jungle. We're going to be taking your safe lane. We're going to pressure him.
But one of the things you were talking about yesterday about how Zhao 8 ran the support Bat Rider was that Enigma can do the same thing. So do you not think he'll come mid and just harass the mid with Enigma and then push like that?
He doesn't harass as much.
He can't you can't really do it like the Bat Rider.
Not the same way.
Yeah. You kind of want to wait for level 6 when you get your black hole, and then you make a rotation, maybe smoke. He's like something like a Beastmaster jungle. You jungle really fast, you get level 6, you smoke, you get a kill.
Yeah.
It's very different from Bat Rider jungle. And they remove the Alchemist.
Okay.
Hey, you'll be happy. Yeah.
Yeah, no Alch.
No, I'm literally, at this point in time, I'm numb.
You don't have to walk away from your job, you know?
Yeah, I did walk away from the desk at one point. Yes, Alk is not going to be present. But, we did say the poor man's Alk does still exist.
But there are bans though, Adfinance bans. They are very targeted at CYF. The player that we kind of talk a little bit, where he's really good in the carry role, very active in helping his team. And being on the dire side as well, they ban out the Ursa, so they don't have the access to that early Roshan. Like LGD as a team are really good at exploiting Roshan, take objectives, because it's a Director 8 team. He's very disciplined. They rarely make bad mistakes. They rarely overextend. Those are the kind of heroes that you don't want to put on LGDFY.
Do you think it's a good idea to ban your opponent's sort of favored carries rather than their favored supports? Like, which would you rather do? Face a team without their favored carry, but maybe their favored supports, or vice versa?
That could be targeted at the player. For example, if I'm a good example would be someone that has only a few heroes. So you want to ban out that few key heroes, and you force him onto a hero that he's not comfortable with.
Like Tibizel. To reference the last game.
Yes, we did witness that. Of course, the winner of this does meet DC.
I mean, they do one of each. They ban out the lifesteal disrupted. To me, these are more kind of draft. As much as he plays a great lifesteal, they're draft-oriented bans because the lifesteal is a good matchup against the Bat Rider, and Disruptor, good matchup against the IO with the being able to glimpse back the relocate.
But basically, like, Weaver is a good replacement to the Ursa and the lifesteal. He's very similar in those carries. He's not as explosive, but he does fit in the criteria where you want to carry that doesn't need too much babysitting because you're running a jungling Enigma. You don't want to carry that, oh, guys, I can't farm, I need help. Weaver is not that kind of carry. He's self-sustainable. So that is what works for LGD's system right now.
We have seen some very hit and some very miss Weavers, haven't we?
Yeah, some teams really value the Weaver a lot, some don't. Some on the support position, some on the offlane position.
True.
We saw the hero everywhere. Like even on mid, there was a game. But right now, Finum, with the clockwork pickup,
one of those is a 4, like the clock or the
might be a support clockwork just for
black hole cancel.
Yeah, black hole cancel, and it might also suggest that they might be doing like some Shadow Fiend, because if you do support clockwork, you want to abuse the cogs to give the Shadow Fiend damage. That might be a good reason for picking that. And they go for the bench, the Bat Rider counter. You want to remove the lasso, save the carry. Good synergy with the Weaver with the minus armor. So you could see that LGD just building a dire lineup, a lineup that allows the team to repeatedly abuse the Roshan. They have very good Roshan potential.
We haven't seen really any of their signature picks apart from the Bat Rider. Adfinum is their second most picked or banned against them.
Well, they definitely have a plan here. Well, they're going back for the puck.
That's a signature pick as far as Thug's concerned. We saw the Dagon puck yesterday. He plays his hero ridiculously
big hero incoming, Alex. This is like the similar setup in the game where they went for the Morphling. They're gearing up for a very heavy carry here. With the first 4 picks designed basically to make space for that hero. A lot of good options though here.
We've seen how effective that can be.
Yeah.
So signature pick's going to be coming in. Well, they're basically setting up their teammate to succeed. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, 4 heroes to make space so that Madara has all the space in the world, you know. A lot of options open, and you know the enemy is running a carry Weaver, so you're more or less going to have the advantage when it comes to late game, because Weaver wants to play an up-tempo game. You don't want a game to drag out.
Oh, it's there, it's back again. You said this is the last time. You know, he's built up for 4. And then the Morphling comes in.
He had a great game on the Morph as well. Absolutely destroyed them.
Is this a similar kind of Ad Finum draft that we've seen in the past with that building to the Morphling? I mean, there's some changes, there's some alterations, but it was a winning formula before.
Very similar. Last pick, Jug is going to be the mid laner, so they want to have something that can really 5-man and push. I mean, it's the LFY way. Have the 5-man, the healing ward really amplifies that. It's a very stable mid laner for Super to be playing.
Oh man, this is happening. I mean, this is if ever you wanted a challenge, you just sit there and realize that Spartan is sitting there leading against one of the most highly regarded captains in the Dota scene. If you want to, if you want the glory, you have to go seriously hard into this game. What a series this is going to be. You boys feeling confident about your predictions? You like LFY's draft gods?
I'm just excited for the game,
Yeah.
At this point, I forgot my prediction. I just want to watch this game, It's going to be fun.
It does seem to be the general consensus. Yeah, the same thing. The Winter keeps saying, I just want the good Dota. That's what you keep telling me?
Yeah, of course. Good Dota. Like, everyone wants to watch good Dota.
And this could very well be very, very good Dota. Sexy Dota, some might stretch, and I get to introduce a sexy duo now. For this cast, it is none other than Malini and Capitalist. Will the Greeks seriously continue this story, or will it be LFY to crush those dreams? We'll find out.
Thank you, Alex, for a wonderful handoff. That's right, Ad Finum versus LFY. Some would think that Ad Finum, they faced against a really tough opponent in the first round. And Newbie, you would expect that they would be feeling good going to this second round, but really that's got to be testament to Zhao Wei that people would still perhaps be fearing LFY with 2 stand-ins more than Newbie.
You can't ever underestimate Zhao Wei. He just is always on a strong team and always commands his team in a way that is admired by most.
And that's exactly why he's able to make 2 stand-ins work, as we're going to see a 100%. Hey, there we go, Stadium. What's going on, guys?
Yao walks into
that could be an early first blood.
Heroes.
With the Seeking Napalm, it's hard for him to turn around. Body blocked up. Madara steps 1 step ahead or forward. Thug's going to be able to get a couple more right clicks, and they've got him dead rights. That's going to be your first blood for Ad Finum to start things off.
They smoked into the Dire Secret Shop, and Sand King actually went south and then west as opposed to going straight up into the Secret Shop, trying to get a little bit more vision for his team. And Xiao 8 typically plays a support that can help out Yao's lane at some point in the game, but with the Enigma, that will be a little bit tougher, although he will be denying the first creep in the off lane. So as you can see, a lot of focus given to that.
Yeah, we've seen Zhao 8, the last time he played Enigma, I believe he was versus the Vici Gaming J team, and they had a very similar lineup in that you replaced, they wanted to be able to have early, like mid-game fighters, and they wanted to be able to have some pushing power behind it. So substitute Juggernaut for Razor and a Weaver for a Luna, and you have some very similar strategy that LFY is going to be running with this Enigma that is usually so highly contested in the banning phase against LFY, against Zhao 8 in particular. Ad Finum, though, already off to a good start, and they did get the Bat Rider in exchange for that Enigma. And it's the second pick. We'll see how successful Skylark is, as maybe next time trying to contest Zhao 8 inside the jungle. They've already blocked off his off-lane camp, and now it seems maybe next time we'll deny him the rest of the jungle as well.
It is a support clockwork, something that we don't see too often, but he is going to be playing that bounty hunter-like position 4 and just constantly harassing out the Enigma. And if you thought that Madara's Morphling was scary the other time that we saw it, this time he has a Wisp to pair with him. And that just brings the Morphling online that much sooner. So now Xiao 8 is in the Radiant jungle, and he was scouted out by the Observer Ward, perhaps going deep into this side, and maybe next time he's hot on his trail.
Yeah, he certainly is. I think he knows exactly what Zhao 8 is up to. Zhao 8's going to have very little time to work around in this jungle before being contested by the Clockwork. At least he'll get his level 2. So he'll have that to be able to work around with. This is kind of similar to the way we saw the battle over the Satyr Mind Stealer. Who's going to be able to get that last hit? Well, maybe next time he'll just take Eidolons instead, bouncing back to the Mind Stealer, and will manage to take that last hit for himself. High action stuff here in the first 2 minutes.
And back on the trail to hunt Xiao 8. Xiao 8 right under the Radiant Observer Ward, and maybe next time knows exactly where he is. They are ready for this Enigma. A lot of teams first ban it.
And he got a haster just to be able to catch up.
Super's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Super is very low. They may actually be able to do a wrap here. Maybe next time's going to go for it, but he only has Cox to work with. He pushes back Super. Is just going to go for the right clicks here. Thug starts setting up, but he's not feeling that orb, so they just take the pressure given. and are just going to allow Thug to be able to win his lane. Maybe next time's maybe a bit too low now to be able to harass Xiao8 away from these neutrals. He at least can sap half the experience.
Enigma has not picked up a skill yet at level 2. If maybe next time ventures too closely, he can skill up Malefus and get a kill. If he's uncontested, Midnight Pulse to break down those trees and take out that hard camp is a much preferable option.
Now we have the level 2 on Clockwork, which gives him a lot more kill power. He's going to pop his head out here. Starts going for Xiao8, pushing him back, and seeing if he take the last hit, which he, of course, does. To focus a little bit on our other lanes, though, Super is already falling behind as the Juggernaut. Thug is 18-3, thanks to the early bit of pressure, both from the Clockwork and Puck's natural ability to be able to win lanes. Top lane, Skylark's starting to go on to TDC. He's getting a lot of damage done by N, and will easily be able to clean him up. Skylark overstepping himself.
Yeah, there is no armor on that Batrider. Usually you see maybe an early ring of Prot versus this double minus armor lane, but he just got owned by the Swarm.
An early Rocket Flare instead for maybe next time, but he misses out on some easy CS against those Eidolons. Bottom lane, Yao does seem to be doing pretty well for himself as the Sand King. Much better than Skylark's Batrider, that is. He's matched up against a Morphling, right, which is a pretty good lane for Sand King. He can use that Caustic Finale to really be able to harass Madara back, and due to his low range on the Morphling.
Xiao8 following his trail, pinged out immediately.
Maybe next time. Going to reset himself, dying off the neutrals, and I'm sure because they see Xiao8 making his way into the Radiant Jungle, I have no doubt that maybe next time in his fresh life will be appearing sometime soon. It's going to TP up to that mid-tier 1.
They only have one way to stop Xiao8's TP, and that is the Cog. No battery assault skilled up yet on the Clockwork, so this is going to be a very difficult kill. Xiao8's kind of already prepared for this invasion by maybe next time. If he traps himself in there, it could be a little bit trouble.
Cogs, there it is. He managed to get it without battery assault. Meanwhile, the Batrider dies again at the top lane. Maybe next time he's going to try and chase down this Enigma, but Thug is actually going to come over, and maybe they can actually nuke him down. The orb should easily be able to land. He's not going to be able to get in front, but the Wiz helps him out with the tether, slowing him down. 2 for 2 is the scoreboard, though, because Skylark in the top lane, he has gotten his level 5, but it's cost him 2 deaths against a Weaver lane. This is only going to get the Weaver online that much quicker.
And finally, he has the Ring of Protection, but with the aid of the Blightstone, it's going to be very tough for him to continually survive in this lane, and may need to concentrate on stacking, which he's doing at the moment. And Xiao8 is only level 3.5, 5 minutes in. I think free farming Enigma generally level 6 around this time, and maybe next time has to feel good about the way that he's played this early game. DDC.
Bounce back just a little bit. Skylark is going to be able to get ahead of him here. DDC is going to throw out the stun, but it looks like he may go down. Skylark goes for another right click. He should be able to get it. That's 1 kill. Can he get away from Endo? And is hot on his trail with the Shikuchi. Skylark has the bugs on top of him right now. He makes his way up and down the cliff and will start using that healing salve. He will survive for now.
And there's just very little way to deal with that Batrider as he goes up and down the cliff. Maybe next time still hunting Xiao8.
This is looking just like, remember the Wings EG where they first ran the Venomancer jungle against Wings, and they ran a Dream Protector that just went in the jungle and just bullied out the Venom. Maybe next time he's finally going to be caught. DDC showing why he is an apt replacement to LPC. He's going to be able to block out. Maybe next time will go down, securing Xiao8 a jungle once again.
I like the body block. Gave them enough time to hook up with that Malefus.
And look at bottom lane. Like, Madara is not feeling real good without his Wisp. Sand King was able to push a little bit farther forward when the Wisp was showing himself. Every single time he's been off map, Yao was able to play a lot more aggressive in lane. And, I mean, Ben, you pointed out in the group stage. Is he coming across? Oh, he's going to wrap around. Spartan is so low, too. This could be just a 1-2 punch. A nuke and a right click could finish him off, but it's not going to happen. Spartan starts healing himself up. Now they're actually going to try and man mode against DDC. DDC is going to be able to get the stun off first. He's now the target of Madara's aggression, but oh, a flare brings him a little bit lower. He has 5 seconds till the waveform's up. Yao has to go for the body block here, and it looks like they're going to give up on that kill ultimately. A nice rotation by DDC.
Maybe they thought that the Wisp position was a little bit more veiled, but double stun on top of him. Also, Wisp, a no armor hero in this situation, easily gets right click down.
And they didn't actually bring counter wards, so I'm not actually sure if either team saw the wards being placed as they happen around the same time. Dream Coil, Super should be fine with his healing ward. 1 step ahead of the Puck. And if maybe next time is not actually going on the Enigma, as he's been punished once now by DDC, he can't actually help out against this Sand King. The Sand King should be able to just burrow strike out of any Cogs attempt of maybe next time. So what does he do from here, Marlene?
I think probably try and get level 6. He needs to be able to hookshot in and stop a black hole, stop an epicenter, maybe stop a TPing Juggernaut that's spinning. I think, and more importantly, try and control the Weaver at some point in the game. Weaver is going to be the most farmed hero on the side of LFY for a bit to come, especially with Enigma hindered so much. So they need to be able to keep him in check somehow. The Puck also with a Blink Dagger, perhaps. I don't even know if he's going Blink Dagger first.
Oh, Super got him. He managed to get onto Skylark. Skylark hitting for the clip, but he's just not going to make it in time unless the Fire Mirror. Oh, there it is. And Fairy Fire makes the difference. Skylark does manage to stay ahead of that. That's an Omni Slash down. Super is going to use his position to try and pressure this Tier 1 tower, but it's just not the bounty he was really hoping for.
And that stack has been scouted out by the Dire side, and that is going to be something that they may be looking to do right after this, and can also just Shikuchi into there with a level 1 Swarm and maybe take out a fair amount of those creeps.
And this is exactly why Thug is trying to rotate across with his Invis Rune. He knows how important that tower is, but he's going to be spotted out here.
Can they set up a trap for him? It's still going to be pretty tough.
They only have one disable out. That does not look like a situation that is possible to be able to get kills, so they're just going to play passive for now and let Super get free farm in mid.
And let's see if Skylark is able to take out the second. Yeah, Enigma is 6 at the moment. He does have a smoke. Also going for more of a team fight build with the Arcane Boots and the Buckler. The Arcane Boots you don't see too often, but if you're grouping up a lot and no one else is really building Arcane Boots, I think it's definitely a good choice for them. Greaves.
Yeah, he also likes to be able to build Greaves, right?
Yeah,
so
Greaves versus the Silence on the Puck. It's pretty good.
They're going to try and go for this smoke. They have the Black Hole as well as the Malefice. They're available. Malefice goes down. Madara's going to try and make his jump away. He's going to be stunned up a little bit more. Spartan's ready to go with his level 6 as well. In fact, they can actually turn this one around. They starts getting some damage onto Zhao 8. They're going to be able to bump him back here, looking for the wave for him to finish him off. He's got it up now, but he's just a bit too far away. No, he actually does flip him. Skylark goes in deep, but they manage to set up a huge Dream Coil. Skylark may go down, but the rest of LFY have dropped so damn low. Madara's going to be able to clean so much of this up. He's got a third. He's going for a fourth. Super trying to get him towards the back line behind the Tier 1 tower. Just one more auto attack is all they need, and Thug's going to be able to get it. Killing spree for Thug, the Ad Venom. Reading LFY's rotations real quickly.
That was a dangerous proposition even to begin with. I think Aya was just sitting behind him ready to heal him up, and Morphling, I think, can easily just strength morph out of a potential black hole. And Puck coming into, look at this beautiful Dream Coil coming out from him. That was such a well-placed flame break too, but
I mean, Skylark, like they all turn on Skylark, but it sets up this beautiful Dream Coil that it doesn't even matter if Skylark dies there, because you know your carry Morphling is going to be able to clean up so much.
Yeah, and they didn't have Omni Slash because they had used it on the Batrider earlier, and that's a big fight for Ad Venom.
And look at this. Maybe next time. He wasn't actually a part of that. He was up at the top lane, so he got a bunch of solo experience. He's going to pick up his level 6 right now off of sharing some of the experience from that off-lane stack. And now, at 11 minutes in, for a 4-position clockwork, that was, what, level 2 maybe? 5 minutes into the game, just kind of wandering around following the Enigma. He is now level 6. He can try and be active on the map.
Sand King, also very far away from his Blink Dagger, gets harassed a little bit by the Morphling on the bottom lane, but yeah, Clockwork is no laughing matter now. They have to have a way to stop the Enigma from the black hole and through the BKB. Lasso is just not really that reliable. A lot of teams like Ventral Spirit and I would say Global Silence. They're the two most common ones, but the Clockwork is an entertaining idea when it comes to dealing with the Enigma, and he was very fruitful in his pursuits in the early game. I wonder if he can pursue it in the late game too. It's just hard to hook just because there's so many units. You often don't have a clear line. Enigma himself can block it with the Eidolons.
A little bit concerning for Skylark. That was a great fight at bottom lane, but Skylark still needs to be able to pick up his farm for his early Blink Dagger so he can start being a threat on the Weaver before that Linken's is complete, as that's kind of the game you play. When you're playing the Batrider against the Weaver, you kind of try and stay one step ahead of him. These Linken's, he picks up the Linken's, you're looking towards Force Staff, but...
The thing that's great about the Batrider in this game is he doesn't actually have to be the one that jumps in on the Weaver. Like, shotgun later. Ooh.
True. Especially with Thug being here. Nice swap back out. And he's still going to pop that one. He's underneath the fire, but he will manage to get himself away with the time lapse. Now Skylark is stuck on side the trees. They've already taken out the Wisp, and now Skylark's going to be up next too. LFY, they're the ones to group up in a defensive posture. Thug comes in and does manage to execute DDC, but the rest of them are going to heal up off the healing ward. Thug takes it away, though, hoping to be able to stop this incoming push.
Oh, such a great swap by DDC, allowing time for N to time walk right back into the fight at very high HP. And yeah, the Puck, I think, is very good at controlling Weaver because you don't have a good way to dispel the silence on their side. Maybe like a defensive swap, but that's not really what you want to be using your swap on, I think, in most of the team fights.
Gonna try and chase down the Morphling here. Weaver's gonna get some good damage on him. Spartan comes forward though, and they're actually gonna turn on Ant. Empty, it's taken out. He did not expect the swift turnaround of Ad Venom.
This Morphling is fat.
Yes.
Again, 7,000 net worth already. And he's over-leveled, which makes a big difference because of the one level of adaptive strike, which completely caught End off guard. He's like, oh my god, this guy has a ton of agility, and he already has that 1 point, and of course max waveform and agility gain. All these stats add up when you're trying to kill a pesky hero like the Weaver.
Yeah, he's been chipping away at this tier 1 tower for quite some time too. It looks like he's going to try and force it now. Yao goes for the stun, but can't really stick around. Tries to go for the deny. Going to be faked out between the two of them, but Madara will lay claim to the bounty. Now he jumps forward the waveform, brings Yao a bit low, trying to send him back to base. Meanwhile, top lane aggression, Thug is deep behind this tower, and Skylark is going to start and bring the creeps out. They're going to go for this tier 1, it looks like, a little bit of a pushing action.
And there, he was scouted out by the Eidolon, so no chance of him catching them by surprise. Xiao had already TP'd out. He has his Beck now. They need to get some team fights going. A lot of it is going to rest on Yao getting his Blink Dagger, but he's still 700, 800 gold away on that. And
what's the relocate coming in? They got the Dream Coil set up with the Silence. Super. He goes for the spin, but it's a bit too late. DDC's actually coming in, but at Venom, they're actually happy with this fight. They will gladly take an extra kill, even as the relocate is coming back. They get a second kill and maybe a courier. Not maybe next time, but maybe Thug can get him almost. It heads into the trees. Thug won't be able to get it. He TPs back to base, fearing the worst in LFY's rotations.
And LFY, they need to make use of their big team fight ultimates. Enigma was slowed down, but he's been level 6 for 5, 6, 7 minutes now. Yao also hasn't been able to use his Epicenter. Ad Venom are always able to get the jump on. And look at these observer wards set up by them. LFY, they can't even venture towards the opposite side of the map, even past the river, to get their wards down. Normally it's Xiao 8, the one that's supposed to have this great of an impact, and in a little bit of trouble. No Lincoln Sphere up.
And they're going to be able to grab him, pull him back straight into Thug, who managed to couple with the Silence, but they just can't quite finish him off. He is a bit too tanky with those strength treads.
And Xiao 8 looking for a target and probably looks with a little bit of chagrin as he sees Morphling's items with a Lincoln Sphere. That's good. There goes our best initiation. The Sand King Stun onto the Morphling to lead things off.
Yep.
Swap, not going to be effective. Malefice even, not effective. Weaver has no way to pop the Lincoln. So this Lincoln Sphere is going to be a big issue for them. And combine that with the Wisp sitting behind them.
Madara could just have a free game once again, supercharged by Spartan's Wisp. They have both their Blink Daggers. There's no doubt what Ad Venom's playing here. They play fast against LFY, fast with both a early Puck pickup as well as a Batrider. They're looking to try and take over the game around this 15-minute marker. LFY, they need a little bit more time before their mid-game begins to strike.
They have the Blink Dagger on Sand King. This is the time. They have a smoke ready.
Yeah.
They need to be able to use an ultimate, hopefully bait out a relocate and black hole those two heroes and then set it up for a big combo. There is level 2 Omnislash on the Juggernaut. He just hit level 11.
Yeah, that makes a big difference, right? That ultimate can actually finish someone off, whereas the level 1 form, even if it's on a solo hero, just won't be able to finish them.
Yeah, so where is Xiao 8 going to make the call to go? Looks like they are going to be headed down bottom, sweep through the Dire secret shop, and Puck's ready. Look at his position. He has an illusion route. He might try and pop the smoke.
Managed to get a scan onto the Wisp. They know where Spartan's going to be coming in with that relocate, but can they actually stop it? The relocate starts going down. They're going to go for the pullback. The black hole is there, but no, he managed to pull. No, he doesn't get him. They get a pull. Double kill picked up for Super.
What a black hole from Xiao 8. That scan coming out.
Yeah, that was big time. Spartan had to time it just perfect where you relocate and at the last quarter second you go for that tether, but he couldn't quite get it. Runs into the black hole while he tethers, and Unfortunately, that means we're going to be losing 2 members of Ad Finum. LFY very happy with the push that's going to be coming out now. You look at it, Spartan. He starts setting up that relocate, but he just comes in a little bit too early with that tether and the swap.
Yeah, very well done. They were so ready for that wisp because they knew that he was approaching from the south side, not from the east side of the trees. And he's probably pretty disappointed that LFY just read him like a book.
And now, as a result, LFY are going to be able to push out that bottom lane, get some good control of the Radiant jungle. And do they have? Yeah, they've got actually some aggressive wards that they can lay down as well. Ad Finum, they've got, what, 10K net worth on Madara, 8K on Thug, but another bad fight like that, even just a gank on one of these cores, and LFY is going to be right back into it when it comes to overall net worth. Ad Finum currently holding a 5K advantage and about 2,500 experience.
The Morphling was getting close to that point where he was almost immortal, and it's like, okay, we don't need to worry about you. Like, even we don't really need the wisp with you. But after that fight, it's a little bit, it's much scarier for Ad Finum. Like, do they need heroes sitting behind the Morphling? If so, does it need to be 1, 2, 3 heroes? And they still want to be able to play aggressively with the puck because they only have one real big scaling core in the Morphling.
Yeah, that's the real dangerous part, right? Is that LFY can afford to commit all those resources towards a Morphling kill because on the other side of the map, you don't really care about a puck farming or a clockwork farming. It's like they're already reaching their peak period in time. It's not like they want to be able to find more farm. They want to be able to fight at this point. So it's not even like they're going to be punished by split push. It's not like they're allocating net worth to other Ad Finum heroes that are dangerous. This is a single core Morphling, and as long as they keep him down, they can actually go relatively late into the game.
I wouldn't be that worried if I were LFY. A couple of bad fights for them, but nothing that's unsalvageable. And the mech just makes their team fight that much stronger. And IO, very, very poor as per usual for Ad Finum's tactics. And looking at the items, Puck has gone back for the Dagon build, the same one that we saw in one of the other games. Only Dagon 1 at this point in the game, and Morphling with signs of his F-Blade coming out. So Ad Finum trying to strike while Black Hole and Epicenter are still on cooldown. They're in a pretty good position though, most of them around that T2 tower. They could use a scan if they want to scout out where all of them are, but they're all on a ball.
That is the commanding position that Zhao Wei is in, right? He pulls all his members back as a group. He keeps them away from this smoke because they know the mobility of Ad Finum, right? You've got a Morphling just because he's showing on the other side of the map does not mean he can't be right on top of you in a moment's notice. They've got Bat Rider and Puck both who long-range initiation is. We're going to be able to see here the initiation on a super. Yao waits, but there's not much he can do without an Epicenter. No counterplay there. They get the free pick off of the core that Zhao Wei was so worried about, and now they're going to lose a tier 2 as well.
Yeah, that's a pick off that Zhao Wei definitely did not want to happen. And yeah, they have the Epicenter up, but no Black Hole. They still don't want to fight. He's working on his BKB, but it might be too late.
All right, going high ground in 19 minutes with the Morphling. Only Ad Finum. Madara starts getting a bit of chip damage here. It's going to be forced back pretty naturally just by the presence of a tier 3 and only a 15-second death timer left for the Juggernaut. Damage done, I suppose.
Puck may be setting up top, and End doesn't show, so no relocate possible for them. And Weaver really close to it. Lincolns don't want to die at this moment.
Yeah, that's why he's spending all his time in the jungle, right? No point in showing in lane and getting caught just before you pick up that big defensive item. There's that upgrade that we were talking about for the Bat Rider. Now he's got a 4-staff, so even as the Lincolns comes up for End, we may still see Skylark being able to play around that.
DDC doing a little bit of dewarding as they probably prep up for a smoke very, very soon. Black Hole coming off cooldown in 18 seconds. Can they make a big play with this? Yeah, I think the call is going to be to smoke right around the Black Hole cooldown. At Finum, they just ate a ward, and you know, typically you do drop sentries right before the smoke, so they're probably expecting it at the moment, maybe grouping up. And I wonder if LFY are still going to smoke after the reveal of that Observer Ward.
Looks like they may still try and go for it, but it's going to be a different kind of smoke, right? Last time around it was kind of a 4-man, let's go get a full team fight smoke. This time around, Weaver's actually going to show in lane. They've got the Enigma farming up the jungle, but they are going to smoke up between Yao and DDC. They're going to try and sit behind N as he pushes into that tier 1 tower. Ad Finum may still suspect something like this. They're going to be leading the charge with Madara.
He's got that Lincoln's as well as the Ghost Scepter. He jumps forward with the waveform. Still might be able to get out here. Might need Spartan to relocate. They're going to be able to throw that one down. The swap goes down. Oh! This time around, Spartan does manage to get him out in time, and it is full retreat now for LFY.
They did drop an reserve reward, so that's something small, and they didn't actually have to use Black Hole. Xiao 8 was lagging a little bit behind, and no Blink Dagger means he can't catch up to Yao jumping in. And I like how Spartan didn't wait for the last moment. He knew what happened last time, and if he waited a little bit longer, Enigma would have been able to nail him with a Black Hole as he was tethering in. So this time he's like, okay, any sign of... They popped his Lincolns, they stunned him, and he's like, okay, I'm just going to do it. I know he can probably survive for 3 or 4 more seconds with more strength, but he just does it early just to ensure that the Morphling stays alive. And looks like a tower trade is happening mid, taken down by LFY as top T2, scored by Adfinum.
Adfinum are going to try and force them back, though. They've already taken that tier 2 and are reaching towards the tier 3. Skylar's going to be leading the charge here, deep inside the enemy base, seeing if he can get the quick pick off, and he may just find it. Yao is sitting there, so super. He's going to blink forward, goes for Yao, managed to pull him back. The big nukes come in with the Ethereal Blade, complete on Madara. They're going to have to complete more TPs for LFY, and they may not be able to save too much of this tier 3's HP.
There is a buyback on Yao if they want to expend it.
May just need some kind of initiation to come out from LFY before they go for that buyback. They want to be able to ensure they actually catch these heroes. Nuke comes out, and that's going to be super forced back to the fountain. This gives Madara more time to click down this tier 3 tower. It's already gone at 22 minutes in. Adfinum are this time successfully sieging the base. And LFY left with little response here. They don't want to buy back on Yao with just 10 seconds left, but they're going to give up a melee racks this early. It seems like that's the commitment they're making.
And they'll back off, happy with their spoils, as LFY look on with hope as they try and wait for more teamfight items to come out, probably waiting for the BKB up on Xiao 8, but you've already lost some melee racks and more objectives soon to come. And it was super easy for them to pick up the Sand King, and they were just not ready for that wraparound by Skylark on the top side. It was nighttime. They didn't have a reserve reward behind. It was not an easy gank to pick.
This rotation could be big for LFY, could be real bad. They're trying to go for Rosharm right now. They're going to be spotted out as Clockwork comes in with the flare, but it doesn't look like Adfinum actually have the numbers.
Or the positioning.
Yeah. Some of them are missing mana, some are missing HP, so they give it up. Aegis will go to the Weaver now.
There is a Wisp replicate on the south side. He may try and push out the lane, and maybe it might bait a Sand King stun into a shotgun. Let's see what happens here.
You see the little ball. They're going to swarm onto it, but the way they're treating it, they realize it's a replicate.
And Madara's already at the mid T3.
Yeah.
TP's coming out of plenty for LFY.
Now he does jump down to that bottom lane, but it's already after he's forced LFY to head back to the base. So he's got plenty more space to be able to work around. It's not like they're in any real dangerous timing when it comes out of Aegis. Adfinum 1-2, they can slow down this game and wait for the Aegis to expire naturally.
And also, the Weaver isn't that big of a threat right now. He just has Lincolns. There's no Deso. He can't actually burst people down. You can't just Rambo in as the Weaver, sacrifice your first life for the Wisp or the Puck or whomever it may be, just because it's going to take him a good 5 seconds to kill someone. And Radiant has used Scan. It just pings out on N, but because there's one hero, they're more than likely to suspect that the rest of LFY are hanging about.
Now, I was going to say they really just do not have enough disables for this Morphling because Black Hole, there's so many counters to it in this game, but now we have an early BKB for Xiao 8, so now he just has to worry about the hook shot from maybe next time. Everything else can be disposed.
His only job.
Yes.
is to stop the Black Hole.
He can let all the initiation go to Skylark. He's just got to get the counter initiation on the Black Hole.
Or relocate out on Spartan, but that's, I would say, a little bit more unreliable. The hook, I guess they're both not that reliable, but one of them needs to be able to save the Morphling, especially when the Aegis went LFY's way.
I mean, I would say I think the tether relocate out is actually the more unreliable option just because of the way that LFY is playing around it, especially since DDC is about to pick up his level 2 Nether swap. The way they've been intercepting this Wisp and trying to quickly swap him into the Black Hole may not make this a reliable escape mechanism for Adfinum in the future.
Yeah, DDC can also look to break the tether with a swap. Like, not even just swapping the Wisp, he can swap the Morphling into a very compromising position. So there's many ways for them to approach the tether relocate, as you mentioned. And there's a gem
that's
pickup.
unfortunate. Skylark has that gem, but he just didn't quite make it to that Observer Ward. Either way, it'll die naturally.
Yeah, and I saw Madara using a replicate on the Batrider earlier to try and kill some of these Observer Wards, but none of them have been taken down yet. They are in pretty difficult position, at least 2 out of 3 to D-Ward, and Venom poking up at that T3 on the bottom lane, and LFY, as usual, is together as 5, and they have to decide how they want to deal with the split push. They have to TB back.
They can't let an agility'd up Morphling like this. Oh, Zhao Wei almost goes down. The mech will give him that little bit of a bumper. They do manage to get the tier 1 tower. Madara only gets a pittance of damage. Oh, they're actually going to swap back, but that was a miscommunication. Now he's actually going to jump forward. He gets Black Hole, though. They may have the damage with the Juggernaut on the slash and the epicenter. It all goes to killing Madara. He goes for Zhao Wei, but he can't get him.
Yep. There was just no one really at Venom over there. Like, Skylark was so far back. Maybe next time wasn't even in sight, and he went for the relocate, and even with the Glimmer Cape isn't going to save him. And that's the thing with another swap. Like, it just ruins your positioning. Morphling was just way too deep in there because of the swap.
13-11 now. And that kill was quite the big one. LFY demonstrating a stunning amount of teamwork to be able to bring down the big carry of Venom.
And he didn't get his strength morph off before the Black Hole came out.
That definitely, yeah, that's rough. You could see LFY beginning to make that comeback. They need some of these big core items, and they're finally getting them too. The Desolator on the Weaver. Next up, they need to be able to have like the Diffuser Blade so they can start eating through that Morphling's mana as well on the Juggernaut. And thanks to these occasional pickoffs, they are beginning to build up these items and may be able to have a big strength surge around 30-35 minutes.
Yeah, they're a little pressed now. They've given away a lot with the Roche and then another big kill on the Morphling. Morphling not as free as a game as it looked like in the early game, but who are they going to catch with this? Skylark has smoke pops.
Relocate's ready to go too. They're going to be able to grab Super. The Roche Strike comes in a bit too late. Now it actually puts himself in danger. The waveform comes out. They manage to get the new combination to bring down Yao as well. And all of a sudden, Venom go from behind to now being able to take 2 heroes in the enemy jungle and might just be able to push into the high ground off of this. Fortunately for LFY though, they have done a good job of making sure all their lanes are pushing out as much as possible, making so when Venom go for these kind of rotations, they don't immediately get pressure onto tier 3s.
And it's a very back and forth game as Venom always try and pressure when Black Hole is down, and some of the members, Super in particular, has gotten caught out twice now when the Black Hole has been down, and just not really respecting Venom's will to fight at this particular moment.
40 seconds till the Black Hole's up. Skylark does manage to siege Zhao Wei, but pushes them back instead with that Flame Break. Getting free damage onto that tier 3 tower. Glyph is going to be popped here by LFY. 10 seconds until the Juggernaut is up, and that's 10 seconds. Just free right clicks on a tier 3 for Madara. He's got to back up just as Yao shows himself, and the Juggernaut does freely revive.
And despite dying twice, he's still incredibly ahead on the net worth, already completing his Manta style, aiding in that tower siege. They don't really have a good way to deal with those illusions. Sinking an epicenter, but it's good if, like, for example, Juggernaut decides to Omni Slash it, those illusions are going to take a lot of the damage, especially considering how poor the Juggernaut is relative to everybody else.
Look at this. En's actually going for BKB with this Mithril Hammer, but check out what Thug's got himself. He's building into an Aghanim Scepter. This is going to be so good versus both the Juggernaut as well as the Weaver, as with their match community, they think they're going to be able to get out of that coil, but with an Axe upgrade.
Enigma, too.
Yeah, true.
Although Enigma unlikely to actually move out of it.
He's a little bit more stationary, right? But those other 2 cores, they like their mobility. They don't want to be locked into one spot.
And Morphling needs to be able to man up if they're locked into the coil. I'm not sure if he's going to go BKB next. A Butterfly, I guess, is also a pretty good item for him. It just depends on how well he thinks he's going to be able to be supported by the Wisp. If Wisp can do all the defensive abilities, then he can just go full-on offense and just destroy people inside that Dream Coil.
We've hyped up this TI winning captain a number of times during this game 1. And we're going to continue to do so because so much of this game now rests on his shoulders with the BKB and a fresh Blink Dagger pickup These black holes could change so much. That smoke, they were right next to the neutrals, but it was nighttime. Maybe they're lucky enough that Adfinem didn't quite notice it, but they're playing super defensive.
No one's pushing out the top lane, and for example, like a Morphling could just like right-click that range barracks, and LFY have to kind of respect that, and no one's really pushing out that lane. They'll definitely make things look a little bit fishy for Adfinem, and now it's just been way too long. They're pretty aware of what's going on. Thug's the only one that's out. He could get caught out if there's a quick Blink Burrow strike onto him. There is an Observer Ward placed down. He's in a tiny bit of danger, but not if he's all the way back behind the T2.
Yeah, he sits far enough back. That Observer Ward is not going to be able to find him.
And now and Xiaowei will reveal themselves on the bottom lane, and the flare will confirm what AAF suspect.
A quick push onto the tier 2, but it may come at a serious cost here. Already, Skylark is pushing those creeps into the range racks at the top lane.
They relocate into the mid lane as they take down the racks.
Yeah, they're just going straight for the full mid lane. They're going to be able to take down that tier 3. They're going to focus on the range racks, realizing that the rotations of LFY are coming in too quick. They have to back themselves away.
That's what you get for leaving your base.
Yep.
So that's Adfinem. The Bat Rider, this Firefly, push out the top lane, and then boom, instant relocate to the mid lane. They can't defend both lanes at once. They can hardly defend one.
And look at that. The Aghanims is now up for Thug, and is still trying to finish up his BKB.
And now LFY are in a really sticky situation. If they leave their base, they will get the racks taken down by the never-ending siege from the Morphling, and their lanes will be pushed out. However, if they want to go contest, or like if they don't, then Roche is going to be up. Roche is up in 30 seconds. And how are LFY actually going to do this? They have no BOTs. They're struggling to even get their like second damage item on a lot of their heroes, and if they lose one team fight, they could potentially just lose the game at this moment. So they have to be spot on with this black hole. This black hole is going to mean everything for LFY.
Yeah, at the same time, right, they can't actually give up this Roshan because an Aegis would allow Adfinem to freely take a lane. So they are going to have to go outside of the base for this contest. And Adfinem can go ahead and they can play it slow if they want to. Skylark does spot out the fact that Roshan's up, gets bashed a couple times for his trouble.
Yeah, if they can just keep scouting out with Rocket. There is Max Rocket on the Clockwork 414 build from him. He doesn't have that many skill points to work with, so this is a very important tool that they have just to make sure that LFY doesn't sneak it.
Yeah, again, the push is coming in the top lane. They have to relocate, ready to go. LFY have to respect this.
But Enigma could blink Black Hole. He's in position where if they relocate top, he can blink Black Hole. He was waiting for it. He was just sitting there for a few seconds. But they don't want any free damage on the range racks, and Xiaowei will reveal his positioning, and Adfinem will move into the Roshan pit while split pushing at the same time.
How are LFY going to break this conundrum? They are going to see some of the Adfinem heroes running towards Roche. They have that replicate ready to go at the top lane at any moment. So which one does Xiaowei choose? Does he choose to try and catch the Morphling when he goes for the split push, or does he all-in commit for finding the Morphling inside the Roshan pit?
I think they need to stay in a movement. They need to have like one hero pushing out the lane.
Well, it's going to be Adfinem making the first maneuver. They're going to be able to grab DDC. No swap to be able to break this lasso. Yao comes in trying to intercept, but once again, it just turns into an extra death given to Adfinem. Forget about Roshan games. Adfinem will take the first step. They'll take the first move, and they'll really take Roshan because of that.
They know exactly where Xiaowei was because he casted his Eidolons on the top lane. So because of that, they know they cannot win a team fight if there is no black hole, or LFY cannot win a team fight. So this will lead to an easy Roshan and pretty clear path to victory for Adfinem. This is the most comfortable position that they've been in all game, as the Aegis of the Immortal will look to go Madara's way. Now he has a Butterfly on top of that, so good thing he didn't go for BKB, because now he has Aegis and a Wisp.
It seems like an impossible scenario. LFY stuck in some sort of horrible defensive game against a monster Madara Morphling, who's got an Aegis, an Ethereal Blade, Mantis Style, Butterfly, and he's got his trusty buddy Spartan sitting behind him on the Wisp, ready to go at a moment's notice. I don't know what combination of spells that LFY are going to be able to cast to make this defense hold, but already they may just lose one of the heroes. Xiaowei almost gets popped by a small poke from Madara. That's the thing. He's not even meaning real serious business. He's just kind of poking at you, seeing what he can get, and he quickly slides away to his replicate to push out the top lane.
Man, Xiaowei doesn't even panic BKB there. That's something like, okay, he doesn't have buyback, right? And he's just getting shotgunned down by the Morphling, but he does have that trusty cloak of spell resistance, so he didn't get bursted down. But most players would panic right there and be like, oh my god, I'm right about to die. I'm at like 300 HP. You see them BKB, and then that's just super easy for Adphenum. Then they have the Puck, as well as I guess other heroes too that can stop the black hole aside from the Clockwork.
Another hard part is LFY have no vision to work around with. They've been holding on to this gem of Skylarks for so long. LFY, they really have very little ideas about Adphenum's movements.
Here they go with the smoke maneuver. They have no observer wards inside the base. Can Skylark get the jump?
Madara is going to be leading the push here. He's like he's going to head over to the bottom lane. He's going to chip away at that tier 3 tower. Immediately try and break the Rickets. He already managed to take out Yao, but they do manage to get the stun. Hold on him, trying to finish him off, but they managed to relocate him out. Now a 4-man Dream Coil, but they're lacking the Morphling. DDC is going to be the shot here. Skylark pulling him back, but Madara's actually ignoring DDC. He's going straight for the melee racks. Objective-based gaming is all about Adphenum right now. He jumps forward with the waveform. Does put himself in a bit of danger here. We're still waiting on that black hole. Zhao Wei patiently holding on to it, but he is losing objectives slowly but surely. It's going to be the melee racks that falls now. Another nuke comes out. Juggernaut brought low. They are trying to finish off Madara with that Aegis, but they just can't quite get him. He's going to wait for him over to the right-hand side and runs himself away. LFY, they know their win condition has to be breaking that Aegis without using the black hole, but they just cannot seem to do enough damage to bring him down.
It's just the Morphling show. He's all up in their base. He's the only one there. Everyone's like sitting behind waiting for LFY to make a move, but they don't want to commit because they're only going to catch one hero in their ultimates. That would be a one-person black hole, and that's just not what they're looking for. They need a lot more, and that was with the Sand King down too. Now the Sand King's back up. Maybe they can catch a few more heroes on the back line with the Epicenter, but if they don't get the Morphling, I'm pretty sure he's going to kill them before the duration of the black hole goes to 5.
They're going to heal Madara full up here, relocate him back to base.
Skylark still in position for maybe.
I mean, now he's just going to run uphill with a full 10-second BKB. I don't know how they're going to be able to stop him here, but they have to actually come outside and get the jump before Adphenum actually set up, and that's why Super jumps forward. He's going straight for Skylark. The Ghost Scepter's there. He needs to be able to defuse the blade that one up, but he can't quite get it in time. Skylark is going to be able to survive through most of it. He finally goes down. The cogs come out for maybe next time, but it is LFY just cleaning up. They manage to find Thug on the left-hand side, but they're losing their base at the same time. Madara, he's just focused on one other melee racks. They manage to catch him with the black hole, but Madara, he's still staying strong through all of this. He still has the BKB as well as the Aegis. He pops the BKB, turns against DDC, hoping to be able to man through all of this damage that's coming out. 3 more seconds until waveform is up. Spartan does not have a relocate, but he does have a tether ready to go. He's going to bump into DDC, taking out that support in the back lines. LFY, they just don't have the damage. They managed to take out another, but it's still Madara at half HP, manning up against the 4-man. Here comes an Epicenter Yao. They managed to finish up the Wisp. They're slowing down a little bit, push forward. Madara actually stays ahead of that Burrow Strike, and he's trying to man up against this guy, but he just seems to have too much HP. Madara the monster! My God! Triple kill against 5 of LFY, and he still has an Aegis, and to the bitter end will fight, but Zhao Wei will not. He gets it up. Game 1 is Adphenum's.
All they had to do was sit back behind the Morphling and let him do his thing. The threat of the counterplay was just too much for LFY to deal with, and eventually they just saw their base crumble without casting any spells. What a crushing defeat.
Absolutely, you gave Zhao Wei his Enigma. You tempted them with that pickup, and you said, go ahead, have your black hole. We'll play a fast-ass game against you and beat you to it, leaving Madara full space to be able to carry them.
I like maybe next time to play in the early game. He didn't really do much in the last 15-20 minutes. The threat of the hookshot was still pretty big for them, but the way he kept Zhao Wei's Enigma limited on levels and farm really slowed down LFY's game.
Oh yeah, it definitely looked like Adphenum had a very clear plan, right? They get the Enigma, they're slowed down by this 4-position juggler, it's very greedy, they're going to be able to contest it with maybe next time, and then they have these 2 relatively fast heroes with both Thug and Skylark. It just seemed like a very well-crafted plan where Adphenum were like, alright, we're going to win the early game with these heroes, and then we've got Madara. Why not?
What does Zhao Wei do next time? Panel?
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 Hey.
What did Zhao Wei do?
Desk.
Hi, Malini, Capitalist.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, I mean, what do they do? I don't necessarily have the answers. I hope these guys do. Melini, have you been brainstorming anything? It just felt very well-rounded and comfortable for Adfinum from the start.
We talked about how well Xiaowei would be able to prepare versus Adfinum, and I think having a wide variety of strategies is the most important thing. Like, they countered their play perfectly because they knew exactly what was coming. Greedy, Jungle Enigma, and then just 5-man play the entire time. So I think they need to... I think actually Super needs more improvement on his hero pool. He played DK twice yesterday. It was a victory. This game, got a different hero. Didn't have the best impact.
All right, I'll extend that to the panel. Thank you very much, you two. It's already starting to look great for Adfinum. First one done for them, and it was the story of Protect the Morphling. It's worked. It was a formula that we've seen them find success on in the quarters. In the round of 16. And you look kind of practically buzzing. You're vibrating,
Come on,
Ted.
that was great. I mean, it's just...
What a way to end it, right? What a crescendo.
Well, we're not there yet. That's game one.
I mean the end of that game.
Yeah, I mean...
Just like Morphling versus the world.
Yeah, he got to that
He
point.
was that big.
Everybody's been in a game like that. We were up against a Morph and you think, we can't kill him. And it's just, he can just toy with you. And there were a couple of times he sort of went in and just looked like he was messing with them. And baited 4 around, killed 3 of them. Fantastic stuff. But that's his hero. He loves this hero. We already saw him dominate with it, so it should be expected.
Well,
but,
I mean, it's not, is it? That was what was so funny in the interview with Spartan. When they sat him down, they were like, hey, so let's talk about this Morphling. He was like, well, yeah, he's played it once. And he looked cool at it.
Come on, no way. Yeah, no way. He's too good.
Too good. Does that sound about right to you, Winter? Is he just playing too damn good for it to be a random pick he found in a pub?
He played it well, but I think at the same time, Morphling is a very greedy carry. Like he's very weak in the laning space, and he did not get pressured at all because LGD would really focus on their own greedy Enigma. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons why the Morphling had total free farm in the early stage. He got so huge that it was like they need 3 to 4 heroes every single time to kill him. It wasn't even possible every time because of the relocate.
They were going greedy themselves and try to fight the greed of the Morphling with a Weaver as a carry was the
I actually
weird
don't like the whole idea of fighting Morphling with their own greed. They
fight fire with fire.
Yeah, they probably have to adjust and put more pressure in the lane if Adfinum goes back for the same kind of opening and preparing for a big carry like Morphling. They need to put more pressure.
It can work if they have a carry like Anti-Mage there. Like if they have an Anti-Mage, it's like, well, it can match up okay versus Morph, it's okay versus the pop.
But then Anti-Mage will struggle because they are having a jungle Enigma, so there'll be only one support.
You can't do AM with the Enigma, but I'm saying that's like the... If you're going to fight the greed with greed, do it on your carry, not on Xiaowei support Enigma when you're not going to go well late game.
They need to have much more lane presence because going greedy, going for a jungling hero is not very good against Adfinum because MNT is always roaming. Their playstyle in the early game heavily relies on MNT roaming, either stealing your experience, trying to snipe your career, trying to put pressure on the mid lane, take the runes. Like he's doing all these kind of very annoying things. So having a jungler in the early stages might not be the best idea.
Okay, he's like a pestilence, just constantly bothering them, tickling them, and a bit of a pest in MNT. Anything to add to the pile in terms of what they've been?
Ted looks so happy after
I was loving that. I mean, I just love to see. I love the story. I think they look like great guys. I mean, we talked to them a bit backstage, and they're all lovely. And the guy, their sort of stats guy, is from a similar part of the world to you, I think, Alex. And
yeah, he lives
doesn't live that far from me, actually.
20 minutes down my road. It's called Bonkers. He's been doing a lot of these stats stuff. Been talking to him. In fact, that's where I got a lot of my inside info. I'm going to get a little info on, of course, the military service of Spartan, the Thug's professional football career, lots of fun things, little tidbits. But we can have a look at the scoreboard, as that's what's important at this point in time. Adfinum 22, Forever Young just 15. And I mean, when you see the top of the Forever Young list, you remember that they let that through. They let... I mean, Ted, you roared at the top of your lungs when you saw Enigma next to Xiao.
I mean, I thought it was a big mistake, but I mean, I knew that the lanes would be weaker. I think we were curious about what they were going to do to counter that. You know, you need to take advantage of that. They lost the Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunter could be a real pain in Enigma's side in the jungle, but it wasn't to be. They used the clock, which I thought was a really interesting play. I've always thought a clock is, you know, you need levels, you need farm and everything. They use it completely differently, and that was enough. Like, he did his job. The lanes were won because they were that much weaker because of the Enigma, like the guys were saying. So you were able to do that, and I think it was really smart.
Yeah, going back to the point where I told you, position 4 is all about filling a role. You can do it with any hero. And probably one of the other more important adjustments I think LGD has to be considering is maybe not sacking their offlaner. Like you look at the two teams, they are very different when how they...
That's just Thug carrying yet again. This time in a much more physical way.
I mean, that's the other player I feel. I mean, Madara, the MVP of that game, I think, hands down. But Thug is probably the only player out there who's making this mid-puck look like a top-tier mid-hero. This is a hero that you just don't really see at all. But that's now his second game here at the main event. He did in the qualifiers. He's been doing it for months now. It's one of his best heroes, and it's impressive when you see him on puck.
Yep.
Is there something spicy to his build, or is it simply just his grace with the hero?
Skill.
Just does it better, yes.
He got like a 4-man dream coil, and I mean, though we should give some credit because Winter and I were both like, oh, DDC at one point cancelled the Wisp relocate with a swap, which was a great play. So, you know, it's not like LFY were just run over.
I mean, when you are in the heat of the moment, you can sometimes miss some of those great plays. And then, do you know who helps highlight them?
Oh, who would that be, Alex?
None other than Purge. He's standing by. Let's see what he's got at his magical monitor.
Ted stole my best points already. I was going to show that clip, Ted. Come on. Anyways, great draft coming out of Adfinum. I really like the Morphling pick. Very low cooldown, nuke, mobility skill, very effective. But the big thing was the Enigma. We saw it banned in the first round with LGD versus LGD Forever Young. But what he basically does is just follows him around, doesn't let him get easy levels, doesn't let him get easy farm. If you leave an Enigma by himself, he's going to get level 6 by about 4.5 minutes. So it's so important that you do shut him down. LGD did eventually get some gank kills. The first one was on the IO. Madara almost cleaned up with this one if the Caustic Finale Soul wouldn't have guaranteed that that was removed. But as a whole, the laning went quite good for Adfinum, and really just this huge fight at the bot Rex, or at the bot tier 1. This is arguably one of the best stages for Morphling. He is weak at the laning stage, but at this point when he can fight around with right clicks, large amounts of agility from farm, and multiple waveforms, you can really see how strong the hero is in comparison to a lot of other cores. So the fact that you can dive this far past tower and secure that kind of a triple kill at this stage of the game is just genuinely amazing. And that eventually turned into ganks with Relocate, silences with blinks from Thug, and then Morphling waveform as well. Just amazing damage potential. This is the one that Ted already ruined the surprise of, but the big Relocate cancel here, very important. It might have gotten blocked by the black hole, but the swap was also very nicely done by DDC to make sure they had the kill. But look at the net worth, it's not even close, and they had a great fight like that. So at that point, it just turns into Morphling, where you have all of these ways to fish for kills. He can just do E-Blade combos. Having the Batrider can also fish for kills. Puck can blink initiate if he really wants to. And it's just so many ways to transition a stupid amount of farm into a guaranteed gank if people are kind of close to you. And that's really why Adfinum won the game.
Indeed, they did. Just one away from completing the set and getting themselves to the semi-finals. They were managing to get through the EU regional qualifiers, in fact, top of the qualifiers, but now they have got bigger fish to fry. It seems like they could throw the knockout blow here to such a titan force here in the Boston Major. But we have to kind of reflect upon exactly what, like, this isn't the first time we've seen Morphling. They did it versus Newbie. This was a successful formula versus a Chinese team we were expecting big things from. And now, on stage, they've done it again versus another Chinese force, LGD-FY. You guys have been asking so many questions, and we feel like it's only fair to go ahead and bring another up while the Chinese do find their seats. These, of course, for our entire panel. Have a quick look what social media has been saying as we do still see them returning. It looks like it's going to be a very sullen team talk, just saying, right, probably don't want to see Morphling again.
Has the importance of early game support play ever been higher?
No.
No.
This patch has been very, very important. I always highlight how much the position 4 can do in the early game. And it's very important that you get a good grasp on what your team needs, especially helping the offlane. The last game was a good example. They had a support, IO, which is always behind the Batrider, helping him in the lane, putting pressure, where LGD Forever Young, the 4 role was really focused on getting his own fun, and you could see the big difference in what Yao did in the game and the Batrider played by Skylark.
And it doesn't end there. Something you mentioned as an offlane player is these 5-position supports, their ability to zone offlane it seems they're better than ever at it. It's getting harder and harder to play that offlane role. It's why we've seen teams just ditch their offlane. 5-position supports, their contributions to the early game has also never really been more important.
Sacking
Ogre.
Sacking offlaners, I'm not a fan of that now.
Yeah.
You really want to help him out, be it by doing stacks for him or having some way of helping him get into the game.
Yep.
Like Yao had a really difficult game.
I mean, think how many teams have that playmaking offlaner, and you kind of think you've got to take advantage of that. If you've got a player in the offlane who can make things work for you and create space for the mid and the carry, why aren't you supporting that?
Support being the operative word. I mean, so many fantastic plays from the supports. It feels like, you know, more often than not when we're doing our head-to-heads or our MVPs, it is actually heading to the support column, giving those players their time in the limelight.
Well, you're a support fan, yeah? You like to talk about the supports as well.
I don't know. I feel like it's so easy to get blinded by the man swinging and filling up the kills towards the
numbers,
end. It's easy to get blinded by the numbers, but there's so much more going on. And when Purge does his segments, when you hear Winter talking, it does shed light upon that.
I didn't mean to steal any of Purge's thunder, by the way. It's just, I mean, I didn't think I could possibly spot anything that he wouldn't be able to say, that's completely wrong, and here's why, and have like a diagram of what an idiot I am. So, it won't happen again, Kev.
I mean, don't worry about that. You had a few good suggestions about the draft the other day. So.
Oh, thanks, Winter. You're the best.
Thanks. That's awesome. Okay, one more question. Let's see if this one is directed towards any of our panelists. We can have a quick look. Oh, what do you believe it? It is coming in from, I'm not going to try and pronounce that. That's going to be X. Nope. What do casters, analysts say to kids wanting to get into esports? Wanting to get into esports, I mean, I guess in terms of broadcasting it, playing it. That is the vaguest question.
I guess let's take it from a playing perspective.
From playing? Yeah,
because that's quite an interesting one. Having seen the Misery film earlier today, I was talking to Parker actually, and if you look at Misery, look at all those pictures of him going back years. He's been a kid. I know this isn't a DC game, by the way, but it was topical anyway. He's been playing games forever.
Sure.
Like, it's not something he picked up when he was 20 and he thought, I'm going to make a go of this. He's been doing this forever. If I was, looking at my kids and they were doing that, and since the age of 11 or 12, they've been super into games, they've been trying to get in competitive gaming and stuff, I'd say this is clearly something they desperately want to do, and they're not going to lose that.
No.
If you were like 20, maybe it didn't work after a couple of years, you go, I'm done with this. Maybe you don't have that drive. He clearly does. So I think if you want to get into it, you should have been into it already. That's what I'd say.
I mean, that does resonate with what we heard from Zhao 8 in his previous interview yesterday, where Slacks asked, "How do you continue? Why are you still playing? Why are you still at the top of your game?" And his answer was simply, "Well, that's what I do if I wasn't competing."
That's his life. It's like, this is my life anyway.
He retired and all he did was play Dota all the time. So it's like, why not play tournaments at that point?
Exactly.
He loves it.
It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle that they find themselves in with or without the competition.
Whoa, interesting picks.
Hello. Wait a second. Bounty has been brought in by LF.
Poached.
Why?
Block pick.
Not necessarily. Actually, when I thought I made a mistake in the most picked and banned, but it is, if I'm not mistaken, the most picked / banned for LGDFY.
Really?
Next to Batrider and OD, Bounty Hunter is present. A battle for the bounty between these two teams.
Now, Bat is still there. In the, he hasn't been banned. They could pick Bat as well, FY. Dark's here.
That's Magi and Seer.
Yeah, that tells a lot. With the Ogre, they're going to be trying to exert a lot of pressure once again on the offlane. And Ogre plus the Darkseer and
There's the Bat, see?
So both teams have a pretty good offlane, a dual offlane. But right now, it's all going to be about the Ogre versus the Bounty. Who gets more
63%.
done? Who gets more done in the early game? And as the Bounty, you do not want to run into the blue fat. You're going to get killed. You want to avoid the blue fat.
It's interesting that it's banned so much against them, because it's not like a hero they play all that much. Like, from watching the games at Qualify, they've only played it a small handful number of times. So more like perhaps a respect ban directed at Zhao, because in the past it's sometimes been a favorite for him and his teams. Even when he was an offlaner, he would often pick up the Bounty Hunter. He liked to play around it, but this LGDFY has normally been more the greedy 4th position hero. So does show a clear mindset change going to game 2. Like, the greed didn't work. Let's pick up something with more early game.
Yeah, let's help Yao out, in the lane. You don't want to ditch him once again. You want to give the offlaner a good start, allows him to take control of the tempo of the game, allows your team to be in a much better position.
Silencer ban.
Yeah, it's the partner for the Batrider that all the Chinese teams love to run. Having, not necessarily a partner in lane, but partner for initiation.
Yeah, you grab, you global. Yeah.
Guaranteed kill on a core hero typically.
Right.
Yep.
Just nullifies any escapes they may have.
DK we've seen used a lot as that's just sort of steady Eddie frontliner. And then if you've got Batrider in the back waiting to jump, if you try to go on the DK, it makes it very difficult. So he just sits there hitting towers, and you've got Bat behind ready to jump and initiate.
Oh, interesting void ban.
Yeah, the void ban is like something Adfinan like to run a lot on the safe lane. I've seen them play it a couple of times with the Darkseer, so LGD just do not want to play against that, and Adfinan go for the Weaver here, self-sustainable.
Why did I hear almost a slight disappointment in your voice there, Winter?
I mean, I'm just...
oh, Weaver.
We've seen a lot of Weavers lose.
Oh, that's gosh. Yeah, we don't see a lot of Alchemists lose.
Your favorite hero. It's Alex Chemist.
It's not your best work. But yeah, we'll take it.
Winterlight.
Winterlight.
Love that. Oh.
You're a genius, Ted.
Thank you.
Oh,
Made Winter laugh.
That's good. Disruptor comes in. These, you know what? That's actually ridiculous. And I think that's the third one in the list of their most common. Hang on. I had it in front of me.
Yeah, Disruptor is great with Bounty and Bat Rider because you chase and you have the glimpse to send heroes back. You're not going to run away. So a lot of synergy between the first 3 heroes. But then again, if you look at Adfinan's heroes right now, they're all really difficult to kill, very tanky, very mobile with the Weaver. So if you're not going to be able to take them down, then your chasing potential won't be useful.
We need some damage from LFY here.
They need a lot of damage, and at the same time, Disruptor plus the carry lane is going to be under a lot of pressure. Disruptor is not great at zoning Darkseer plus Ogre lane. Like you don't do much.
LGDFY have 4.
It's going to be a Timbersaw against the Alchemist lane once more.
They have 4 of their 5th most picked /banned heroes.
I mean, we've seen Alchemist beat Timber earlier today, resoundingly.
Yeah, but that person doesn't play Timber a lot.
Indeed. So if this is
that doesn't count.
Might be different. Might be different.
Super on the other hand plays a lot of Timbersaw. He plays a lot of Timbersaw. So
what does a Timber do against an Alk in lane? What do you do?
Well, basically he's a strength hero, so the Whirling Death will do a lot of damage to him, and you have the reactive armor, so you have extra armor to tank through the acid spray, which is physical. So Timber does really well against Alchemist in lane. Should. Yeah.
To simplify, Terrible Blade has been picked up.
But no.
And a quick Warlock.
That's
my
Fatal
God.
Bonds versus TB is going to be pretty nice.
This
A
TV,
late Warlock.
I don't know. This TV pick is
dubious.
Might be a blunder. Might have a very hard lane.
Blunder. Might be a blunder. Are you seriously framing
It's like a very risky thing. It might, if it works out well, it'll be really good. But if it doesn't, it'll be really bad.
The lane in stage is such a struggle with the Darkseer there. The Metamorphosis is such a long cooldown, 140 seconds at level 1. It's really hard to lane around.
Wow, you are framing it that LGDFY have rolled the dice. They've taken a gamble, and it's with their tournament life. It is single elimination, and Ad Finum could really be completing the story to get to the semi-finals of their first and largest major event. It's big for the Greeks, and now the Chinese need to bounce back. Will it be ended in 2, or will we find a third? Let's introduce the casting pair for this one. Once again, it's time to see Capitalist and Merlini.
Indeed, the great analyst Pyrian Flax dubbed it Terrible Blade. A gamble indeed. Merlini, is this actually going to work out? A last pick Terrorblade?
It is risky.
I mean, it's versus a Warlock.
But remember at Manila when N played Terrorblade and they won this kind of unwinnable game versus DC? It reminds me of that. So his Terrorblade is actually really good, even though the hero might not be that great.
And what do we think about Zhao Wei being able to have the Bounty Hunter on his side, and Ad Finum are going to be forced to play into that? Do you think that's going to be able to help see? Because Ad Finum, obviously they want to be able to play fast. They're an aggressive team. Bounty Hunter is the kind of hero that spots out these rotations. We saw how successful maybe next time was against some of that. Oh, the smoke does get popped, but nothing's going to come of it here. But do you think this is actually going to put a few wrenches in Ad Finum's plans to be aggressive? Or do you think they're just able to fall back on this Alchemist? They've got the late game in that, and they're going to be okay and happy letting LFY take the first moves in this game too?
Well, I don't think it's just a deny pick, firstly. And I think it probably gives them the upper hand in the draft because that's not what Ad Finum were likely expecting in the first part. But he can cause a lot of trouble. Warlock's the hero that tends to sit in lane and play a little bit greedy, second pull a little bit. Alchemist, well known for just trying to get as most out of the map as possible. I think a lot of this rests on the Bat Rider, though. Yao on the Bat Rider is going to have to make a lot of plays, even more than Xiao 8 did on his bat.
All right, we'll see how he's able to do against a Warlock and Weaver in his offlane. We've got the mid matchup. That one's going to be tough for Thug, who's playing the Alchemist. He's matched up against Super's Timbersaw, a well-known counter to the Alchemist. Fortunately, he will have some help. Spartan's going to be here already going for the early level 1 of Bloodlust, and I'm sure he's also going to try and do a little harassment to Super. Top lane, Skylar's going to be playing the Darkseer, and he's matched up against DDC's Disruptor as well as N's Terrorblade, and they're going to try and go for an early kill on Skylar. They know he's trying to force this with the Ion Shells to try and get his fast level 2, but they're immediately going to go for him, and it looks like this is going to be a fast first blood. Skylar not even able to pick up the level 2. He'll die, giving the first blood to end.
At least he got the 3 melee creep experience before he died, so he is level 1/2. But yeah, Bounty Hunter already ruining the lanes for Adphenum as he gives up an early first blood.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows Darkseer, this is the way he plays. He tries to double stack the Ion Shell, push into the wave, and immediately get his level 2 off of that.
And he probably expected the Bounty Hunter to be mid, because likely if you're Adphenum, you're like, okay, we're going to put the Ogre mid. They're going to think that we're going to put the Ogre mid, so they're going to counter by having the Bounty Hunter mid.
Right.
So, you know, Xiaoyi's probably one step ahead and just like, okay, well, I'll just ruin the Darkseer's lane and put him at a really big disadvantage. And now the Ogre's forced to go up to the top. Skylark is level 2, so not that big a deal. Once you get level 2, you're not that worried, although Disruptor can cause some more issues later on.
Yeah, I mean, this is first blood, and that's fantastic for LFY, but still, it is a Darkseer matched up against a Terrorblade, who's now blown his Metamorphosis. Every single time Metamorphosis is on cooldown, it just means a lane that Skylark's going to be able to repeatedly push in with Ion Shell and keep them back. DDC is going to be target here of an Ion Shell combination. They're going to be able to glimpse back Spartan. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they actually managed to get the kill on maybe next time with the Bat Rider and Zhao 8's rotation on the Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, so 2 lanes down, 1 to go, and a lot of people talk about how, you know, maybe the early game doesn't matter so much if there is an Alchemist in this game, but I think every little bit counts in this early game, and every kill is going to count when there is a Bounty Hunter with track.
Pushing into end. He's got himself the early brutes, so he can actually stay ahead of these Ion Shells a bit, but
Xiao 8,
still gonna
Haste Rune on the bottom. Maybe next time almost walks into it, but drops a Sentry Ward before. So that would have been a pretty easy kill if maybe next time walked all the way down into the Rune spot. And Xiao 8 maybe looking to kill this chicken. It is spotted out, but he will hide it to the left. And Xiao 8, his scouting will be to no avail.
Do you think Xiao 8 is feeling it?
He needs 2 Tree Eaters.
He's got 2 Tangos.
Yeah, there are 2 trees that you can eat to run into there. It's just very difficult. So
he's going to be able to scout it out, but his Haste Rune is now gone. He sees the Courier, but it's also just about to hit 3 minutes.
But he's standing in the place where if they fly it and they run it back, he's sitting right on top of it. The only problem is his vision is very, very low in that area. He's going to have to hit it as soon as it's... Oh, Raiden has used scan. They know exactly where he is. So
yeah, they see him.
These shenanigans are not going to work. They know the Bounty Hunter inside and out.
Yeah, they immediately boost it as it runs back. That being said, Thug is not able to do any bottle crowing, and he's going to be having a hard time controlling these runes, as Zhao 8, for the most part, is going to be 1 step ahead of him.
But he's suiciding, so this will give a big insight into where he's going to be positioned.
So maybe the 4-minute rune, Thug can kind of reset off of that, but he's going to need some help. I'm not sure what their plan is in that regards. Bottom lane, Madara is beginning to go onto Yao here, pushing him back behind the tier 1 tower. Those bugs are just so powerful in the early levels.
Spartan in the top gets caught out by Kinetic Field.
They're going to be able to run him down pretty easily. The Kinetic Field allows the setup for 1. Skylark may be the other victim here as they slow him down, but Skylark is just tanky enough. The Reflection not able to slow for long enough.
I mean, Ogre has a fair amount of armor, but Terrorblade just hits like a truck with that, and they're putting a decent amount of pressure on the Terrorblade. He's not completely free farming.
That turn rate is so killer. Yao is slowly but surely ticking down, though. Combination of Fatal Bonds as well as Shadow Word will bring him quite low.
Wow.
God, that was the last tick.
That was the last tick. He has 17 HP with 25 damage. That after magic resistance, that is just barely enough. I think he just needed 2 more HP to survive right there.
Oh, Zhao 8, he's searching for it, but the slow bottle is staying 1 step ahead of him. They're going to try and run down Thug inside of that tier 1 tower area. Thug knows the tower is not much of a reprieve. He tries to run just straight forward. It's not going to work out for him. The early Chakram is what separates life and death for the Alchemist. He ends up falling to Supra's Timbersaw.
Yeah, the TP just came out a little bit late. I don't know if the Bounty Hunter flashed on the minimap as he got hit by the T2 tower, but the TP, if it came in maybe a couple seconds earlier, they would have been able to heal him
again.
Up. DDC.
Maybe next time, going to be pulled back straight into the Kinetic Field. Oh, Super whiffs that Chakram, and he didn't have much mana to work with anyway.
And Dust reveals Xiao 8 and does not want to concede to death at this moment. Let's see if he's going to be able to bot up anyone. Maybe next time gets a couple of hits.
Thug giving it away. 6-minute rune is coming up too.
This other ward placed by Xiao Wei behind the T2, not only will it scout out that courier, but it'll scout out that large stack, and if anything is happening over there. And right now, he knows that it's just a 1 stack, or 0, whatever you want to call it.
And Timbersaw is a great hero for contesting those kind of stacks too, right? Because
And
he can,
Batrider.
Yeah, he can go behind the towers just because he's so tanky that even if they rotate heroes from Ad Finum, he may still be able to survive. And you're right, Batrider, another hero who may end up going down here. Monter's going to try and chase him down with the Shikuchi. He's got him. They're going to be able to get the last couple of hits thanks to the Geminate attack. Ad Finum strike back. But LFY not giving any space whatsoever. Now they're going to go on to Skylark. He tries to run himself away. The kinetic field doesn't quite latch, but the glimpse will pull him back to his death as he tries to go for the TP out, but the damage is too much. And his big Terrorblade, now maxed out Metamorphosis, finds yet another kill.
They're making this lane seem easy for the Terrorblade, but looking at Dark Terror CS, he died twice, but he has 39 CS, the most on the Radiant side, and not many of that were from neutrals, if at all. And Thug does have himself bottled a bounty rune, so his early game deaths not going to be as costly. Easy recovery.
Level 6 is finally here for Thug, and he's trying to do some neutraling, but we talked about how Super will be able to contest this. He comes right in, will steal some of these bigger creeps. And it doesn't look like Ad Finum are really going to be able to put a stop to this. Spartan's here, but the rest of their dual lane and bottom lane has not made a rotation. In fact, Spartan's going to be kind of caught, slowed down by the Chakram, and Super gives him the Whirling Death.
This is what you want to do versus an Alchemist. Many people ask what's the counter. It's stop his farm early. Prevent him from that 12-minute Armlet Radiance timing. And right now, 7 minutes in, not even that close to getting the Armlet in. No stacks really to look at. Yao is actually taking out the rest of that bottom camp. And how many neutrals is Thug going to have to work with?
They really do need to bring some extra heroes, but how can they? They've got an off-lane Darkseer, one of the slower off-laners out there, and this safe lane Weaver, which will be ready to go and fight sometime soon, but for now, he's still trying to just farm up and keep Yao back as the Batrider. We talked about how important his farm is to the game. They're trying to slow down that blink as much as possible.
And I think to recover the Alchemist's farm, they need to be able to secure these bounty runes. 8 minutes is coming up, and all it takes is 1 or 2 more bounty runes to propel him to the leader of the net worth chart. But he's still behind.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try and rotate over for the 8-minute one, but Zhao Wei's already there. So even if it was a bounty bottom, there's no way Ad Finum can actually collect. Sure enough, there it is. Taunting.
And they know at least they know the bounty hunter is down there because they had a reserve ward spotted out, the bounty rune disappeared with no hero in sight. So
yeah,
that's some information that they can glean. Maybe it's time for them to start stacking the Ancients. I think that's a much easier place for them to protect. Just because Timbersaw, neither Timbersaw nor Batrider can actually take that stack out because they don't have any physical damage really.
Right.
And it's a much safer investment for them.
Yeah, it's a relatively easy area to close off. Even with that off-lane tower gone, they could still use just a cliff ward and a counter ward and still be able to see any potential encroachments by Zhao Wei.
They have to be scared though. This Batrider is getting a lot. He's died 3 times, but he still has a fair amount of farm. Xiao Wei taking a lot of damage, but with the Windwalk will be safe. And the Batrider's Blink Dagger is going to come out pretty soon.
Monterey, he's poking out, trying to see if he can actually catch Zhao Wei, even though he's invis with the Shikuchi. It's not going to happen here. Meanwhile, this is pressure that Ad Finum, they can't ignore, but they also can't contest. A Terrorblade pushing in your middle tier 1 tower before the 10-minute marker, but he's just too much for them to handle, so they're going to try and trade off and see if Madara can get the bottom lane.
This Acid Spray does nothing versus a Terrorblade. So at the very least, this like 17, 18 armor Terrorblade just gets tickled from Acid Spray.
Yeah, I was trying to set up wrapping around behind anybody who gets a little bit too close to this tier 1, but it seems a pretty obvious situation that is a fail for Ad Finum. They just really cannot contest. The tier 1 tower will go down, and Ad Finum are just going to be forced to clean up whatever scraps they're given by LFY.
Yeah, what scraps are there? There's not really that much for them to take out anymore. Skylark's also looking to farm up his mech, and there are just not enough creeps in the jungle.
Yeah, they get whatever is pushed into mid lane. The top lane is pushing out, but the thing is the Darkseer can't really go up there to farm that lane just because the Disruptor, thanks to a combination of an aggressive ward in lane as well as a high-level glimpse, can easily catch the Darkseer if he goes up there. An attempt to catch Madara doesn't quite get him. They're going to try and turn actually here. Madara pushes him back, making sure that he is not a victim.
And they have the level 6 on the Warlock. Maybe next time doing neutrals right now, this could be pretty big for them if they want to protect the Alchemist. Just drop the rock with some level 2 Fatal Bonds. There's no T1 tower in the mid, though. That's one that you definitely do not want to lose as an Alchemist. I would say that's way worse than the bottom T1 tower.
Oh, absolutely.
But that's why they picked the Terrorblade, to push down those T1s very early so that Bounty Hunter, Timbersaw, and Batrider can have their free reign.
So what do you think, Merlini? That just the end 30 seconds till Metamorphosis is up. Does LFY just make a rotation bottom lane and push down that tier 1 with the next round?
That one is actually not that important, just because they can already enter the Radiant jungle.
Madara in some serious trouble. Is going to time lapse, going to be pulled back into the glimpse. The counter ward is there. They're going to be able to get the lasso. Madara should go down. He's helping to be able to survive by the infused raindrop, but it's just not going to be enough. Not with 4 heroes there. Tracked up and will be brought down. A big track kill and a big kill either way for LFY, as the one hero that was really farming on Ad Finum is brought low.
Yeah, I think they're already doing enough damage to their economic system to make Ad Finum very, very worried about how the next 10 minutes are going to go. Like Alchemist, he's like, you know, he's kind of getting there with his Radiance, but the Weaver has died. They're getting a lot of track gold. He's not going to be able to find space to farm his Lincoln Sphere. He still needs 3,000 gold and then some to get his Lincolns. And meanwhile, as you mentioned, the meta is up. They push down another T1 with the free kills, and if they want to fight, they have to fight against the odds of track. But they do need to use Gelock often.
They are actually going to try and stop this push. Madara comes in, they're going to drop the rock, they're going to catch some of these heroes, pull them back into the vacuum. Super's going to be caught, but he managed to get away. A long latch onto a tree allows him to escape with the cover of Static Storm. Now multiple TPs. And Ad Finum just could not get there fast enough. Madara gets a couple more shots onto Super's backside, but doesn't result in much of that reactive armor going strong.
Xiao 8 waiting at the rune, he just steals it right under Spartan and wastes the dust from Spartan. And that was a 4-man Static Storm by DDC to ensure their escape. And now they're not really getting anything. They're giving up kills, they're giving up track kills, they can't protect their neutrals, nor can they protect their towers. And that was a rock wasted.
Yeah, that certainly was. It just seemed a bit perplexing. Ad Finum, they wanted to be able to fight. They wanted to slow down these LFY pushes, but they just got there a bit too late to really set up. They're even going to lose the golem. 100 gold going to LFY.
They just need to go back to their original plan. They picked the Alchemist, and they need to make sure that the Alchemist is thriving. And I'm very surprised to see no Ancient stacked up from Ad Finum. They don't really have to fight. I think they will win the economic game as long as they don't waste their resources, like, you know, all of these heroes TPing bottom lane in a fruitless defense of the tower.
Wait until he gets level 2 Chemical Rage. Thug now pops his ultimate, try and get some regen into the mana. He's been slowing down a bit on farm,
but
he might part to that.
And even more so now that Yao already had back to base. 2240 gold. It is time for the reign of Batrider.
Before the Radiance, too.
Yeah, this could be pretty poor for them. Like, even if they do get the Radiance, I think it's going to be pretty tough, just because with the Terrorblade, they're actually really strong in the team fights. I don't even think Rock's that big of a deal for them.
Yeah, they could very easily push into tier 2 if they wanted. That objective is free. Roshan is also probably a free objective for LFY at this point. They could even try and go high ground just to see if they can force Ad Finum back inside their base from time to time. The rotation's coming across. That tier 2 is not going to be the only target by LFY. They managed to catch the Alchemist, pull him into the Static Storm, and here comes Timbersaw to deliver the finishing blow. 2-8 now. LFY a dominant position by 14 minutes. You want it fast, LFY. They've got their foot in the pedal here. They're even looking for an extra hero. They're going to lay down a ward inside. Now it's going to be immediately counter-warded. Maybe next time, maybe not immediately. Gets sent back a little bit, but they're going for the high ground push.
They have the Lance already on end, and still a healthy duration left on the Metamorphosis, but Glyph has been used, and that looks like to be LFY's sign to back off immediately. But now so much of the map is open to them, as Alchemist cannot really push out lanes. He doesn't have the BOTs. He doesn't even have his Radiance.
Yeah, the neutrals are probably the more efficient way for Alchemist to be able to farm, stacking those up, benefiting off of Greevil's Greed. But so many of these neutrals are going to be contested by LFY's clear control of the map. Aggressive wards all around, very little tier 2s to work off of. And perhaps an impending Roshan. Ad Finum are going to try and escalate things a bit. They're going to try and match LFY somehow here with a 4-man smoke behind the Alchemist. They don't even have the Radiance yet, but they're feeling so down and out. They want to try and make something happen themselves.
That scan hits on Skylark. They know that they're all to the northwest of that T1 tower. But LFY, they don't really have a reason to make a move. There's no lasso up. There's no meta up. No reason to take a fight right now. Even though they do have the track, they're not going to jump the gun. And another smoke just as lasso comes off cooldown. Yao joins the rest of his team as he blinks over towards the dire jungle.
And they know exactly who their target is. They're going to look for the Alchemist somewhere inside the neutrals. They're going to sweep through mid, sweep through the... Yeah, they've got that tower, that ward behind the tier 2. There's the Radiance finally, but 16 minutes in, Armlet Radiance, not the best timing. And it's about to get a whole lot worse if LFY actually get an initiation here. They see the Ogre, and it looks like they're just going to take that one kill. They hope for the Alchemist, not going to happen. Grok is going to be dropped here, so the Ogre is down, but that's not a hero they care too much about. With that vacuum and one big swing from the Golem, they managed to bring down 2. They may find a third. They're pushing out, looking for heroes, but LFY are ready to respond. The Timbersaw is already back up thanks to the high charges of Bloodstone that he got. So he's already in the mid lane, ready to continue this push alongside the rest of his allies.
And now, and has committed his meta to try and push this down, as you mentioned, Super. He's right back up. He's in there.
Yeah, he pushes straight into Madara. Does get a small pittance of damage there.
There's no place for an Alchemist to farm. Like, he wants to be able to defend right here, but he also just wants to farm with his BOT's Manta immediately after. And LFY are just giving him no space at all, no time.
I mean, this Metamorphosis is easily going to last. Well, backdoor protection is up for right now, so this damage being done isn't really doing a whole lot there, LFY. They're going to have to wait for the next creep wave, and it seems like that's just going to be too late. It's all maybe next time. Thanks to that Warlock Golem, he cleared a whole entire wave from behind, and that stops the push in its tracks. They had plenty of Metamorphosis time to work around, but because of that little maneuver with just the Golem, they managed to keep their tier 2 alive.
And now they'll see the Terrorblade TP talk that gives the green light for Alchemist to finally farm out in more risky areas.
The Disruptor and Batrider are still here in aggressive position. They know their combination of nukes, especially if the Timbersaw is here. They can bring anybody down, even the Alchemist. Nobody is safe from this combination of catch. And you're going to see the Ogre. He's going to be the victim here. It may say just an Ogre, but it's also a track kill. So these 5-position pickoffs, they are something for LFY to celebrate about. Just means more and more track gold going their way.
Yeah, and that's the thing about like an Alchemist strategy. Normally you're okay with all your support time because they're so low on net worth. And you're getting a lot of farm in the meantime, but they're not low on net worth because they give track.
Yeah, look at that.
Can't farm.
That's like what, almost an 800 gold exchange? Look at Ogre's net worth right now. He's worth 800 gold.
Poor guy.
That's track gold. That's what track gold's all about. That guy is almost worth less than his bounty that LFY got from the kill.
Yeah, and Madara is still struggling to farm his Lincoln Spear, so it's not like his other cores are exchanging farm in the meantime, and Thug kind of confined to the area right outside of his T3.
They at least have some really good team fight combination now with Skylark picking up his Blink Dagger. If they get the right kind of level 4 vacuum in on top of a Fatal Bonds with Chaotic Offering. We saw that combination earlier with the Timbersaw and how he just got bursted down.
Yeah, I think I really would have preferred the Alchemist, or sorry, the Warlock to get level 4 Fatal Bonds instead of level 4 Shadow Word. Just because I think it's all about that team fight. In maybe even just like 2 levels of Shadow Word and 1 upheaval by now.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. It feels like the upheaval is kind of necessary at this point.
He did almost get a couple of kills because of Shadow Word, so I can see why he did it. Like, he almost killed the Bounty Hunter in the mid lane if he had higher levels of Shadow Word.
I think in some ways they know this rotation is coming, and that's why they're smoked up. They're trying to reach Madara, but can they actually save him in time? Madara's going to be caught. He's going to be held up by the lasso. Here comes the vacuum and the golem drop, and they're going to be able to save him. Turn things around and get 3 big kills. LFY get dropped by the rock. Venom go for the push now, the tier 2, and look to claim much more of a net worth swing than LFY could have possibly dreamed of.
And DDC was holding on to his Static Storm. He wasn't confident whether or not they were going to kill that Weaver. And if he had dropped it, they would have at least gotten a Weaver kill. But
if not potentially stop the Darkseer when he blinked in. But that bit of greed from DDC cost them big time.
And that good positioning by the Weaver, too. Because he was hiding out in the fog. He's like, okay, my team's coming up behind. He lured them into a position where, like, okay, we can do this. So Lasso comes out behind. He's, like, behind the tree, so he thinks he's safe. And he gets a Shikuchi out before all those spells come out. DDC still holding in Static Storm. Doesn't drop it, but they're like, oh, crap, we're right about to lose this fight, and look at that beautiful combination.
He was just about to drop it, but it was a bit too late. The Weaver, he manages to get out, and 3 big kills go to Adfinum. 7-10 now, 20 minutes in. A 2,000 gold lead still being held by LFY.
But they proceed immediately into the Roshan pit.
Yeah, double damage.
He is incredibly strong. He is plus 234. That buff to meta adding to base damage really makes a difference when it comes to the DD.
Yeah, it certainly does. So the first Aegis, that does cost them Metamorphosis, so they probably won't be able to push for another 2 minutes, but when they do, it could be a potential death push. Adfinum, they may have gotten a big win in that top lane, but they are still definitely behind. LFY's up in net worth against an Alchemist says a lot about the pace of this game.
At least the kill score is pretty low, and so Adfinum has to be happy. The kill score is only 7-10. I would say that's much better than you would probably expect with a Bounty Hunter in the game and an Alchemist. Your supports just tend to die a lot more in this sort of game, especially with a Bat Rider hunting around. But Adfinum are playing pretty tight. A few of their heroes are up to T3 right now. Like, look at where Spartan maybe next time and Madar are. They're hiding. They don't want to give up any sort of kills right now. Any kill could lead to a push with the Aegis, especially with meta 1 minute off cooldown. They have to be very careful about not giving any free kills. They need to be 5 strong. Darkseer especially, I think, is a hero that cannot die.
Absolutely. I mean, Adfinum, they were on the offense in game number 1 in a very similar scenario, right? Skylark went for those very deep base dives in order to find a pickoff that led to early high ground pushes with a Morphling. Same thing could happen here with the high physical damage of a Terrorblade if Adfinum are not careful and wise to LFY's game plan.
And I don't see any smokes on the side of LFY. This would be a pretty good time to do so as they try and approach the high ground. Meta is just 20 seconds off cooldown. The Alchemist isn't out of control yet. He can't really even go outside of base right now because he doesn't have the Manta style.
Oh man, this just seems like a great position for LFY. They've got all the lanes pushed in. Top lane's pushed in it a bit, but it's not a danger to their tier 3, especially since all of Adfinum's heroes are inside the base.
Skylark's time to shine again on that Darkseer. I remember the other play that he made with the YOLO Blink and a Roche, and he didn't get anyone with the vacuum wall, but he has been delivering on the vacuums this game. This is a high-pressure situation for him.
And separating himself from his 3 illusions, wants to make sure they don't get caught in too big of a vacuum. They're going to try and wrap around from the side. Skylark is already smoked up next to maybe next time, looking for their Blink initiation. They're approaching.
Look at where Yao is. He was in deep.
Madara is trying to kind of poke them, see if they can actually get these heroes to move forward. But they're just beating onto this tier 3 tower with the illusions and the power of the Dragonlance.
But now they have to actually walk up the hill right now, and is beating on it. And
there are a lot harder, and there it is. The vacuum goes out, but the Static Storm comes out instantly. They do manage to get the golems down, but LFY do not take a whole lot of damage to that combination, and they can think about backing out if they want to. Metamorphosis is on its last legs. So they will indeed retreat, happy with just a tier 3 taken and a golem exposed.
There is still the wall available. That was one of the big cooldowns that wasn't actually used because, as you mentioned, he got Static Storm. So the Rock is down, but still, I don't even think it's that big of a deal if the Rock is down because they do have the Fatal Bonds to follow up after the vacuum wall.
They want that Alchemist. They have a smoke too if they wanted to blow it and try and get past this mid lane without being spotted, but they're not going to go for it. They're going to let the Bounty Hunter scout for now. This aggressive Ancient Ward did see a lot. And Thug, if he's not careful, he's going to be caught here. Already jumped forward. They managed to get the lasso. This is a big kill. They should be able to bring him down quite easily. The Chakram's going to be able to come through. The Whirling Death cutting him down to size. And Thug has no real escape. Gone for a minute just as he was about to close in on that Manta style.
And Xiaowei knew exactly where he wanted to go. If he wasn't that close to the Manta style, I'm pretty sure he would have just left that Seder Cape at half and then went up there. But because he was at 2,600 gold, he knew he was that close. He does have buyback available to them, but it's a tough position right here. I think he has to buy back, or else we're just going to lose 1, maybe 2 sets of racks.
Yeah, and he's already doing a lot of damage even without Metamorphosis. They actually throw out the wall here. And drops a bit low, but again, he still has that Aegis to work around with. LFY, if they're feeling it, they could still go for a bit of a push here, but they decided against it. 1 more minute left on the clock for the Aegis. But with the wall there kind of impeding their progress into that melee racks, they should be more than happy with a buyback on an Alchemist, again, slowing down that Manta.
Madara? Where's he going?
I'm not sure.
There is a DD available. Is he going to go for a chicken snipe? That was a reward.
He's actually going to get it. He's actually going to run into that curry. Oh, that was the Scotty, though. That could have been big. That would have delayed up the Scotty, and LFY may not have felt comfortable without that big ticket item to push high ground, but now they certainly will. They've got the Metamorphosis. They already have the push into the melee racks. And pops it now, jump forward, lasso onto the Alchemist, and he's static forward, he's gone! A minute down, so is Darkseer for another minute as well. And all of a sudden, LFY just pounce, and they're looking to end the game almost. They've already got the Chakram down. Fortunately, a surge from the Darkseer will allow the Warlock to escape, but that's one lane of racks down, and Metamorphosis is up for quite some time. They can go ahead and push for a second round, especially with Spartan going down. He tries to man up for a second, but now he's gone for 30, and the tier 3 at mid lane is going to be the next victim of LFY's push. Madara comes forward trying to poke at these heroes desperately, but he's just not the kind of hero to be able to do the damage they need right now. And finishing up that melee racks, they manage to get the back into the combination. Oh my god, a 4-man caught, but LFY just do not seem to take enough damage, and turns, fights it out. He's trying to battle it up, and he will manage to successfully take one kill, get the melee racks, and get the hell out. LFY, one swoop in through the bottom lane, 2 lanes of racks fall.
Alchemist is just way too far behind at this point, and that was kind of a dieback. I'm not really sure what the timeline is for, people buying back and dying again to be considered a buyback, but he has died a lot this game. 4 times to be exact, 26, 27 minutes. This is usually where you get your 5th, maybe 6th item for Alchemist, and right now he's still struggling to pick up that Manta style, and without the Manta style, they can't push out lanes at all. Bounty Hunter will scout him out, call in the rest of his team, get a pick off.
And look at that initiation. 4 heroes caught into the golems, but they don't have the Alchemist, and Madara's just not ready to go. He's only got a Linken's on this Weaver. He can't possibly put out the single target damage that they really need to be able to burst down, like M, for example.
They have no real magic damage to deal with his high amount of armor. His armor is just out of control, though. 25, Acid Spray and Swarm and the Blightstone, it still doesn't really do anything, because other than that, what other damage do you have? If you have Fatal Bonds, you need magic damage to follow it up. If you want to kill the
definition of YOLO. Their 5-man smoke out, immediately goes straight for Super, already bringing him quite low, but the Yule Scepter goes down. He still has a Bloodstone as well. The Static Storm, they manage to catch Thug, pull him straight into it with the Chakram over the top. They're going to be able to eliminate him once again. This wall is ineffective as Madara is trying to get out, but he only has the time lapse. He's going to be pulled back potentially. Yes, he is. Pulled straight back into the claws of LFYs. They latch into him. Bring down another core of Ad Venom. He'll buy back, but the Alchemist cannot. And buyback protection be damned. LFY have more than enough physical damage and time to be able to eat through this top lane of racks and push into Ad Venom while the Alchemist is still down.
End's Terrorblade is very, very scary, especially when there's this sort of shot calling is going around too. All the T1s fell very systematically, and this will be the last hope for Ad Venom.
That aggressive play, double Chakram coming out from Super. Madara again just has no clear to be able to deal with these illusions. The Alchemist still down for another 5 seconds. They now lack a glyph. Trying to hold on for any temporary means, but LFY keep themselves rather spread. They know the only option for Ad Venom at this point is some sort of Link vacuum play. LFY will retreat now. They know what a commanding position they're in, and they do not want to let this gigantic lead that they have be wrestled out of their control. 25,000 net worth lead against an Alchemist, 10K experience.
I think it's just time to you have to play super riskily as Ad Venom. Just push out lanes, hope the Bounty Hunter isn't on you, and just kind of go for it. I think sitting inside your base against this Terrorblade with BKB, who's eventually just going to run up your hill and pummel everyone, it is just not going to work out for them. Right now they're not really taking any risks, but maybe already devising plans for next game, and it doesn't seem like they do as well with these farming-based strategies.
A second Roshan is going to be LFY's choice while they wait for this Metamorphosis to come back up. 20 seconds until it's there. He's also going to have the upgraded Hurricane Pike, which is going to make it that much harder for heroes like the Alchemist to be able to close that distance against an army of Scotty Illusions.
And right now they're just sitting up their base. It's so hard. Like last night, they got a 4-man vacuum, and they still weren't able to really kill anyone in that fight.
Amanta just now picked up by Thug at 30 minutes. This is supposed to be the start of Alchemist getting his split push items, but it's looking like the end to this game 2 at least is LFY. We described it as a death push or the bottom lane earlier. I'm not sure what the upgraded form of that, but it's LFY's top lane push that will finish this game. Unless some sort of miracle happens for Advenom.
5-man vacuum wall?
5-man vacuum wall into a golem, into an unstable concoction. That's the play. A full...
I don't think they have enough damage to kill
maxed out
Terrorblade.
unstable concoction.
You have to kill the Terrorblade in a combo, or else
Yeah.
you just sunder someone, usually the Alchemist, and then you just lose.
Yeah, and LFY are too smart for that. Look at their positioning. There's no way a big vacuum is going to be able to come out. In fact, the Bat Rider may even find the initiation first. They managed to get the golems out, but it's just not enough. And then immediately pops a BKB and starts laying into Thug. Thug tries to battle it out, but it's up against a Static Storm who just can't get out in time. And that'll be the end of game number 2, LFY. It all came down to the draft. Game 1, Advenom baited out the Enigma. This time around, LFY, they bait out the Alchemist, who's been so dominant on the main stage. It seems like these two teams are destined for a fast-paced game, as whoever plays the faster game seems to win.
The first pick is really important, though.
Yeah.
And like for LGD, last time it was way too predictable with the Enigma. This time with the Bounty Hunter, they were able to scout out the Bounty Hunter stacks very early on and keep the Alchemist from becoming relevant at all. The Terrorblade pick, like not only does he push towers well, he also just deals a lot of damage to the Alchemist. Alchemist is like barely any armor.
Well, we've got a whole entire host of people ready to talk about potentially that first pick and how big of an influence it's going to be in this game 3. Alex, have your analysts thought about this too much?
Yeah, they were just talking it through, actually. We were talking about the Terrorblade. We know Winter in particular was not a massive fan of it, but maybe they've made a believer out of him. Has the end converted you?
I still think that he shouldn't have gotten away with that much in the early game, though. The Ogre and Darkseer didn't accomplish anything in the laning phase.
I'm sure you guys aren't complaining. Cap, Malini, a third for this game.
Woo! Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, Advenom probably wouldn't have it any other way, right? I imagine if they're going to go out of this tournament, it's going to be in a game 3, and if they're going to move on, it's probably in a game 3 as well.
Yeah, it just seems only right for Advenom's storyline, as well as LFY, who have already proven their worth. Thank you very much, you two. We'll be back in a mo. One more game to be seen today, and it does seem just only right that this game for the semi-final spot, the last semi-final spot of the Boston Major, goes all the way. And to help me explain exactly why it's going to go all the way is none other than my panel. We have Cool, Calm, Collected Winter. We have the ever-fabulous Dave Gods Parker, and of course Perry and Flax on the end. Let's start talking about it.
They get a fancy title, and I'm just him. All right, never mind.
I got a full name even.
What happened in the lanes? Why didn't they win in the lanes, Winter? Gods, what the flip happened?
What the flip?
Bounty Hunter was very impactful, got the initial kill on the Dark. And Winter was, because that was one of the things Winter and I first talked about, where I kind of defended the Terrorblade pick a bit. I'm like, look, all they have to do is make sure Bounty Hunter secures the safe lane first. Something that traditionally Bounty Hunter is known for being more of a roaming hero, you harass mid, but what teams have started to do more is when it looks like your safe lane may struggle because your opponents are going to contest it, Bounty Hunter starts up there. So they got a first blood on the Darkseer right away from the get-go, then he roams bottom, he gets a kill there. So the fact that Bounty could be involved in 2 kills in the laning stage made a big difference.
Yeah, I brought up this point during the end of the draft. I said it's going to be very crucial, the Ogre versus Bounty battle, whoever gets more work done, and obviously Bounty clearly victorious in this game. Ogre didn't get much done in the laning phase, and Bounty got so much done.
There were glimmers of hope, weren't there, Ted? There were a couple of team fights that looked good. 4 degrees, that one up the top lane looked great.
It looked like something good would happen for it. I know I slagged off Terrorblade, I called him Terrible Blade, but like, you know, I didn't think he was going to have a good time in lane, and all of a sudden he emerges and it's the usual story. There's a billion of them, and they're all huge, and they just blow up your buildings. It's bullshit.
They do just melt that Rags, don't they?
I mean, that hero is really good in the mid to late game when you have a lot of items, and in the early game you can take towers, but in a lot of games where I see the hero, he struggles a lot in the laning phase, and you know, right now this patch, every team puts a lot of pressure in the lane. That's why you don't see teams, you know, picking the hero up a lot, because his weakness is the laning phase. And this game, he got by his laning phase unscathed, and it was against the Ogre and Darkseer.
And what's interesting, or a question I feel like I have to ask, given how much attention we gave to Alchemist and the success rate it has, you know, over 80% win rate. We also talked about the certain lack of counterplay to it. It does go relatively late game, and Alchemist, the side with Alchemist doesn't win. What was working so well against it? LFY, was it just a case of applying early pressure to him? I mean, what's the answer here, Gods? What's the answer, Winter?
They killed him enough times in the early to mid game, and he was never playing from ahead. Alchemist has this great win rate because he out-farms any other carry in the game. No one can keep up with an Alchemist farming because of the Grieval's Greed and the kind of the Radiance Manta Octarine build that you go. And then you can make use of that farm in the late game by spreading the wealth. You pull your teammates' Acceptors, but this game, he was behind the enemy carries for most of the game. He was getting killed off at kind of crucial times. The Timbersaw pick really worked wonders as far as being a direct counter to burst him down. Bounty Hunter came to his lane.
They made a couple of good moves at the start of the game. They not only killed him, but Timbersaw went in and contested the stacks. That's number one. And number two, the Bat Rider, after the Timber left, he took the stack. The Bat Rider came the second time to steal the stacks. They were really persistent in making sure that the Alchemists never took off this game.
Just applying pressure from him, and then that net graph really, or the net worth graph, certainly did kind of demonstrate exactly how far behind he was. The scoreboard will help show us that as well, though. Some of the numbers certainly are not as applicable as others. Who had Thug on their draft? I can't remember. Oh, it's Toby. Never mind. Toby was getting hyped at one point.
Yeah.
On his,
I don't know, like this
fantasy.
game.
Look at Zhao 8, by the way.
I just look at Zhao 8 had a lot of assists, but you look at the Ogre. The Ogre had 0 assists. That is the problem.
That's
that is
unbelievable.
the big problem this game for Advenom.
Yeah.
That could almost be 100% kill participation with 17 assists, 2 kills. It could actually, could have been.
And with the Terror Bait.
He made the pick work. That's a pick that we thought was going to be tough to fit into their draft, and he was...
I mean, this hero is like Luna and Drow. You take towers, but he struggles a lot in the lane, and he got away with the lane. Like that is the issue that Advenom have to address this game. They did not do what they were supposed to do with their heroes in the laning phase.
So with that said, of course, a taste of their own medicine, Advenom losing a game against a bounty hunter. It really does just keep getting juicier and juicier. And someone who loves all of the gossip is Purge. He's ready to talk us through this game.
I got this, guys. I'll tell you how Ogre messed up. Right at the start of the game, if you take a look, he's a courier right now. He's actually bringing like a salve to the mid lane or something like that. In the meantime, Darkseer trying his best to get some levels, double Iron Shells the wave, realizes Bounty actually is top, not on the mid lane, and that's why he ends up going down. So Ogre, rather than being there and having some lane advantage, is doing something else because he really didn't want to get his courier sniped. And the next point is really important. This is that dual lane that they were supposed to do, but the problem is that by the time he gets top, it's already 1 minute and 46 seconds into the game. They've got Glimpse on DDC, and that's why they don't get a kill there. That was a very potent dual lane gank combo, but it doesn't get online because it's a little bit too late. 4 minutes now, gank on the mid lane. Already hard for Alchemist to lane against Timbersaw, but little rotations like these are very, very effective, and all it took is a fast level 6 on Super there. Definitely very quick 6, that's for sure. Some fights did go okay for Advenom, but usually it never got them more than maybe 1, 2, 3 tops kills. Great initiation with the vacuum wall, but the amazing static field by DDC. I bet he just wishes the rest of his team was there. But either way, save Super, great play there. And Alk again gets ganked. He keeps trying to finish his Radiance, but he keeps getting jumped on by all of LGD Forever Young. This happens multiple times. And really just to round out the end, just take a look at the relative farm here. LGD just really did an amazing job keeping composure and keeping their net worth very close to Alchemist. Partially because of track hold, but also because they ganked him so many times.
And that was the net worth we were talking about. They fell by the wayside, and it does end up going to a third. Any kind of closing thoughts and reactions to that second series to my panel? Anyone got anything at the tip of their tongue? Advenom unable to make it too.
I mean, it kind of feels like that classic Zhao 8 story. He always finds a way to make it work, even when his team looks down and out. This guy's just experienced, you know. He never goes away. You think he's left the scene retiring, then he suddenly comes back and suddenly the best Chinese team again. No effort needed. I don't know.
And to expect
I don't know about no effort needed.
He just takes a few plays here and there, and they're good to go. He's got 2 stand-ins, Winter.
He's one of the legends of Dota. That's it. And you can never write that off. He's got the experience. He's got the talent. He can spot players that'll fit roles and ways to play, and huge amount of respect for him. He's absolutely a legend.
And something I want you to expand upon, Winter, was when you were talking about the fact that Zhao he plays it safe sometimes. It doesn't look like they could be closing earlier, but he doesn't want to take unnecessary risks. Was that something you witnessed in this game as well?
I would say more to his really discipline. When they need to take a risk, they would do it. Maybe some teams would go for that extra +1 kill. In certain scenarios, he would pull his team back to just secure the objectives and maybe missing out on a kill. But he's thinking on the level where if I go for that kill, they buy back and we lose heroes. You know, he's thinking a lot about that.
Thinking about the long game. Well, the teams are on stage, which does mean we're getting ever closer to that third game. And as is tradition, before we do start talking draft, we start talking social media questions.
Yay.
Let's see what they've got for us. Let's bring them up. See what they've got. It's going to be the Dude 13. He says,
Ooh,
could
this is
Adfinum have won if Alch went with the battle build? That's Milner, Armlet, and Abyssal.
Winter, I definitely
I don't think his build was the issue. It was more of, I mean, I don't want to blame the Ogre, but the Ogre didn't do anything in the laning phase. Like he had to secure the farm, the space for the Alchemist to farm. He was supposed to be that distraction, for the
what's
Alchemist.
weird is well, not so much weird because Span normally does play the Ogre, but they have MNT on the Warlock, which is the static signal lane kind of hero.
Yeah, that's true.
I almost feel like they should have swapped their heroes, and that game would have been a whole lot more comfortable and natural for them.
That's a good point.
That is a good point.
I also think what's interesting is the bounty wasn't played against them the way they would play the bounty.
No, dude, remember the interview? They had an interview with MNT and he said he hates playing Ogre.
Yeah, that's right. He says it's the most boring.
He hates playing Ogre and Undying.
That's true. I forgot all about that. That's true. That was a great interview as well. If you haven't seen that, it is going to be available on YouTube. And Talk of the Devil, here they come.
All smiles still.
Yeah.
That's the thing with this team. Like, it's impossible to hit this team's momentum. Like, they could have just lost 6 games in a row. They'll still come walking out into the next one smiling and feeling like they're going to win it.
I think when you've missed out on tournaments, the idea that you should be, oh, we lost the game, guys. Like, they know what it's like to not even get there and be this close. So to them, they've got to savor every single moment they're here, and they're definitely doing that.
Yeah. I mean, they're already, just to clarify where they're at already, they've surpassed Wings Gaming. They have surpassed MVP Phoenix. They have surpassed Newbie, all teams invited to this tournament. And they came through the EU regional qualifiers. It was not given to them. They had to work for it. And now, one game of Dota away from a semi-final.
They're currently one of 5 teams left in the event.
Yeah. There you go.
You can look at it that way.
That is because they played last, Mark. I mean, come on. If they played first, you would have said they were one of 8.
That's like the disclaimer text at the bottom.
Yeah, I like that.
There's a little asterisk.
Asterisk.
Yeah.
Forget about the asterisk. These guys made top 5. Congrats.
Top 5. I see what you did there. I like that. And of course, with that draft coming, the question does remain, what's gone through their head and what's happened in that huddle? Someone yet to be highlighted too much.
They know what works, and I think they have to be careful that they get
too confident.
Don't get too confident. You know what works, and the problem you've got is you've got to try and figure out how to beat Zhao 8, which is not something that is easy to do, and you're certainly not going to befuddle them. You know, they're always going to have a plan. You just have to make sure that you have a good plan and that you stick to it. And like I was going to say, I think like they were expecting the bounty to play against them the way they played the bounty, but it was slightly different. Like people pointing out, it went to the top instead of where MNT normally runs it. So they've kind of got to be a bit more flexible, I think, in their expectations of what the enemy team's going to do. I really hope they've got some mega strat that they're going to pull out, but I think they might just try and go back to what worked.
I mean, mega strat. So we have seen a couple of attempts at them, haven't we? You know, like the last ditch, the last Huzzah, pull that wild card out.
The mega strat is going to be against the anti-strat of Zhao 8.
Yeah.
Zhao 8. I mean,
it's all right.
Ah, it's me.
All right. You're on TV. Wave. Hello. Hey.
This crowd has been wonderful.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Great to see them here. I hope they're all ready for tomorrow as well as we enter the final day. But one last series to finish.
I don't know about you guys, but the fact that LGD and Adfinum are getting equal cheers in the crowd is a big statement about how good the Wang Theatre has been to the Boston Major. We have one more question, though, before we do dive into that draft. It seems like the players are going to get themselves hydrated and prepared. It's going to be coming in from Nib. He says, so many Alchemist picks. Why are we not seeing any AA?
Well, he's shit in lane, I would say, would be one of the things. I don't really like laning with him. It's kind of weak. I mean,
no stuns.
Yeah, you need a setup for his stun to really work.
No stuns and no save. I mean, normally supports, you're thinking you want to have a stun or a save. You're picking him solely for the ultimate. His other 3 spells are all pretty
And also,
lackluster.
you actually need quite a bit on the AA. Like, you need to get levels, and Ags is really what makes it super good. Otherwise, it's just kind of like, I get it, but BKB cancels it.
Dude, that says a lot. Adfinum ban out Bounty Hunter. That ban there just tells the story.
And they're up against the bat. So the Wisp ban, Nyx, and Rubik quick picks.
Ooh. I mean, immediately the Nyx against the bat.
Yeah, that's nice.
Let's see if they go for the silencer.
Oh, I hope they don't.
And the other question is with LFI, is it going to be the bat in Zhao Weid's hands or in Yao's hands? They can play it both as the 4 and the 3. If they feel like they can play it in the 4 because MNT's not on that aggressive roaming hero, that's likely going to be where they try and play it.
That does give them Adfinem like this kind of sense of a paranoia. You don't know where that bat is going, which doesn't come from all teams.
Yeah, that's true.
Yao and Xiao.
They call them the Blood Brothers, you know.
Why is that?
They've been together.
Just together forever?
Yeah, since forever, and they wanted to play together. Oh, there we go, the silencer.
It's like no tail and fly.
To deal with the Nyx. I know Ted doesn't like this.
Oh, I hate that hero.
You hate playing that hero, or you hate playing against the
hero? I
hero?
don't want anything to do with them. He shouldn't be in the game.
What, does the global silence?
It's just that whole thing is fucking stupid. It's like having a game where you can all have fun and then all of a sudden it's like, well, there's no more game for you. It's the worst thing in the game. It should not exist.
How does it compare to Alchemist, though?
Alk, I mean, geez, you know, you can beat Alk. He doesn't just have to press one button.
Oh gosh, we have an Alchemist hater, we have a silencer hater.
You guys
Fuck
just
techies while we're at it.
No, techies is fun. Come on, techies.
No, remove him from the game.
Winter loves everything, right?
Well, Winter.
I bet there's heroes Winter hates.
Yeah, Winter, come on. We're all hating something.
A hero you hate playing as, against, you hate him for stuff.
Say it like you mean it.
Meepo. I hate playing Meepo and C-Pubs.
Whoa. Yeah. Not a fan. And yet your friends at Warriors Gaming are big fans of him.
You want to win Dota, you know? I'm just trying to have fun in a pub, you know?
You want to win. He's just playing for the bounce. Got some new bans coming in, and it's going to be another respect ban almost. Morphling's going to be taken away.
Still got the tag on that hat, just in case you could take it back after the event's over. Eh?
Yeah. Well, we've got you on camera now. Going to send your photo to the secret shop.
Do not refund this hat.
Yeah. But this time the Ursa will be still open. Adfinem banned out the Ursa the first 2 games, and this game they chose to remove the bounty, so that's going to be available for LGD, and they're on the dire side.
They need to have one more ban too, though. They could target. They've already targeted one of ZOAF's heroes. So we'll take.
I mean, Ursa or Lifestealer would be really good. Like both of those heroes are very good in the lane against Nyx, and obviously Lifestealer you already have the vehicle with the Bat Rider, so that would be a lot of synergy with those 2 picks. Plenty of good options here for LGD. Oh, that is the Oracle.
It's Oracle.
Yeah, it's Oracle.
It's not Chen, it's not Omni Knight, it's Oracle.
Of course.
Of course it is. Looks a bit like Violet Beauregard from Willy Wonka.
It does.
You're turning violet, Violet! There's like 4 people that know that reference. Still, Nyx and Rubik for Adfinem, and Silencer and Batrider making Ted puke.
Yeah, it happens. It happens.
I mean, the Nyx Rubik is like, again, an opening that very similar to the Rubik Sanking. You don't know where is it going. Whereas for the Silencer Batrider, very clear. Team fight, very strong team fight. They jump in, they pop the global, they're going to decimate you from the map. That's their plan.
And I mean, it's such a great storyline when you remind everyone that Spartan, captain of his team, is drafting against one of the most highly regarded.
Gosh, look at the
captains
bans.
of LGDFY.
Those are really targeted bans. What heroes that they are good at.
Or it's like you're going into an elimination match. Adfinem are a team who want to stick. You expect them to stick to their guns, so you may as well ban out.
Yeah, I don't mind playing against Alchemist. I'm not giving you a puck.
Yeah,
that's what he's basically. That's what he's saying.
I mean, this
right
guy's been in so many Game 3 deciders, elimination matches. He kind of knows, like, he probably knows better than Adfinem know, like, what they're going through and the kind of pressure they're dealing with. And that you're in that position, you're always going to pick to your strengths as a team and to your to your comfort zone rather than trying something totally new. If you think you can beat them, and Adfinem have shown that.
And you want to take your opponents off their comfort zone.
Yeah. That almost feels like a block pick with this Lifestealer.
I mean, it's also good with their heroes because they have the, there we go. Those are the 2 heroes. 1 each.
Oh boy.
All right.
Just coming to that point, Winter, you've repeatedly spotted and identified when heroes, or rather players, are on uncomfortable heroes, taking them out of that comfort zone. We've seen it today. And what happens? We've seen the outcome of being outside of your comfort zone, and often it isn't pretty.
When you're out of your comfort zone, you tend to make more mistakes, and you tend to make wrong judgments about the limits of the heroes because you don't understand the hero well. You don't like playing the heroes in pubs because that's how you get like a signature hero. You play the heroes in pubs a lot, and your captain looks at you. Oh, you like to play this hero. I'm gonna try to fit it into our system. That's usually how it starts.
Right.
So you want every player to be on their comfort zone with their heroes.
Marana.
Doug does. He played this a lot during the qualifiers. We haven't seen it as much since. And I want to say it's going to be him, but it could also be...
Can it be an MNT
Yeah,
hero?
it could be. Yeah, absolutely.
He plays the roaming Rihanna in, like, was it a group stage game or was the previous...
He did the main event.
Main event, main event game. So he's going to be able to run around, help set up a kill maybe with the Nyx. Because Silencer is an easy kill if you get the impale into the arrow. That could be... Oh, great.
Oh, my
great.
God. They're going to Alchemist.
Is that the first time LGD has gone for the hero so far? Not seen them play the hero yet, but definitely not a stranger to Super. Super has played a lot of Alchemist games in the past, but in a different manner. It's not like a greedy farming manner. It's like more like the mech carrier, the tanky hero.
Do you think he's going to go for more fighting build since that's his style, or
they have
get the Solar Crest build?
They have a Ursa though. I think Ursa will do the fighting job, and Alchemist will be just on.
But Ursa will tie him up with the Bat and the Silencer and whoever else they pick, while Alka's off making money.
Skrilla. Moolah.
What the heck do Adfinum do here to stop that Alk?
I'm sure
not put them around the mid,
I'm
probably.
Sure
Put a stronger mid.
Timber is going to get banned by Forever Young.
Yeah,
very likely.
Yeah.
So...
What's the other? Who are the other outcomes? Timber's the main one.
Timber and Ursa are both the main ones, and both are out. So LGD, I mean, they get to see the last hero from LGD, so that's a plus for them.
Okay. Didn't we see in Pugner decrep him when he goes to get a last hit? What happened the other day?
It's kind of like you can win the laying stage, but then lose
what?
the game. Yeah, it's
Sanking. Gosh. So LGD have a good team.
Is that the support? The support back rider?
It's a Xiaowei
Well, it's flexible. They could do either, but more likely we've seen them do the Xiaowei bat.
Adfinum is in a very, very tough corner here. What do they do? There's not many good options here for them.
They don't have a Meepo player, do they?
I mean, Shadowfin is pretty decent against Alchemist.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he plays the hero. Could work with them because you don't want a single core lifestealer. You want a secondary carry. So
he plays a lot of Templar Assassin. That may be more the style of hero he wants to be on, but
yeah,
good has some save.
Yeah,
secondary hitter, but Alchemist still farms pretty okay in that lane. No? He doesn't get dominated like he against the Timber.
Guys, it's happening. It's going to a third. The draft is done. I'm not going to ask you your opinions on the draft. I'm simply going to sit back and watch this
Sit back and relax.
Yes,
Lovely.
Indeed. The last game of Dota today for the Boston Major. It will determine who will be joining that semi-final squad. We will simply have just 4 teams of 16 that started here at the Boston Major. It will either be LGD Forever Young or it will be Adfinum. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the Dota with your commentators.
Which one of these teams is going to be heading into the semifinals of the Boston Major? Will it be LFY or will it be Adfinum? There's a lot of things to talk about here, but let's start with the familiarity in the draft. LFY, they had their series against LGD, and they have 3 of the 5 heroes, Bat Rider, Silencer, and now a Sand King for LFY. If you're looking at this draft and you're an LFY fan, you got to be feeling a bit confident. This is their draft. This is the lineup that they are already beaten one team here, and they're about to face up against another in a final series.
Yeah, I think there's very little question that LFY came ahead on the draft here. But the question is, how can Adfinum stop this Alchemist, which has been such a terror throughout the main stage?
They couldn't get their hands on a Timber Saw, no encounter to the Alchemist. Instead, they'll get the OD. And Adfinum.
You have to outplay so hard, I think, if you're Adfinum.
Yes. And they're already trying to get themselves a leg up in this series by going for a 5-man smoke deep into the dire jungle, see if they can catch someone with this combination of telekinesis and arrow. It's just not going to happen. LFY, though, this Alchemist is still going to be pretty well pressured. He may not be facing up against a Timber Saw, but he is facing up against an OD imprisonment into an arrow. How is LFY going to be able to combat that constant ganking prowess?
Stack a lot and make sure the Nyx Assassin, I think, is kept down. You can maybe like park the Bat mid or the Silencer mid, but I think you just accept the fate that Alchemist is probably going to die a couple times, but make sure that he can catch up in the mid game. And who's going to ruin your mid game? It is going to be Skylark.
Oh, these stuns are so important. Can Skylark land the big impale leading into the arrow? They're going to be able to get the telekinesis onto the Alchemist, tossing him into the Bat Rider. The arrow's going to clean out Whiff, and they've already brought Spartan low enough. They're going to be able to get the first blood. Madara is now stunned up by a Burrow Strike and surrounded by 4 heroes. That's going to be a second one down. LFY. Okay, a fight over the bounty rune. Sure, you can go ahead and have that one, Madara, but A first blood and a second blood for LFY. I'm sure they're more than happy with that exchange.
The thing about Super is he's not that greedy of a player. He's good at Alchemist, but he's also doesn't try to eke out every little bit of farm. And you see at level 1, he picked up Acid Spray for that fight. He's like, I don't really care if I get the bounty rune. Our team's going to get so much more if I just Acid Spray them down. And like Lifesteal was still at the bounty rune after the Acid Spray had to come out. And as a result, he died. And he knows what's good for the team. That's why I like Super as a player.
And
on the bottom lane, Madara getting blocked out by Yao.
They might be able to get him again. He's going to open wounds, try and slow down the body blocking, gets into the trees, but Zhao Weight's going to try and pursue out. Eats through a little bit, gets one last kill. He does get it, and now he's going to try and fly himself away. Spartan with only physical damage in his array cannot put a stop to that. A third kill going to LFY in this game 3.
And unfortunately for Madara, he's forced to walk all the way back. Look at this poor old Lifestealer. He doesn't even have a lick of experience to his name. That's a long walk. That's one of the saddest feelings as a carry player.
Well, Spartan will at least get some of the solo experience. Meanwhile, mid lane, bottom lane's a disaster. Look at Thug. He's already low enough from this acid spray. They haven't gotten a gank on Super. You said, Super is already a naturally pretty conservative player. He may be exactly the kind of player you want against an OD Mirana lane. If they're going to kind of just say, we're going to shut down these other lanes and leave Super to it, you want somebody who's conservative against all the odds.
Yeah, he is very, very conservative. I don't think he's going to die nearly as much as the Alchemist did in game number 2. Skylark, he's getting some sort of levels. It's not an easy lane for the Nyx Assassin, however. Stout Shield and HP Regen is going to do very little in the way to help him against the Fury Swipe stacks.
A whiff on the deny from N will allow Skylark to be able to pick up his level 3. So he can actually potentially set up a kill himself with the Mirana trying to make a rotation over. Looks like he's going to try and scout out what Zhao Wei is up to first. He is actually clearing through a double stack. So a good time for maybe next time to be here, but can he actually do much against Zhao Wei? He's already been slowed down by this sticky napalm. He's going to be forced into a leap. Zhao Wei's just hoping to be able to push him back far enough that he can continue to get these neutrals without sharing experience.
He is relatively low. A straight arrow could catch Xiao 8 if he's not careful. Maybe next time no leap up, but is he going to be able to hit it?
Faking it, lets it fly now. Zhao 8, it's on point almost. Ooh. Zhao Wei, thanks to just
look at that.
boots of speed, will allow him to get away.
He gets a free Wild Wing, and I think he's going to be able to arrow the Dark Control Summoner, so he's slowing him down a lot in the amount of creeps that he's able to steal. And he's actually ahead of the Bat Rider in terms of experience. Maybe next time already level 3.
Man, they talked about this matchup before Game 1 even happened. Pre-game series, they compared maybe next time with Zhao 8.
He sees it. It's pretty
It's so
tough.
fast, though. Maybe next time would have to dive into the tier 2, and even then would only have a prayer at being able to take down that courier. So he doesn't try for it. Zhao Weight's not going to try and make the jungle work. Not anymore. He's going to try and do some laning with his pal Yao.
Arrow narrowly misses just a little bit to the left. Maybe next time would have had that courier kill too if Super were greedy enough to go back for the bottle refill. But
yes.
He's just super conservative. He's like, I'm okay with getting less farm as long as it's for the good of the team, and losing the courier is definitely a bad thing. But maybe next time, still hovering around that area, he is ready for perhaps a chicken gank. He's smoked up in between the T1 and the T2. What is he waiting for?
Bottom lane, Xiao Weight's trying to chase down Spartan. The Invis rune will be picked up by
He's going for the
Super here,
chicken
but
kill
he's
right
still
now.
going for the dive in. Maybe next time trying to get the courier, but at the same time, Spartans push all the way back to the tier 2. Neither one will result in a kill.
They wasted a smoke for that, too.
Not looking good for Ad Finum here, as LFY are taking quite the lead when it comes to the laning phase. They do have an Alchemist that's going to kind of boost numbers quite a bit. Oh, there goes the first OD imprisonment into the arrow. It is going to be on point here. Looks like this could be a first kill for Ad Finum. They're going to jump in, increase that attack speed, trying to finish off Super. They'll be able to get that kill. DDC as a support can't really do much with the silencer.
Much needed kill for them. And LFY, their goalie is not really that great, all things considered. And maybe next time has done a great job of slowing down the neutraling. And Xiao 8 will run into Spartan. He's in a lot of trouble.
He does have telekinesis, and the arrow is also here. It will nail Zhao Wei with, oh, nice interception there. Yao's going to be able to get the burrow strike onto Madara, but it doesn't seem to be enough. The open wounds on Zhao Wei, that stun just lasted too long. And Ad Finum strike once again as soon as we start saying bad things about their laning phase. They show us what's up. They get a couple of ganks in and start altering their fate.
Yeah, maybe next time has to do the work in the early game, be around, just constantly threaten this Alchemist. He's a little bit scared. Arrow goes out in mid. It will be dodged, and Super does have an invisibility rune.
A full assault coming into the bottom lane. They have the silencer wrapping around here. They're going to try and lead off onto the Lifestealer. Lifestealer's going to be chased down. He doesn't actually have the mana. Unfortunately, he does have base boots. Telekinesis will also be able to buy him a bit of space. Yao doesn't have the mana to be able to work with either. Slowly but surely taken down. It looks like the Caustic Finale. Is that going to be enough? 6 HP. That's all the Madara has. They will manage to get the Rubik. Yao's going to go down, though, in return. Skylark does manage to help get that one. Arrow. Oh, maybe next time. He keeps on feeling these arrows, and he's just barely off the mark. Maybe they can still catch up, though. Or maybe not. They actually have no leap for 15 seconds. Skylark, if he lands this impale, he got him. Now they can actually close the distance and will manage to get the kill.
And they had vision up there, too. They had a high ground observer ward, and that arrow, very predictable, but it was right at the corner. He did not want to run into Skylark at that moment. And
arrow comes out. Super is hasted.
He's low, and he's not level 6 yet. Just 1 or 2 more creeps, and the reinforcements start coming in. Yao TP's right behind DDC.
Skylark. Oh, nicely timed leap there, right as Yao went for the burrow strike.
That's so hard to do as a Mirana. You want to do it instantly, but you also want to make him waste his burrow strike. Skylark.
And the counter ward is there.
Yeah, they were attacking Observer Ward. Unfortunately, they don't have a sentry to get rid of their sentry. And Xiaowei looks like he will be able to get the rune or get that ward at the end of the day.
I mean, it was a great idea, right? LFY came forward with this aggressive maneuver, tried to create space. Oh, nice play in the Caustic Finale. Skylark, what a genius. He sees the Caustic Finale about to go down right as the Sand King right-clicks the creep. He pops the Spike Carapace from Invis, instantly stunning Yao, and managed to line that up nicely with an Impale.
And now the Roshan Ward Wars begin. Maybe next time. He went into the Roshan pit, but instead of laying it on the right side where Xiaowei was napalming, he places it a little bit to the left. And hopefully that will be enough for them to keep that ward up. But unfortunately for them, DDC just eats it.
It's gone. Both teams spending so much time around this Roshan, expending so many resources. We have 2 wards down from Ad Finum around that pit, 1 ward from LFY, as well as a very deep ward. They try to move aggressively to be able to buy end space to be able to take that Roshan, but Ad Finum are just not letting them have it. So N is back to farming up that top lane, and will try and push into that tier 1, forcing some rotations.
There were no heroes up in the top lane for a good 2 or 3 minutes. Like everyone was fighting down on bottom, knowing that if LFY get like 1 or 2 kills, it's an easy rush for them. And Ad Finum, they're like, no, we are not letting you get Roshan.
They know exactly how this whole entire lineup is going to start scaling. But if they're stopping the Ursa, what are they doing to stop this Alchemist? DDC going to be blown apart here, looks like. Oh, barely! 14 HP, just a stick is what separates him from life and death. Thug missing out another kill, and all the meanwhile, like, these little plays are happening. The Alchemist is just farming away in the jungle. Ad Finum, they need to keep that in mind, even if they are keeping the Ursa at bay from Roshan. There is this ticking time bomb that's going on.
Yeah, Alchemist, his net worth is not even that high. They haven't been able to control the rune just because maybe next time is just all around that bottom rune and all over Xiaowei this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's shutting down 2 heroes at the same time.
Yeah.
Alchemist as well as Batrider are basically having half the game that they should, because maybe next time's disruptive performance on this Mirana first rotation is going to come out from Skylark. They're going to be able to use this Vendetta as a vehicle for the first Lifestealer rotation. Now, the Infest, this should be just like an instant kill if they can actually find a hero. They're going to see for a moment DDC. Are they going to go for the long-range Impale? No. They're looking for the Alchemist. That's what they want.
Radiant has used Scan. They're looking for the Alchemist. He is invisible. Is he going to reveal himself as he Iron Talons this creep?
Oh, he's thinking about it. He's got the Chemical Rage up, but I think LFY know what's going down. The Vendetta, it's wearing out. Super shows himself now, but it's a bit too late. Skylark, they're going to pop out, and that is the first failed gank of Ad Finum. Now it's going to be LFY's turn to respond. They know Infest is down.
Oh, Rubik's stolen Burrow Strike.
Oh, that's a great pickup.
That is indeed. He'll see a lot of the offlaners pick up level 1 Sandstorm. It's incredibly important against a Rubik, but at the same time, maybe he didn't expect Rubik to be level 6 at the same time as Yao.
Yeah.
Spartan, he's died twice. He's actually level 7.
And thanks in part to that disastrous start for Madara. The early solo experience has allowed Spartan to do a whole lot, but will it be enough for him to escape from this attempted gank from LFY. Ursa shows himself, while Yao wraps himself around with the Tranquil Boots. You also have Zhao Wei in the back lines here, covering the retreat potentially. He's going to cut off the creep wave and bring it into the neutrals. Now, Rubik actually thinks they can pull this all off. He's going to try and cut off the Bat Rider, get a telekinesis burrow strike combination, but can't quite reach it.
But look at End. He already started on Roshan, knowing that without the creep wave, they have to venture into this area alone. And with his Mask of Madness, is already at 75%.
Oh, that's going to nail End. That's real bad because already Adfinum has started making the rotations.
And the Fury Swipe stacks are off. This is
Skylark's going to be able to come in. They already have the Infest Bomb. Fortunately, Yao is going to be able to intercept that, allowing End to be able to get away, but it's going to cost Yao his life, it seems. The Sandstorm is just not enough. 2 down from LFY. Fortunately, Roshan is not low enough for Adfinum to intercept. But that is the second go at stopping LFY in their game plan of being able to achieve an early Aegis.
Oh, and the Arrow scouts out this large Ancient stack, and a lot of experience will be going the way of Adfinum, while the Acid Spray takes a little bit for Super. And Zhao Wei also trying to absorb a little bit of experience on his own. And currently, Adfinum are losing the war battle over there, but they have so many heroes over there that Ursa just does not dare venture into the Roche Pit.
Whew, look at that. That net worth. Adfinum are actually up 2K. So their laning phase went a whole lot better.
Skylark's playing so well this game on the next session.
Yeah.
He's constantly threatening LFY.
Barely off the marker there. The timing just not quite right to catch the Ursa in mid. Meanwhile, there's a trio pushing out the bottom lane, but they're going to be met by LFY and their aggressive plays.
All it takes is one big fight for LFY for them to get Roche.
Yeah.
Adfinum, they cannot be too hasty in this pushing of the T1 tower.
Especially when they're pushed that far forward, away from their Tier 1 tower, away from those TP rotations.
Haste Rune on Thug. If he connects with an Astral, it could be the end. But LFY, they actually have Global
Strike already up. They're going to be able to catch. Oh, no, the missed impale from Skylark. He still managed to get away, it looks like. The arrow comes out. Ursa holds, but actually nails Zhao Wei. They're going to be able to translate a kill onto Yao into a kill on Zhao Wei as well. And Venom locking down the Roshan. They are giving absolutely no holes in their game plan when it comes to defending this bottom lane. Now, a rotation out from Adfinum up to the top lane. Thug is going to be able to get the imprisonment. Rubik's going to be able to follow that one up. The full force of Adfinum is here, but no! A global silence is forced, at least.
Definitely worth it. 4 TPs for a global silence, and he sees 4 heroes up there. He immediately goes on road.
This time around,
they're pinging so crazily.
Wizened up to these arrow plays. He's going to put himself behind Roshan.
Maybe next time he's in there alone. Zhao 8 hot on his trail, looking for the lasso.
Maybe next time he's going to try and leap himself away. Zhao 8 hot on his trail, but it looks like they've given enough space for this Ursa to be able to finish up Roshan finally. The arrow comes out, not going to land on anybody. Rubik comes forward and actually going to be tagged by Yao. There is an imprisonment save. Madara is going to try and slow down Yao. They actually push forward, trying to get the impale. They land it. That'll be a kill. LFY. They responded really well with that global silence, with the mass rotations up the top lane, immediately translating that into an Aegis for themselves, but Adfinum still find at least a pick-off in Yao. This Blink Dagger is going to be so slowed down for the Sand King. Not for End, though. Mask of Madness phase boots into a straight-up Blink Dagger. He's planning to be the main initiator for LFY in these next few minutes when Yao cannot.
Yeah, remember when Madara was walking back and he said, yeah, this is probably pretty good for the Rubik. Rubik's actually had a pretty good game. Spartan, we've just seen bare bones items on him this game, but he has Arcane boots already. They've gotten a lot of towers, and he's gotten a lot of experience. So he can actually make a lot of plays this game instead of just maybe shot calling and
Ursa
being the sacrificial
up.
Support.
They have an Aegis. They're ready to go. Zhao Wei kind of baiting things out. And, oh, yeah, it actually doesn't fling forward. Misses the clap. Now he's going to be burrow struck up. Impaled as well. They still have a telekinesis. Bye-bye Aegis. And maybe bye-bye Zhao Wei as well. Skylark managed to hold him up with the spike carapace. A blink away by End will allow him to escape from that precarious position, but Zhao Wei will not be as lucky.
Spartan is just in the right place at the right time. Ursa was counting on that lasso to connect in order to be able to hit the Mirana, but he just lifted him right at that precise moment that Ursa was committing.
They immediately set up, they get a kill in bottom lane, and then bam, they TP up to the top lane with this Infest combination. This time around, Super, I don't think you're going to be able to escape. Even with the global silence, an arrow will nail him, finishing him off. Maybe next time, claims the head of the Alchemist.
So much unreliable gold lost there too. He's already picked up his Radiance recipe because he probably expected to die at that last engagement. So just, you know, if he had his relic, not that big a loss, but because he was sitting at 1,500 gold, 1534 to be exact.
Look at that. The global silence came up just like a second too late. It's possible that if that gank was just a little bit later, maybe the silencer stops that impale, and the whole entire gank goes awry because of that.
Yeah, they need this Alchemist to get Radiance up. It's been a disaster with the Batrider just constantly dying to the Nyx Assassin and the Roshan shenanigans, just taking way too long for it, and to claim that Aegis.
A scouting arrow by maybe next time will clear the fact that Madara is able to take the Tier 1 tower for free.
And Thug's also getting big. He is the #1 net worth hero.
Yes, he
and
is.
Maybe next time, very impressive game from him thus far. He hasn't been really good with his arrows. I would actually say his leaps have been much better this game too. He's always like pulling LFY. They want to go into Mirana, but they just can't. But now that Global Silence is online, he has to be especially careful about how long he holds that cooldown.
Counter ward not quite in place. And LFY probably scouted that one out. The Roshan ward still up. So that may be a bit of lost vision for Advenom, but they are going to try and play into this top lane. I think they know about the Nyx Assassin.
Dire has used scan, it will hit red.
Yeah,
Skylark.
but they don't have any counter vision up. There's only the silencer with counter wards down. So unless Skylark runs into this, which he is right now, they're going to be able to jump into him, and all of a sudden he's carrying this payload. Madara is saying, what the hell did you get me into, Skylark? He rages himself up, but he can't really TP out fast enough. Zhao Wei is there with the lasso ready to go. Moonlight Shadow comes out. Arrow does nail in. They are going to throw out the unstable concoction. That'll catch Madara in the end. They'll be able to get the burrow strike, but an imprisonment is there. Can Advenom actually save this hero, though? They're going to try. Skylark already buying back. They manage to get the lasso on Madara. They do manage to finish up, and in return, Ed's going to be picked up at the telekinesis and brought down. Now on the side, nailed by the arrow. Burrow strike picked up by Smart. Double bounce around. It's a bouncing ball. Sand King up and down, but he falls in the end. 15-6 now. Advenom with that buyback, and the plays from their OD do manage to turn that whole entire chase to their favor.
Defensive Astral just ruins ganks like that, and Spartan casts one too many spells. Is he going to be saved again by a defensive Astral? Oh my goodness, the last tick takes him down to 15 HP.
LFY, they've missed out on a couple kills like that. Look at that again, the imprisonment. LFY make the judgment. They're still going to go for this kill, but between the imprisonment, bounce back damage, and then the nukes that come in, even as they kill Madara, it's clearly not worth that exchange. Bottom lane, we already see a pickup on Zhao Wei. Skylark manages to catch him with the spike carapace into the fly. Batrider does pick up his blink dagger, though. A little bit of a silver lining in this very dark cloud of a game for LFY in Game 3.
They have to combo with the Global Silence. I think that's their best shot right now. You blink lasso someone before the OD can react, before Nyx can pop his spike carapace, and then you can also channel Epicenter at the same time. No one's going to be able to stop you. There's no Yules. That's the only thing that can stop them unless they can get out of the Global Silence, which is nada at this moment. No BKBs, no Lotuses, nothing like that.
Yeah, that really is a big upside, right? LFY have such amazing teamfight power that they don't even necessarily need the Blink Dagger on Yao to be able to make a successful initiation, thanks to that Global Silence. They have the Zhao Wei Blink Dagger, and they're going to try and put a stop to Madara. Now, he's up here in the top lane. His spidey senses kind of seem to be tingling. Doesn't want to push too far out into that lane, but he may still be caught. He has an infest, and they have that Tier 1 tower up. So if he rages, if he infests, but he's not fast enough for either one. Does manage to get the lasso, and with that Ursa just bullying him down. No opportunity for counterplay from Advenom.
And finally, buying time for Super, but Super, being the conservative player as he is, does not want to push out this T2. And we thought the Radiance was late last game, but this game, it's 19 minutes, and he's still 900 gold away.
They're actually going to try and jump on. Oh, they're thinking about it, but now they see a TP. They had Burrow Strike, Telekinesis. They could have given OD a lot of time to beat on Super, but he backs up.
Just need a couple more minutes for this Radiance to finally come up, and then they can start split pushing and stop this Advenom train from rolling them in their own jungle.
Man, Skylark's got a Blink Dagger of his own, so he is actually positioning himself so he can get some vision and potentially make the Blink initiation on any hero that gets too close to this Tier 2. You can even see them setting up with this